Grasping Evil Chapter 711 to Chapter 736. Even a mid-human profound life immortal realm expert would not be able to extend his spirit sense to such a distance. Ning Fan frowned slightly. Among the 4 people being chased, the early human profound life immortal realm expert seemed to be proficient in a type of secret technique. Even though he had escaped 10 billion li asterisk, 500 m per li, away, he was still being chased by that person. However, Ning Fan could tell that the tracking range of that person was only 20 billion li asterisk, 500 m per li, away. As he thought of this, Ning Fan lifted his foot and stepped on the void space without any hesitation. Circles of black flames immediately appeared in the void space. At the next moment, Ning Fan seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. He disappeared from his original spot and escaped another 10 billion li asterisk, 500 m per li, away. After using the Black Devil Escape for the first time, Ning Fan used the Black Devil Escape twice in a row without uttering a single word. The distance between him and the red-robed young man was already a whole 40 billion li asterisk, 500 m per li, away. After using the Black Devil Escape 4 times in a row, Ning Fan's magic power was almost depleted. The people behind him had already disappeared without a trace. The reason why the 9 life immortal realm experts were chasing after the other 4 people was none of his business. He was indifferent to who would live and who would die in this battle. If he does not want to get involved in the dispute, no one would get involved in it. Ning Fan entered the profounding world in a flash. He consumed a pill and began to recover his magic power at a moderate pace. He stayed in the profounding world for half a month. He was not in a hurry to leave as he did not want to get involved in any trouble for no reason. During this half a month, Ning Fan's mind was as calm as still water as he practiced the 3 flowers converging prominence technique. Half a month later, Ning Fan assumed that the group of people had already left. Thus, he left the profounding world in a flash. Then, he took out the Yao Sect star plate that he had bought some time ago and rushed to the next mid-grade star region, Yao Sect star region. Just as he was about to activate the star door to continue his journey, Ning Fan stopped and kept the jade slip of the star door. He suddenly turned around and looked at the starry sky behind him with cold eyes. There, a red light flashed and 4 cultivators appeared. 3 of them were men and 1 of them was a woman. Among the 4 of them, 3 of them were rogue immortals. All of them were severely injured. Only the early mortal profound realm red-robed young man remained unscathed. This person's red robe was embroidered with the pattern of a vermilion bird. He was born with a pair of charming peach blossom eyes. At this moment, he was looking at Ning Fan with a deep smile. The red-robed young man was the only one who laughed. The other 3 looked at Ning Fan with anger. Especially the rogue immortal cultivator. Her snow-white robe was stained with blood stains. Her fair face was filled with resentment as she stared at Ning Fan disdainfully. Coward! She uttered these 2 words with hatred. Naturally, she was reprimanding Ning Fan for not saving her half a month ago. If it wasn't for Ning Fan leaving them in the lurch, that battle wouldn't have been so difficult. She had used up all of the trump cards given to her by the elders of her clan. The others had also used up all of their trump cards to barely preserve their lives and repel the enemy. Initially, he had planned to use those trump cards during the competition of Slaughter Hall. But now, he had already used all of them before he even arrived at Blood Sea Star Field. Ning Fan acted as if he did not hear the disdainful voice of the lady. He was not interested in this lady at all. His gaze swept across the 3 loose immortals and finally landed on the red-robed youth. Ning Fan's expression became more and more solemn. This red-robed young man is not simple. His cultivation base is already close to breaking through to the mid-human profound realm. Is this person also here to participate in the disciple recruitment ceremony of the Slaughter Hall? Will he be my opponent in the future? Everyone, why are you waiting for me here? What can I do for you? Ning Fan's voice was rough and hoarse. At this moment, he was still disguised as the burly man with a scar on his face. His bone age was also disguised as 20,000 years old. Humph. The reason why we are waiting for you here is naturally to denounce you. I was in trouble and asked for your help. How dare you leave me in the lurch? The white-robed lady said arrogantly. The other 2 rogue immortals also looked at Ning Fan with hostility. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He did not know this group of people at all. What obligation did he have to help them, denounce me? How ridiculous. Ning Fan's killing intent was already triggered when he took a step forward. These people had bad intentions and wanted to involve him in a dispute. Now, they even came to find trouble with him. He did not mind teaching them a lesson. With just a single step, Ning Fan's body emitted a sky-high baleful qi. The terrifying red light of baleful qi was exceptionally dazzling in the dim starry sky. Under the red light, Ning Fan's face looked ferocious, like a fiend. Under this oppressive aura, the expressions of the white-robed lady and the other two rogue immortals changed greatly. They hurriedly retreated behind the red-robed young man to seek protection. The three of them did not expect that once Ning Fan unleashed his power, he would be like an ancient god of slaughter. Even outstanding figures like them would feel terrified. The might of Ning Fan's baleful qi was too terrifying. He had killed at least 10 life immortal realm experts. The white-robed lady was used to being arrogant. She had never seen a devil lord like Ning Fan who would kill anyone just because of a disagreement. At this moment, when she met Ning Fan's cold and emotionless eyes, she was so scared that her legs turned to jelly. "Brother Qizhen, save me." The white-robed lady hid behind the red-robed young man. Her voice was slightly trembling as she pleaded for help. The red-robed young man whose name was Qizhen did not even look at the white-robed lady or the other two rogue immortals. He was just looking at Ning Fan with a smile. The three of them were just joking just now. I hope fellow Taoist won't mind them. The reason why they stayed here wasn't because of their original intention. They also didn't want to criticize fellow Taoist. The one who wanted to stay here is me. I'm Qizhen of the Demon Ruler sect. I want to be friends with fellow Taoist. Qizhen cupped his fists at Ning Fan. Even though there was a smile in his eyes, it did not reach the bottom of his eyes. There were 5 red stars on his glabella. The 5th star suddenly shone with a red light and the shadow of a ferocious vermilion bird appeared behind Qizhen. At the same time, a wave of devil might which was not any weaker than Ning Fan's burst out of his body and clashed with Ning Fan's baleful qi. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. Instead of retreating, he advanced and took 9 consecutive steps. The 9 steps formed momentum and merged with the heavenly momentum. The might of Ning Fan's baleful qi actually increased by more than 10%. Qizhen's expression changed slightly when he heard a loud explosion. He suddenly flicked his sleeves and brought the 3 people behind him to retreat 10,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang away. His expression revealed a hint of surprise. After a round of collision, the might of his baleful qi was actually slightly weaker than Ning Fan's. The shadow of the vermilion bird shattered into pieces. Ning Fan also retreated several thousand zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, backwards. Suddenly, he steadied his footsteps and stared at Qizhen with a solemn expression. This man is not simple. If we fight to the death, Ning Fan reckoned that his chances of winning against Qizhen would not exceed 50%. Moreover, the prerequisite for that was to summon Yali to help him, Qizhen of the Demon Ruler sect. 8 years had passed. Ning Fan was no longer completely clueless about the Eastern Heaven immortal world. The Demon Ruler sect was a great true immortal realm force in the Eastern Heaven. The cultivators in the sect were good at commanding demon pets to assist them in battles. The Fuli ancestral blood in his body would send out a faint signal from time to time, reminding Ning Fan that Qizhen had more than one powerful demon pet with him. If Ning Fan's senses were not wrong, Qizhen had 3 early human profound realm demon pets with him. Moreover, all of them were true spirit vermilion birds. Fellow Taoist has such a strong baleful qi. What a mysterious ability. I wonder if fellow Taoist is interested in traveling with us to the Blood Sea Star region? Qizhen did not gain the upper hand in this contest of baleful qi. However, the smile in his eyes did not diminish. Instead, he invited Ning Fan to go with him. I'm not interested. Ning Fan pondered inwardly. With Qizhen around, it would probably be extremely difficult for him to kill the other 3 rogue immortals. After all, it was not a must to kill them. There was no need for him to fight Qizhen to the death in this place just to kill a few unrelated people. After uttering those cold words, Ning Fan turned around and left. After getting rid of Qizhen and the others, he changed his star gate and hurried on his way to the Yao sect star region. A long time after Ning Fan had left, the white-robed lady finally recovered from her fright and said angrily in the direction where Ning Fan had left. "Humph. This man really doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Brother Qizhen is the dignified Dao child of the demon ruler sect. He befriended him and invited him to the Blood Sea Star region. However, he actually put on such airs and rejected Brother Qizhen's good intentions. Does he really think that he can enter the Yao sect star region without paying any price with his strength alone?" The white-robed lady's name was Zhu Yan. She was the daughter of the leader of the Chu clan of the Eastern Heaven. The Yao clan of the Yao sect star region. This Yao clan is not to be trifled with. The forces behind us are also not weak, especially Brother Qizhen, who has the dignified demon ruler sect as his backer. That Yao clan is just a force at the life immortal realm, but they dared to chase after us and seal off the entire Yao sect star region. If it wasn't because of the slaughter palace, how would they dare to do that? The black-robed young man who was as skinny as a ghost snorted coldly. His name was He Chiu. He was the first disciple of the witch curse sect master. In the battle half a month ago, if it wasn't for Brother Qizhen fighting against 6 life immortal realm cultivators alone, we certainly wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed from the 9 life immortal realm cultivators of the Yao clan. I, Zhu Hong, will remember this kindness, and I will definitely repay it in the future. However, there's one thing that I'm very worried about. Why haven't the other 7 fellow Taoists who went with us to the Yao sect star region come to our aid? Could it be that they have already? The chubby young man said with a frown. His name was Zhu Hong and he was a member of the Zhu clan of the Eastern Heaven. Humph. I'm afraid those 7 fellow Taoists have already died in the hands of the cultivators of the Yao clan. Naturally, they won't be able to help us. This time, in order to let Zhao Li win the first place in the grand competition and join the slaughter palace, the Yao clan has really resorted to all means possible. He Gu snorted coldly, his anger evident on his face. Chu Yan and Zhu Hong spoke one after another, accusing the Yao family of their crimes. Qizhen, however, did not say a single word and did not interrupt. He looked at the direction where Ning Fan had left. For the first time, the playful smile in his peach blossom eyes disappeared and was replaced with a solemn expression. At most, I have a 50% chance of winning. Even with my full strength and the 3 true spirit vermilion birds, I don't have the confidence to defeat this kid. What's the background of this kid? When did such a heavenly genius expert appear in Eastern Heaven? With my strength, it isn't hard for me to barge into the Yao sect star field, but I will definitely offend the Yao family afterwards. I'm not afraid of the Yao clan, but the person behind the Yao clan is the dignified elder Qing Yin of the Slaughter Palace. It's not my wish to offend this person. According to the rules of the Yao clan, if one wants to enter the Yao sect star field, he must hand over half of his badges. I wonder if this person will hand over half of his badges or barge into the Yao sect star field. Ning Fan sped all the way to Yao sect star region. When he discovered that the entire Yao sect star field was sealed by layers of domain locking arrays, he could not help but frown. That domain locking grand formation was extremely powerful. Only true immortals could pass through it by force. The domain locking grand formation had a total of 10 formation entrances. All of them could enter the Yao sect star field. Today, 9 of the formation entrances were tightly shut. There was only one formation entrance that could be used to pass through. Countless experts of the Yao family were standing guard at the entrance of the array. A gigantic blood-red stele was erected outside the formation entrance. Anyone who carries the slaughter badge and passes through this stele would be detected by it. Hiding the badge in a storage pouch, heavenly dwelling treasure or small Kiliacosm cosmos treasure would not be able to hide from the stele's detection. The stele could accurately sense the number of badges a person has on him. Ning Fan was not in a hurry to pass through the formation entrance and enter the Yao sect star field. Instead, he first gathered information in the vicinity. After understanding the ins and outs of the Yao sect star field being sealed, Ning Fan remained silent for a long time. He finally understood why Qizhen and the others were being hunted by the 9 life immortal realm experts. The biggest force in the Yao sect star field was the Yao clan. The Yao clan had sealed the entire Yao sect star field. Any cultivator who carries the slaughter badge and passes through this place would have to hand over half of their badges before they could pass through. The badges were points and results. The points that they could add were not only suitable for the first stage of the disciple recruitment ceremony but also for the few stages after that. The reason why the Yao clan went through so much trouble to seize the badges of others was just to ensure that the disciples of their clan could secure the first place in the grand competition. Among the cultivators of the current generation of the Yao clan, Yao Li was undoubtedly the one with the strongest aptitude. His bone age was 20,000. He had already successfully broken through the life-breaking realm and became an immortal. Moreover, he was about to break through to the mid-human profound realm. In order to ensure that Yao Li would secure the first place, the Yao clan did not hesitate to offend countless forces to help him seize the badges and obtain points. In order to achieve this goal, the Yao clan even dared to attack the juniors of true immortal realm forces. The old ancestor of the Yao clan was just an early ghost profound realm old monster. However, one of the ancestors of the Yao clan had won the first place in the grand competition and joined the slaughter palace as a cultivator from the outside world. Then, he gradually became an elder of the slaughter palace. His name was Yao Qingyun. His cultivation base was at the void renunciation realm. With this person supporting the Yao clan also dared to openly offend a major force like the demon steward sect. Qi Zhen and the others were being hunted by the life immortal realm experts of the Yao clan because they refused to hand over the badges. No wonder that arrogant woman felt that I should lend them a hand. As it turns out, I'm in the same situation as them. Our common enemy is the Yao clan, huh? I really don't want to offend them. Ning Fan let out a long sigh. If he was alone, it did not matter who he offended. Now, however, he needed the slaughter palace's help. He wanted to ask for the longevity jade to prolong Ouyang Yuan's life. If he offends the Yao clan and Yao Qingyun at this critical moment, it would really be a little unwise. In the history of the slaughter palace, there had only been 24 elders. Fu Linglong's position had been vacant for a long time. Now, there were 23 elders left. After Shadi, the ones with the greatest authority in the slaughter palace were the 23 elders. One should know that each of the elders of the slaughter palace had the authority to mobilize 100 true immortals. Offending the Yao clan was equivalent to offending 100 true immortals of the slaughter palace. I won't hand over the badges. I don't want to offend the Yao clan either. There might be a way that satisfies both sides. For example, in the starry sky, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. He kept all 194 badges into his profounding world. That blood-red giant steel could sense the existence of the badges through the small Kiliacosm Cosmos treasure, but it could not pass through the medium Kiliacosm Cosmos treasure. After all, a medium immortal Cosmos treasure was usually only owned by immortal emperors. How could an outsider search the entire cosmos of an immortal emperor? After keeping the badges, Ning Fan slightly altered his bone age, making it look like he was 40,000 years old. By doing so, he wanted to confuse the Yao clan and dispel their wariness. Since the Yao clan dared to snatch the badges of the cultivators participating in the competition and hunt down those who refused to hand over the badges, they naturally also dared to assassinate the cultivators participating in the competition. The bone age of the cultivators participating in the competition must be below 30,000 years old. Ning Fan's method was also to be careful and dispel the hostility of the Yao clan. The biggest problem was actually the 10 billion bounty. Yao Sect Star Region was a mid-grade star region. There were no true immortals in the first place. However, now that the grand competition was around the corner, many true immortals would pass by this star region. I wonder if there will be true immortal old monsters who will discover my true identity and attack me, Ning Fan sighed. He could not avoid the inevitable calamity. It was just a matter of time before his identity would be exposed. There were countless true immortals in the Blood Sea Star region. It was too difficult to not expose his identity. After clearing all of his distracting thoughts, Ning Fan flew at full speed towards the formation door of the Yao Sect Star Region Grand Formation. It was a formation door that was 1 million zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, tall. There were more than 100 rogue immortals and 12 life immortals guarding the door. A giant blood-red steel stood at the entrance of the formation door. Every time a cultivator with a badge of slaughter passed by the formation, the blood steel would flash with different degrees of blood light. The amount of blood light was related to the number and type of the badge. Once a cultivator was found to be carrying a badge of slaughter, he would either hand over half of the badges or be killed by the cultivators of the Yao clan. On top of the blood steel, there was a short tower of human skulls which were dripping with blood. Those human skulls were the heads of the participating cultivators who refused to hand over their badges. The way the Yao clan handled things was really overbearing. However, due to their strong backing, even the forces of the victims did not dare to hold them accountable. Ning Fan frowned. He did not say anything and walked into the formation door. As expected, when he passed by the blood steel, it did not react at all. How could a mere blood steel sense what was hidden in the profounding world? Among the 12 life immortals of the Yao clan, 11 of them did not bother to pay attention to Ning Fan anymore when they saw that his bone age was 40,000. Only an old late human profound realm life immortal realm woman kept staring at Ning Fan. The evil light in her eyes became brighter and brighter. Ning Fan's eyes were as calm as an ancient well, but he had a bad premonition in his heart. He quietly walked into the formation door without anyone stopping him. After passing through the formation door, he officially entered the Yao sect star region. Before he could even heave a sigh of relief, the old life immortal realm woman who had been staring at him suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. "You can't leave. Tonight, I want you to serve me in bed." The old life immortal realm woman revealed her white teeth and sneered at Ning Fan. Seeing that the old life immortal realm woman was interested in Ning Fan, the other 11 life immortal realm experts locked their spirit sense on him. The person with the highest cultivation base here was the late human profound realm old woman. Since she wanted Ning Fan to be her cauldron, the other life immortal realm experts would naturally take him down in order to please her. Serving him in bed might sound nice, but plucking him was the real deal. This old woman loved ugly and strong men the most. Just like Ning Fan's appearance after he disguised himself, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light and he sneered. He had avoided countless reasons to offend the Yao family. However, he had never thought that he would have to offend the Yao family because of this reason. How could he, Ning Fan, become someone's cauldron and let them pluck him? Offending Yao Qingyun might be scary, but if he was plucked by the old woman, his cultivation base would fall and he would lose his life. How could he save Ouyang Wan? Ning Fan did not say anything else. Circles of black fire rippled under his feet and he escaped 10 billion li * 500 m per li away. Just like that, he escaped from the 12 life immortal realm experts of the Yao family. No matter how strong Ning Fan was, he did not have the strength to fight against 12 life immortal realm experts. However, it was impossible for him to submit to the Yao family's power. "Humph. It's your honor that I like you. How dare you run away? All of you stay here. I will go and take him down alone. He's just a void fragmentation realm cauldron." "Yes." The old life immortal realm woman's face turned pale. She gave an order to the other life immortal realm experts. Then, she stepped on the void space and a black cloud appeared under her feet. She then stepped on the black cloud and chased after Ning Fan. If she manages to capture Ning Fan this time, she would not be able to live up to her title of sun-sucking fairy when she was young if she does not torture him to death. To be continued. Ning Fan used the Black Devil escape art and fled 10 billion li * 500 m per li away. Then, without hesitation, he used the Black Devil escape art again. After increasing the distance between him and the old woman to 20 billion li * 500 m per li, Ning Fan directly took out 100 star door jade slips and crushed them at the same time. The teleportation directions of the 100 Stargate jade slips were all different. He would only enter one of them. If he escaped from one of them, the old woman at the life immortal realm wouldn't be able to find out which starry door he used. Ning Fan punched his chest and spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood essence. Then, he forcefully accelerated the opening of the star door. Now that he had damaged the star door and there was a distance of 20 billion li * 500 m per li between them, even if the old lady could catch up to him, it would be enough for him to activate the star door and escape. He did not continue to use the Black Demon escape because he wanted to preserve half of his magical power to deal with the unknown. He did not enter the profounding world because he had learned his lesson from the last time. Qizhen was proficient in tracking techniques. Even though Ning Fan had hidden himself in the profounding world, he could still vaguely sense where Ning Fan had entered. After waiting patiently outside for half a month, Ning Fan finally came out. This life immortal realm old woman might not necessarily not be proficient in tracking techniques. If Ning Fan enters the profounding world and she waits for him outside for 3 years, it would be a huge problem, a life immortal at the peak of the human profound realm. Ning Fan's face was so cold that it could freeze people to death. He had disguised his bone age, his physique, and his dignified appearance. He had disguised himself as an ugly man with poor aptitude, but there were still people who wanted to capture him as a human cauldron. Was that life immortal old woman blind? There were so many handsome young men, but she didn't want him, a rough man. Perhaps, that old woman likes your current physique and appearance. I remember that there is a sun-sucking fairy in the Yao family of Yao sect star field. She loves to capture ugly men and use them as cauldrons. It is said that when she plucked an ugly man, she would feel a special sense of humiliation and satisfaction. In the Yuanya world, the gentle voice of a lady that was mixed with the power of her medicine soul was transmitted into Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. So that's how it is. If I knew this old woman liked ugly men, I would have disguised myself better. Ning Fan let out a long sigh. With a wave of his hand, he took out several formation discs and cast them towards the distant starry sky. Each of the formation discs turned into layers of formation light, protecting Ning Fan within them. Counting carefully, there were more than 100 layers of array lights protecting this place, even though Ning Fan was certain that it was impossible for the old lady to catch up to him in such a short time. He still needed to set up some formation lights to delay her in order to ensure that he had enough time to open the stargate. Rumble, time ticked by. Stargate after stargate appeared in the void with a loud rumble. At the moment when the stargates were opened one after another, Ning Fan stepped into one of them without saying a word and flew 500 billion li asterisk, 500 m per li, away, heading straight to the other end of the Yao sect star region. About 10 breaths after Ning Fan left this place, the life immortal old lady chased after him on a black cloud. Looking at the more than 100 layers of formation lights, the old woman revealed a look of disdain. She raised her hand and took out a blood-red pearl, shooting it towards the layers of formation lights. Among the 100 or so layers of formation lights, there was no lack of immortal formation lights. However, that blood-colored pearl was the old woman's life magic treasure. How powerful was it? With a single strike, the layers of formation light were all shattered. Little sweetheart, you have nowhere to run, right? Aren't you going to come out and have some fun with me? The old woman's voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. With an ugly smile on her face, she flicked her sleeves and destroyed all the scattered formation lights. From her point of view, since she destroyed all of Ning Fan's formation lights, he certainly had no way to escape. However, before she could finish her words, the smile on her old face had already frozen. After the formation lights were destroyed, what appeared was not Ning Fan who had nowhere to run but a total of 100 stargates that were gradually disappearing. All of a sudden, the old woman's face turned pale. She was actually a step too late. Ning Fan had actually forcefully opened the stargate and escaped. The stargate had yet to disperse. Ning Fan had not gone far. If he hasn't gone far, I can still catch up to him. The problem now was which stargate did Ning Fan use and which direction did he escape to. The 100 stargates all opened in different directions. If she chased after him in the wrong direction, she would definitely let Ning Fan escape. Interesting. Interesting. Are you playing hide-and-seek with me? Good. Very good. This time, you have really made me angry. If I catch you, I will surely bite off that thing of yours bit by bit. I will have a good taste of it. The old woman addressed Ning Fan as her sister. She did not feel that it was disgusting for her to say such words. Immortal technique, insect mimicry technique. The old woman bit her finger. Red blood flowed out and turned into black blood. The black blood then turned into thousands of black flying insects. She changed her hand seal and the black insects immediately flew in a certain direction. The old woman was overjoyed. After finding out the direction Ning Fan was in, she knew which stargate he had gone to. Fortunately, when Ning Fan just passed through the formation gate, she had left a trace of a special scent on his body without anyone noticing. That scent could not be detected by humans or beasts. Only the flying insects imitated by the insect mimicry technique could detect it. The old woman did not expect these flying insects to catch up to Ning Fan. She only needed to determine the direction Ning Fan was in and she would have a way to catch up to him. She patted her storage pouch and took out a jade slip of the stargate. Without saying anything, she crushed the jade slip. After a long time, the stargate opened. The old woman's cultivation base was higher than Ning Fan's. The speed at which she opened the stargate was actually faster than Ning Fan, who damaged himself to open the stargate. On a certain abandoned star, Ning Fan crossed 500 billion li asterisk, 500 million li per li, and appeared. As soon as he landed on the ground, he hurriedly opened the next stargate. Ning Fan did not have the confidence to defeat the old woman who was at the peak mortal profound realm. Even if she was a woman and Ning Fan's yin-yang transformation could completely subdue women, the difference between their cultivation bases was too huge. Ning Fan did not have the confidence to win. He would remember the grudge of the Yao clan. However, he knew that with his current cultivation base, it would be difficult for him to take revenge on the Yao clan for the time being. The only thing he could do now was to escape first. Time passed slowly. Half of the stargate had already been opened. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's heart was filled with warning signs. Without saying anything else, he immediately gave up on opening the stargate and used the Black Devil escape technique to escape. Just as he left, a massive stargate suddenly appeared on the abandoned star behind him. The old woman at the life immortal realm took a step out from the stargate. She raised her hand and took out an immortal treasure rope to tie Ning Fan up. Unfortunately, she was still one step too late and Ning Fan still managed to escape. Humph. You sure run fast. Your escape technique is indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is still too low. You can't use this technique for more than a few more times. The old woman let out a cold snort. She stepped on a black cloud and chased after Ning Fan. The old woman quickly closed the distance of 10 billion li asterisk, 500 m per li. Sensing that the escaping light behind him was getting closer and closer, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent. His magic power was only enough for him to use the Black Devil escape technique once. It was meaningless to continue running. Even if he escaped into the profounding world, he would not be able to truly escape from the tribulation. It would take him at least 1 day and 1 night to set up the chaotic ancient formation marks. After all, the grade of the formation marks was too high. If he were to fight head-on, his chances of winning would be too slim. Then, he would have to play dirty. That old woman captured him just to pluck his energy, right? Ning Fan retracted his escaping light and no longer tried to escape. His eyes swept across a nearby abandoned star. Then, he left in a flash and opened up a temporary cave abode on a barren mountain. He took out many decorations and sat on the bed with a cold smile, waiting for the old woman's arrival. Ning Fan, why aren't you running anymore? Could it be that you want to? Ouyang Yuan's anxious voice resounded in his mind. I can't escape anymore. If that's the case, why don't I stop running and save some magic power for a counterattack? No matter what happens later, don't look at it, lest it dirties your eyes. Ning Fan did not explain too much, but it did not prevent Ouyang Yuan from understanding what he meant. That sucking sun fairy is old, ugly, and dirty, so, don't look at it. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes were extremely cold. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was humiliated by the evil woman countless years ago and was powerless to resist. He would not hurt his loved ones or kill any human cauldrons. However, it did not mean that he would not kill women. Very soon, the old woman arrived at the abandoned star. When she saw that Ning Fan not only stopped running but also opened up a cave abode on the star and waited for her, she could not help but narrow her eyes and let out a cold snort. You're not running anymore? Do you want to kill me on the bed when I'm distracted? Hee hee. What a ruthless brat. However, I like it. I won't give you the chance to kill me. The black cloud retracted. The old woman landed outside the cave abode and walked towards Ning Fan step by step. Ning Fan had been resting with his eyes closed. When the old woman approached him, he suddenly raised his hand. A ray of black golden sword light shot out from his palm and pierced the old woman's dantian. All of a sudden, the old woman's expression changed greatly. She was so frightened that cold sweat broke out all over her body. Dao weapon. That Dao weapon was extremely sharp. It pierced her dantian. If it pierced her dantian and destroyed her primordial spirit, she would still die no matter how high her cultivation base was. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. With a flick of her finger, she flicked the small black golden sword away. After all, it was a Dao weapon that had never been refined before. Its power was too weak. If it was a Dao weapon that had been refined, she would not be able to send it flying with a flick of her finger. After the small black golden sword missed, Ning Fan did not say anything else. An illusory vortex appeared under his feet and he disappeared in an instant. At the same time, an illusory vortex appeared behind the old woman. Ning Fan directly appeared behind her without any warning. With a flick of his sleeve, the small black golden sword that was deflected away shattered and condensed. It then directly appeared in his palm. The Dao weapon could be summoned back to his hand at any time. The sword directly slashed at the old woman's back, killing intent rose in the old woman's eyes. Now that she was prepared, even if Ning Fan launched a sneak attack, he would not be able to touch her finger. After all, her cultivation base was far beyond Ning Fan's. The small black golden sword could not even touch her body. This was the reason why Ning Fan did not use the Yin plucking finger and the Yin imprisoning rope. The gap between their cultivation bases was too huge. Ning Fan could not touch the life immortal realm old woman at all. Humph. The old woman snorted coldly. Her body immediately turned into countless black insect shadows and disappeared. Ning Fan's sword slashed the air. In the next moment, the insect shadows wrapped around Ning Fan. An invisible force directly threw Ning Fan to the bed. The insect shadows condensed and the old woman's body appeared again. She pointed her finger at Ning Fan's body. It was the finger force of a peak human profound realm expert. With just a finger, Ning Fan was severely injured and on the verge of death. He was secretly using the Black Star technique to heal his injuries. This was something that he had been hiding from the old woman. Now, you can't move anymore, right? Now, you should obediently let me ravage you. The old woman revealed her white teeth and gave him a cruel smile. I don't mind telling you. I have never been merciful when I pluck human cauldrons. My hobby is to play with human cauldrons until they die. She took off her clothes, revealing her extremely ugly body. The old woman licked her lips and pressed down on Ning Fan's body, beginning to peel off his clothes. In the Yuanya world, Ouyang Wan bit her lips with her pearly white teeth. How could she bear the fact that the person she loved was humiliated by an ugly old woman? Ning Fan closed his eyes to hide his painful expression. That pain was not the pain he felt now. Instead, it was the pain he felt when he recalled the all-pleasure sect in the past. Today, he was already a cold-blooded and heartless devil. He would not feel pain because of such things. When he opened his eyes, a fierce light flashed across his eyes. At this moment, the old woman was completely defenseless. One of her fingers was the Yin plucking finger while the other hand was the Yin imprisoning rope. Both techniques were used at the same time. An extreme sense of danger suddenly rose in the old woman's heart. At this moment, she was still peeling off Ning Fan's clothes excitedly, thinking about how to have fun after stripping him naked. She did not expect that Ning Fan, who had been crippled by her finger, could still move and even counterattack. Of course, she did not know how powerful Ning Fan's Black Star technique was. Even though his injuries were severe, it did not mean that he could not move. She also did not know that Ning Fan possessed the chaotic ancient emperor treasure and was the strongest cultivator of the yin-yang transformation in the world. As a woman, she must remember not to get close to Ning Fan. Otherwise, she would have to bear the consequences. After sensing the danger, the old woman subconsciously wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Hundreds and thousands of finger shadows touched the old woman's body. Strands of Yin imprisoning rope tied the old woman up like a dumpling. The Yin plucking power and Yin imprisoning power rushed into the old woman's body crazily. For a moment, she could not mobilize her magic power. What kind of bewitching technique is this? It's actually so powerful. A mere void fragmentation realm and can actually subdue me with this bewitching technique. The old woman wanted to move, but she had no strength to do so. Knowing that she had fallen into Ning Fan's trap, the old woman glared at him with hatred. She swore that once she breaks this damned bewitching technique, she would directly cut him into 8 pieces to vent the hatred in her heart. Break! The old woman made up her mind and destroyed half of her primordial spirit, temporarily restoring her magic power to the mid-human profound realm. In an instant, she broke free from the Yin imprisoning rope. The Yin plucking power in her body was still in a mess. She temporarily could not force it out. otherwise, she could at least temporarily restore her late human profound realm cultivation. Die. A black star flashed on the old woman's glabella. Her ugly head suddenly turned into a huge black insect head and bit towards Ning Fan. Evil intent flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. A black golden sword light slashed into his body, disintegrating his physical body and turning him into a blood devil. The old woman was slowly turning into an insect while Ning Fan instantly turned into a devil. With a flash of blood light, Ning Fan had disappeared while the old woman's insect head was cut off and flew high up in the sky. After her head was cut off, the old woman's body immediately dissipated into countless insect shadows. The insect shadows condensed outside the cave and turned into a 600,000 zhang tall black giant. That giant had an insect head and a human body. Junior, who are you? I am a cultivator of the Yao clan. How dare you recklessly kill me? Even if you are lucky enough to escape today, the Yao clan will never let you go. There will no longer be a place for you in this eastern heaven immortal world. The insect giant roared furiously. Who do you think your Yao clan is to be able to make me lose my foothold in the eastern heaven? Ning Fan, who had transformed into a blood devil, took a step forward. The entire abandoned star rumbled and crumbled in the starry sky. If it was possible, he did not want to become enemies with the Yao clan. However, the other party had provoked him and wanted to take his life. Could he escape? Could he endure it? Could he yield? Could he avoid it? No, the mid-human profound realm old woman was no longer scary. How dare you humiliate my Yao clan? Good. Very good. The insect giant performed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers. Immediately, black insect shadows that blotted out the sky and covered the entire starry sky. Insect God Dao, insect summoning technique. To be continued, insect cultivator. The blood chi around Ning Fan's body seemed to be burning. All of a sudden, he raised his hand and pointed his finger. A streak of blood-red light shot out of his finger, instantly transforming into billions of blood-red sword lights. The sword light slashed through the dense swarm of insects. Countless flying insects were cut into two, but they did not die. Instead, they split into two, becoming 2 flying insects. The more he killed, the more insects there were. The bug-headed giant sneered in disdain. My bug technique is least afraid of sword cultivators. Immortal art, black net. The giant changed his hand seal and the swarm of insects that kept proliferating rushed toward Ning Fan, drowning him within the sea of insects. The bodies of these black insects were not hard, but their teeth were terrifyingly sharp. Even though Ning Fan had already attained the 3rd transformation of Corpse Devil realm and the defense of his physical body was almost comparable to a peak Nirvana realm body cultivator, he still could not defend against the sharp teeth of the black insects. If there were no accidents, this boundless swarm of insects would only need a breath's time to devour Ning Fan until not even his skin and bones remained. This scene reminded Ning Fan of a man-eating ant swallowing an elephant. Bang, with a muffled sound, Ning Fan's physical body disintegrated into a mist of blood and vanished. At the next moment, Ning Fan's physical body reformed in a faraway place amidst rays of black starlight. With this, he temporarily avoided the swarm's attack. When they saw Ning Fan trying to escape, the swarm of insects seemed to have gone mad. They swarmed towards Ning Fan again. You're not afraid of sword cultivators, but I wonder if you're afraid of fire cultivators. Burn! Ning Fan opened his mouth and breathed out raging black flames. In an instant, this small piece of starry sky was completely engulfed by the black flames. Countless flying insects flew into the black flames and were easily incinerated into ashes. This time, the swarm of flying insects could no longer multiply. Immortal fire. Humph. I didn't expect you to have such a technique. It seems like ordinary insect techniques are useless against you. Immortal technique, insect dragon. The insect-headed giant changed its hand seal, and countless dark red flying insects appeared around it. These flying insects didn't seem to be afraid of fire. They suddenly flew towards the insect giant and attached themselves to its body. Crimson light flashed, and the insect-headed giant transformed into a crimson dragon that was over 60,000 feet in length. However, the wyvern had the head of an insect and looked extremely strange. Immortal technique, blood decay. The scarlet dragon insect opened its mouth and breathed out rays of red light. As soon as the red light shot out, it immediately turned into red mist that blotted out the sky and covered Ning Fan. Within the red mist, Ning Fan's body began to melt into a puddle of blood. Even the Black Star art could not completely resist the melting process. It could only slow down the melting process. If the life-immortal old lady was at her peak, she could instantly kill a late-stage human Xian with her blood decay technique. Currently, the old lady's cultivation base had fallen to the mid-human profound realm due to Ning Fan's sneak attack. The destructive power of this technique had also been greatly reduced. Now, it could only kill an early human profound realm expert. However, in the old woman's opinion, this technique was more than enough to kill Ning Fan, who had yet to become an immortal. A mid-human profound realm cultivator is hard to defeat, even if she's a woman. Ning Fan's expression became even calmer, as if it was not his body that had melted into blood. His calmness made the old woman feel uneasy. All of a sudden, Ning Fan lifted his finger and pointed at it. Immediately, an illusory lotus shadow appeared beneath his feet. 12 blossoms, 3 of them lead. The moment the lotus appeared, it suddenly multiplied from 1 to 1 million. In a split second, there were already 1 million lotus shadows protecting Ning Fan. Although the blood decay red mist was strong, it could no longer hurt Ning Fan. Ancient divine ability, 3 flowers converging prominence. You actually managed to cultivate this technique. Could it be that you have a king-grade divine blood? According to the ancient legends, the 3 flowers converging prominence would be indestructible for 10,000 tribulations. Even though Ning Fan had only cultivated the first flower to the realm of blooming 3 petals, it was already enough to defend against an ordinary mid-human profound realm attack. The current power of this blood decay technique was not strong enough to break the lotus shadow's defense. As the lotus light flickered, the blood mist technique was forcefully dispersed. Next, it's my turn to counterattack. Ning Fan suddenly shook his cauldron ring. Light shone beneath his feet and a peacock with purple eyes and black feathers appeared. His whole body was covered in bloody light and he stood on the head of the peacock. That peacock was none other than Zili, who had broken through to the early human profound realm. Zili's divine ability was shocking. She was almost invincible among those who were at the same level as her. She could even put up a fight against a mid-human profound realm expert. With Zili's help, Ning Fan had killed more than 10 early human profound realm experts along the way. What kind of demonic bird is this? Such a strong aura. Such an evil chi. The crimson insect dragon's eyes widened in surprise. At the next moment, Ning Fan was already riding on Nyali and dashing towards it. Nyali opened its mouth and breathed out rays of purplish-black light. When the light dispersed, it turned into wind blades that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, slashing at the crimson insect dragon's gigantic body. The dark red flying insects that were attached to the insect dragon immediately turned purplish-black in color. They were either cut into pieces or killed by the wind blades. After advancing to the second step of the profound realm, Zili's divine ability had greatly improved. She could now use the ominous power of the Fuli clan to poison others. Layers of insect armor were peeled off and rays of purplish-black wind blades shot out from the insect dragon's body. The poison was flowing rapidly inside the insect dragon's body, causing it to panic. Even though the purple-eyed ferocious bird in front of her was only at the early human profound realm, its strength was already comparable to some mid-human profound realm experts. She had already been hit by Ning Fan's plucking finger. Now that the poison had invaded her body, her chi became even more chaotic and her cultivation base showed signs of falling once again. This is bad. If my cultivation base falls again and falls below the mid-human profound realm, I will certainly die here. This young man is a madman. He clearly knows that I'm a member of the Yao clan, but he still dared to attack me. Is he really not afraid of death? If I knew that I would be plotted against by this young man and be forced into such a difficult situation, I definitely wouldn't attack him just for a moment of desire. Forget it. Let's escape from this place first. When I return to the clan, I will bring a group of experts to hunt this young man down. The crimson insect dragon's eyes flashed with determination. Its gigantic body swayed and it actually fled without putting up a fight. If they continue fighting, it would be too disadvantageous for her. Her cultivation base was already about to fall again. Once it falls below the early human profound realm, she would no longer have the strength to fight against Ning Fan and Nyali. Trying to escape? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He mobilized the last portion of his magic power and used it to summon the steel of sun and moon to display his divine ability. The shadow of the steel above his head flashed. Then, it turned into traces of flames and fell into Ning Fan's palm. Ning Fan held the steel fire in his hand. Along the way, he had displayed the second spiritual steel technique many times. Compared to the first time he displayed it, it was much more perfect. At the moment when Ning Fan held the steel fire in his hand, the crimson insect dragon sensed danger. Ning Fan raised his hand and summoned the steel fire. All of a sudden, a gigantic mountain made of flames appeared in the starry sky. At a terrifying speed, it went straight towards the crimson insect dragon. Not good. In an instant, the old woman at the life immortal realm withdrew from her insect dragon form. She suddenly patted her storage pouch and took out a black talisman. She then placed it on her body. Unfortunately, before the talisman light could be activated, the gigantic mountain had already arrived above her head. Under the impact of the talisman light, the old woman's brain burst out. Her physical body turned into a pile of mud and her primordial spirit was also severely injured. Her primordial spirit rolled up her storage pouch and tried to flee in a panic. However, her movement light suddenly became stagnant and she was frozen in the void. Traces of bloodlines entangled her tightly. With her current weakened state, she actually could not get rid of them within a short period of time. At the next moment, her tiny primordial spirit was sucked into an ice-cold devil palm. It was Ning Fan's devil palm. For the first time, a look of extreme shock appeared in her eyes. As a powerful being in the Eastern Heaven, how could she not recognize this technique? As Heaven Sealing Technique. The Eastern Heaven Ancestral Emperor's Heaven Sealing Technique. How did you do it? How did you do it? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. No one in the entire Eastern Heaven can learn this technique. Of course, Ning Fan would not answer her questions. After searching his soul and memories mercilessly, Ning Fan swallowed his primordial spirit in one gulp and refined his remnant soul. All of a sudden, the power of his baleful chi skyrocketed to a new realm. Along the way, Ning Fan had killed more than 10 life immortals. However, he had never killed a mid-human profound realm cultivator nor a peak human profound realm cultivator. This old woman was a peak human profound realm cultivator. The mountain of fire slowly disappeared. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and summoned the remains of the old woman at the life immortal realm. He refined it into a ball of flesh essence using his devil flame and fed it to Zili. Although consuming the flesh essence of a peak human profound realm life immortal would not allow Zili to break through to the mid-human profound realm in one go, her cultivation base would still improve greatly. Screech Zili let out a soft cry obediently, as if she was grateful to Ning Fan for feeding her a decent meal. Ning Fan squatted down and stroked Zili's black feathers. Then, he scanned the old woman's storage pouch with his spirit sense. 3 billion Dao crystals. 3 bottles of 8th Revolution pills. All of them were pills that could increase one's cultivation base and restore one's magic power. There were no pills that could increase one's cultivation base. Ning Fan was not surprised that there were no pills that could increase one's cultivation base. After one's cultivation base reached the second step, there were very few pills that could increase one's cultivation base. Most of the life immortal realm cultivators relied on bitter cultivation, enlightenment, incense, and Dao fruits and heavenly ingredients to increase their cultivation base. Even in the pill sect and medicine sect, there were only 1 or 2 types of pill recipes that could help life immortal realm cultivators to increase their cultivation base. The medicinal ingredients needed to concoct these pills were extremely hard to find. Even in the pill sect and medicine sect, there were not many of such pills left. Without looking at those healing pills, Ning Fan's spirit sense finally fell on a black jade slip. He took out the jade slip from his storage pouch and scanned it with his spirit sense. His eyes narrowed slightly and he murmured. 5 stars Divine Cultivation Technique, Gu Insect Scripture. This scripture was the cultivation technique that the old woman at the life immortal realm cultivated. The offensive abilities recorded in this scripture might not be very strong, but its tracking abilities were quite powerful. Cultivating this scripture could also increase one's poison attack and poison resistance. One could even use poison to mimic insects and poison people. If I had the time, I can learn a little about this scripture. Ning Fan kept the Gu insect scripture and fell into silence. The old woman at the life immortal realm had already died in his hands. Given her identity as a life immortal realm old woman, the Yao clan probably had some means to find out who the murderer was. Since Ning Fan had killed her, the Yao clan probably already knew that he was the murderer. Since Ning Fan had offended the Yao clan in the end, it was unwise for him to stay in the Yao clan star region for a long time. He did not have the intention to provoke the Yao clan in the first place. It was the Yao clan who wanted to take his life and he had no other choice but to resist. With the Yao clan's domineering style, they would never ask about the reason behind this matter. They would only be determined to kill Ning Fan. If Ning Fan had enough strength, he would not hesitate to kill his way to the Yao clan and punish them for their crimes. Unfortunately, his cultivation base was too weak. Of course, he still had a corner of the formation mark of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. As long as he activates this formation mark, the Yao clan would certainly be annihilated. However, what awaited him next would Yao Qingyun, who was at the void-shedding realm, personally hunt him down. Ning Fan, let's not go to the slaughter palace. Let's leave quickly. We need to leave the Yao sect star region and go to the medicine sect. Master is there. He will definitely be able to protect you. Ouyang Nuan's worried voice resounded in the Yuanyao world. Ning Fan secretly clenched his fists. If he leaves the Yao sect star region out of fear of the Yao clan, he might be able to keep his life. However, Ouyang Nuan would certainly die. If it was just to repay a debt of gratitude, Ning Fan would not risk his life to go to the slaughter palace. There were many ways to repay a debt of gratitude. He could use other methods to repay Ouyang Nuan. Today, however, Ouyang Nuan was no longer just a debt of gratitude to him. After 8 years of companionship, some feelings had already been imperceptibly embedded in his heart. He did not want her to die, he wanted her to live for more than 10,000 years and enjoy all the beauty of this world. Let's go to the slaughter palace. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. He swore that he would not turn back on this journey. If the Yao clan tries to stop him, he would slaughter them. If a true immortal intercepts him, even if he takes out the chaotic ancient formation marks and perishes together with them, he would still be severely injured. The longer they stay on this journey, the more dangerous it would be. He had to reach the Blood Sea Star region in the shortest time possible. During the disciple recruitment competition, the Blood Sea Star region forbade anyone from attacking the participating cultivators. Only the participating cultivators were allowed to kill each other. As long as he reaches the Blood Sea Star region, he would be able to avoid the pursuit of Life Immortal Realm and True Immortal Realm cultivators. Ning Fan took out a handful of 8th Revolution pills and swallowed them in one go. Among them were pills that could restore magic power and healing pills. After consuming too many pills in one go, Ning Fan's immortal veins were in extreme pain. The medicinal power of the pills flowed wildly within his body. There was no time for him to restore his magic power. The pursuit of the Yao clan would probably arrive soon. He took out the jade slip of the star door and crushed it. Then, he hammered his chest and spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood essence to forcefully increase the speed of opening the star door. Each time he opened a star door, his face would become much paler. Even the blood recovery pills and the Black Star technique would not be able to replenish the blood essence that he was losing crazily. One after another, the star doors opened at an extremely fast speed. Ning Fan crossed the starry sky again and again, damaging himself every time. Ouyang Nuan quietly watched his actions. Suddenly, she felt a chill on the back of her hand. Only then did she realize that her face was already covered with tears. How could she not feel Ning Fan's determination to save her no matter what? No one could stop him, no one could stop him, even she was powerless to stop him. All she could do was to silently accept all the good things that Ning Fan did to her. She could only watch as he damaged himself again and again without being able to help him. In the main hall of the Yao clan, Yao Zongxing, the clan lord of the Yao clan, Yao Kong, stared at the groups of cultivators of the Yao clan below the main hall with eyes filled with rage. He clenched his fists tightly and his body was trembling uncontrollably because of his rage. Who can tell me why Elder Ling died? She has a cultivation base of the peak human profound realm. Why would she die? Yao Kong's hair was white and he wore a blood-red robe. His appearance was extraordinary and dignified. It was not that he did not know who the murderer was. It was just that he could not understand how Xianxia, who was known as the fat sheep of the eastern sky, had the strength to kill Yao Ling, an elder of the Yao clan who had the title of sun-sucking fairy. On the life wall of the Yao clan, a bloody illusory figure slowly appeared. That figure was exactly the same as Ning Fan's appearance when he did not disguise himself. In the current eastern sky, which void fragmentation realm or life immortal realm would not recognize him? Who would not recognize the number one fat sheep of the eastern sky? Clan Lord, we saw with our own eyes that Elder Yao Ling was chasing after a void fragmentation realm burly man. However, we don't know why she died in the hands of that Xianxia. A life immortal realm cultivator who was originally guarding the formation door said with fear and trepidation. Idiot! Don't you understand? The void fragmentation realm junior that Yao Ling went to chase after is Xianxia. I just don't understand how a mere Xianxia could kill Yao Ling who was at the peak human profound realm. Why? Yao Kong clenched his fists tightly. He did not feel any pain towards Yao Ling's death. All he felt was anger. What he was angry about was that someone actually dared to challenge the dignity of the Yao clan. Pass down my order. From now on, only people are allowed to enter my Yao clan star region. No one is allowed to leave. If we don't kill that Xianxia, no cultivator below the life immortal realm is allowed to leave Yao Kong star region. Immediately mobilize all the experts above the void fragmentation realm in our clan. We must kill that Xianxia in Yao clan star region. How dare he provoke the tiger's whiskers of our Yao clan? He must die. In addition, send the news to all the nearby star regions. Just tell them that Xianxia is in our Yao clan star region. Those who want to kill him and claim the reward must come to this star region immediately. We will kill the sheep and claim the reward. Even though Yao Kong was extremely furious, he still retained some of his rationality. Even though he did not understand how Ning Fan could kill a peak human profound realm expert, he was already a little fearful of him. He was just at the early ghost profound realm, which was just one level higher than the peak human profound realm. He would not let the Yao clan take the risk to deal with Ning Fan alone. He wanted countless life immortal realm cultivators and even true immortal realm cultivators to gather in Yao clan star region and attack him together. He wanted to slaughter Ning Fan like a dog. To be continued, to cross the Yao Sec star region, he would need to open the stargate for about 500 to 600 times. In just 2 hours, Ning Fan had already crossed the stargate 17 times. With the help of the pills, he had recovered 1/3 of his magic power. If it wasn't because forcefully opening the stargate required a large amount of magic power, Ning Fan's magic power would have been fully restored after consuming so many high-grade pills. In the boundless starry sky, a gigantic stargate suddenly opened. Ning Fan took a step out of it. Just as he was about to open the stargate and head to the next location, his eyes suddenly turned grim and he said coldly, "The people of the Yao clan are really fast." At the moment when the stargate appeared, 7 void fragmentation realm cultivators were already rushing towards this place at full speed. All of them were cultivators of the Yao clan. The main force of the life immortals of the Yao clan had yet to arrive from their clan, but the order to hunt down Ning Fan had already been sent to the entire Yao Sect star region. At this moment, Ning Fan had already disguised himself as a middle-aged scholar. However, those void fragmentation realm cultivators of the Yao clan immediately called out Ning Fan's true identity. "He is old devil Xianxia. Kill him." Each of the 7 void fragmentation realm cultivators was holding a blood-red compass in their hands. That compass was a special item of the Yao clan. Anyone who kills a member of the Yao clan would be recognized by the compass no matter what kind of disguise they use. Disguise was no longer meaningful. Does the Yao clan already know my true identity? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He grabbed forward with his large hand and the physical bodies of the 7 void fragmentation realm cultivators immediately disintegrated. 6 of them turned into blood mist and died. Only one of them had his primordial spirit left. Ning Fan took his primordial spirit and searched his soul and memory. After searching his soul, Ning Fan swallowed that person's primordial spirit. His eyes were extremely cold. These 7 void fragmentation realm cultivators were only at the 1st and 2nd void fragmentation realm. They were no match for Ning Fan at all. However, this made Ning Fan's expression become even more solemn. Even cultivators at the 1st and 2nd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm were sent to hunt him down. It seemed that the Yao clan was determined to kill him. From this person's memory, Ning Fan found out that the Yao clan had already found out his true identity and they had sent all the void fragmentation realm cultivators and above to hunt him down. Moreover, the Yao clan had even sealed off the entire Yao sect star region. Cultivators below the life immortal realm were only allowed to enter but were not allowed to leave. They even sent out messages to the nearby star regions, summoning all experts to hunt him down and collect their rewards. The Yao clan was going to exterminate him. Ning Fan's eyes became even colder, but he did not say anything. He just quietly kept the storage pouches of the 7 people. Then, he took out the jade slip of the star door and damaged his own blood essence to open the next star door. Cross. From the start of the massacre, he would be surrounded and attacked by a group of Yao family cultivators almost every time he crossed. At first, those cultivators were only in pieces, but gradually, there were many itinerant immortal cultivators. Ning Fan did not have the intention to get entangled with these people. As soon as he exits the star door and discovers his enemies, he would surely kill them with lightning speed. He didn't give these cultivators a chance to send messages, but the Yao clan had already seen through his path of killing Yao clan cultivators. That brat Xianxia wants to leave the Yao sect star zone and go to the Skywater star zone. An early-stage human profound realm life immortal was leading 9 loose immortals. It was an old man in a yellow robe. He held an astrolabe in his hand, and his gaze shifted as he sneered. Judging from the direction this kid is flying in, he'll definitely pass through this area. We'll go there to kill him. The yellow-robed old man held the astrolabe and flew all the way until he reached a certain star zone. Only then did he stop. Standing in the starry sky with his hands clasped behind his back, the yellow-robed old man's face was filled with confidence. He could kill Ning Fan and offer his contribution to the clan leader. Moreover, he could use Ning Fan's head to exchange for 10 billion bounty rewards. He naturally knew that Ning Fan had killed Elder Yao Ling, who was at the peak human profound realm. However, he did not believe that Ning Fan could kill her with his own strength. No void fragmentation realm expert could kill a peak human profound realm expert. This was an indisputable fact. From his point of view, Yao Ling was probably lustful and lost her guard. That was why she was killed by Ning Fan on her bed. Even though that Yao Ling's cultivation base is high, she is too lustful. It's not surprising that she died in the hands of a junior. I have a secret technique. Even a mid-human profound realm expert wouldn't need to be afraid of me. He's just a void fragmentation realm kid. I can kill him like slaughtering a dog. The yellow-robed old man's confidence came from a source. He had a soul pouch on his waist. That soul pouch was specially used to store the primordial spirit of cultivators. His name was Zhao Honglei. The word boom in his name had a great background. He had a secret technique called the God-blasting technique. This technique used the primordial spirit of other cultivators as a medium to throw the captured primordial spirit like a bomb. His soul pouch contained more than 1,000 void fragmentation realm primordial spirits. If he uses all of them, even a mid-human profound realm expert would have to dodge its attack. How could a mere Ning Fan withstand his spirit blast technique? The eyes of the 9 life immortal realm experts behind Yao Honglei were filled with admiration and respect. They were the juniors of the yellow-robed old man. Naturally, they knew how powerful and brutal their old ancestor was. Rumbling sounds suddenly resounded in the starry sky not far away. And a star door was slowly appearing. A trace of void fragmentation realm chi was vaguely coming out from that star door. Yao Honglei sneered and led the 9 rogue immortal juniors to surround the star door. Currently, the news of Ning Fan being hunted down had spread throughout the entire Yao sect star region. The person who still dared to open a star door at this critical moment was either an old monster at the life immortal realm or Ning Fan. Since there was a void fragmentation realm chi coming out from the star door, there was no doubt that it was Ning Fan. Which of the other void fragmentation realm experts would dare to go out during this troubled time? Currently, the entire Yao sect star region was a battlefield to kill Ning Fan. As expected, when the star door opened, a young man in white robes with a cold expression walked out from it. It was none other than Ning Fan, who did not disguise himself. He no longer needed to disguise himself. Since his identity had already been exposed, there was no need for him to hide anymore. All he needed to do was to fight his way out. Get into formation and kill him. Yao Honglei's eyes flashed with killing intent. As soon as he gave the order, the 9 rogue immortals behind him immediately raised the treasured seals in their hands. Each of the 9 treasured seals had different colors. The 9 colored treasured seals soared into the sky and turned into 9 rays of rainbow light, aiming at Ning Fan's head. Humph. Ning Fan snorted coldly. His eyes flashed with ferocious light and the baleful qi around him soared to the sky. After killing Yao Ling, his baleful qi had reached a new peak. As soon as the baleful qi flashed, the 9 rogue immortals felt a sharp pain in their chests. Their bodies were being devoured by the baleful qi and their Dao hearts were being invaded. Their qi became chaotic and none of the 9 treasured seals could land on them. That baleful qi swept towards Yao Honglei. Yao Honglei's expression changed. He quickly flicked his sleeve and took half a step backwards, blocking Ning Fan's baleful qi. However, his heart was in a mess. In the end, he was slightly intimidated by Ning Fan's baleful qi. Ning Fan's baleful qi was too strong. It was definitely not something that could be obtained just by killing Yao Ling. Even if he did not kill Yao Ling, Ning Fan's baleful qi was not something that Yao Honglei could withstand easily. Before killing Elder Yao Ling, this young man had already killed more than 10 life immortal realm cultivators. Yao Honglei was greatly shocked. If Ning Fan killed Yao Ling because she was careless, how would he explain the deaths of the other 10 life immortal realm cultivators? He immediately realized that he must not underestimate Ning Fan. Even though this young man had yet to become an immortal, his abilities were definitely not simple. Form the 10 killing formation. After all, Yao Honglei was an old monster who had experienced killing for a long time. Since he could kill more than 1,000 void fragmentation realm cultivators and seize their primordial spirits, how could he be lacking in killing? He forced himself to calm down and gave a cold order. The 9 rogue immortal juniors beside him immediately endured the pain in their Dao hearts and each of them took out a formation plate from their storage pouches. Each of their formation plates had different colors. Yao Honglei also took out a formation plate. There was a total of 10 colors. Even an ordinary early mortal profound realm cultivator would find it hard to withstand the formation of 10 people. All of a sudden, 10 layers of formation light surrounded Ning Fan. Countless rays of 10-colored rainbow light engulfed Ning Fan. Those rays of 10-colored rainbow light were the ability to kill cultivators with poison. Army disintegration. A cold and stern voice suddenly resounded from within the 10 layers of formation light. At the next moment, a towering blood-red light shot out from the formation light, turning into countless blood-red sword lights which shattered all 10 layers of formation light. Then, Ning Fan, who was surrounded by blood-red light, stepped on the shattered formation light and walked towards Yao Honglei and the others. After killing Yao Ling, Ning Fan's baleful qi skyrocketed. He could control his devil sense more freely. His body had turned into a blood devil but his eyes were cold and frighteningly clear. They were not corroded by the devil sense at all. He took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. Everyone including Yao Honglei felt an extreme sense of danger. 10 rays of blood-red light flashed by so fast that no one could see them clearly. The physical bodies of the 9 rogue immortals had already turned into mists of blood. One of them died. Yao Honglei, on the other hand, was drenched in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and took out 1,000 void fragmentation realm primordial spirits from his storage pouch. Then, he threw them towards the incoming rays of blood-red light and formed a hand seal. God blasting! All of a sudden, 1,000 void fragmentation realm primordial spirits exploded at the same time. The shockwaves from the explosion were comparable to the self-detonation of 1,000 void fragmentation realm experts. The layers of self-detonation waves were comparable to the full-force attack of a mid-mortal profound realm expert. I don't believe that I can't blast you to death with this. Yao Honglei suppressed the panic in his heart and laughed heartily towards the sky. However, at the next moment, the smile on his face stiffened and turned into an expression of disbelief. Among the layers of void fragmentation realm self-detonation, millions of lead-colored lotus shadows suddenly rose. Ning Fan's body was covered in blood-red light. He stood among the layers of lotus shadows and remained unscathed despite the self-detonation of 1,000 void fragmentation realm experts. 3. 3 flowers converged crown. You have the king-grade divine blood. You actually managed to cultivate this technique. Yao Honglei's eyes were filled with fear. Even his strongest attack could not break through Ning Fan's defense of the 3 flowers converged crown. Now that the 1,000 void fragmentation realm primordial spirits had been used up, he could no longer display an attack of this level. As for the other attacks, they could not hurt Ning Fan at all. He could not hurt Ning Fan, but Ning Fan could easily hurt him. That blood-red sword light was too terrifying. Yao Honglei knew that he could not completely defend himself against it. He was unwilling to admit it, but he had no choice but to admit that he was actually not Ning Fan's match. Damn it. I'll leave first while this kid is busy dealing with the god-blasting technique. I'll wait for reinforcements before killing him. Yao Honglei was terrified. He turned around and ran. The waves of void fragmentation realm self-detonation gradually dissipated. Ning Fan kept the lotus shadows that filled the sky and stared at the direction where Yao Honglei had fled. The corners of his lips curved into a cold smile. In just a short period of time, Yao Honglei had probably fled 7 to 8 billion li * 500 m per li away. Unfortunately, he still could not escape. After casually keeping the storage pouches of the 9 rogue immortals, Ning Fan took a step in the void sky. Circles of black flames immediately appeared under his feet like ripples of water. At the next moment, his figure vanished in a flash. He had traveled 10 billion li * 500 m per li away and appeared in front of Yao Honglei, who was fleeing in panic. As soon as he caught up to Yao Honglei, Ning Fan disintegrated his body into countless blood-red sword light without saying a word, drowning Yao Honglei within the sea of sword light and blood. Yao Honglei could not believe that a void fragmentation realm expert could actually be so fast. Ning Fan had caught up to him in just a blink of an eye. He wanted to flee, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape from the sea of blood sword light that Ning Fan created. After a long time, a miserable shriek resounded in the air. Yao Honglei was finally defeated by the weapon disintegration style. The black star technique suppressed his injuries while the ferocious might of his baleful chi suppressed his devil sense. The weapon disintegration style that Ning Fan displayed at this moment was already different from what everyone else in this world had displayed. The people of the world only thought that the weapon disintegration style was a type of ability that allowed one to exchange their life for death. However, Ning Fan had developed this ability into another type of ability. The essence of this technique was still to find a way to live after putting oneself in a hopeless situation. However, Ning Fan would neither die nor be invaded by the devil sense when he used this technique. After dispersing the blood sea sword light, Ning Fan returned to his white-robed body. In his hand was a primordial spirit which had a weak chi. It was none other than Yao Honglei's primordial spirit. Without hesitation, he searched Yao Honglei's soul and memory. After that, he did not destroy Yao Honglei's primordial spirit like what he did in the past. Instead, his eyes flashed and he sealed Yao Honglei's primordial spirit, which had turned into an idiot, and kept it into his soul pouch. That soul bag was naturally seized from Yao Honglei. After tying the soul pouch and the sword pouch together, he took out a blood-red jade slip from Yao Honglei's storage pouch and scanned it with his spirit sense. Then, he nodded in satisfaction. God Blast Technique. I have already memorized the finger technique of this technique. This technique will be of great use to me. Ning Fan suddenly turned around and looked at the direction where he came from. With this technique, he didn't plan on escaping the Yao sect star field for now. Since the Yao family had already spread his true identity, sooner or later, there would be countless cultivators above the mystic realm who would come here to kill him and get the reward. 10 billion Dao crystals were enough to move the hearts of some true crossing realm old monsters. Even if he managed to escape from the Yao sect star field, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be intercepted by a perfected immortal on his way to the Blood Sea star field. Since he would be intercepted and killed by the true crossing realm old monsters sooner or later, there was no need for Ning Fan to escape. He was not going to run anymore. Now that he had acquired the Spirit Blast art, he was going to use it to awe true immortals. He wanted to capture enough life immortal Yuanshan as materials for the God Blast art, the primordial spirit of a life immortal was not as powerful as a void fragmentation realm primordial spirit. According to the records of the Deity Blast technique, if one had 108 life immortal primordial spirits, it would be enough to form the Deity Blast array and kill a true immortal of the transcending truth realm. If he could capture enough primordial spirits of life immortals, he would have a trump card that even true immortals would be wary of. Along the way to the Blood Sea Star region, he reckoned that no true immortals would dare to attack him. Unfortunately, given his current strength, it would be extremely difficult for him to capture 108 life immortal realm experts alive. Fortunately, Ning Fan still had a corner of the formation mark of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. It would take a lot of time to set up the formation mark. However, once the formation mark is activated, it could instantly kill all cultivators below the true immortal realm within the formation. The Yao family wants to kill me and the people of the world also want to kill me for the reward. So, I will give you a chance to kill me. Ning Fan waved his hand and took out the star compass of the Yao sect star region. Then, he changed his direction and flew towards a relatively large abandoned star. He wanted to set up a corner of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos Formation mark there to teach the Yao family a painful lesson. Since both parties were already at each other's throats, there was no need for him to show mercy anymore. If a massacre is inevitable, he would just kill to his heart's content in this Yao sect star region. Ning Fan, my cultivation base in the Tao of Formations is not bad. Let me help you set up the formation. If you get attacked while you are setting up the formation, you will die. On the abandoned star, when Ning Fan took out a corner of the formation mark and was about to set up the formation, Ouyang Nuan's voice resounded from the Yuanyao world. When she saw the corner of the formation mark, she could not conceal the surprise on her face at all. She remembered that this formation mark was the finale item of the auction in the Xianxia star. It was said to have been taken away by an ancient immortal venerate. She did not expect that the person who took away the formation mark was actually Ning Fan. She did not ask how Ning Fan actually took away the formation mark. When she saw the corner of the formation mark, the intelligent Ouyang Nuan had already guessed all of Ning Fan's intentions. Using the formation mark of a great emperor to kill countless life immortals and using the divine blast technique to scare away true immortals. He was going to kill his way into the Blood Sea Star region. Even if he has to fight the Yao family to the death, he would never turn back. Ouyang Nuan knew that she could not shake Ning Fan's determination. He would never give up on her and let her die. She was touched but she also blamed herself. Therefore, she wanted to help him. Even if it was just to help him set up the formation, it was still better than standing helplessly at the side and watching Ning Fan bear the endless pursuit alone. Can I help you set up the formation? Ouyang Nuan asked carefully. She was afraid that Ning Fan would reject her. All right. Ning Fan summoned Ouyang Nuan from the Yuanyao world. Now that the situation was dangerous, it was not the time to be pretentious. It was good to have Ouyang Nuan's help. Without Ouyang Nuan's help, Ning Fan would set up the formation on his own and leave Zili to fight the enemies. With Ouyang Nuan's help, Ning Fan could free his hands and fight the enemies together with Zili. Currently, no true immortals had come to the Yao sect star region. It was a blessing in disguise. Ouyang Nuan took the chaotic ancient formation marks and started setting up the formation on the abandoned planet. As for Ning Fan, he set up a concealing immortal formation that could isolate heaven's secrets and spirit sense at the periphery of the abandoned planet to prevent the cultivators of the Yao clan from catching up to this place too quickly. Groups of void fragmentation realm cultivators who were patrolling passed by this place but they did not notice anything unusual on this planet. They could not see through the mysteries of the concealing immortal formation. They could not see that Ouyang Nuan was setting up the formation on the abandoned planet. They could not see that Ning Fan was staring at them coldly through the formation light. As soon as their expressions changed, it meant that they had discovered the abnormality of this planet. Then, Ning Fan would kill them without hesitation. Time passed bit by bit. Half a day later, an early profound human realm blood armor life immortal realm passed by this place. He glanced at the abandoned planet and his brows twitched slightly. However, he cleverly concealed his expression. He could already tell that Ning Fan was most likely hiding on this planet. He had already heard that Yao Honglei had gone missing and all of his subordinates were dead. If he was not mistaken, Yao Honglei had been captured alive by Ning Fan. The blood armor life immortal could not imagine how strong Ning Fan was to be able to capture an early human profound life immortal alive. He no longer dared to underestimate Ning Fan. Even if he found out that Ning Fan was hiding on this star, he would not show any strange expression to avoid being killed by Ning Fan. A cultivator who could capture a life immortal alive was not someone he could match. He wanted to temporarily leave this place and then send a message to the clan to mobilize people to besiege the star. Unfortunately, even though he concealed his expression well, Ning Fan still saw through it. I've still been discovered. If I don't kill this person, my whereabouts will be exposed. If I kill this person, my whereabouts will still be exposed. Since there's no difference, how can I let this person go? Ning Fan rode the gigantic purple-eyed peacock and flew out of the concealment formation light. The moment he appeared, the blood-armored life immortal's expression changed drastically. Without saying a word, he wanted to abandon the void fragmentation realm's subordinates behind him and escape by himself. Unfortunately, he could not escape. To be continued. Zili, bring this person's primordial spirit back. Under Ning Fan's command, Zili immediately turned into a terrifying demonic wind and chased after the fleeing blood-armored life immortal. The blood armor life immortal's strength was ordinary, he wasn't Zili's opponent. Ning Fan remained outside the abandoned planet. He took a step forward and transformed into his black robes in an instant. Then, his body dispersed like ink, turning into countless black butterflies that filled the sky. The blood armor life immortal brought a total of 12 void fragmentation realm experts with him. 4 of them were rogue immortals. Unfortunately, none of them was a life immortal realm expert. None of them could resist Ning Fan's Black Tempest soul-splitting technique. In an instant, all 12 of them were annihilated by the ink butterflies that covered the sky, and only their extremely weak soul cores remained. After all, these people were void fragmentation realm experts. Their primordial spirits were also useful to a certain extent. Ning Fan captured the primordial spirits of the 12 void fragmentation realm experts and kept them inside his soul pouch after sealing them. Naturally, all of their storage pouches were taken away by Ning Fan. Not long after, Zili returned with the half-dead primordial spirit of the blood-armored life immortal and his storage bag in her mouth. After searching the immortal's soul and memories, he sealed his primordial spirit and kept it in his soul pouch. Taking a look at the other party's storage pouch, Xianxia was unable to find anything useful in it. Thus, he casually put the storage pouch away. Ning Fan's eyes were extremely solemn. He knew that after capturing this life immortal, the Yao family would certainly know his location. Every cultivator of the Yao clan was patrolling a different star region. Since the blood-armored life immortal went missing in the place he was patrolling, the cultivators of the Yao clan knew that it was Ning Fan's doing. Thus, all of them would rush to that place. Looking back at the abandoned star, ancient chaos heavenly emperor's formation patterns were already 2/3 complete. Ouyang Nuan's face was slightly pale. Laying down the ancient chaos heavenly monarch's formation patterns had taken a huge toll on her heart energy. Ning Fan's eyes softened. Was he going to live and die together with this woman whom he had been with for 15 years? It had been 15 years since they had met on the Xiaoxia planet. As if she felt Ning Fan's gaze, Ouyang Nuan lifted her head and wiped off the sweat on her forehead. Then, she gave Ning Fan a sweet smile. It was still that bright and beautiful smile, so bright and dazzling, she was laughing from the bottom of her heart. Perhaps, after this battle, Ning Fan's devil name would shock the world. Perhaps she would die together with Ning Fan on this abandoned planet. No matter what the result was, she would not regret it. These 10 years were too short for a cultivator, but they were the happiest years of her life. Don't be afraid. After this battle, I will take you to the Blood Sea Star Zone. I think even the true immortals of the Crossing Truth Realm will not dare to stop us. Yes, I'm not afraid. I trust you. At this moment, a large number of life immortals of the Yao family were guarding the array gate leading to the Tianshui galaxy. A total of 31 life immortals were stationed here. The patriarch of the Yao family, Yao Kong, was also guarding this place. Yao Kong could already tell that Ning Fan was in a hurry to get to the Blood Sea Star region. He would certainly go to the Heavenly Water Star region through this door. He was waiting for Ning Fan to walk right into his trap. There were many life immortals in the Yao clan, but most of them were at the early stage of the human profound realm. With the protection of the Slaughter Hall's elder Qing Yun, if a cultivator of the Yao family ascended to immortality, they could head to the Slaughter Hall and be baptized in the blood pool of the Slaughter Hall. Those who had been baptized in the blood pool had a 50% higher chance of becoming an immortal than those who had not been baptized. Do not underestimate this 5% chance. With this 5% chance, there were many cultivators of the Yao family who had become immortals. Unfortunately, the cultivators of the family were too disappointing. None of them could break through to the true immortal realm. It was a waste of Elder Qing Yan's support. Patriarch, Elder Hong Lei has gone missing. A life immortal hurried to the array gate and conveyed the news to Yao Kong. What? Yao Hong Lei has gone missing? Humph. I'm afraid he didn't go missing. Instead, he was captured by that child, Xianxia. That useless trash. He's the first person in the history of our Yao family to obtain the recognition of our ancestor and be bestowed with the spirit blasting technique. Since Yao Honglei has gone missing, go to his residence in the family and bring me his spirit blasting technique. If the elders have any objections, just tell them that I'm just temporarily keeping the secret technique for him. When he returns, I'll return it to him. Yao Kong sneered. Not only was he not angry about Yao Honglei's capture, but he was also taking pleasure in his misfortune. Who asked Yao Honglei to be the only person in the history of the Yao family to obtain the recognition of their ancestor? The name of the ancestor of the Yao family was Yao Hongshan. The spirit blasting technique that he created was extremely powerful. However, because it was too ruthless, it was never passed down to his descendants. However, if the descendants of the Yao family were fated with the ancestor, they would have the chance to obtain this technique when they enter the ancestral temple to worship the ancestor's statue. For millions of years, no one in the Yao family had obtained this technique. Yao Honglei was the only one who obtained it. Countless cultivators of the Yao family were envious of him. Due to the teachings of the ancestors, none of the cultivators of the Yao family dared to seize Yao Honglei's technique. Since Yao Honglei was captured, Yao Kong was naturally worried that Ning Fan would search his soul and memories to obtain the technique. However, after giving it some thought, he realized that the finger seals obtained from the search were not complete. Even if Ning Fan searched Yao Honglei's memories, he would not be able to obtain the spirit blasting technique. Now that Yao Honglei was captured, the first thing Yao Kong wanted to do was not to rescue him but to seize the opportunity to seize his secret technique. Since Yao Honglei was captured, it was reasonable for him to temporarily keep the secret technique for Yao Honglei as the clan leader. Even the elders of the clan had no reason to criticize him. About that. Reporting to the clan leader, there has been news from the clan saying that the jade slip of the spirit blasting technique is not in Elder Honglei's residence. What? Yao Kong was instantly enraged. In his anger, someone actually went to Yao Honglei's residence one step ahead of him in order to obtain the jade slip of the secret technique. Since the jade slip of the two wrath technique was not in Yao Honglei's residence, where could it be? Could it be that Yao Honglei has lost his mind? Why would he carry such an important jade slip around with him? No, it can't be. Even though that Yao Honglei's innate potential was low and unworthy of cultivation, he was not a fool. Why would he carry such an important secret technique with him? The elders of the clan have interrogated Yao Honglei's concubines. According to them, Elder Honglei always carries the jade slip of the secret technique with him at all times. It's because he's afraid that someone would covet the jade slip when he's not around. Fool. Fool. What a fool. How could he carry such an important secret technique jade slip with him at all times? Now that Yao Honglei has been captured by Xianxia, that means the jade slip has fallen into his hands. All of a sudden, Yao Kong's eyes were filled with killing intent. The jade slip of the secret technique that he had spent so much effort to obtain was actually presented to Ning Fan by Yao Honglei. Good. Very good. Now, he had another reason to kill Ning Fan no matter what. Investigate. Investigate now. I want to know where Xianxia is right now. I can't wait any longer. I want to kill this brat now and take back the secret technique jade slip of my ancestor. Yao Kong was infuriated. He immediately sent someone to investigate Ning Fan's whereabouts. Not long after, he received the news. Elder Shuesen had gone missing. The 12 void fragmentation realm cultivators who went with him had all gone missing. Elder Shuesen's name was Yao Shuesen. He was the blood armor life immortal realm cultivator whom Ning Fan had captured previously. Another missing person? Not dead yet? Alright, I got it. Yao Kong clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. Ning Fan had captured the cultivators of the Yao clan but he did not kill them. Most likely, he had kept their primordial spirits and was planning to use the spirit blasting technique. The spirit blasting technique required the primordial spirit of a cultivator to be used as a medium. The power of this technique depended on the number of primordial spirits of the cultivators who were the medium. Ning Fan wanted to collect the primordial spirits of the cultivators in Yao Sect Star region and use the spirit blasting technique. Good. Very good. Pass down my order. Close all the formation doors and strengthen the formation light. No one is allowed to enter or leave for now. In Yao Sect Star region, all the experts above the void fragmentation realm of the Yao clan are to rush to the star regions near the heavenly star. including the cultivators who were guarding the formation doors. No mistakes are allowed. Kill Xianxia without mercy if you see him. The heavenly star was a low-grade cultivation star. It was very close to the abandoned star where Ning Fan was. Yao Shuasen had gone missing there. Ning Fan might still be near the heavenly star, or he might not be there anymore. No matter what, as long as he completely seals off the entire star region and orders all the experts of the Yao clan to surround the heavenly star, Yao Kong believed that he would certainly be able to gradually tighten the encirclement and find out where Ning Fan was. Once the formation doors are closed and the formation light is strengthened, the life immortals and true immortals who rushed to Yao sect star region from other star regions would not be able to enter. Originally, Yao Kong wanted to kill Ning Fan with a borrowed knife. That was why he revealed Ning Fan's true identity to attract other experts to come and kill him. However, the situation today was different. Ning Fan possessed the secret technique of the Yao clan's progenitor. Yao Kong did not want to let outsiders obtain this secret technique. He wanted to keep it for himself, therefore, he would not allow outsiders to participate in this operation to kill Ning Fan. He would only let the experts of the Yao clan participate. There were a total of 117 life immortals in the Yao clan that could be mobilized. As for those who were above the early human profound realm, there were 16 of them. Yao Kong believed that Ning Fan's death would be certain this time when the Yao clan sent out all of their forces. He was just a void fragmentation realm cultivator. Even if he was slightly heaven-defying and could kill 1 or 2 early human profound realm life immortals, how could he possibly fight against more than 100 immortals by himself? The news of the Yao clan turning out in full force to hunt down Ning Fan shook the entire Yao sect star region and all the star regions nearby it. Those life immortals who were trapped outside of Yao sect galaxy thumped their chests and sighed. They had traveled tens of thousands of miles to the Yao sect star field, but they couldn't enter. The eastern sky's biggest fat sheep was in the Yao sect star field. The Yao family had come out in full force, wanting to swallow this fat sheep for themselves. Killing a void fragmentation realm expert could earn a reward of 10 billion. It was such a good business. However, it seemed like the Yao clan was going to monopolize it. A few old monsters of the True Crossing realm were also trapped outside the Yao sect star field. They looked at the reinforced domain locking formation with discontent. If the array light hadn't been reinforced, they wouldn't have used the array door and could have directly passed through the array light to enter the star domain. Now that the array light was strengthened, they couldn't enter even if they wanted to. I wanted to kill a junior to earn some money, but it seems I won't be able to. Humph. What a tyrannical Yao clan. You eat the meat, but you don't allow others to drink the soup. A true immortal of the Crossing Truth realm sneered. He was obviously very dissatisfied with the Yao clan. Unfortunately, he only dared to express his dissatisfaction verbally at most. He did not dare to attack the Yao clan. After all, the Yao clan had Elder Qingyan standing behind them. Within the Yao sect star field, there were still more than 20 life immortals from other star fields who were scattered all over the place. When these people heard that the Yao clan had locked the entire star field, all of them felt very lucky. They were the lucky ones. They had come to the Yao sect star field in advance. They had the chance to kill Ning Fan and obtain the reward of 10 billion. As for those experts who could not enter the Yao sect star field, they could only look at the fat sheep through the domain-locking grand formation. However, they could not even get half a mouthful of the soup. These people quietly moved out and followed behind the cultivators of the Yao clan. Once they find the fat sheep, they would attack. Many void fragmentation realm rogue cultivators, bandits, and bounty hunters who had extraordinary abilities also quietly rushed towards the direction of the profound heavenly star. Ning Fan sat on the giant body of Niali without moving an inch, as if he was meditating. However, whenever cultivators approached him, he would attack them mercilessly, killing them and seizing their spirits. Gradually, Ouyang Nuan had already finished setting up the grand formation. She was then temporarily sent back to the Yuanyao world. Gradually, Ning Fan killed wave after wave of void fragmentation realm cultivators. Finally, countless life immortal realm escaping lights arrived. He just stood outside the abandoned star, quietly watching the countless old monsters who were rushing to this place. It was unknown how many void fragmentation realm experts had come. There were at least 70 to 80,000 of them. There were also more than 140 life immortal realm experts. There were 7 to 8 profound ghost realm life immortals. There was only one profound ghost realm expert in the Yao clan. There were many profound ghost realm experts who came from other star fields, so many of them came just to kill Ning Fan. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth curved into a cold smile. The Yao clan really thinks highly of him, even though he was being stared at by 70 to 80,000 void fragmentation realm experts and more than 140 immortal realm experts. He did not show any trace of panic on his face. He had the chaotic ancient formation marks here. Once the Emperor formation is activated, the life and death of the enemies who come to this place will all be in his hands. Oh? You sure are calm. Do you know who I am? Yao Kong took a step forward. His blood-red robes fluttered even though there was no wind. His white hair fluttered in the air. His aura was imposing. I suppose you must be the clan leader of the Yao clan, Yao Kong. Ning Fan said indifferently. That's right. I am the clan leader of the Yao clan, Yao Kong. I have come here today just to kill you. Junior, hand over the jade slip of my Yao clan's secret technique and I can let you die a quick death. What jade slip? Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Then, he seemed to have understood something. No wonder this Yao Kong suddenly locked down the Yao clan star field and went all out. It turned out that he had accidentally obtained the secret technique jade slip of the Yao clan. I wonder what kind of jade slip it is that could make Yao Kong pay so much attention to it. He had killed quite a number of cultivators of the Yao clan and he had also obtained some powerful abilities. After thinking for a while, a thought flashed across Ning Fan's mind. Could it be that the secret technique jade slip that Yao Kong mentioned is the spirit blast technique? Junior, don't play dumb. Hand over the secret technique jade slip that you obtained from Yao Honglei. Yao Kong's expression turned slightly cold. As expected. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the jade slip that recorded the spirit blast technique. It was exactly this spirit blast technique that gave Ning Fan hope to fight against a true immortal realm expert and changed his entire plan. Ning Fan thought about it and agreed with him. How could a technique that could even move his heart be ordinary? It turns out that this technique has quite a long history. Even the clan leader of the Yao clan values it highly. If that's the case, I'll just destroy this technique. After all, he had already memorized the finger seals of this technique. If he keeps this technique with him, he will only be coveted by others. Without the jade slip, even if others have taken a fancy to Ning Fan's spirit blast technique, they would not be able to snatch it from him forcefully. They would also not be able to search his soul and memories. They could only use a soft approach to obtain this technique. Bang Ning Fan crushed the jade slip of the secret technique. Yao Kong, whose eyes were filled with excitement when Ning Fan took out the jade slip, turned extremely cold in an instant. You're courting death. How hateful. How hateful. Ning Fan actually destroyed the jade slip of the secret technique. If that's the case, wouldn't he have to ask Ning Fan to teach him the technique that he wants to learn? He would not be able to obtain the complete secret technique by searching his soul. However, it was absolutely impossible for Yao Kong to ask for an enemy's help. Do you think that I will spare your life if you destroy this technique? You're wrong. I have plenty of ways to interrogate you and force you to spit out the complete technique. After that, you won't be able to escape death. Pass my order. Capture this young man and leave only his primordial spirit. I want to bring him back to my clan and interrogate him. As soon as Yao Kong gave his order, 70,000 void fragmentation realm experts and 116 life immortal realm experts of the Yao clan turned into rays of light and rushed towards Ning Fan. Their momentum was too great. Even Ning Fan found it a little hard to bear. Those void fragmentation realm experts and life immortal realm experts who were not from the Yao clan frowned. What should we do now? It seemed like Ning Fan had seized the secret technique of the Yao clan and the clan leader wanted to capture him alive to preserve his primordial spirit. In this way, those who wanted to kill Ning Fan and ask for a reward would probably return in disappointment. If they really kill Ning Fan, they would probably have to bear the wrath of the Yao clan immediately. It's not worth becoming enemies with the Yao clan for 10 billion Dao crystals. Let's wait and see. Don't make a move. Let's see how the Yao clan deals with this junior. One of the ghost profound life immortal realm experts sighed and instructed his disciples beside him. 10 billion Dao crystals. It's really a pity to miss this opportunity. However, I wonder what kind of secret technique that junior destroyed just now. It actually made the Yao clan attach so much importance to it. Could it be the strongest secret technique of the Yao clan, the spirit blast technique? A peak human profound life immortal realm expert muttered to himself. There's no need to watch anymore. This young man will definitely be captured by the Yao clan. It's pointless for us to stay here any longer. It's better for us to leave. Another life immortal realm expert had the intention to leave. Ning Fan stood in the whistling void wind and looked at the countless experts of the Yao clan who were coming towards him. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Since I can't avoid this tribulation, I'll kill to my heart's content in this tribulation. Gee. At this moment, Ning Fan uttered a word and his finger seals changed abruptly. At this moment, the formation light that was covering the abandoned star behind Ning Fan suddenly dispersed, revealing the abandoned star which had a thin amount of spiritual qi. At this moment, the empty abandoned star suddenly lit up with rays of alternating black and white formation light. In an instant, that formation light engulfed the entire Yao sect star region. The attack range of this formation light was actually the entire Yao sect star region. Even Ning Fan did not expect this. No one knew that this corner of the formation pattern was actually this powerful. No one had tried it before, so no one knew about it. Within that formation light, there was a trace of extremely powerful, ancient and vicissitude qi. That trace of qi seemed to be able to suppress the ancient times, making everyone in this place breathless. Their expressions changed greatly and their bodies trembled. Ning Fan was the only one who felt that trace of qi was very warm and comfortable. That was the trace of qi of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos, and Ning Fan was the successor of Ancient Chaos. Countless terrified voices resounded across the starry sky. Emperor! Emperor formation! Which great emperor actually laid down this grand formation? Just a corner of the formation pattern actually has such terrifying power. Just a corner of the formation pattern is enough to kill all the cultivators below the true immortal realm in this star region. If this formation is complete, will it even be able to kill an immortal emperor? This formation is just too terrifying. Impossible. How can a mere void fragmentation realm amp possess such a terrifying formation pattern? Damn it. Damn it. This brat has already laid down a grand formation here and is waiting for us to take the bait. He wants to slaughter all the cultivators in our Yao sect star region. Ning Fan's expression was extremely cold. At this moment, he saw the backs of countless life immortal realm and void fragmentation realm cultivators who were desperately trying to escape. The situation seemed to have turned around in an instant. Ning Fan did not expect that a corner of the formation pattern of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos would actually be this powerful. Just a single corner of the formation pattern could cover an entire mid-grade star region. If he wants to, he could slaughter all the cultivators in the entire Yao sect star region with just a single thought. However, he would not kill everyone in this star region. He would choose to kill selectively. He would only kill the members of the Yao clan and those bandits, devil lords and bounty hunters who came to pursue him. At this moment, Niali respectfully retreated to one side while Ning Fan leaped onto the abandoned star. His feet stepped on the ancient chaos formation pattern as if he had become one with the entire Yao sect star region. A trace of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos Qi entered Ning Fan's body. At this moment, Ning Fan had an illusion that he seemed to have become Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. I, Ancient Chaos, am going to bury the Yao clan of the Eastern Heaven in the galaxy forever. Those who help the Yao clan will face the same punishment. I, Ancient Chaos, am going to bury the Eastern Heaven's Yao clan in the galaxy today. Those who help the Yao clan will be punished as well. His voice resonated with the formation. It carried an unimaginable aura of force and spread far and wide. All the cultivators whose cultivation base had reached the rogue immortal realm looked at the starry sky in disbelief. The cultivators below the rogue immortal realm had yet to notice the huge change in Yao sect star region. To their horror, they realized that the entire Yao sect star region had been sealed by a peerless ferocious formation. When facing the peerlessly ferocious formation, everyone had the misconception that they'd become meat on the chopping block, and they could only allow themselves to be slaughtered by the expert that controlled the grand formation. Their lives were beyond their control, and their deaths were beyond their control. Some erudite and knowledgeable people, upon hearing the two words Ancient Chaos, suddenly turned pale with fright. They had read about the name of Ancient Chaos Great Emperor in some ancient books. That was a peerless ferocious emperor who used the chaotic rings art to sweep across the ancient immortal domain. He created the yin-yang transformation and cultivated two cultivation techniques at the same time. He was a great emperor who had passed away a long time ago. There were 1 billion immortal emperors in his era. His strength was enough to be ranked in the top 10 or even higher among the 1 billion immortal emperors. He was an ancient great emperor. His strength was incomparable to the immortal emperors of the future. I see. This corner of the formation pattern was actually set up by the ancient Chaos Land. No wonder it was so terrifying. Even though Ning Fan called himself Ancient Chaos, no one would really think that he was Ancient Chaos. The reason why Ning Fan said that was probably because he had temporarily merged with the chi of the Ancient Chaos in the formation pattern. The formation pattern of Ancient Chaos Great Emperor. The formation pattern of that peerless ferocious emperor. Yao Kong gritted his teeth. He did not run away, he looked at Ning Fan in disbelief. Looking at the peerless ferocious formation, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Who would have thought that a void fragmentation realm cultivator would actually possess such terrifying formation patterns? A corner of the formation pattern was enough to destroy the entire Yao sect star region. Xianxia, what are you trying to do? Do you want to slaughter the entire Yao sect star region? Do you want to destroy my entire Yao clan? Do you want to anger Elder Qingyun? You are courting death. I advise you to remove the formation light as soon as possible. Otherwise. Near the abandoned star, Yao Kong was the only one who was still trying to stay calm and threaten Ning Fan. The rest of the people, regardless of whether they were void fragmentation realm experts or life immortal realm experts, were frantically running away from this place. Ning Fan's eyes were cold and emotionless as he looked at Yao Kong. It was just a gaze, but it made Yao Kong feel as if he was looking at the heavens. Destroy. A cold word came out from Ning Fan's mouth. In the next instant, a huge palm that was half white and half white suddenly appeared in the void. The giant palm was formed from the power of the formation. That giant palm was bigger than an entire low-ranked cultivation planet. The giant palm slammed down on Yao Kong's head. Yao Kong didn't even have the chance to resist. A dignified mysterious life immortal was directly smashed into meat paste by the giant palm. The power of this huge palm was enough to severely injure a true immortal at the early stage of the crossing truth realm. How could a mere Yao Kong resist the power of one palm? His corpse and storage pouch were taken away by Ning Fan. His primordial spirit was sealed by Ning Fan and kept into his soul pouch. The third one. Ning Fan muttered to himself coldly. Yao Honglei's primordial spirit was the first life immortal realm primordial spirit that Ning Fan captured alive. Yao Xuesen's primordial spirit was the second. Yao Kong's primordial spirit was the third. This was just the beginning. Yao Kong's death could not be hidden from those old monsters who were fleeing in a hurry. A dignified mysterious life immortal had his physical body destroyed by Ning Fan and his primordial spirit captured by Ning Fan without any resistance. This scene deeply shocked the hearts of all the old monsters present. This formation was indeed terrifying and undefeatable. As for Ning Fan, who was currently controlling the grand formation, only true immortals could defeat him. Detestable. Why did my Yao clan provoke such a fiend? However, this brat is really arrogant. Doesn't he know who is supporting my Yao clan? Humph. If I don't die today, I will definitely ask Elder Qingyun to help me and tear that little brat into pieces. A late human profound realm life immortal of the Yao clan cursed while fleeing. His name was Yao Qian. Even though he was cursing, the panic in his eyes could not be hidden from the others. He was afraid. Even if he managed to escape, he would not dare to ask Elder Qingyun to help him and take revenge on Ning Fan. Would Elder Qingyun really stand up for the Yao clan? He had no idea. There was a rumor in the clan that Elder Qingyun had joined the Slaughter Palace after he was expelled from the clan when he was young. The reason why he took care of the Yao clan for the past few years was just because he cared about his kinship. His heartbeat was already in a mess. When a gigantic black and white palm appeared in front of him out of nowhere, he was almost paralyzed in the starry sky. At the next moment, that black and white palm mercilessly slammed down on him. Yao Qian's despairing expression was forever frozen. The gigantic palm easily smashed him into a pile of flesh. With a flash of formation light, his corpse, storage pouch and primordial spirit were all taken away by Ning Fan. The fourth one. Ning Fan's cold voice resounded across the starry sky with the help of the formation light, causing countless cultivators who were fleeing to tremble in fear. Yao Bing was a 7th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator. He was one of the 70,000 void fragmentation realm cultivators of the Yao clan. Before coming to the profound heavenly star, he had never thought that the 70,000 void fragmentation realm cultivators and 100 life immortals of the Yao clan would be scared away by Ningfan alone. After witnessing the miserable fate of his clan lord with his own eyes, Yao Bing's entire body was trembling. If the heavens give him a chance to choose again, he would certainly not choose to be born in the Yao clan. He would never be willing to become Ningfan's enemy. He had the ambition to become an immortal. He did not want to die. He did not want to die here. He wanted to run, but he did not know where he could run to. The entire Yao sect star region was within Ningfan's attack range. Could he escape? Rumble a gigantic palm that blotted out the sky suddenly appeared above Yao Bing. It ruthlessly slammed down on him. Yao Bing only felt a tremendous force hitting his body. At the next moment, his vision turned black and he lost all consciousness. He naturally did not know that he had been smashed into a pile of flesh by the formation light and his primordial spirit had been taken away by Ningfan to be used as a medium for the spirit blast technique. There were 80,000 void fragmentation realm cultivators who suffered the same fate as Yao Bing. 70,000 of them were from the Yao clan while the remaining 10,000 were here to kill Ningfan for the reward. With just a single palm strike, the gigantic formation light destroyed 80,000 void fragmentation realm cultivators. If it wasn't because Ningfan wanted to keep their primordial spirits to use the technique, their souls would certainly be destroyed by the gigantic palm. Rays of formation light flashed. Piles of corpse paste, storage pouch and primordial spirits were taken away by Ningfan. 80,000 void fragmentation realm primordial spirits were obtained. A single palm strike killed 80,000 void fragmentation realm cultivators. All the life immortals were frightened by this horrifying scene. Luo Hai trembled. It was too late for regrets. He was an old monster of the ghost mystic realm. He could have dominated a region and become a respected ancestor, but he had come to the Yao sect star field to get involved in this mess. They shouldn't have come. He had originally come for the number 1 fat sheep in eastern sky. He had originally come for the 10 billion Dao crystals. Initially, he thought that killing Ningfan was as easy as flipping his palm. However, things turned out contrary to one's wishes. How could that Ningfan be the number 1 fat sheep in eastern sky? He was a wolf that had gone mad and wanted to kill people. 7 fiendish old demon. What intentions do you have, to actually set up a reward of 10 billion for this person? You've really done me a lot of harm. You've done a lot of harm. Luo Hai gritted his teeth and vented all his anger on 7 Fiend sect. If it wasn't for the 7 Fiend sect's bewitching reward, why would he come to kill Ningfan? Why would he encounter such a desperate situation? If he could escape from Yao sect star field alive, Luo Hai only wanted to do one thing. He slaughtered 7 Fiend sect to vent his anger. Unfortunately, he was destined to not have the chance to vent his anger. The gigantic black and white palm covered the entire sky and slammed down from the void. Luo Hai did not have time to react at all and was directly smashed into meat paste. Su Dao was a life immortal realm expert of the Eastern Heaven and Earth primordial sect. He was an expert in escaping techniques of the 5 elements, especially the earth element escaping technique. Every time he took out a handful of soil from his storage pouch and sprinkled it into the starry sky, he would be able to use the soil to escape billions of li * 500 m per li away. He flew at full speed. He deeply believed that as long as he continues to flee with all his might, he would be able to get out of Yao sect star field and escape the attack range of the Grand Formation. Unfortunately, when a gigantic black and white palm descended from the sky, all of his confidence turned into despair. The 5th, the 6th, the 7th, more and more life immortals were killed in the starry sky. Gradually, there were already 74 primordial spirits of life immortals in Ningfan's soul pouch. There were still 72 life immortals who had yet to be killed by the formation light. They were in despair. No matter how far they ran, as long as they did not leave Yao sect star field, they would be killed by the palm of the formation light. Finally, they stopped running. They had gone mad. They turned around and rushed towards Ningfan's direction. If they had to die, then they would perish together with Ningfan. Perhaps, after killing Ningfan, the Grand Formation would lose control and stop on its own. Perhaps, there was no one who could stop the grand formation from operating anymore. Gradually, there was only one thought left in their minds. Kill. Kill. Kill Ning Fan. Since there was no other way out, they might as well risk their lives for the last time. Instead of dying on the way to escape, they might as well die on the way to counterattack. At least they have some backbone. Unfortunately, it's useless. Ning Fan's eyes were cold and emotionless. His 10 fingers moved rapidly and 72 gigantic palm shadows suddenly appeared in the starry sky, slamming down on the heavenly spirits of the life immortals. A series of rumbling noises came one after another. Each rumble indicated that a life immortal had turned into a pile of meat. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk despair, resentment, anger, fear, pleading, all sorts of expressions appeared on the faces of these life immortals. In the end, their expressions were fixed forever. Ning Fan's eyes remained unmoved. Since these people wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to be merciful to them. With the help of the formation light, Ning Fan mercilessly reaped the lives of the life immortal realm experts one after another. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all of the 146 life immortal realm experts and 80,000 void fragmentation realm experts were killed in Ning Fan's hands. Their primordial spirits were captured, the life immortals of the Yao family were all dead, and so were all the life immortals who came to invade the Yao family. However, this was not the end. Ning Fan had said that he wanted the entire Yao clan to be buried in the galaxy forever. Even though the main force of the Yao clan had died, their foundation was still there. To cut the weeds, one must remove the roots. The formation had been activated and could not be stopped. Now that Ning Fan had become one with the formation, his spirit sense could extend to the entire Yao sect star region. If he wants to, he could fly to any place in the Yao sect star region with a single step. After keeping Niali back into his cauldron ring, Ning Fan transmitted his voice to her. You can refine the flesh and blood essence on your own. Eat slowly and don't choke. The corpses of the experts that had fallen in this battle all belonged to Niali. With a sway of his body, Ning Fan directly vanished from the abandoned planet, disappearing without a trace. Azure River Star, Yao Sky Sect. The sect master was a great void stage-old monster from the Yao clan. The cultivators of this sect were all from the Yao clan. At this moment, Sect Master Yao Tian was reprimanding the Star Lord of the Azure River Star region. Sect Master Yao Tian only had an absolute void stage cultivation base while the Azure River Star Lord was at the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. However, Sect Master Yao Tian still dared to reprimand the Star Lord in front of everyone. It was because he was a member of the Yao clan. A mere void fragmentation realm Star Lord would not dare to offend the Yao clan at all. The Yao clan's overbearing manner was well known in the Eastern Heaven. It's your honor that I have taken a liking to your daughter. I will only give you 3 days to wash your daughter clean and send her to my room. If you dare to disobey my order, I guarantee you that you will die a horrible death. Sect Master Yao Tian looked at the Azure River Star Lord who was half kneeling on the ground with disdain. The Azure River Star Lord's face turned pale. He clenched his teeth so hard that they were about to break. His daughter had just become Dao companions with someone, but she had already caught the eye of Sect Master Yao Tian and he wanted to keep her as his human cauldron. In the cultivation world, he knew that he was not a kind person. However, he could not bring himself to destroy his daughter's happiness and send her to be ravaged by Sect Master Yao Tian. As a dignified Star Lord, he actually had to be reprimanded by a junior and he could not even protect his own daughter. He was unwilling, resentful, helpless, and guilty. Ultimately, he did not dare to offend the Yao clan. There is still room for negotiation. As long as Sect Master is willing to let my daughter go, I am willing to give up all my wealth and give it to Sect Master. Azure River Star Lord said with humiliation. There is absolutely no room for negotiation. You can scram now. If I don't see your daughter 3 days later, I will send a message to the clan and gather experts to annihilate your entire clan. Sect Master Yao Tian snorted impatiently and ordered the cultivators beside him to chase the Azure River Star Lord away. A few Gold Core Realm cultivators looked at the Azure River Star Lord mockingly and dragged him out of Yao Tian's sect like a dog. As the saying went, the gate of the Prime Minister was a 7th grade official. Even a dog of the Yao clan would have a higher status than the Azure River Star Lord. You've gone too far. The Azure River Star Lord stumbled out of Yao Tian's sect. He was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He closed his eyes in despair and struggled internally. He did not know if he should sacrifice his daughter in exchange for the survival of his entire clan. Suddenly, the Azure River Star Lord opened his eyes in disbelief. He realized that the entire Azure River Star had been locked down by an extremely powerful aura. A white-robed young man suddenly appeared in the sky above Yao Tian's sect while stepping on a ring of black and white Dao patterns. Yao Kong is dead. The life immortal of the Yao clan has been annihilated. The Yao Tian sect shall also be annihilated. This voice echoed throughout the entire Azure River Star. The white-robed young man suddenly raised his palm and pressed it down. In the next instant, a black and white palm print that was only 10,000 feet long descended from the sky. With just one palm, the entire Yao Tian sect was reduced to ashes. None of the cultivators of the sect survived. Sect Master Yao Tian was still dreaming of bullying a girl. Before he could react, he died under the palm print. This person is old demon Xianxia. Isn't he being hunted by the Yao clan? Why is he here? He said that Yao Kong is dead and the Yao clan's fate immortals were all killed. Could it be that he single-handedly slaughtered all the Yao clan's fate immortals? The Green River Star Lord stared at Ning Fan with a trembling body. At this moment, Ning Fan had merged into one with the chaotic ancient emperor formation. He only needed to release a trace of his chi and it would be enough to suppress the Green River Star Lord to death. He definitely has the strength to slaughter the Yao family. He had really killed all the life immortals of the Yao family. The reason he came here to destroy the Yao Sky sect is to eliminate the Yao family by the roots. The Yao family is gone. The Yao family was actually destroyed. Haha, haha. Good, really good. The Green River Star Lord threw his head back and laughed heartily. All of a sudden, he knelt on the ground and bowed to Ning Fan. Ning Fan, however, did not even look at the Azure River Star Lord. His body flashed and he headed to the next location. Flame Dragon Star, a branch of the Yao family. Earthsea Star, a branch of the Yao family. Ghost Orchid Star, a branch of the Yao family. Ning Fan moved like a ghost. Borrowing the power of the formation, he shuttled across the entire Yao sect star region. One by one, the Yao family's side forces were destroyed. Ning Fan killed countless cultivators. Finally, he arrived at Yao Zongxing. This was the last cultivation planet in the Yao sect star region that still had cultivators of the Yao family. This was the main star of the Yao sect star region. This was where the ancestral clan of the Yao family was located. All of the cultivators above the void fragmentation realm of the Yao family had come out. The ones who stayed behind to guard the ancestral clan were just some void refinement realm cultivators. However, the Yao family's accumulation of millions of years was no small matter. Ning Fan stood outside of Yao Zongxing. His terrifying killing intent locked onto the entire star region. Countless void refinement realm cultivators of the Yao family flew into the starry sky in panic and looked at Ning Fan with fear. The 7 elders of the Yao family stood in front of the remaining forces of the Yao family. These 7 elders were not the strongest cultivators of the Yao family. They were the representatives of the 7 branches of the ancestral clan. When an elder dies, the next elder will be selected to be in charge of the clan's punishments and rewards. The news of Ning Fan slaughtering all the life immortals of the Yao family and destroying countless forces of the Yao family had already reached Yao Zongxing. The 7 elders looked at Ning Fan. They were obviously terrified, but they still gritted their teeth and pretended to be high and mighty. Old Ancestor Xianxia, you've killed countless experts of our Yao family. Elder Qingyun will never let you go. If you stop now and cripple your own cultivation base, we can plead on your behalf and spare your life. Are you done? Ning Fan asked coldly. I haven't finished. When they met Ning Fan's cold eyes, the 7 elders trembled in fear. I don't want to listen to you guys anymore. All of you can die now. At this moment, Ning Fan raised his palm. Under the horrified gazes of countless cultivators of the Yao family, he slammed his palm down. A black and white palm imprint that was as large as a low-grade cultivation planet landed on Yao Zongxing with a loud bang. Yao Zongxing, a dignified mid-grade cultivation planet, was directly split into 2 halves by Ning Fan's palm. The powerful force of the palm spread out and the cultivators of the Yao family exploded one after another. the 7 elders and the other void refinement realm cultivators also exploded and died. Before they died, their expressions were still filled with fear. From today onwards, within Eastern Sky, there will no longer be a Yao family. Ning Fan's body flashed and he returned to Yao Zongxing's body. His hand was still in midair, showing the foundation of the Yao clan. The power of the formation was disappearing bit by bit. Even though the great ancient chaos formation was powerful, it was still only a corner of the formation patterns and could not be preserved for long. Fortunately, with the help of the chaotic ancient formation marks, Ning Fan had already obtained enough void fragmentation realm and life immortal realm primordial spirits. However, if he wanted to execute the god bombardment art, he would have to kill and process these primordial spirits one by one and refine them into secret primordial spirits. Without the secret primordial spirit, one wouldn't be able to use the soul blast art even if they knew the finger technique. In this battle, Ning Fan had seized countless storage pouches. In addition to the looting of the Yao clan's lair, the spoils of war that he had seized were quite abundant. Dao crystal, 170 billion, a total of 207 million-year-old spirit herbs. There were countless types of 8th revolution pills and many 9th revolution pills. Life-saving immortal talismans, jade pendants, human profound, ghost profound attacks, and even a few true immortal jade slips. Inside the Yao family's ancestral temple, the Yao family's ancestor's statue was still enshrined, and it had accumulated thousands of years of incense. Unfortunately, these incense belonged to the old ancestor of the Yao family. He was already dead. Other than him, no one could take away the incense. Today, these incense belonged to Ning Fan because he had an incense flame puppet. Ning Fan took out his golden puppet. The amount of incense power in the puppet was pitifully little. The sea of stars worshipped his incense. The rain world also gradually began to worship his incense. The cauldron still had the seed of incense inside it. However, the total amount of incense they had was not even 1/1000th of what the old ancestor of the Yao family had. The power of incense was the power of faith. It was a special power that was produced through the worship of the disciples. It could only be used by the person being worshipped. Outsiders could not seize the incense. The amount of incense was related to the number of disciples and also the time of worship. Ning Fan had too few incense followers while the old ancestor of the Yao family had the incense followers of all the cultivators in the entire mid-grade star region. Ning Fan had only been worshipped for a short period of time while the old ancestor of the Yao family had been worshipped for millions of years. Therefore, the amount of incense that Ning Fan collected was far less than the amount of incense that the old ancestor of the Yao family had. The power of incense was an important method for life immortal realm cultivators to improve their cultivation base. If Ning Fan breaks through to the life immortal realm, his cultivation base would certainly improve tremendously with the large amount of incense in his hands. After injecting the power of incense into his golden statue, Ning Fan temporarily stayed on Yao Zongxing and began to refine the countless primordial spirits that he had captured in this battle using a secret technique. As long as he refined the primordial spirits of these void fragmentation realm and life immortal realm cultivators, he would be able to use the spirit explosion technique. With so many primordial spirits in his hands, even mid and late true crossing realm true immortals would have to be wary of him. Along the way, Ning Fan no longer needed to worry about true crossing realm true immortals coming to kill him to claim their reward. However, if he overthrows the Yao family, there would probably be new troubles coming his way, for example, Yao Qingyun. Another example would be old monsters who were stronger than the true crossing realm who would be eyeing Ning Fan's storage pouch. Currently, Ning Fan had quite a number of Dao crystals with him. The matter of robbing the Yao family could no longer be concealed. To be continued. The Yao sect star field's domain sealing grand array gradually disappeared with the destruction of the Yao family. 10 days later, the formation completely disappeared. The life immortals and perfected immortals who were waiting outside the Yao sect star field immediately swarmed into the Yao sect star field the moment the formation light disappeared. However, as soon as they entered the star field, these old monsters heard a shocking piece of news, and their expressions changed drastically. Even the true immortals of the true crossing realm could not remain calm. The Yao family had been destroyed. The murderer's name was Chiaki. This person had killed 146 life immortals and 80,000 void fragmentation realm experts all by himself. This person plundered the entire Yao family, emptying the Yao family's millions of years of heritage. Impossible. That old ancestor Xianxia is only at the void fragmentation realm. How could he have the ability to kill 146 immortals? A life immortal realm expert's face turned pale the moment he heard the news. He was just a life immortal realm expert. Would he be killed by Ning Fan when he came to exchange his head for the reward? Monarch formation. It was an emperor formation. That old demon Xianxia possessed a corner of the formation runes and used it to destroy the entire Yao family. The other life immortal found out the cause of Yao family's destruction, but he didn't feel relaxed at all. Impossible. Old Devil Xianxia's cultivation base is just at the void fragmentation realm. How is it possible for him to have an emperor formation mark? So what if you think it's impossible? Old demon Xianxia did indeed possess the imperial formation and slaughtered all the immortals of the realm. This is an indisputable fact. Oh right, I heard that ancestor Xianxia slaughtered the entire Yao family and seized more than 100 billion Dao crystal. What? Over 100 billion? So many. The old monsters who entered the Yao sect star region from the heavenly water star region turned pale with fright when they heard about Ning Fan's terrifying battle achievements. However, as soon as they heard that Ning Fan had seized more than 100 billion Dao crystals, their eyes flashed with greed again. As the domain-locking Grand Array opened, news of the Yao family's destruction spread like wildfire to the other star fields. Ning Fan's ferocious name spread across the entire eastern heaven at an astonishing speed. At this moment, no one regarded Ning Fan as a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Ordinary life immortal realm experts no longer had the courage to continue chasing after him. However, more and more true immortals were interested in Ning Fan. The reward of 10 billion could only move the heart of an early-stage crossing truth true immortal. 100 billion Dao crystals was enough to move the heart of an old monster at the peak of crossing truth peak. Currently, it was widely rumored that Ning Fan had plundered more than 100 billion Dao crystals from the Yao clan. A man's wealth is his own ruin. There was no doubt that these Dao crystals would bring trouble to Ning Fan. Of course, the biggest problem was the slaughter hall's clear cloud elder, Yao Qingyun. This person had once been expelled by the Yao clan, but because of old ties, he supported the Yao clan. No one knew if Yao Qingyun would kill Ning Fan to avenge the Yao clan. In the starry sky, a star gate suddenly appeared at the border between the Skywater star field and the Yao sect star field. Then, a white-robed young man with towering killing intent walked out of the star door and walked toward the array gate of the Skywater star zone. The murderous aura on his body is so dreadful that even a true immortal at the early stage of the crossing truth realm would find it hard to withstand his murderous aura and devil might. Many experts were passing through the array gate of the heavenly water sector, including life immortals and perfected immortals. They all saw the white-clothed youth. They recognized him. He was Ning Fan. Ning Fan who massacred the Yao clan. He's old demon Xianxia. 146 life immortals in the Yao sect star zone died in his hands. There were a total of 16 life immortals here. 4 of them were life immortals who were in charge of guarding the heavenly water formation gate, while the other 12 were life immortals who were just passing by. When the 16 life immortals saw Ning Fan's face, their expressions varied. There was apprehension, shock, greed, murderous intent, and dread. There were also 2 true immortals at the early crossing truth realm who were staring at the white-robed youth with cold eyes. Their eyes were filled with greedy killing intent. In their opinion, even though Ning Fan was infamous, it was all because of the Emperor formation marks. Emperor formation marks were extremely rare. It was impossible for Ning Fan to possess a second one. Of course, they could not rule out the possibility that Ning Fan had other heaven-defying means. If they kill Ning Fan, they would be able to seize his storage pouch and obtain 200 billion Dao crystals. Why not? If they could obtain the Dao crystals without killing Ning Fan, it would be even better. They could reap benefits without fighting. Hand over all the Dao crystals you have and we will spare your life. The 2 true immortal old men each took a step forward and spoke to Ning Fan coldly with their powerful auras. Even though they were greedy for Ning Fan's Dao crystals, they were still very cautious. If they could obtain the Dao crystals without fighting, they would not mind letting Ning Fan go. If they were to fight and Ning Fan used other heaven-defying means, it would not be fun anymore. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He stood outside the heavenly water formation with baleful chi protecting his body. He was not affected by the auras of the 2 true immortals. Without saying anything, he patted his soul pouch and summoned 80,000 Void Fragmentation Realm Primordial Spirits and 146 Life Immortal Realm Primordial Spirits. After these primordial spirits went through special treatment, they were no longer living beings. These primordial spirits could use the Spirit Explosion technique. 108 Life Immortal Realm Primordial Spirits could kill an early Crossing Truth Realm True Immortal. 146 Life Immortal Realm Primordial Spirits and 80,000 Void Fragmentation Realm Primordial Spirits could even kill a mid-Crossing Truth Realm True Immortal. The primordial spirits with blank eyes and dense death chi hovered above Ning Fan's head while wailing like ghosts. As Ning Fan's hand seals changed slightly, a terrifying wave spread out from the primordial spirits in the sky. That was the wave of primordial spirits that were about to self-detonate. If so many primordial spirits self-detonate, there would not be a single person left alive in this place except for Ning Fan. All of a sudden, the expressions of the 16 Life Immortal Realm and the 2 True Immortal Realm experts changed drastically. They were horrified, the greed in everyone's eyes turned into deep fear. The 2 True Immortal Realm old men, in particular, could vaguely recognize the ability that Ning Fan just displayed. Fear filled their hearts, even though the two of them had never seen the Spirit Explosion technique with their own eyes. They had long heard about the famous Spirit Explosion technique of the Yao family. The most shocking battle that the founder of the Yao family, Yao Hongshan, had in his life was when he slightly injured an immortal emperor with the primordial spirits of 3,000 true immortals. One should know that Yao Hongshan was just at the Shedding Void Realm at that time. Injuring an immortal emperor with the help of Shedding Void Realm was supposed to be nonsense. However, it became a reality in Yao Hongshan's hands. Even though he only slightly injured that immortal emperor, Yao Hongshan still gained the recognition of that immortal emperor. The Spirit Explosion technique was famous across the world for a period of time. Unfortunately, after Yao Hongshan's death, this technique was eventually sealed and its fame was gradually forgotten by the people. The 2 True Immortals could roughly tell that the technique that Ning Fan displayed was the Spirit Explosion technique. Moreover, Ning Fan had too many primordial spirits. If he uses the Spirit Explosion technique, perhaps he could even kill a mid-Duzhen realm expert in an instant. Once this technique is activated, all 18 immortals present would die. This young man must not be provoked. If we anger him and he uses the Spirit Explosion technique, we will certainly die without a doubt. There is absolutely no possibility of survival. The 2 True Immortals turned pale with fright. They exchanged glances with each other and hurriedly cupped their fists to apologize to Ning Fan. "Little friend, please calm down. The two of us were just joking with you. Little friend, quickly retract your primordial spirits. You mustn't act rashly." When the 16 Life Immortals and many Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators saw the 2 True Immortals rushing to apologize to Ning Fan, all of them sighed with emotion. No one laughed at the 2 True Immortals' cowardice. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that if Ning Fan gets angry and explodes all of his primordial spirits, none of the cultivators at the formation entrance would be able to survive. Get lost. Ning Fan stared at the 2 True Immortals coldly. His eyes were filled with monstrous baleful chi, causing the souls of all the immortals present to tremble. His tone was not polite at all. He just wanted to show off his arrogant appearance. The more arrogant he was, the more others would think that he had many trump cards and be afraid of him. Being scolded by a Void Fragmentation Realm Junior was a humiliating thing. However, the 2 True Immortals did not feel humiliated. Instead, they felt fortunate. Fortunately, Ning Fan asked them to get lost instead of killing them. It would be best if they could keep their lives. This Ning Fan is really a ruthless character that cannot be provoked. The 2 True Immortals no longer dared to stay at this place. They cupped their fists at Ning Fan again and left in a hurry. All the cultivators at the scene sucked in a cold breath. It was their first time seeing True Immortals being scared away by a Void Fragmentation Realm cultivator. Each of the old monsters looked at Ning Fan with incomparable respect. Old Devil Xianxia truly lives up to his name. He isn't someone we can afford to offend. Even old monster Duzhen doesn't dare to provoke him. We must not offend him. After the True Immortals left, the Life Immortals and Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators kept quiet out of fear. They did not dare to look Ning Fan in the eye. With the Spirit Blast technique, even a late-stage True Immortal would not dare to provoke Ning Fan unless Ning Fan exhausted all of his primordial spirit. How would they have the guts to go against Ning Fan? Each of the life immortals lowered their heads and wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. They did not want to have too much contact with Ning Fan to avoid getting themselves into trouble. The 4 life immortals who guarded the formation door swallowed their saliva and complained incessantly. They were responsible for guarding the formation door. Hence, they could not leave easily. When Ning Fan entered the formation door, they would also be responsible for verifying his identity. If they did that, they might anger Ning Fan and get themselves into trouble. The Heavenly Water Star region was just a mid-grade star region. With Ning Fan's Spirit Blast technique, no one would dare to offend him. Wait. The 3 of you can't leave. The rest of you can leave now. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly cold. His killing intent locked on the 3 life immortals who wanted to leave this place. All of them were devil hunters with a bounty. From the very beginning, the 3 of them had wanted to kill him. Among the 3 of them, 2 of them were at the early human profound realm while the last one was at the mid-human profound realm. Most importantly, the 3 of them had the insignia of the Pill sect on their bodies. They were probably cultivators from the subordinate forces of the Pill sect. The 3 life immortals who were locked on by Ning Fan's killing intent felt a chill down their spines. They panicked and did not stop. Instead, they moved even faster. When the other life immortals saw that Ning Fan did not make things difficult for them, they heaved a sigh of relief. They did not intend to meddle in this matter and hurriedly left. Ning Fan did not even look at the other life immortals. His killing intent was always locked on the 3 subordinates of the Pill sect. Before Ning Fan kept the sky-covering primordial spirits, he flicked his finger and 1,000 void fragmentation realm primordial spirits flew towards the 2 early human profound realm experts. Another 2,000 void fragmentation realm primordial spirits flew towards the mid-human profound realm old monster. All of a sudden, 4,000 void fragmentation realm primordial spirits self-detonated in the starry sky. The destructive waves engulfed the 3 life immortals. 3 blood-curdling screams were heard and the 3 of them died at the same time. Ning Fan did not collect their primordial spirits to use for his technique. Instead, he chose to kill them directly. As for the reason, it was naturally because he wanted to exchange the heads of the 3 bounty devils for the reward. The heads must contain the remnant power of the primordial spirits. Therefore, if he were to exchange the heads for the reward, he would not be able to keep the primordial spirits to use his technique. Ning Fan killed 3 life immortals with just a raise of his hand. His terrifying means sent chills down the spines of the cultivators in the area. The 4 life immortals who were guarding the place swallowed their saliva at the same time. Looking at the 76,000 void fragmentation realm primordial spirits and the 146 primordial spirits of the life immortals around Ning Fan, all of them felt their scalps go numb. The 4 of them became even more convinced that they must never provoke Ning Fan. Otherwise, they would be easily killed by him. After collecting the corpses and storage pouches of the 3 life immortals, Ning Fan only kept their heads. As for the other body parts, he refined them into blood and flesh essences and threw them into the cauldron world for Zili to eat. Zili was definitely the one who gained the most from the battle in Yao Sect Star region. I wonder how much would Zili's cultivation base rise to after devouring the blood and flesh of all the void fragmentation realm and life immortals. After killing the 3 subordinates of the Pill sect, Ning Fan's bounty of 10 billion devil heads was already on him. As long as he turns in the task, the disciples of the Slaughter Palace would no longer attack him. Of course, this did not include Yao Qingyun's. If Yao Qingyun really comes, Ning Fan could only use the death exemption token that Wu Qin gave him to block the calamity. With this token, he could be exempted from all crimes except for those who betrayed the palace. No one could take Ning Fan's life, including Sha Di. Even if Ning Fan was not a member of the Slaughter Palace, Yao Qingyun could not kill him either. It was because of this token that Ning Fan dared to take the risk of angering Yao Qingyun and destroy the Yao clan. However, even if Yao Qingyun did not kill him for the sake of this token, he still offended her after all. After joining the Slaughter Palace in the future, Ning Fan's life would certainly not be easy. To kill someone, one did not necessarily have to act directly. With Yao Qingyun's status, he only needed to arrange some extremely dangerous tasks for Ning Fan and it would be enough for him to die 100 times. Putting Yao Qingyun's troubles aside for the time being, the problem of the Slaughter Palace's bounty had also come to an end. The new problem was the Dao crystals. Ning Fan had too many Dao crystals. It was enough to tempt a peak cultivator at the crossing truth realm. It might be able to tempt old monster Shikong. After passing the heavenly water star region would be the Sky Emperor star region. It was a high-grade star region. The Star Lord of the main star, the Sky Emperor star, was a Shikong. Now that the Slaughter Palace's disciple recruitment ceremony was approaching, Ning Fan did not know if there were any other Shikongs staying in the Sky Emperor star region. In fact, the way to avoid being targeted by Shikong was very simple. Before those Shikong old monsters come to find him, he could spend all his immortal jade in front of countless cultivators. Ning Fan's goal was to spend all his money in the heavenly water star region. Of course, there were countless ways to spend money. His eyes turned slightly cold. He thought of the best way to spend money, which would certainly benefit the sect master of the Pill sect for the rest of his life. Didn't the Pill sect put a bounty of 10 billion on his head? He would pay them back in their own coin. Due to the great battle, Ning Fan did not have the time to collect the silver badge from Yao Zongxing's slaughter pavilion. However, the number of slaughter badges he obtained from annihilating the Yao clan was not small. Yao Li, the outstanding disciple of the Yao clan, was not in the Yao sect star region. He had already gone to the Slaughter Palace and avoided death under the chaotic ancient emperor formation. The slaughter badges that the Yao clan plundered for Yao Li had all fallen into Ning Fan's pocket. There were more than 1,400 silver badges. Ning Fan, who originally had less than 200 badges, now had more than 1,600 badges. To Ning Fan, who wanted to join the Slaughter Palace, this was definitely a windfall. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. He put away all his distracting thoughts and retracted his primordial spirit that filled the sky. Then, he walked towards the 4 heavenly water life immortals who were guarding the formation entrance. The 4 life immortals were extremely nervous. Before Ning Fan could approach them, they took a step forward and greeted him respectfully. "We, the cultivators of the heavenly water realm, greet old ancestor Xianxia." The 4 life immortals were actually treating Ning Fan with the same respect as juniors treating their elders. Ning Fan's eyes were expressionless. He said indifferently, "Who has the heavenly water celestial plate? Sell me one." "I have it. If old ancestor Xianxia needs it, you can just take it. There's no need to pay for it." The 4 of them said in unison. If they don't please Ning Fan now, when should they do so? To be continued. The 4 heavenly water life immortals tried their best to please Ning Fan, as they were afraid that he would destroy the entire heavenly water star region in a fit of anger. If he could use a mere star compass to please Ning Fan, it would naturally be for the best. Ning Fan ignored the 4 of them. He took the star compass from one of them and handed him a storage pouch that contained 1 million Dao crystals. The Astral Mercury astrolabe on the market was about this price. He had no enmity with the cultivators of Tianshui. He did not need them to please him, nor did he need to owe them favors. After obtaining the heavenly water star plate, Ning Fan's body flashed and turned into a ray of traveling light, speeding towards the main star of the heavenly water star. Seeing Ning Fan leaving, the 4 heavenly water life immortals heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Fortunately, Ning Fan did not go berserk and kill them. Along the way, he encountered quite a number of void fragmentation realm and life immortal realm experts. He even met a few true immortals at the true crossing realm. The few true crossing realm true immortals went straight towards Yaozong's star field. It seemed like they were eager to take his head. When they encountered Ning Fan, a small number of ghost profound life immortals would block his path. As for the true immortals, they did not hesitate to stop Ning Fan, wanting to kill him and seize his treasures. In the face of these people, Ning Fan did not say a word. He just summoned countless void fragmentation realm and life immortal realm primordial spirits and performed the hand seals of the spirit blasting technique. As a result, countless life immortals and true immortals were frightened by Ning Fan's ruthless means. Thus, before Ning Fan even reached the heavenly water star, his devil name had already spread across the entire heavenly water star region. Even the intermediate and late true crossing realm true immortals were scared off by Ning Fan. "Have you heard? That old devil Xianxia has already entered our heavenly water star region and is heading straight for our heavenly water star." A void fragmentation realm cultivator who was patrolling outside the heavenly water star said to his companion mysteriously. "Old demon Xianxia. Old demon Thousand Autumns, the one who slaughtered all the immortals in the Yao sect galaxy." Countless patrolling cultivators were horrified. There are many foreign perfected immortals in the Skywater galaxy. Although old demon Xianxia has the ability to kill life immortals, he shouldn't be able to fight perfected immortals, right? I don't think he would dare to behave atrociously in Heavenly Water Star region. A few patrolling cultivators said in a low voice. Haven't you heard? That old demon Xianxia had stolen the Yao clan's founding ancestor's famous technique, the God Blast art. Currently, he had more than 70,000 Void Fragmentation Realm Primordial Spirits and 146 Life Immortal Realm Primordial Spirits. If he were to use the Spirit Blasting technique, he could even kill an intermediate True Immortal instantly and severely injure a late True Immortal. Along the way, he has already scared off many perfected immortals. God Blast art? What's that? Haven't you heard? The ancestor of the Yao family once used this technique to injure an immortal emperor at the Void Renhuang realm. I heard. What? That God Blast art is such a terrifying art. One of the Void Fragmentation realm patrolling cultivators described the scariness of the soul blasting technique in a vivid manner. The other patrolling cultivators were greatly shocked. After the death of the Yao clan's founding ancestor, the God Blast art was lost. Very few cultivators below the perfected immortal realm knew about this art. Yao Honglei was lucky enough to inherit this technique, but he did not have the strength to capture a large number of experts' primordial spirits, so he naturally could not make this technique famous again. Today, however, Ning Fan had overthrown the Yao clan and obtained this technique. Moreover, he relied on this technique to travel across the eastern heaven, scaring off countless life immortals and true immortals. This technique was now known to the world once again. A technique that could make a Void Fragmentation realm cultivator scare off a true immortal was certainly extremely powerful. Outside the Heavenly Water Star, a group of patrolling cultivators were chatting casually. All of a sudden, an incomparably ferocious ray of traveling light dashed towards them at full speed. A red ray of light shot up into the sky. That traveling light came at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived outside the Heavenly Water Star. As the traveling light faded, a white-robed young man appeared. His body was surrounded by a dazzling blood-red light. His baleful qi was so dense that it was suffocating. The moment this white-robed young man arrived, all the patrolling cultivators were greatly shocked. Qian. Old Devil Xianxia. He's here. He's coming to the Heavenly Water Star. A few patrolling cultivators hurriedly crushed their messaging jade slips. All of a sudden, the expressions of the 13 life immortals on the entire Heavenly Water Star changed drastically. They hurriedly left the star and looked at the white-robed young man in panic. Who else could this white-robed young man be other than Ning Fan? Among the 13 life immortals, 5 of them were at the early human profound realm, 3 of them were at the mid-human profound realm, 2 of them were at the late human profound realm, 2 of them were at the peak human profound realm, and 1 of them was at the early ghost profound realm. Logically speaking, this group of arrogant old monsters would never lower their heads to a Void Fragmentation realm cultivator. However, at this moment, the 13 life immortals actually did not dare to breathe loudly in front of Ning Fan. They had already received information about Ning Fan. They knew that he had learned the Spirit Blast technique, which could even scare off mid and late true immortals. Among the 13 life immortals, the leader of the Ghost Profound Realm life immortals was called Yuan Chenzi. Yuan Chenzi's master was a ghost-masked assassin from the Slaughter Palace. His cultivation base was at the True Crossing realm. With this relationship, ordinary true immortals would not dare to provoke Yuan Chenzi. If it was during normal times, Yuan Chenzi would be able to handle even a true immortal at the True Crossing realm with ease. He would not panic at all. Today, however, he was facing Ning Fan, a ruthless person who even dared to slaughter the Yao clan. He was a ferocious devil who had killed 146 life immortals all by himself. Yuan Chenzi was naturally extremely afraid of Ning Fan. The backer of the Yao clan was Elder Qingyun of the Slaughter Palace. Ning Fan still slaughtered the entire Yao clan without hesitation. He was not afraid of Yao Qingyun at all. Yuan Chenzi's backer was just a ghost-masked assassin at the True Crossing realm. Why would Ning Fan be afraid of him, now that Ning Fan had the Spirit Blast technique? If he really wants to slaughter the entire Heavenly Water Star region, no one would be able to stop him. I wonder what brings fellow Taoist Xianxia to my planet. Yuan Shenzi forced a smile on his face unnaturally and looked at Ning Fan with an apologetic smile. He was originally a serious person. When had he ever lowered his voice and apologized to Ning Fan? Of course, he was not used to it. However, he did not dare to not smile at Ning Fan. He was afraid that if he angered Ning Fan, he would die a violent death. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the 13 life immortals. When he saw the fear on their faces, he sighed inwardly. However, he did not show any unusual expression on his face. These people were afraid of him because he possessed a large amount of primordial spirit and knew the spirit blast technique. Once his primordial spirit is exhausted, would these people still be afraid of him? At the end of the day, the spirit blast technique was just an external force. Only by improving his cultivation base could he truly have the power to protect himself. If I can find the longevity jade for Nuan, I should start to break my life-breaking realm and become an immortal. Ning Fan thought to himself. Seeing that Ning Fan did not say anything for a long time, the 13 life immortals felt uneasy. They could not feel at ease as they could not figure out Ning Fan's purpose for coming here. Those void fragmentation realm guards became even more terrified. Each of them felt as if their hearts were in their throats. If Ning Fan really wants to slaughter the entire Heavenly Water Star region, they could only bow their heads and wait for their deaths. Fellow Taoist Xianxia, please be magnanimous and let my Heavenly Water Star region go. In the end, Yuan Shenzi could not bear the heavy pressure anymore. He gritted his teeth and voiced out his worries. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. He snapped out of his thoughts and said to Yuan Shenzi. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. I just want to buy some things from the Heavenly Water Star region. I won't cause any trouble here. I've long heard that the Heavenly Water Star is a famous trading star. Now that I've seen it, it really lives up to its reputation. Ning Fan scanned the Heavenly Water Star with his spirit sense. When he saw that there were countless trading cities on the planet, he nodded his head in satisfaction. He had already made up his mind to spend all of his Tao crystals in this place. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of the void fragmentation realm. He could no longer absorb the power of the Tao crystals for cultivation. To him, the Tao crystals were just money. Money could not be used to make money even if it was placed there. If he keeps too much of it, it would also attract the attention of old monster Shikong. The wise move was to convert all of his money into items that could save his life and help him cultivate. In the cultivation world, a miser would not live long. Is fellow Taoist really just here to buy things from the Heavenly Water Star? Yuan Shenzi asked in surprise. Of course. As soon as he heard what Ning Fan said, Yuan Shenzi was overjoyed. All of his worries were swept away. As long as Ning Fan was not here to slaughter a star, everything would be fine. I wonder what kind of things fellow Taoist wants to buy. It's not that I'm boasting, but even though my Heavenly Water Star is a mid-grade trading star, we can often obtain some extraordinary items because it's close to the Imperial Star region. Some of the heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures on our star are not necessarily available even in the high-grade trading stars of the outer regions. I'm sure fellow Taoist will return from my Heavenly Water Star with great rewards. Yuan Shenzi said politely with a smile. After hearing what fellow Taoist said, I can't wait to go to your star as soon as possible and have a look around. Haha. It's fellow Taoist's first time coming to the Heavenly Water Star. I suppose you're not familiar with it. Why don't we accompany you and bring you around this star? What do you think? Yuan Shenzi laughed heartily. What he meant was that he wanted all the life immortals on this star to accompany Ning Fan to shop on this star. Firstly, it was to show their courtesy towards Ning Fan. Secondly, it was also to keep an eye on him. If Ning Fan really had the intention to destroy the entire Heavenly Water Star region, even though Yuan Shenzi and the others were afraid of Ning Fan, they had no choice but to fight him to the death. Ning Fan gave Yuan Shenzi a deep look. He could see through all of Yuan Shenzi's thoughts with just a glance, but he did not point it out. Under the company of Yuan Shenzi and the other life immortals, Ning Fan flew towards the largest trading city of this trip. Thus, another shocking news spread like wildfire in the Heavenly Water Star region. Ning Fan wanted to buy some things on the Heavenly Water Star. All of the 13 life immortals including Yuan Shenzi were willing to accompany him. Ning Fan's reputation was really too great. Even a true immortal at the true crossing realm would not be able to enjoy such courtesy when they visit the star. The heavenly water star was very close to the blood sea star region. There was only one high-grade star region between them. Xianxia did not lie to Ning Fan. There were indeed a lot of heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures on this star. The mistress of the heavenly water star region was a true immortal realm assassin of the Slaughter Palace. Most of the rare items on this star were provided by that true immortal realm expert. Most of the Tao crystals earned on this star were also given to that true immortal realm expert. Therefore, there were a lot of heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures on this star but not many Tao crystals. Ning Fan first went to the spiritual medicine pavilion and bought all 49 tufts of 1 million years old spiritual herbs, claiming that he wanted to use them to cultivate the three-flower converging prominence technique. Xianxia gave Ning Fan a 10% discount for this transaction, but it still cost Ning Fan 10 billion Tao crystals. After buying all the 1 million years old spiritual herbs, Ning Fan went to the Immortal Pill Pavilion and bought several hundreds of 8th Revolution secret pills. These secret pills could either increase one's speed within a short period of time, increase one's magic power, or improve the strength of one's physical body. The reason why Ning Fan bought these pills was naturally to increase his life-saving means. After the transaction, Ning Fan spent another 20 billion Tao crystals. Seeing Ning Fan spend 30 billion Tao crystals in a row without blushing or panting, Xianxia and the others felt ashamed of their inferiority. They were impressed by Ning Fan's wealth. An ordinary life immortal realm expert was already considered a wealthy person if he had 1 billion Tao crystals. A slightly poorer life immortal realm expert might not even have 500 million Tao crystals. Some of them even only had a few million Tao crystals. All of their money had been spent on their cultivation. For example, a ghost profound life immortal like Xianxia only had 3 billion Tao crystals. However, after thinking about it for a while, Xianxia and the others understood why Ning Fan was so rich. According to the rumors, Ning Fan had plundered more than 100 billion Tao crystals from the Yao clan. Now, it seemed like the rumors were definitely true. On second thought, the reason why Ning Fan came to this place to spend his Tao crystals in front of countless people was probably because he wanted to spend all his Tao crystals in front of them to avoid being coveted by peak-crossing truth true immortals and true immortals Shi Kong. This kid is a decisive person and knows when to give and take. In order to avoid the tribulation, he was actually willing to spend 100 billion Tao crystals in one go. Xianxia looked at Ning Fan with admiration. Xianxia asked himself, if he had obtained 100 billion Tao crystals, he would definitely not be willing to spend it all at once. 100 billion Tao crystals might be able to buy enough heavenly materials and earthly treasures to break through to the late stage or even the peak of the ghost profound realm. In the face of such great benefits, how many people could keep their hearts calm and know how to make a choice? After leaving the Immortal Dan Pavilion, Ning Fan went to the Profound Formation Pavilion and bought more than 100 low-grade Immortal Formation discs, 23 mid-grade Immortal Formation discs, and 3 high-grade Immortal Formation discs. These formation discs consumed a total of 30 billion Tao crystals. Ning Fan spent money like flowing water, but he did not show any sign of heartache. A low-grade Immortal Array could slightly defend against the attack of an early-stage human Profound Realm expert. A mid-grade Immortal Array could defend against the attack of a late-stage human Profound Realm expert. A high-grade Immortal Array could defend against an early-stage ghost Profound Realm attack. There are still 140 billion Tao crystals. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. He left the Profound Formation Pavilion and went straight to the Immortal Talisman Pavilion. He did not buy any defensive Immortal Talismans. What he bought were all offensive and movement-type Immortal Talismans. Immortal Formations were enough for defense. Ning Fan bought 97 low-grade Immortal Talismans, 19 mid-grade Immortal Talismans and 2 high-grade Immortal Talismans. After annihilating the Yao clan, he obtained 4 jade slips of the Ghost Profound Realm attack and 1 jade slip of the Truth Crossing Strike. With these methods, even if Ning Fan had used the Divine Blast technique, he would still have the power to fight against an early-stage true immortal. He spent a total of 30 billion Tao crystals to buy Immortal Talismans. After leaving the Immortal Talisman Pavilion, Ning Fan went straight to the Puppet Pavilion. When he saw that there were no Life Immortal Realm spiritual puppets, he was slightly disappointed and did not buy any. Ning Fan did not go to the 100 Treasures Pavilion. He did not lack magic treasures. If he breaks through to the life immortal realm, his memory-severing Dao sword would be the most suitable magic treasure for him. It was worth it for him to spend some effort to refine it. In the Cauldron Pavilion, there were no life immortal realm cauldrons and only 11 void fragmentation realm cauldrons. Ning Fan bought 11 void fragmentation realm cauldrons and only spent 200 million Dao crystals. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of the void fragmentation realm. He could no longer advance further unless he breaks through to the immortal realm. Plucking these cauldrons could not increase his cultivation base, but it could slightly increase the grade of his yin-yang transformation cultivation method. Ning Fan still had 110 billion Dao crystals. After thinking for a while, he went straight to the slaughter pavilion. When Yuan Shenzi and the others saw Ning Fan heading to the slaughter pavilion, they were slightly surprised, but they followed closely behind him. How many Dao crystals do you think this old ancestor Xianxia has? One of the life immortal realm experts asked in a low voice through telepathy. He has already spent 90 billion Dao crystals. I'm afraid he only has a few tens of billions of Dao crystals left. Another person pondered and answered. Speaking of which, why is he going to the slaughter pavilion? Is he going to pay a reward? Another life immortal realm expert asked. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. We just need to follow behind him. This person has already gone around every corner of our heavenly water trading city. After going to the slaughter pavilion, he is most likely going to leave soon. We just need to try our best to please him. Don't offend him before he leaves. Otherwise, we will only bring trouble to ourselves. Yuan Shenzi transmitted his voice coldly to the life immortal realm experts behind him. His tone was far less polite than when he was talking to Ning Fan. He had never been a person who treated others politely. The reason why he was polite to Ning Fan was because he was too infamous and terrifying. To others, he had always been cold and harsh. The pavilion master of the slaughter pavilion of the heavenly water star was just a rogue immortal. He was resting with his eyes closed in the slaughter pavilion. All of a sudden, he sensed a large group of experts approaching him. His expression immediately changed and he hurriedly walked out of the pavilion. From the chi of these experts, he sensed Yuan Shenzi's chi. Naturally, he did not dare to be careless. Even though he was the pavilion master of the slaughter pavilion, he was not a reputable figure in the slaughter palace. The lord of the heavenly water star, on the other hand, was a true immortal realm assassin who had quite a high status in the slaughter palace. Therefore, this pavilion master's position in the heavenly water star was not high. If it was any other cultivation star, even if the star lord was a life immortal realm expert, he would also need to please the pavilion master of the slaughter pavilion. On this star, it was the opposite. The pavilion master needed to do his best to please the heavenly water star lord, who was also Yuan Shenzi. Star Lord Yuan Shen is here. This lineup, the pavilion master of the rogue immortal pavilion walked out of the slaughter pavilion quickly. Just as he was about to welcome Yuan Shenzi, he was stunned on the spot. He saw Yuan Shenzi and 13 other life immortals following behind a white-robed young man with smiles on their faces. They looked like they were trying to please him. The pavilion master rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Yuan Shenzi, who had always been arrogant and cold, actually knew how to smile and treat others so respectfully. All 13 life immortals, including Yuan Shenzi, were trying their best to please the white-robed young man. Who exactly was this white-robed young man? The pavilion master fixed his eyes on the white-robed young man and his face instantly turned pale with fear. Old ancestor Xianxia. Why is he here in the heavenly water star? What are you panicking for? Fellow Taoist Xianxia is my distinguished guest. He is not here to cause trouble. He has come to the slaughter pavilion to settle some matters. You have to receive him well and don't neglect him. Do you understand? Yuan Shenzi snorted coldly and looked at the pavilion master unhappily and reprimanded him. I was too excited and my words were rude. Please forgive me, Star Lord. The pavilion master was drenched in cold sweat and hurriedly apologized to Yuan Shenzi. Yuan Shenzi, on the other hand, no longer paid attention to him. He was just a rogue immortal who was not worthy of his attention. He turned around and looked at Ning Fan. His cold face was filled with a fake smile again. Fellow Taoist Xianxia, please. Yuan Shenzi made an inviting gesture to Ning Fan. Under the escort of the group of life immortals, Ning Fan entered the slaughter pavilion. The pavilion master wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and hurriedly followed him into the slaughter pavilion. As soon as they entered the slaughter pavilion, Yuan Shenzi and the others stood at one side. They were very sensible and did not want to disturb Ning Fan while he was doing his business. May I know why Senior Xianxia has come to my pavilion? The pavilion master cupped his fists respectfully and asked in a low voice. I have come here to settle 3 matters. Firstly, I want to challenge the pavilion master of this pavilion. As soon as Ning Fan said that, the pavilion master's face immediately turned pale with fright. How could he have the guts to fight Ning Fan? Ning Fan's deity blast technique was so powerful that even a late true crossing realm expert had to retreat. How could he be Ning Fan's opponent? This junior admits defeat. This is the badge of my pavilion. Please keep it well, senior. The pavilion master sensibly took out the silver badge and handed it to Ning Fan. He directly gave up and admitted defeat in this duel where there was a huge disparity in strength. Ning Fan nodded and kept the silver badge. Then, he continued. The second matter is that I want to submit my mission. As soon as he finished speaking, he patted his storage pouch and pointed at the counter. All of a sudden, bloody heads fell on the counter. There were void fragmentation realm experts and life immortals. All of them were bounty devils. So many bounty devils. Yuan Shenzi and the others were shocked while the pavilion master of the rogue immortal pavilion was already beyond shocked. As the pavilion master of the slaughter pavilion, even if he was not strong, he knew the information about the bounty devils in the eastern heaven like the back of his hand. He roughly calculated that the bounty of these bounty demons was worth a total of 11 billion Dao crystal. All of a sudden, his heart turned cold. According to the rules of the slaughter palace, 20% of the bounty would be taken as an intermediary fee. 20% of the bounty would be 2 billion Dao crystals. The pavilion master swallowed his saliva. He was very afraid that Ning Fan would kill him out of anger if he asked for 2 billion Dao crystals as an intermediary fee. 2 billion Dao crystals was not a small amount, Senior, the total value of these bounty devils has reached 11 billion Dao crystals. After you submit these missions, the slaughter palace will no longer send any assassins to kill you for the bounty. According to the rules of my slaughter pavilion, 20% of the bounty will be taken as an intermediary fee. 20% will be 2 billion Dao crystals. The pavilion master lowered his head very low. His body was drenched in cold sweat. He did not dare to imagine what kind of dissatisfied expression Ning Fan would have after hearing about the huge intermediary fee. However, rules were rules. He was just a rogue immortal cultivator. How would he dare to violate the rules of the slaughter palace? He really wanted to waive Ning Fan's intermediary fee. Unfortunately, he did not have the authority to do so. It's all right. You don't have to panic. Just give me the money that should be given to me. As soon as he heard Ning Fan's words, the pavilion master felt as if he had been pardoned from a great crime. He immediately ordered a child to fetch 8 billion Dao crystals and hand them over to Ning Fan. Ning Fan kept the Dao crystals and remained silent for a while. Then, he suddenly spoke. The reason why I came here is because I have a third matter to attend to. I wonder if your slaughter pavilion is qualified to issue a bounty order with its level? Yes. Any slaughter pavilion can accept the bounty order. The pavilion master answered respectfully. I wonder if there is an upper limit for the bounty reward? Ning Fan asked again. There is no upper limit. If Senior offers 100 million Dao crystals, the bounty reward that my pavilion issues will be 100 million Dao crystals. If Senior offers 1 billion Dao crystals, the bounty reward that my pavilion issues will be 1 billion Dao crystals. There is no upper limit for the bounty reward. There is only a lower limit which is at least 1 million Dao crystals. Therefore, the lowest bounty for a devil head in the eastern heaven is also 1 million Dao crystals. I want to issue a mission to kill a person. This person's identity is a little high. I wonder if your pavilion dares to accept this mission. The pavilion master's heart skipped a beat. The expressions of Yuan Shenzi and the other life immortals changed. Since Ning Fan said that the person he wanted to kill had a very high identity, it was naturally extremely high. They wondered who Ning Fan wanted to kill. About the assassination mission, my pavilion has its own rules. Firstly, don't accept the mission to kill the cultivators of the Slaughter Palace. Second, he wouldn't accept missions to kill cultivators in the eternal ancient realm. As long as the person Senior wants to kill is not within these two areas, our pavilion will accept the mission and issue a bounty. I see. Ning Fan nodded. In other words, after joining the slaughter hall, no one would be able to set a bounty on him anymore? I want the head of the Pale Sect master. The bounty is 100 billion Dao crystal. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan took out an exquisite storage pouch which contained 100 billion Dao crystals. He threw the Dao crystal on the counter, but the rogue immortal pavilion master did not dare to receive it. He stood rooted to the ground in shock. As for Xianxia and the other Fate Immortals, their expressions changed drastically. They stared at Ning Fan in disbelief. Ning Fan is really audacious. He actually dares to hunt down the sect master of the Pale Sect, and this bounty was 100 billion Dao crystals. One must know that the sect leader of the alchemy faction was only at the Crossing Truth realm. 100 billion Dao crystals was enough to attract the interest of countless true immortals Du Zhen and even true immortal Shi Kong. In the eastern sky, the Pale Sect was indeed very powerful. On the surface, there were very few people who dared to openly deal with the Pale Sect. However, it was hard to guarantee that there would not be any void-shedding devil lord who had their eyes on the head of the sect master of the Pale Sect and would kill him for the bounty. Once Ning Fan issues a bounty order to hunt down the sect master of the Pale Sect, it would mean that he had publicly broken off his relationship with the Pale Sect. Xianxia and the others could not help but sigh at Ning Fan's boldness and generosity. He even dared to hunt down the sect master of the Pale Sect. Moreover, he did not even blink his eyes when he threw out a bounty of 100 billion. However, when they thought about it, Ning Fan even dared to slaughter the Yao clan and offend Yao Qingyun. Thus, it was not surprising that he dared to provoke the Pale Sect. Compared to Elder Qingyun, what was the Pale Sect? Say. Senior, are you really going to issue this bounty? The rogue immortal pavilion master swallowed his saliva and asked with uncertainty. In the entire slaughter hall, there were only 7 bounties with more than 100 billion Dao crystals. If this bounty is issued, it would be the 8th bounty of 100 billion Dao crystals. There was no doubt that this matter would shake the entire Eastern Heaven. If this bounty is issued, the sect master of the Pale Sect would have to be extremely careful when he goes out in the future. If he is careless, his head would fall to the ground. Are you questioning my decision? Ning Fan's tone turned cold. The rogue immortal pavilion master's expression immediately changed. He cupped his fists and said, "Don't worry, Senior. I will immediately report this matter to the palace. Within 3 days, this bounty will certainly be spread to every slaughter pavilion in the entire Eastern Heaven." Very good. Ning Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he shifted his gaze and said to Xianxia, "There are indeed quite a lot of heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures in the heavenly water star. Unfortunately, I don't have many Dao crystals left and I don't have enough money to buy anything else. Thus, I have no choice but to leave now. If I have some spare money in the future, I will certainly visit the heavenly water star again. Hee. If fellow Taoist Xianxia comes to the heavenly water star again, I will certainly welcome you with open arms." Xianxia chuckled and cupped his fists at Ning Fan. The other Life Immortal Realm experts also cupped their fists at Ning Fan. Ning Fan returned the greeting with cupped fists. Then, he turned into a ray of light and flew out of the slaughter pavilion, leaving the heavenly water star. Only when Ning Fan had truly left did Xianxia and the others put away their unnatural smiles and let out a long sigh of relief. This malefic star has finally left. However, I really didn't expect that this malefic star would actually be willing to spend 100 billion Dao crystals on the sect master of the Pale Sect. I wonder what kind of deep grudge he has with that sect. Hee. What does it have to do with us if he has any grudges with the sect master of the Pale Sect? As long as he doesn't come and massacre my heavenly water star, everything will be fine. If the news of this reward is spread, I'm afraid the Eastern Heaven will be stirred up again. Ning Fan left the heavenly water star all the way and found an abandoned star in the faraway star region to temporarily settle down. With a flash, he entered the profounding world. He was not in a hurry to enter the Heaven Emperor star region. He wanted to wait for the news of him spending all his Dao crystals to spread. If the news of him spending all his Dao crystals spreads, those peak stage crossing truth old monsters and Shikong realm old monsters would no longer seek trouble with him. If the news of him spending all his Dao crystals spreads, the sect master of the pill sect would probably not have a good life anymore. Ning Fan was never a person who liked to swallow insults and humiliation. The pill sect had placed a bounty of 10 billion on his head, causing him to be surrounded by dangers along the way. Therefore, he decided to give them a taste of their own medicine and put up a bounty of 100 billion Dao crystals to make the sect master of the pill sect unable to live in peace. The grudge between him and the pill sect had long been irreconcilable. While waiting for the news to spread, Ning Fan did not mind cultivating the 3 flowers converging prominence technique. After annihilating the Yao clan and buying all the 1 million years old spiritual herbs in the heavenly water star, Ning Fan had a total of 256 tufts of them. He wondered if he could make the 4th petal of the lead-colored lotus flower bloom with so many spiritual herbs. If the 4th petal turns lead-colored, Ning Fan's 3 flowers converging prominence technique would be able to defend against the attack of any mid-human profound realm life immortal realm expert. He could even defend against the attack of a late human profound realm life immortal realm expert. Refine. Ning Fan sat cross-legged in the profounding world and pointed out a finger. 1 million lotus shadows hovered around his body. Then, he took out the first tuft of 1 million years old spiritual herb and began to slowly refine its medicinal power. Then, he injected the medicinal power into the lotus shadows. Evil flower 3 devils, you're going too far. Inside the alchemy sect's main hall, the alchemy sect's sect master's eyes were filled with rage. He smashed the jade table beside him into pieces with a palm strike. How could he not be angry? How could he not be angry? Now, the entire Eastern Skies cultivators already knew that he, the dignified Pill faction sect master, had a bounty of 100 billion. It was unknown how many old monsters wanted to take his life in exchange for the bounty, especially the evil flower 3 devils. They were extremely detestable. These evil flower 3 devils were Eastern Sky's infamous devils. The 3 of them had the cultivation of crossing Truth Peak. The 3 of them were proficient in a secret combination attack. When they joined forces, they could even fight an early-stage Shitsong true immortal. The evil flower trio devils were already unhappy with the Pill sect. Now that they heard that the Pill sect leader had been given a reward of 100 billion, the evil flower trio devils wanted to kill the Pill sect leader in exchange for the reward. That day, the sect master of the Pill faction wanted to head out to search for medicine. The moment he stepped out of the faction, he was ambushed by the 3 devils and nearly died in their hands. If it wasn't for the fact that the Pill faction's protective array was strong enough to defend against the evil flower scattered demon, if the Pill faction's sect leader hadn't escaped so quickly and returned to the array, he would have definitely died at the hands of the evil flower scattered demon. The evil flower 3 devils have gone too far, but the one who has gone too far is that brat Xianxia. I didn't expect it. I put a bounty of 10 billion on him, so he put a bounty of 100 billion on me. Haha. I was actually schemed against by a void fragmentation realm kid and almost died outside the sect. This is really infuriating. Puff, the alchemy sect master was so enraged that a mouthful of blood gushed up his throat. He spat it out and half-knelt on the ground. A few life immortal realm cultivators immediately rushed over and tried to help the Pill faction sect leader up. However, they were forced to retreat by the Pill faction sect leader's ferocious gaze. Scram! The aura of the early stage of crossing truth spread out. The few life immortals felt a pain in their chests. They coughed out blood and retreated. They couldn't get close to the sovereign. The sect leader of the alchemy faction laughed coldly as he looked at the few of them. At this moment, he didn't trust anyone and wouldn't allow anyone to get close to him. He had always been cold-blooded and merciless to his subordinates. Who knew if there was someone in the sect who had been dissatisfied for a long time and wanted to cut off his head and exchange it for a reward? Gradually, the alchemy sect leader calmed down. After all, he was an early-stage crossing truth true immortal and a silver core 9th revolution pill master. His state of mind had always been steady. If it wasn't because of Ning Fan's repeated provocations, his state of mind would not be in a mess. Old ancestor Xianxia, is it? Hee hee, this old man has really underestimated you. Slaughtering the Yao clan and buying my head with 100 billion? You're really something. The sect leader of the alchemy faction returned to his seat and sneered, unfortunately, if you think you can kill me by spending 100 billion, then you are gravely mistaken. Don't forget that I'm a silver core 9th revolution pill master. With this old man's pill refinement skills, as long as I pay a small price, I can invite old monster Shi Kong over to exterminate the evil flower 3 devils and intimidate them. As long as I kill the evil flower 3 devils, those who want to kill me will have to think twice. An 8th revolution pill refinement master could concoct pills required by life immortal realm cultivators. The 9th revolution pill refinement master was divided into 4 grades: lead pill master, silver pill master, gold pill master and sovereign pill master. A lead pill master could refine pills needed by a true immortal of the true crossing realm. A silver pill master could refine pills needed by a true immortal of the void realm. A gold pill master could refine pills needed by a thought-fragmenting realm true immortal. A sovereign pill master could only be found by luck. They could even refine pills needed by an immortal emperor. The sect leader of the alchemy faction was a silver core pill refinement master. It was enough to invite old monster Shi Kong over. However, the price needed to invite old monster Shi Kong would definitely not be lower than 100 billion Dao crystals. As long as the sect leader of the alchemy faction was willing to pay the price, it would naturally be enough to kill the evil flower 3 devils and slightly intimidate the others. Even so, it was hard to guarantee that no other devils would be interested in his head and secretly attack him. From today onwards, this old man cannot leave the alchemy faction without permission. If I have to leave for urgent matters, I must invite old monster Shi Kong to accompany me and protect me. Damn you, Xianxia. This old man will never forget this grudge. 100 billion, is it? This old man will reward you with 200 billion Dao crystals and let you taste my pain. The sect leader of the alchemy faction sneered and muttered to himself. The life immortal realm subordinates below him changed their expressions and tried to dissuade him. Sect leader, you can't. It's not worth it to spend 200 billion Dao crystals for a mere Xianxia. Sect leader, don't forget that in order to obtain the item in the extreme Dan sacred region, we will need a large number of Dao crystals. Hearing this, the sect leader's anger gradually subsided. He remained silent for a long time. After a while, he nodded and said, "You're right. The trip to the extreme Dan sacred region is very important. If I can obtain that item, I will have a great chance to cultivate the golden core pill refinement master and even the sovereign pill refinement master in this life. I can't spend too many Dao crystals for a Xianxia kid, it will affect the plan. After obtaining that item, this old man will make arrangements to deal with this Xianxia kid. Now, all my energy should be spent on the extreme Dan sacred region. In the North Sea Star region, outside a true immortal forbidden place called the extreme red North Abyss, a wretched old man covered in blood walked out of the true immortal forbidden place and flew towards a nearby high-grade cultivation planet. As soon as he entered the cultivation planet, the old man heard a shocking news. His gloomy face because he couldn't find the longevity jade suddenly became joyful. Haha. This brat is really something. He actually spent 100 billion Dao crystals to reward the sect leader of the alchemy faction. Good, good. The wretched old man who laughed heartily was Qian Kaiyan and Wei Wuji. To be precise, Qian Kaiyan was just a pseudonym. Wei Wuji was his real name. The reason why he changed his name to Qian Kaiyan was because he was a man who was greedy for money. Many people couldn't understand why a wretched old man who was greedy for money could cultivate his pill refinement to the 9th revolution silver core realm. He was only a step away from the 9th revolution golden core realm. That brat has brought Nuan to the slaughter palace to get the jade. He is indeed sincere to Nuan. She has a good eye. Unfortunately, I can't get the jade from Slayer Emperor. This old man can't pin his hopes on him. I must find the longevity jade in the true immortal forbidden place. Damn it, old Xianji clearly said that there is a trace of the eternal emperor's aura here. This old man has searched everywhere but couldn't find the whereabouts of the longevity jade. Instead, I found a damaged magical treasure used by the eternal emperor, but it's useless. Sigh. I should go and find old Xianji to see if there are any other traces of the eternal emperor's aura. After letting out a long sigh, Wei Wuji took a step forward and merged with heaven and earth. He displayed the ground-shrinking technique and vanished without a trace. His cultivation base was at the mid-crossing truth realm, in the immortal soul planet of the ancient star region. Wu Qin looked at the information in his hand. His cold eyes finally revealed a hint of a smile. Haha. You're indeed Brother Ning. Slaughtering the Yao clan and placing a bounty on the sect master of the Pale sect. Even I wouldn't dare to do such a thing easily. Brother Ning, I hope you can deal with Elder Qin Yun's accusation. You have the death exemption token. Elder Qin Yun won't dare to kill you in public, but it's hard to guarantee that he won't use other methods to deal with you. When he thought that Ning Fan had offended Elder Qin Yun, his eyes gradually showed a hint of worry. In the profounding world of the heavenly water star region, 10 days had passed. Ning Fan had completely refined all the 1 million years old spiritual herbs. His body was enshrouded in a dense white mist. The lotus shadows that filled the sky turned into a lotus flower that was about an inch long and floated in front of Ning Fan. Ning Fan's hand seals changed continuously. On the lotus flower, the 4th petal among the 12 petals was turning into a lead color. Eventually, the 4th petal completely turned into a lead color. All of a sudden, the lotus flower became heavier and its defensive power became stronger. The flower has bloomed into 4 petals. It's done. Ning Fan opened his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. He changed his hand seals again and the lotus flower turned into a lead-colored flowing shadow that flew away. With a sway of his body, Ning Fan left the profounding world. He had no intention to stay in the heavenly water star region for a long time. He took out the Heaven Emperor star plate that he had casually bought on the heavenly water star region and opened the star door all the way to the Heaven Emperor star region. The reason why Ning Fan had placed a bounty of 100 billion on the sect master of the Pale sect was because of his character of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. He also knew that his action might cause the Pale sect to seek revenge even more ferociously. However, he was not afraid of it. He had never been afraid of it. After passing through the heavenly water star region and crossing the Heaven Emperor star region, he would arrive at the Blood Sea star region. In the Blood Sea star region, it was forbidden for anyone to attack the cultivators who are participating in the disciple recruitment ceremony. As long as he reaches the Blood Sea star region, Ning Fan would not be afraid no matter how ferocious the sect master of the Pale sect is. After entering the Heaven Emperor star region, Ning Fan did not stay for long. He directly flew towards the Blood Sea star region. The strength of the Heaven Emperor star region was too strong. Even true immortal Shikong could occasionally bump into them. Ning Fan really did not want to cause any trouble in this place. After traveling crazily for 7 days, he finally arrived at the Blood Sea star region. It was the largest star region that Ning Fan had ever seen after entering the heavenly dwelling. A single Blood Sea star region could almost accommodate 100 high-grade star regions. Each of the cultivation planets was glowing with a faint blood-red light. In the empty starry sky, one could see blood-red galaxies everywhere. This was an imperial star region which was different from ordinary star regions. Due to the vastness of this star region, every cultivation planet that was at the mid-grade and above was equipped with a teleportation formation. With the teleportation formation, it would not take too much time for cultivators to head to the main star of the Blood Sea star region. The Blood Sea star region was where the main hall of the Slaughter Palace was located. The domain-locking grand formation of the Blood Sea star region was extremely powerful. Unless one was an immortal emperor, one could not break through the formation light by force. After letting out a sigh, Ning Fan walked towards the formation door of the Blood Sea star region. As soon as he walked out of the formation door, 2 ghost-masked assassins immediately locked their killing intent on Ning Fan. These 2 ghost-masked assassins had the cultivation of Duzhen late stage. Take him down. As soon as the 2 ghost-masked assassins gave an order, more than 100 blood-robed life immortals who were guarding the formation door immediately surrounded Ning Fan. Each of them wore a cold expression while their killing intent was surging. Ning Fan's eyes darkened slightly. Without saying a word, he patted his soul pouch and summoned all of his primordial spirits. Seeing this, the expressions of the 2 ghost-masked assassins changed slightly. Their eyes were filled with hesitation. I came here just to participate in the disciple recruitment ceremony of the Slaughter Palace. I wonder which rule have I violated? Why are you guys attacking me? Ning Fan's voice was loud and clear without the slightest hint of fear. Some of the cultivators who were preparing to enter the Blood Sea Star region could not help but admire Ning Fan's courage when they saw that he was not afraid even in the face of such a large group of people. Why are you asking when you already know the answer? You've massacred the Yao clan and offended Elder Qingyun. We've been waiting for you here for a long time under Elder Qingyun's order to bring your head back to the palace. One of the ghost-masked assassins pondered for a while and answered honestly. To be honest, when he saw Ning Fan summoning all of his primordial spirits in the sky, he was already quite fearful of Ning Fan. Yao Qingyun's order, huh? Ning Fan seemed to have already guessed the result. Without saying much, he patted his storage pouch and took out an item. As soon as they saw Ning Fan's action, the expressions of all the life immortals changed slightly. They were afraid that Ning Fan would take out some earth-shattering item and start a frenzied massacre. Even the two true Immortal Realm assassins became vigilant. If Ning Fan really took out some heaven-defying item, they would definitely not give him the time to use it. Even if they would be severely injured by the Spirit Blast technique, they would still forcefully capture Ning Fan. Unfortunately, they were all wrong. The item that Ning Fan took out was not an offensive treasure but a token. It was a scarlet golden token. The word exemption was engraved on the token. It was written in Divine Seal script. The Death Exemption Token. Why do you have this token? Shouldn't this token be in the hands of the descendant of the Wu clan? The two ghost-faced true immortals said in disbelief. Ning Fan did not answer them about the origin of the Death Exemption Token. He did not want to mention Wu Chen's name. He did not want to drag Wu Chen into the grudge between him and Yao Qingyun. With this token in my hands, even Yao Qingyun cannot attack me. Do you dare to attack me? Ning Fan asked with a clear voice. We dare not. The two ghost-faced true immortals said reluctantly. They were under Yao Qingyun's order to kill Ning Fan before he enters the Blood Sea Star region. Because once Ning Fan enters the Blood Sea Star region, they would not be allowed to attack him according to the rules of the Slaughter Palace. To outsiders, the cultivators of the Slaughter Palace had no regard for the law. Internally, the cultivators of the Slaughter Palace obeyed the orders of the palace without daring to disobey them. Since Ning Fan had the death exemption token, even Sha Di himself would not dare to take his life. Therefore, it was even more impossible for them to attack Ning Fan. Each of the experts of the Slaughter Palace gritted their teeth and kept their magic treasures and weapons. Ning Fan saw their expressions and nodded with satisfaction. As he expected, this death exemption token could really save his life. With this token, even Yao Qingyun would not be able to kill him. After keeping the death exemption token and the primordial spirits that filled the sky, Ning Fan walked past each of the life immortals and the ghost-faced true immortals without fear. He passed through the formation door and entered the Blood Sea Star region. Many cultivators who were watching the scene were shocked. Outsiders would not know what the death exemption token was. They were very surprised that Ning Fan took out a token and all the assassins of the Slaughter Palace did not dare to attack him. What exactly is that token? Many old monsters began to guess. No wonder Ning Fan dared to massacre the Yao clan and offend Yao Qingyun. It turns out that he has a life-saving item in his hands. Some of the Eastern Skies geniuses who were preparing to participate in the disciple recruitment ceremony looked at Ning Fan's back and smiled bitterly. Without a doubt, Ning Fan was the dark horse that emerged in this disciple recruitment ceremony. He was a super dark horse who had slaughtered 146 life immortals and 80,000 void fragmentation realm experts. He was a dark horse who could make true immortals fear him and the assassins of the Slaughter Palace not dare to act recklessly. With Ning Fan around, no one had the confidence to get the first place in the competition. Is he really that scarred man? Brother Qizhen, you're not lying to me, are you? Among the crowd, Chu Yan, who was dressed in snow-white robes, asked in disbelief. How could she believe that the scarred man whom she looked down upon in the past was actually the person whose name had shaken the eastern sky today, old devil Xianxia? He's the scarred man whom we met that day. Qizhen's eyes darkened. He had never thought that Ning Fan could massacre the entire Yao Clan Star region and make such a powerful name for himself. Initially, he thought that the chances of him winning against Ning Fan would be 50-50 if he fought him. However, looking at Ning Fan now, he felt that his chances of winning were definitely less than 10%. The premise of this 10% chance was that Ning Fan did not use any profound ghost realm attacks or true immortal realm attacks or the spirit blast technique. With him around, I'm afraid there's no doubt who will get the first place in this competition. Qian let out a long sigh. Not necessarily. Brother Qi, you still don't seem to know that that person has suddenly changed his mind and betrayed the Deep Earth sect. Now, he wholeheartedly wants to join the Slaughter Palace. He will appear in this competition. Heichu said in a low voice. What? That person will come? Qian's expression changed slightly. Then, his eyes turned solemn. Without the spirit blast technique, old ancestor Xianxia might not be a match for that person. Even though that person is at the early mortal profound realm, he is already invincible within the mid-human profound realm. Unfortunately, old ancestor Xianxia knows the spirit blast technique. Even if that person comes, he won't be a match for old ancestor Xianxia unless the competition prohibits the use of the spirit blast technique. But how is that possible? Ning Fan naturally had no idea that someone was talking about him behind his back. After successfully entering the Blood Sea Star region, he held the Blood Sea Star plate in his hand and flew towards a certain mid-grade cultivation planet. After arriving at that mid-grade cultivation planet, Ning Fan spent 1 million Dao crystals and borrowed the Starry Sky teleportation formation to teleport to a cultivation planet that was extremely far away. 3 days later, Ning Fan arrived at the Blood Sea Star. It was an emperor star which was way too massive. It was slightly bigger than the Black Tortoise Star in Ning Fan's memory. Countless beams of light came and went, going in and out of the Blood Sea Star. The cultivators who were patrolling outside the Blood Sea Star were at least at the Life Immortal realm. Some of them were even at the True Immortal realm. When they saw Ning Fan's arrival, all of them wore a surprised expression. What they were surprised about was that Ning Fan dared to come to the Blood Sea Star region. Ning Fan had offended Elder Qing Yun, but he still dared to come to the Blood Sea Star region. It showed that he was extremely courageous. There were clearly so many experts guarding outside the Blood Sea Star region. None of them would let Ning Fan enter the star region alive. However, he still managed to enter. It showed that he had extraordinary capabilities. Even though they did not know how Ning Fan entered the Blood Sea Star region, they understood that he had come here to participate in the grand competition. According to the rules of the Slaughter Palace, even Elder Qing Yun was not allowed to attack Ning Fan unless the grand competition ends. The Blood Sea Star would never check the identity of the visitors because no one had ever dared to behave atrociously in the Blood Sea Star. If someone dares to behave atrociously in this star region, the Slaughter Palace would not even need to ask about that person's identity. They could just directly eliminate that person. Ning Fan's gaze swept across a group of patrolling immortal cultivators and sighed softly. The Life Immortal Realm cultivators of the Slaughter Palace are really as numerous as dogs. My Peak Void Fragmentation Realm cultivation base is probably nothing in the eyes of the Slaughter Palace. With a flash of traveling light, Ning Fan flew across the layers of blood mist of the Blood Sea Star and entered the territory of the star. Then, he flew towards the largest cultivation city on the star. It was a gigantic blood-red city. Even though he had yet to enter the star, he could still see a palace with towering blood chi in the city from afar. That palace was the main hall of the Slaughter Palace. That gigantic blood-red city was called the Slaughter City. This year's disciple recruitment competition would be held here. Ning Fan descended at the city gate. The guards at the city gate were 2 ghost-faced true immortals. As soon as they saw Ning Fan's appearance, their eyes flickered but they did not say anything. An extremely uneasy feeling suddenly rose in Ning Fan's heart. He walked towards the city gate step by step. Just as he was about to enter the Slaughter City, all of a sudden an incomparably terrifying baleful chi fiercely locked onto Ning Fan. In just an instant, Ning Fan's chi was in a mess. His eyes were dyed blood-red by that baleful chi. It was Ning Fan's first time being invaded by someone else's baleful chi. The strength of the opponent's baleful chi was far stronger than Ning Fan's. It was not just a little bit stronger. Both of them were at completely different levels. Are you the one who killed the entire Yao clan? The cold voice of a young man suddenly entered Ning Fan's ears. Ning Fan lifted his head and looked towards the direction of the voice. Unknowingly, 2 figures had appeared at the city gate. One of them was a young man in silver robes. His appearance was handsome but his eyes were extremely ruthless. He was staring at Ning Fan with intense killing intent. He was the one who said those words just now, however, he was not the one who released that baleful qi. The name of the young man in silver robes was Zhao Li. He was a member of the Yao clan. As he had left the Yao clan a long time ago and came to the Blood Sea Star region, he managed to escape from this calamity. Beside Zhao Li stood a lady in green robes. She was extremely beautiful but her expression was too cold. Her green robes were embroidered with faint cloud patterns. Her breasts were protruding and she looked extremely beautiful. Her footsteps were light and soft. She walked towards Ning Fan step by step. Each of her steps brought Ning Fan an unstoppable aura of force, her eyebrows were too faint and her fine black hair was tied up casually with a green hairband. All of the baleful qi was released by this lady, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, every time she took a step, Ning Fan's chest would be hit by an invisible force. He felt indescribable pain but he was not injured at all. She already knew that Ning Fan had the death exemption token which forbade her from harming him. Therefore, she did not hurt him but she wanted to teach him a lesson, and this lesson was just the beginning. One day, she would take Ning Fan's life as a sacrifice to the members of the Yao clan. Is it you who massacred the Yao clan? Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. It was cold and clear like a clear spring and gurgling like flowing water. It was unforgettable. However, when that voice entered Ning Fan's ears, it was like a clap of thunder. He felt another wave of intense pain. If she wanted to, she could make his sea of consciousness explode. However, she did not do that. She could not hurt him. She could only give him endless pain. Remember, I am Yao Qingyun. The death exemption token can't protect you. Today is just a lesson. Everything has just begun. February 2nd, no more updates. Wash up and go to sleep. To be continued. As soon as she finished speaking, Yao Qingyun gently lifted her finger and pressed it down on Ning Fan. That finger contained an indescribable mystery. It was as if the power of the surrounding hundreds of cultivation planets had been summoned by that finger. Boundless great force pressed down on Ning Fan's body. It was enough to easily crush him into ashes. Unfortunately, Yao Qingyun could not hurt Ning Fan. Her control of her strength was extremely exquisite. She would not cause any harm to Ning Fan. She just wanted to borrow the momentum to force Ning Fan to the ground and make him kneel down in front of everyone to apologize to the Yao clan. Ning Fan's entire body was in extreme pain, as if his bones and tendons would shatter at the next moment. However, they did not shatter and he was not injured at all. It was as if he was carrying the entire starry sky on his shoulders. The weight was not something he could bear. His knee bones were gradually unable to withstand the pressure. His wings softened and he almost fell to the ground. You can't kill me, so you want me to kneel and humiliate me. Ning Fan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His eyes, however, were as calm as a bottomless abyss. They were black and pure without any ripples. Gritting his teeth, Ning Fan clenched his fists and straightened his back. He looked at Yao Qingyun with a mocking smile. He would not kneel. Bang! 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 It was the sound of the bones in Ning Fan's body being crushed. Even the Black Star Art was unable to resist that collapse because the gap between his and Yao Qingyun's realms was too great. His skin was crushed and his blood quickly dyed his white robes red. The pain was unbearable but Ning Fan acted as if he could not feel it at all. You hurt me. He patted his storage pouch, took out the death exemption token and held it up high. Yao Qingyun's pretty face darkened. She just wanted to humiliate Ning Fan, not hurt him. Since Ning Fan had the death exemption order, she could not hurt him. Otherwise, she would be violating the rules of the palace. However, she did not expect that Ning Fan would rather break all of his bones than kneel to her. These injuries to the tendons and bones were not ordinary injuries that could be healed by consuming medicinal pills. This was an injury caused by the general trend and was extremely difficult to heal. Wasn't Ning Fan going to participate in the disciple recruitment competition? How could he participate after suffering such heavy injuries? He would rather give up the tournament than kneel. Or could it be that he only wants to use his own injuries to drag me into breaking the law? Yao Qingyun clenched her teeth angrily. Since Ning Fan had taken out the death immunity token in front of everyone, all the more she could not hurt him in front of everyone. With a point of his finger, the aura that filled the sky disappeared. With light and graceful steps, Yao Qingyun walked towards Ning Fan step by step. When she was in front of Ning Fan, she pointed her finger at his forehead. All of a sudden, a warm magical power flowed into Ning Fan's body, healing his internal injuries at a shocking speed. Elder Qingyun is truly considerate. Knowing that this lowly one is heavily injured, you helped this lowly one heal. I will remember this kindness in my heart. Ning Fan smiled mockingly. Yao Qingyun's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and ignored Ning Fan. She had no choice but to treat Ning Fan's injuries. According to the rules of the palace, no one was allowed to hurt the holder of the death exemption order. Those who disobey the order would have their cultivation base crippled and be imprisoned in the blood prison forever. Although she was an elder, she could not disobey the order. Otherwise, her cultivation would be destroyed by the Sha Di and she would be imprisoned in the blood dungeon forever. Humiliation, what a humiliation! Ning Fan was her enemy and he was just an ant. She could kill Ning Fan with just a lift of her finger, but she was tricked by Ning Fan. She could neither kill Ning Fan nor hurt him. Moreover, she had to treat his injuries. Elder Qingyun's finger is very cold. It seems like your body is a little weak. Could it be that you made a mistake in your cultivation recently and suffered a backlash? Ning Fan was still looking at Yao Qingyun with a cold smile. After hearing Ning Fan's mocking words, Yao Qingyun's delicate body trembled and her expression became even colder. Indeed, she had made a mistake in her cultivation recently and suffered some backlash. When she was at a critical juncture in her seclusion, she received the news that the Yao clan was massacred. Her state of mind was instantly in chaos and she made a mistake in her cultivation. At the end of the day, Ning Fan was the one who caused her injuries. Yao Qingyun pressed her soft finger on Ning Fan's forehead. When her finger touched Ning Fan's skin, she felt extremely uncomfortable. She did not like to have physical contact with any man, especially Ning Fan who was her enemy. Traces of warm magical power flowed into Ning Fan's body, healing his injuries one by one. After a long time, Yao Qingyun withdrew her finger and took out an embroidered handkerchief. Then, she wiped her finger with disgust. Since her finger had touched Ning Fan, she felt that it was dirty. Ning Fan sneered. Initially, he wanted to use his injuries to frame Yao Qingyun for violating the law. However, he did not expect that this woman would actually endure the humiliation to heal his injuries. Now, his plan was in vain. While Yao Qingyun was wiping her finger, Ning Fan intentionally touched his forehead and touched the place where Yao Qingyun touched. Then, he sniffed his finger and muttered to himself. It smells so good. The fragrance of wild ginger flowers. You are courting death. Yao Qingyun was so angry that she laughed. Her expression was so cold that it could freeze the people of a cultivation planet to death. She loved wild ginger flowers. When she bathed, she often put wild ginger flowers in her body. Therefore, her skin naturally carried a trace of its fragrance. I have massacred the Yao clan. It's understandable that Elder Qingyun wants to take revenge for your clan. However, I hope that Elder Qingyun can think of a way to take revenge. The method of humiliation like what you did today is really too inferior. Ning Fan stopped smiling and his expression returned to his cold expression. With a flick of his sleeve, the blood-red robe on his body was instantly changed into a brand new white robe. Then, he did not look at Yao Qingyun again. He directly walked past Yao Li and entered the slaughter city. Yao Li gloomily looked at Ning Fan's back without saying anything. Yao Qingyun, on the other hand, rubbed her fingers in shame and indignation until the skin on her fingers was scratched and blood flowed out. Only then did the anger in her heart subside. Yes, the method used to humiliate Ning Fan today was really too despicable. What's the point of asking Ning Fan to kneel down in front of everyone? It was meaningless. Due to a moment of carelessness, he fell into Ning Fan's trap and almost violated the law of the slaughter palace. I lost my sense of propriety for a moment. Next time, I won't let him have it easy. Yao Qingyun gradually calmed down, and there wasn't a trace of surprise on her pretty face. She walked towards Yao Li step by step and said in a cold tone, Li, there are less than 2 years before the competition. I can send someone to help you break through to the middle stage of the human profound realm within 2 years, but the process will be very dangerous. Are you willing? Hearing this, Yao Li was overjoyed. Yao Li is willing. If Yao Li can break through to the middle stage of the human profound realm before the competition, then I'm confident that I can kill that Xianxia kid in the competition. Very well, you can leave now. Don't look for trouble with that Xianxia brat before the tournament. Later, I will send someone to your side to help you improve your cultivation base. As soon as she finished speaking, Yao Qingyun's body suddenly turned into a green cloud of light and disappeared without a trace. Yao Li cupped his fists respectfully and sent Yao Qingyun away. After Yao Qingyun left, his eyes were filled with unconcealable excitement. In the past, when the Yao family was still around, even though Yao Qingyun also supported the Yao family, she only gave them material help. Occasionally, she would give them some Dao crystals and pills. When someone in the Yao family became an immortal, she allowed them to use the blood pool in the slaughter palace to increase their chances of becoming an immortal by 5%. Other than these basic help, Yao Qingyun had never given the Yao family any other help. Her attitude towards the Yao family was extremely cold. After all, she was expelled from the Yao family when she was young. It was impossible for her not to resent her. Today, however, Yao Qingyun sent someone to help Yao Li break through to the next realm. Obviously, she wanted to focus on nurturing him. After all, Yao Li was the last descendant of the Yao family. How could Yao Li not be happy? For the first time, he felt that Ning Fan really did him a great favor by annihilating the Yao family. After losing the Yao family as his backer, he gained Yao Qingyun as his backer. Yao Li could not help but laugh heartily. It's great that the Yao family was annihilated. If the experts of the Yao family knew that Yao Li, whom they had wholeheartedly nurtured, was actually cheering for their deaths, I wonder how they would feel in the underworld. Ning Fan walked on the long street of the slaughter city. Each and every cultivator who passed by looked at him with different expressions. Some of them were cultivators who were participating in the competition. Their eyes were filled with respect. Some of them were cultivators of the slaughter palace. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The news of the first confrontation between Ning Fan and Yao Qingyun spread across the entire city at an extremely fast speed. All the cultivators of the slaughter palace heard about it. Elder Qingyun personally attacked Ning Fan, wanting to humiliate him. However, he was humiliated by Ning Fan instead. The dignified elder Shikong was actually humiliated by a void fragmentation realm junior. This news was just too unbelievable. The slaughter city was divided into the inner city and the outer city. The blood palace of the slaughter palace was located in the inner city. The venue of the grand competition was also in the inner city. Before the grand competition begins, other than the cultivators of the palace, no other cultivators were allowed to enter the inner city. Ning Fan took a stroll around the outer city and went to the auction house in the outer city. He sold all of the countless magic treasures that he had on him to the auction house. Those were the magic treasures of countless life immortal realm and void fragmentation realm experts. To Ning Fan, they were not very useful. However, they were quite important to ordinary cultivators. After destroying the Yao clan and slaughtering all the immortal cultivators, Ning Fan had obtained quite a number of high-grade cultivation methods. After making a copy for himself and keeping it for himself, he sold all of them. After selling his treasures, Ning Fan instantly obtained 100 billion Dao crystals. In the past, Ning Fan spent money like flowing water. The reason why he did not feel bad about it was because he had no choice but to spend that money. If he kept it on him, it would be a disaster. Secondly, it was because he had also obtained countless magic treasures and cultivation methods. However, he could sell them as Dao crystals after coming to the Blood Sea Star region. Ning Fan had a total of more than 800 void fragmentation realm Dao fruits and countless pills that could raise one's cultivation base to the first step of cultivation. All of them were given to the female cultivators in the Cauldron world. He also cut out a life immortal realm Dao fruit and kept it with him for the time being. He would neither sell it nor eat it. He planned to eat it when he becomes an immortal to increase his chances of becoming an immortal. The Blood Sea Star was the Imperial Star and the Slaughter City was the largest city in the Imperial Star. Ning Fan went straight to the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion in the city and used all the 100 billion Dao crystals he had just obtained to buy 1,000,000 years old spiritual herbs. He bought a total of 470 tufts of them. Ning Fan still had 20 billion Dao crystals with him. He did not spend all of them. Instead, he kept some Dao crystals with him in case of emergencies. There were less than 2 years left before the grand competition begins. Ning Fan finally arrived at the slaughter city. Finally, he would not miss the grand competition. He decided to use the remaining 2 years to improve the 3-flower converging prominence technique again. He would strive to turn the 5th lotus petal into the color of lead before the grand competition. Other than the spiritual medicine pavilion, Ning Fan did not visit any other places. After spending 100 million Dao crystals, he bought a mid-grade temporary imperial residence in the outer city. Ning Fan moved into the residence and dismissed all of his maids. Then, he sat alone in the room. He did not immediately start cultivating the 3-flower converging prominence technique. Instead, he sat in front of the table and sipped his spiritual tea. Then, he looked at a corner of the room and said calmly, "Senior has been following me all the way since I entered the city. I suppose you have something to tell me. I wonder what Senior wants to tell me." As soon as Ning Fan's voice fell, a hoarse laughter immediately resounded from the corner of the house. Then, a blood-red light flashed and a skinny old man in blood-red robes appeared. The old man's cultivation was not any lower than Yao Qingyun's, and he was probably a shedding void early-stage expert. The emblem of the slaughter hall was embroidered on his robe. Obviously, he was a member of the slaughter hall. This person's concealment technique was extremely profound, and even Yao Qingyun did not notice him. This person seemed to have cultivated a secret technique of the Tao of Corpse. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's corpse devil body which was at the 3rd transformation, he certainly would not have noticed that this person was following him. This old man is Fei He, one of the 23 elders of the Slaughter Palace. Little friend Xianxia's senses are very sharp. Even that Yao Qingyun didn't know that I was hiding nearby, but you did. The scarlet-robed elder's hair was sparse, his skin was pale, and his eyes were deeply sunken. His aura was lifeless, like that of a zombie. He did not bother to be courteous with Ning Fan and directly sat opposite him. He stared at Ning Fan coldly and licked his lips. "So, it's Elder Fei He, sorry for not recognizing you." Ning Fan cupped his fists while thinking about the purpose of Fei He's visit. "I don't get along well with Yao Qingyun. I'm very happy that you've massacred the Yao clan. You seem to have collected 1 million years old spiritual herbs to cultivate the 3 flowers converging crown technique, right? You can take these spiritual herbs. Consider it as a small reward from me." Fei He flicked his sleeve and a storage pouch appeared on the table out of nowhere. He nodded and gestured for Ning Fan to take it. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He took the storage pouch and scanned it with his spirit sense. There were nearly 100 tufts of 1 million years old spiritual herbs inside. Ever since his medicine soul had turned into 5 colors, Ning Fan's senses became especially sharp. These tufts of 1 million years old spiritual herbs seemed to have been tampered with. "Thank you for your generous gift, Senior." He did not reject Fei He's reward because it would only make him suspicious. Ning Fan kept the storage pouch. He had already decided not to use these storage pouches to cultivate the secret technique. Seeing Ning Fan keep the spiritual herbs, Fei He nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "You've offended Yao Qingyun. Even though you have the death exemption token, it's hard to guarantee that you won't be killed by her sinister means. I have a plan that can completely eliminate Yao Qingyun. However, I need your help." Ning Fan's brows slightly wrinkled after hearing this and kept silent for a long time. "What?" "I'm helping you get out of this calamity out of goodwill." "Are you trying to reject my goodwill?" Fei He's expression darkened and his eyes became even colder. Ning Fan sneered in his heart but did not show it on his face. This Fei He clearly wanted to get rid of Yao Qingyun, but he pretentiously said that he wanted to help me. What a joke. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the slaughter city, he first confronted Yao Qingyun and then got involved with this Fei He. Judging from the 1 million years old spiritual herbs that Fei He gave him, he was definitely not a kind person. Compared to Fei He, Ning Fan felt that Yao Qingyun was much more adorable. Ning Fan had seen countless people. He could tell with just a glance that Fei He was a person who would not recognize his own family and use sinister means to kill without spilling blood. Even though Yao Qingyun was also Ning Fan's enemy, he had a good impression of her. From Ning Fan's point of view, this woman wanted to kill him because of the Yao family. Who was the Yao family? It was the family that had once wronged Yao Qingyun. Yao Qingyun must be a person who valued relationships. That was why she would get angry because of a family that had wronged her. If one day, Ning Fan had no choice but to fight Yao Qingyun to the death, he would swing his sword and kill Yao Qingyun without any hesitation. However, in his heart, he still had a good impression of Yao Qingyun even though she was his enemy. Ning Fan admired people who valued relationships. As for Fei He hated him from the bottom of his heart. He had no enmity with Fei He, but this Fei He had tampered with the 1,000,000 years old spiritual herb and wanted to kill him. This Fei He was really detestable. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's cultivation base being far weaker than Fei He would certainly have acted forcefully and killed Fei He. Unfortunately, there was a huge disparity between his cultivation base and Fei He's. He had no choice but to temporarily pretend that he did not know about the 1,000,000 years old spiritual herb and pretended to agree to all of Fei He's requests. Do you really want to reject this old man's good intention? Fei He asked again. This time, there was a hint of killing intent. Ning Fan's expression changed and he cupped his fists at Fei He. How would Junior dare to reject Senior's good intention? Junior is very grateful that Senior is willing to help Junior get rid of Yao Qingyun. However, I don't know when Senior is going to get rid of Yao Qingyun and how do you need Junior's help? Seeing that Ning Fan was very sensible, Fei He sneered in his heart. However, he kept his cold expression and put on a kind expression. The time has not come yet. Now is not the time to get rid of Yao Qingyun. After you officially join the Slaughter Palace and break through to the Immortal Realm, I will carry out my plan. At that time, Yao Qingyun will die for sure. This is my token. Take it. With this token, ordinary cultivators of the Slaughter Palace will not dare to make things difficult for you. Fei He patted his storage pouch and took out a token. The word Fei was engraved on it. He put the token on the table and looked at Ning Fan deeply. Then, he stood up and turned into a trace of blood light, disappearing into the distance. This Fei He has ulterior motives. You can't eat those 1,000,000 years old spiritual herbs. Ouyang Nuan's concerned voice came from the Yuanyao world. Nuan don't worry. I know. I suppose you must be feeling bored staying in the Yuanyao world these days. Come out and rest for a few days. Ning Fan stroked Yuanyao's jade. Immediately, a bright light flashed in the room and Ouyang Nuan's beautiful figure appeared. She was carrying little furball in her arms. Her beauty was still captivating. However, her white hair still made Ning Fan's heart ache when he saw it. This white hair is an eyesore. I will get the longevity jade and get rid of it. Ning Fan reached his fingers into Ouyang Nuan's snow-white hair and gently stroked it. Ouyang Nuan's face turned slightly red but she did not resist. She looked at Ning Fan deeply and said in a low voice, as soon as you enter the Slaughter City, you have offended 2 elders of the Slaughter Palace. You must be careful. I will be careful. I've been rushing all the way here. I'm really tired. Sleep with me for a while. As Ouyang Nuan exclaimed in surprise, Ning Fan carried her up and walked towards the bed. Ouyang Nuan instantly became nervous. Her face was so red that it seemed like it could drip blood. Her small hands gently pushed Ning Fan's arms and she stuttered. I am not ready yet, it's just a nap. What do you need to prepare for? It's not like I'm going to eat you up. Ning Fan looked at Ouyang Nuan with a smile, thinking to himself that this foolish woman wouldn't think that he was going to do that, right? Ah? Aren't you going to do that with me? Ouyang Nuan was slightly stunned. Then, she heaved a sigh of relief. However, she also felt a little disappointed for no reason. I'm not going to do that now. If we do it at the right time, it will naturally be beneficial. With your current physical condition, doing it will only damage your foundation and shorten your lifespan. When Ning Fan was talking about the Tao of making love with a straight face, Ouyang Nuan's face became even redder. She felt that Ning Fan was too despicable. He actually talked about such an embarrassing topic with a straight face. On second thought, perhaps it was because Ning Fan never had any despicable thoughts in his mind that he could talk about these things so calmly. He placed Ouyang Nuan on the inner side of the bed and helped her take off her shoes and socks. When his palm touched Ouyang Wan's ankle, which was soft and boneless, Ning Fan's eyes darkened. However, he did not say anything. He took off his shoes and socks on his own and got onto the bed with his clothes on. He slept on the outer side of the bed and gently wrapped his arm around Ouyang Wan's slender waist. Sleep. Ning Fan closed his eyes and quickly fell into a deep sleep. For the past 8 years, Ning Fan had always been in a highly tense state. He was always on guard against enemies who would come and attack him. Thus, he was really tired. This place was already the slaughter city. There would no longer be any open attacks. At most, there would only be some killings without any bloodshed. There was no need for him to be on high alert anymore. He could have a little rest. Hell, little Furball did not feel sleepy at all. It did not want to sleep in broad daylight. It gently leaped out of Ouyang Wan's embrace and flew below the bed. Then, it began to run around the room. Its cultivation base was already at the mid-nascent soul realm. Without the trouble of little Furball, Ouyang Wan squeezed herself into Ning Fan's arms. Looking at Ning Fan's exhausted sleeping face, her heart trembled. A warm feeling flowed through her body and she felt a little sorry for him. "What did I, Ouyang Wan, do to deserve your protection?" she muttered to herself and curled up in Ning Fan's arms. This embrace was very warm, as if it could help her block all harm. She hoped that one day, she would be able to help the owner of this embrace and block all the damage. To be continued. Ning Fan slept for a day and a night. He felt unprecedentedly at ease. After waking up, Ning Fan sent Ouyang Wan back to the Yuanya world as usual. Then, he entered the profounding world and went into seclusion to cultivate. There were still 2 years before the grand competition. During these 2 years, Ning Fan only cultivated 2 secret techniques. One was the 3 flowers at once prominence technique, and the other was the whirlpool technique. After annihilating the Yao clan, Ning Fan had obtained enough small Kiliacosm cosmos treasures. It was enough for him to cultivate his spatial vortex technique to the great perfection void whirlpool realm. When the whirlpool technique was perfected, it was comparable to a middle-grade immortal technique. Its power was also extremely terrifying. Refine. Gradually, the world power of the small Kiliacosm cosmos treasure was devoured and refined by him. Day after day, the floating continents in the vortex hollow gradually turned illusory. When the entire whirlpool heavenly passage turned illusory, the level of the heavenly passage suddenly increased, transforming into a small Kiliacosm. Half a year later, the void vortex heaven finally advanced to a minor Kiliacosm, becoming the void vortex world. There were countless small worlds in the vortex void realm. Even a life immortal would not be able to escape if he was imprisoned there. Ning Fan stretched out his palm. Immediately, a black hole vortex which was filled with darkness and extermination appeared on his palm. This black hole vortex was terrifyingly deep. It was enough to suck in light, making it impossible to escape. This black hole was powerful enough to suck a mid-stage human profound realm life immortal into the whirlpool world and kill him. Even a late human profound realm life immortal realm expert would be forcefully sucked into Ning Fan's world if they were not careful. This technique is not bad. Ning Fan dispersed the black hole in the maelstrom space and meditated for a few days. When his condition had recovered to its peak, he began to refine the 1 million years old spiritual herbs and cultivate the 3 flowers converging prominence technique. The further one cultivated the 3 flowers at once prominence technique, the more million-year-old spirit herbs one would need. This time, Ning Fan had spent 100 billion doubt crystals to purchase 470 tufts of 1 million years old spiritual herbs. However, it was only enough to turn the 5th petal of the lotus into a leaden color. This cultivation lasted for another half a year. The flower bloomed 5 petals, and the defense of the 3 flowers at once prominence technique was greatly improved. No one in the late stage of the human profound realm could break the defense of the lotus shadow. Even if it was an attack from a human Xian peak expert, it would still be able to defend a little. With a thought, 1 million lotus shadows immediately appeared around Ning Fan's body. His defense was astonishing. Feeling the strong defense of the lotus shadows that filled the sky, Ning Fan wore a mixed expression. He was happy that this technique was indeed powerful, but he was worried that this technique was simply too expensive. In order to turn the 5th lotus petal into the color of lead, Ning Fan had spent 100 billion Dao crystals. Even old monster Shikong would not be able to take out 100 billion Dao crystals easily. The further he went, the more million-year-old spirit herbs he would need. He didn't know how many spirit herbs and Dao crystals he would need for the 6th, 7th, and 8th petals. In order to cultivate to the realm of the 12 blossoms, one would need to burn an astronomical amount of money. Even if the pill sect or the medicine sect were to go bankrupt, they would not be able to fork out enough money to cultivate this technique. It was no wonder that so few people practiced the 3-flower-at-once prominence technique. It wasn't just because there were so few god cultivators with royal blood. More importantly, it was because the technique was so expensive. Moreover, this was the first time he had spent it, and he was already burning money like this. The 3 flowers at once prominence required one to cultivate the 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and human. He wondered if there would be anyone who could burn through all their money and cultivate 3 flowers at once prominence within 4 days. In any case, from the information that Ning Fan had gathered, he had never heard of anyone cultivating the 3 flowers to the grand perfection of the 3 flowers. The 3 flowers at once prominence is indeed a powerful divine ability. It doesn't take too much time to cultivate, but it's too expensive. I wonder if I can cultivate this technique to the level of the first flower in my lifetime. If I can look for the follow-up techniques of the 2nd flower and the 3rd flower to continue cultivating. There was less than a year left before the grand competition. Ning Fan pondered for a moment and decided to improve his body refinement realm within this year. Because of the removal of the immortal seed, his chances of becoming an immortal had been reduced by half. If he could cultivate his spiritual force, dharmic powers, and physical body to the peak of the first step and become an immortal, his chances of becoming an immortal would increase by about 5%. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this 5% chance. It was necessary to improve his physical body. After slaughtering the Yao family, he had obtained quite a lot of body-tempering herbs. Although the Yao family was not a body-refining family, they still had some body-refining pills. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his ancestral talisman and used its power to devour the power of the spiritual herbs, refining their essence into qi. Ancient Devil's cultivation was slowly rising. 4th heavenly layer revered devil realm, 5th heavenly layer revered devil realm, 6th heavenly layer revered devil realm. Half a year later, his cultivation realm finally stopped at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer revered devil realm. It was not easy for him to continue improving his cultivation realm because he had already consumed all the body refining pills of the Yao family. Ning Fan had no choice but to temporarily give up the idea of improving his ancient devil's cultivation realm. Then, he took out countless spiritual flames, cold qi, spiritual wood, spiritual earth, and spiritual lightning to improve the level of his great 5 elements body. The minor 5 elements body was at the perfection stage. Almost none of the 5 elemental magic techniques of the first step of Dao cultivation could hurt him. After the minor 5 elements body evolved to the great 5 elements body, even the 5 elemental magic techniques of an ordinary mysterious life immortal realm cultivator could not hurt him at all. According to Ning Fan's estimation, if he could cultivate the great 5 elements body to the perfection stage, no one below the true immortal realm would be able to hurt him with the 5 elemental abilities. The great 5 elements constitution was indeed a formidable physique, but unfortunately, it was absolutely not an easy task to cultivate the great 5 elements constitution to perfection. Ning Fan devoured various spiritual items of the 5 elements. Among them, there was no lack of immortal-grade spiritual flames, immortal-grade cold qi, and immortal-grade spiritual lightning. 3 months later, all of the spiritual items of the 5 elements were devoured by Ning Fan. Fire Elemental Mastery 2%, Water Elemental Mastery 3%, Wood Elemental Mastery 1%, Metal Elemental Mastery 2%, Earth Elemental Mastery 1%. The difficulty of cultivating the great 5 elements physique was far beyond Ning Fan's expectation. The difference between it and the minor 5 elements physique was like heaven and earth. An immortal grade spirit item could only increase the cultivation progress by 1%. It's another kind of physique that burns money. Ning Fan let out a long sigh. In order to cultivate the great 5 elements physique to perfection, he had no idea how many spiritual items of the 5 elements would be needed. After 3 months of bitter cultivation, his great 5 elements constitution didn't improve at all. However, the improvement of the yin-yang demon fire was a pleasant surprise. The yin-yang demon fire from before was a lower grade LV8 spirit fire, close to middle grade. After devouring all the 5 elemental spiritual objects, the yin-yang demon fire's level had risen to level 8 intermediate grade. Moreover, after devouring the 5 elemental spiritual items, Ningfan vaguely discovered that the yin-yang devil flame had undergone a qualitative change. In the past, the yin-yang demon fire was a combination of ice and fire, water and fire dual cultivation. However, after Ningfan cultivated the great 5 elements physique, the yin-yang demon fire was no longer as simple as a combination of ice and fire. The spiritual earth, spiritual wood and spiritual lightning that Ningfan devoured this time were all integrated into the yin-yang demon fire. The current yin-yang demon fire had already encompassed the 5 elements. Its form was fire, but it had the characteristics of the 5 elements. Ningfan suddenly thought of the dual spiritual tablet technique. The name of the dual spiritual tablet technique was Yin Fire Forming Mountain. It was the ability to turn flames into mountains and fire into earth. It turns out that after completing the second spirit of the dual spiritual tablet technique and attaining the great 5 elements physique, I already possess the ability to reverse the 5 elements. Ningfan stretched out his hand. Immediately, a black devil flame jumped out from his palm. It was the yin-yang flame. With a thought, the black devil flame turned into a ball of black cold chi. With another thought, the black cold chi turned into black vines, then into a small black mountain and then into black lightning. In the end, the black lightning turned into a flame and was absorbed into Ningfan's body. Ningfan remained silent for a long time. He understood the significance of the yin-yang flame possessing the characteristics of the 5 elements. It indicated that he could increase the grade of the yin-yang flame by devouring any spiritual items of the 5 elements. It indicated that he could use the yin-yang flame as the medium to perform any magic techniques of the 5 elements. Looking at the steel of sun and moon that stood tall on the profound Yin continent, Ningfan's eyes were filled with emotions. Frankly speaking, the steel of sun and moon was not a magic treasure that he could use. At least, it was not for now. The reason was that the stronger the power of the steel of sun and moon, the more magic power it would consume. Ningfan rarely fought one-on-one battles. His enemies would always appear in groups. The steel of sun and moon consumed too much magic power. It was not suitable to use it frequently. Even though the steel of sun and moon was not practical, completing the spirit of the steel could increase the grade of the profound Yin world and improve Ningfan's physique. From this point of view, the steel of sun and moon was definitely a good item that was hard to come by. Without the steel of sun and moon, Ningfan would not be able to attain the great 5 elements physique at all. After resting for 3 days in the profound Yin world, Ningfan's body flashed and he finally left the world. The date of the grand competition was approaching. There was no time for him to cultivate further. Ningfan returned to the outside world and summoned a maidservant to ask about the specific date of the disciple acceptance ceremony. After knowing that there was still half a month before the ceremony, Ningfan dismissed the maidservant and went into seclusion in his bedroom to regulate his breathing. Half a month later, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the slaughter city, countless old monsters opened their eyes. Their bodies flashed and turned into rays of light, flying towards the inner city of the slaughter city. Today was the official day of the grand competition. Today, only 1,000 geniuses would pass the first round of the competition and advance to the second round. Ningfan slowly opened his eyes. He rose to his feet and walked out of the room. From the information given by Wu Chen, he knew that this grand competition was divided into 4 rounds. In the first round, the results would be recorded based on the number of slaughter badges that were handed in. The top 1,000 geniuses would advance to the second round. In the second round, they would need to enter a secret place in the slaughter palace and pass some kind of test. The top 100 geniuses would advance to the third round. As for what kind of test it was, Wu Chen did not know with his current status. In the third round, Wu Chen had even less information about it. He only knew that only 10 people would be selected to advance to the next round. In the fourth round, only 1 person would be selected to advance to the next round. Ningfan walked out of the palace and walked step by step on the flagstones of the long street towards the inner city. His footsteps were steady and firm. His body was surrounded by an indomitable aura force. He must get the first place in this grand competition. He would never allow himself to lose to anyone. In the inner city, all the pavilions had been destroyed. None of the buildings of the past remained except for the blood palace of the slaughter palace. For this grand competition, the slaughter palace had emptied all the pavilions in the entire inner city. There was a distance of 10,000 li * 500 m per li, from the city gate of the inner city to the blood palace of the slaughter palace. Countless tall platforms were built on both sides of the palace, all of which were occupied by the old monsters who came to watch the competition. Among these people, there were void fragmentation realm experts, life immortal realm experts and true immortal realm experts. Some of these people came to watch the show while some brought their juniors to participate in the competition. Each of the participating cultivators entered the inner city through the city gate and flew to the outside of the blood palace. Then, they stood in 4 directions, waiting for the first round of the grand competition to begin. The content of the first round of the grand competition had already been released. The results would be recorded based on the slaughter badges. The participating cultivators who were strong had already challenged countless members of the slaughter palace and obtained many badges. The weaker cultivators had also spent a large number of Dao crystals to buy a lot of bronze badges. Each of the geniuses of the eastern heaven stood proudly without paying attention to the others. Only those who knew each other and had a good relationship with each other would whisper to each other. When Ning Fan arrived outside of the blood palace, the expressions of all the participating cultivators changed and they looked at Ning Fan with respect. These geniuses were undoubtedly proud of themselves for being able to cultivate to the void fragmentation realm with a skeletal age of 30,000 years. However, in front of Ning Fan, they could not bring themselves to feel proud at all. None of the geniuses of the eastern heaven could make a name for themselves like Ning Fan. He massacred all the immortal cultivators of an entire star region, killed 80,000 void fragmentation realm cultivators with a single slap, placed a bounty of 100 billion on the sect master of the Pill sect and forced him to not dare to leave the sect without permission. Moreover, he openly confronted Elder Qingyun of the Slaughter Palace without showing the slightest fear. He had mastered the Spirit Blast technique and forced countless life immortals and true crossing realm true immortals to flee at the mere sight of him. Is he really just a void fragmentation realm cultivator? Could he be a true immortal realm old monster who is pretending to be a true immortal realm old monster after his cultivation base fell? Countless geniuses swallowed their saliva while looking at Ning Fan and guessed in a low voice. On the high platforms on both sides, countless life immortals and true immortal realm old monsters were also discussing with each other. All of them were talking about Ning Fan. Ning Fan frowned. He did not like the feeling of being criticized by the crowd. His eyes carried the might of baleful qi and swept across the surroundings coldly. All of a sudden, countless geniuses shut their mouths in shock. The expressions of all the life immortals changed and they quickly became silent. Those true immortals at the true crossing realm also frowned slightly but no longer talked about Ning Fan. Oh? So this is the junior who offended Yao Qingyun? What a sharp gaze. With just a glance, he could make so many geniuses and old monsters shut their mouths obediently. An unruly chuckle resounded in the air. The voice sounded a little old and hoarse. The one who spoke was a white-haired young man who came with the wind. Even though he looked like a young man, his cultivation base was too strong. In terms of age, he could definitely be considered as the ancestor of everyone here. Behind the white-haired young man were 22 experts. All of them were elders of the Slaughter Palace. The lowest cultivation base among them was at the void-shedding realm. Behind the elders, there were more than 400 ghost-masked assassins. Each of them was at the true crossing realm. Countless cultivators raised their heads and looked at the white-haired young man with great respect. Many true immortal realm old monsters even stood up and cupped their fists at him. It's the great elder of the Slaughter Palace, the white-haired immortal king Nether Sea. Immortal venerables, immortal kings, and immortal emperors were all cultivators at the eternal ancient realm. Rumor has it that the immortal king Nether Sea's cultivation base was already at the 5th tribulation of the eternal ancient realm. As long as he survives the 6th tribulation, he would become an immortal emperor. Nether Sea's cultivation base was extremely strong and he was also the great elder of the Slaughter Palace. He was the strongest person in the Slaughter Palace after the Killing Emperor. Both his identity and cultivation base were shocking. No one dared to underestimate him. The immortal king Nether Sea burst into laughter. His old laughter resounded across the entire Blood Sea star. In a flash, he flew to the seat on the right and sat down. His eyes scanned across the group of geniuses below him. Eventually, his eyes stopped at Ning Fan. This young man will probably be the first in this batch. He's a pretty good junior. What's more commendable is that he doesn't have an immortal seed in his body. If he is nurtured carefully, he can at least enter the true crossing realm and become a ghost-masked assassin. If he's fated, it's not impossible for him to become a Shikong or an elder. The immortal King Netherse nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he no longer looked at Ning Fan. Instead, he started chatting with some of the powerful beings around him. To him, no matter how outstanding Ning Fan was, he was just a junior. He was not worthy of his attention. It was already very rare for him to receive a compliment or a glance from him. The sun today is a little scorching. It's still the night that makes people feel at ease. You can go down the mountain now. No one knew what the immortal King Netherse was discussing with the few old monsters beside him. Suddenly, they started talking about the weather. Looking at the scorching sun above his head, his eyes were filled with slight displeasure. He said coldly while looking at the scorching sun above his head. He ordered the sun to set. That order contained an indescribably great ability. After hearing his order, the scorching sun seemed to be afraid and hurriedly descended to the west. In just a moment, the sun had set and the moon was hanging high in the sky. The day had turned into night. Words command. Some of the old monsters exclaimed inwardly. The other 22 elders took their seats behind the immortal King Netherse. As for the true crossing realm ghost-masked assassins, they stood in the sky at different locations in the inner city, as if they were on guard. If anyone dares to cause trouble, these ghost-masked assassins will kill them without hesitation. This person is so strong. Ning Fan glanced at the immortal King Netherse. He could not see his appearance at all. He only felt a sharp pain in his eyes. He knew that if he continued to peek at the immortal King Netherse forcefully, his eyes would probably be crippled. He quickly withdrew his gaze and dared not look at him anymore. This was an expert who was just a step away from breaking through to the immortal Emperor realm. With Ning Fan's cultivation base, he was not qualified to see the immortal King Netherse's appearance at all. A trace of the immortal King Netherse's chi suffocated Ning Fan. Just an order from the immortal King Netherse could change the sun and moon and reverse spring and autumn. With the arrival of the immortal King Netherse, Ning Fan was no longer the focus of the meeting. Gradually, more and more old monsters arrived from all directions. Those who came late were mostly experts whose names shook the eastern heaven. There were old monster Shikong, old monster Swain Yin, immortal venerables, and even immortal kings. Look! It's old monster Su who is at the peak of the shedding void realm. Isn't that the sect master of the Xianxia sect, Xianxia? Rumor has it that he has already broken through to the thought fragmentation realm. I didn't expect it to be true. That's immortal King Burning Heaven. Could the mount he is riding on be the immortal venerable azure dragon that wreaked havoc in the sealed Dust Star region some time ago? Look, it's the 9th elder of the godly void pavilion. Rumor has it that he has already grasped the profound mysteries of the verbal execution law. He is not far from breaking through to the mid-thought fragmentation realm. The arrival of the legendary old monsters made Ning Fan deeply shocked by the strength of the eastern heaven. However, he did not have any other emotions. When he heard that the people of the godly void pavilion had arrived, his eyes slightly moved and he looked at them. The so-called 9th elder of the godly void pavilion was an old man with a kind face. He wore green robes and rode on a white crane. He had the demeanor of an immortal. Behind him was a group of young cultivators from the godly void pavilion. Most of them were void fragmentation realm cultivators, but there were also some void refinement realm cultivators. It seemed that the reason why the 9th elder came was to bring these juniors to watch the disciple recruitment competition of the Slaughter Palace to broaden their horizons. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the people of the godly void pavilion. He did not see the figure of the little demoness. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. She didn't come. Is she in trouble? With her personality, if she sees my bounty notice, she will certainly recognize me. If she heard that I am participating in the competition of the Slaughter Palace, she will certainly not miss this grand event. Why didn't she come? Brother Xianxia seems to pay a lot of attention to the godly void pavilion? Could it be that you have an old friend in the godly void pavilion? The voice of a young man entered Ning Fan's ears. Ning Fan turned his body to look and his eyes turned slightly cold. The person who spoke was a young man in red robes. His red robes were embroidered with a vermilion bird. His peach blossom eyes could bewitch all living beings, and he was as handsome as a demon. This person was Xianxia of the Sea Demon sect. Behind Xianxia, the 3 pitifully weak followers were still following him. However, this time, those 3 followers were much more well-behaved. They did not dare to casually shout at Ning Fan. They already knew how terrifying Ning Fan was. How would they dare to provoke him? Ning Fan did not have a good impression of Xianxia and the others. Thus, he did not want to pay attention to them. Xianxia, on the other hand, smiled and said, "If Brother Xianxia wants to know more about the Godly Void Pavilion, I am willing to tell you everything I know. I will use this matter to make up for my previous offense. What do you think?" "Sure. I am very interested in the young pavilion master of the Godly Void Pavilion. I heard that the young pavilion master likes to join in on the fun. With her personality, she should be here to watch the competition of the Slaughter Palace. Why didn't she come?" Ning Fan turned around and asked indifferently. Hee. Brother Xianxia seems to know Miss Zhao's personality very well. According to what I know, Miss Zhao has been busy breaking through to the life immortal realm. She had already gone into seclusion tens of years ago. Until now, she has yet to break through, and she doesn't care about what is happening in the outside world. Becoming an immortal is a very important matter. She naturally doesn't have the time to come here to watch the competition. This matter is very secretive. I only heard about it from my master. Ordinary people don't know about it." Xianxia answered politely. "I see. She is in seclusion to break through to the life immortal realm, huh?" Ning Fan's eyes became absent-minded. The worry in his eyes lessened a lot. Since she was fine, he felt relieved. "You've answered my question. The grudges between you and me in the past will be written off. We don't owe each other anymore." As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he turned around and left. Xianxia's eyes flashed. He caught the important information in Ning Fan's words. This person's Dao name is Xianxia, but his real name is Ning. Ning Fan did not have the intention to continue hiding his real name. If he wants to join the Slaughter Palace, he must reveal his real name. No deceit is allowed. The powerful beings of the Slaughter Palace had all kinds of secret techniques. They would know if you are lying or not. No one could hide their identity to join the Slaughter Palace. The Slaughter Palace would never recruit people with ulterior motives. Gradually, all the old monsters who were supposed to come arrived. All of a sudden, the inner city fell into silence. An old man wearing blood-red armor who was at the peak of the Crossing Truth realm arrived in the air with a group of burly giants following behind him. Those giants were carrying a huge blood-red steel. That huge steel was the item that recorded the results of the participating cultivators in this competition. With a loud bang, the giants placed the steel on the left side of the Blood Palace. All of them were at the life immortal realm. The old man wearing blood-red armor who was at the peak of the Crossing Truth realm stood proudly outside the Blood Palace and said with a clear voice, "I am Xianxia. I will be the host of the disciple recruitment ceremony this time. When I raise the spirit arrow in my hand, the first round of the competition will officially begin. After the spirit arrow explodes, you have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to compete for the badges. After the incense stick, no one is allowed to continue fighting. During the period of competing for the badges, killing is allowed. Those who are afraid of death can immediately leave the inner city. During the period of handing over the badges, your real identity and name must be recorded. You are not allowed to hide anything. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from participating in the competition. After the first round of the competition ends, the top 1,000 geniuses will advance to the second round." Xianxia's cold eyes swept across the tens of thousands of geniuses at the scene. Roughly, there were about 40,000 people participating in this competition. The expressions of many geniuses changed. They initially thought that they only needed to hand over their badges in the first round of the competition. They did not expect that there would be a battle before they handed over their badges. Well, it was no wonder. How could there be no battles in the competition of the Slaughter Palace? The people that the Slaughter Palace wanted to recruit were the top geniuses in the eastern sky. Many geniuses' faces showed signs of struggle. Not long after that, thousands of people really withdrew from the competition and left the inner city. Most of these people were cultivators below the sixth shattering realm. They knew that their cultivation level was not high enough and they did not have enough badges to enter the top 1,000. If the competition was not life-threatening, they would not mind taking a trial here to gain some experience. However, the first round of the competition did not prohibit killing. Their cultivation level was low and they did not dare to risk their lives in this place. Seeing that no one else withdrew from the competition, Xianxia nodded with satisfaction. There were still 37 to 8,000 people left in the inner city. It was much more than what he had expected. Just as he was about to raise the spirit arrow in his hand and announce the start of the competition, a clear and cold voice of a woman resounded throughout the entire inner city. "Hold on. I want to add a rule to the first round of the competition." The person who spoke was none other than Yao Qingyun. As soon as Xianxia heard that Elder Qingyun wanted to add a rule to the competition, he immediately looked at the Nethersea Immortal King with a troubled expression. The Nethersea Immortal King gave Yao Qingyun a meaningful look and then looked at Ning Fan's direction. Then, he nodded. Seeing that the Nethersea Immortal King did not have any objections, Xianxia cupped his fists respectfully towards Yao Qingyun. "May I know what kind of rule Elder Qingyun wants to add?" "It's very simple. In the first round of the competition, you are not allowed to use any offensive or defensive jade slips, immortal formation discs, talismans, or external secret techniques such as the deity blast technique. In short, you are not allowed to use any external techniques to increase your strength. In the first round of the competition, you must use your own techniques. What my slaughter palace wants to recruit are true experts and not scoundrels who use external techniques to show off their strength." Asterisk swoosh asterisk. In the inner city, countless pairs of eyes shifted to Ning Fan. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yao Qingyun's rule was added to target Ning Fan. This? Xianxia felt a little troubled. Among the cultivators who participated in the competition this time, there were cultivators who specialized in puppet techniques, talisman techniques, pill refinement techniques and formation techniques. It was fine for Yao Qingyun to target Ning Fan, but this time, he was probably going to knock down a large number of people. Using external techniques was also considered as one's own techniques. In the cultivation world, techniques that could kill and protect oneself were all considered as techniques, weren't they? "Do as Elder Qingyun said." The Nethersea Immortal King's aged voice resounded in the inner city. He was rather interested in Ning Fan. He also wanted to see what kind of results Ning Fan could achieve without using external techniques. After hearing his words, Xianxia nodded and announced the rules again. All of a sudden, the faces of countless puppet cultivators, talisman cultivators, pill refinement cultivators and formation cultivators turned ashen. As for some cultivators who had offensive jade slips given by their seniors, they also had the urge to bang their heads against the wall and commit suicide. With so many techniques that they could not use, it was impossible for them to stand out in the first round. Ning Fan's eyes flickered, but he did not feel dejected at all. In the first place, he would not waste his profound ghost realm attack, true immortal realm attack and the primordial spirit of the deity blast technique in this kind of low-level competition. Those were all life-saving treasures. Ning Fan's strength alone was enough to defeat the geniuses of the same generation as him. He looked at Yao Qingyun and smiled faintly. Seeing Ning Fan's calm smile, Yao Qingyun clenched her fists in displeasure. Ning Fan's calmness made her feel as if she had punched cotton. "Li Er is already at the mid-human profound realm. I don't believe that you will be a match for him without using external techniques." Yao Qingyun no longer said anything. After Xianxia finished announcing the new rules, he raised his hand and prepared to cast the spiritual arrow. Suddenly, a burly man in yellow robes laughed loudly and walked into the inner city. "I'm sorry. I'm late." His smile was calm, but his aura force was not to be underestimated. He was at the peak of the mid-human profound realm. When some of the geniuses of the eastern sky saw him, their expressions immediately changed and they rubbed their eyes in disbelief. "It's Kuang San of the Huta sect. Why is he here? Isn't that Kuang San at the early human profound realm? Since when did he cultivate to the peak of the mid-human profound realm? When he was at the early human profound realm, he could already defeat all the mid-human profound realm experts. Now that he is already at the mid-human profound realm, I'm afraid he won't be a match for a late human profound realm expert. I heard that Kuang San had betrayed the Huta sect and wholeheartedly joined the Slaughter Palace. I didn't expect it to be true. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold and he looked at the burly man in yellow robes who was laughing maniacally. His intuition told him that this Kuang San was not easy to deal with. To be continued. His intuition told him that this Kuang San was not easy to deal with. Suddenly, Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He seemed to have noticed something extremely interesting from Kuang San. As for Kuang San, his eyes were also sizing up Ning Fan in an unnoticeable manner. Suddenly, he grinned at Ning Fan and sent him a telepathic message. I have come especially for you. Don't disappoint me. Is that so? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. After the first round of the competition begins, the first half of an incense stick of time will pass, and the second half of an incense stick of time will determine the victor. The loser will hand over all their emblems. How about it? Kuang San said confidently. Sure. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. No one knew what he was thinking about. Kuang San, on the other hand, looked at the Yuan Yao jade between Ning Fan's fingers and the corners of his mouth curled into an inexplicable smile. Let's see how powerful you are to be able to move Xiaoman like this, Mad 3 said in his heart. Ning Fan withdrew his gaze and no longer looked at Kuang San. In his mind, he was pondering about the reason why Kuang San came. He had already seen through this person's secret. He could also tell that this person was coming for him. But what was this person's purpose? He calmed his heart and closed his eyes, sweeping away all the distracting thoughts in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, they were terrifyingly calm, like a black pond. No one could see through his thoughts. Qian Tuzi's gaze swept through the crowd. Seeing that there were no other competitors after Kuang San, he nodded and suddenly shot the spirit arrow in his hand into the sky. The spirit arrow turned into a streak of scarlet light and shot into the sky with a whistling sound. It exploded in the night sky and shook the heavens. This was the signal for the competition to begin. At this moment, countless participants with strong cultivations moved, extending their sharp claws towards those with weaker cultivations. All of a sudden, monstrous baleful qi spread out from his body. With a single step, he launched an attack at all the cultivators within a 10,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang radius. There were 19 cultivators in the area, the weakest of whom was a 7th demolisher, and 3 were rogue immortals. These people were preparing to show off their skills in the first round of the competition, but before they could do anything, they suddenly felt a pain in their chests. Like kites with their strings cut, they were sent flying, coughing up blood and heavily injured. The 19 prodigies did not even see who attacked them before they fell to the ground like a pile of mud. When they saw who had attacked them, their expressions changed drastically, and they revealed expressions of fear. Old demon Xianxia. The storage pouches on their waists had already been taken away by Ning Fan. Ning Fan held the 19 storage pouches in his hand and casually took out the Dao crystals, pills, slaughter badges, and other useful items from them. As for the cultivation techniques of the prodigies, he did not touch any of them and casually tossed their storage bags back. Ning Fan was not an idiot. At the very least, these 19 heavenly prides came from life immortal realm forces. Some of them even came from true immortal realm forces. Even though killing was allowed in the first round of the grand competition, Ning Fan would not act recklessly unless it was someone he must kill. He would also not seize the secret techniques and cultivation methods of these people. Doing so would offend countless life immortals and perfected immortals. Ning Fan was not afraid of offending people, but meaningless offending was not something he liked. Like a bolt of lightning, he dashed toward the group of skyprides in the distance. As soon as those geniuses saw Ning Fan rushing towards them, all of their faces turned pale with fright. All of them hurriedly retreated, not daring to fight against Ning Fan. Boom. Boom. Boom, each of the prodigies was severely injured and sent flying by Ning Fan almost at the same time. All of their storage pouches were taken away by Ning Fan. Just like before, he only took the unimportant items and did not take the cultivation methods and secret techniques of the various sections. On the 2 jade platforms, countless old monsters' gazes instantly locked onto Ning Fan. The grand competition had just begun for a few breaths, but Ning Fan had already knocked down nearly 100 prodigies. Such overwhelming strength was not something ordinary prodigies could withstand. The elders of those prodigies who fell to the ground were initially worried that Ning Fan would kill them. When they saw that Ning Fan only injured them and did not take their lives, they heaved a sigh of relief. Yao Qingyun frowned. She did not expect Ning Fan to be so strong. None of the prodigies below the life immortal realm could withstand a single blow from him. Qingyun, you have miscalculated. The Nethersea Immortal King suddenly spoke with a smile. What do you mean, Great Elder? The rule that you added not only did not cause any trouble to this young man, but it also helped him instead. In my opinion, this young man has a stubborn character. He never planned to win with the help of external forces. He did not plan to use any of his trump cards. Your rule restricted the other participants, preventing them from taking out the trump cards that their elders gave them. Without that rule, many of the participants would have taken out the attack jade slips of the life immortal realm. I'm afraid this young man would have a tough battle. You helped him. As soon as the Nethersea Immortal King finished speaking, Yao Qingyun was instantly stunned on the spot. She had helped him. She had actually helped her enemy. Qingyun, if I didn't know about the grudge between you and this young man, I would have thought that you were using your position for personal gain to pave the way for him so that he can easily win the championship. The Nethersea Immortal King laughed evilly. Great Elder, please don't joke around. I have an irreconcilable grudge with him. Why would I help him? Yao Qingyun was so angry that she wanted to stomp her feet. An irreconcilable grudge? Not necessarily. If I didn't pass by the Yao family and save you, you would have already become the cauldron of the life immortals of the Yao family. Can you forget that kind of humiliation? Yao Qingyun's eyes dimmed. She did not say anything else. What happened in the past was a pain in her heart. She did not want to talk about it. You are no longer a member of the Yao family. In my opinion, it's better not to take revenge. The Nethersea Immortal King said in a serious tone. Yao Qingyun clenched her fists tightly. There was a hint of struggle in her eyes. Perhaps the Great Elder was right. The Yao family had betrayed her first. There was really no need for her to stand up for the Yao family. However, Yao Qingyun looked at Ning Fan, who was unstoppable in the inner city. Her eyes suddenly flashed with anger. She just could not stand the sight of him. Yao Qingyun's expression fell into the Nethersea Immortal King's eyes and turned into a deeper smile. Interesting. He muttered to himself indifferently. No one knew what he was thinking. Even though Ning Fan was the person with the most outstanding battle result, he was not the only one who was in the limelight. Yao Li of the Yao family, Qizhen of the Siyao sect, Kuang San, the traitor of the Deep Earth sect, and Yu Kuan, a life immortal rogue cultivator. The four of them suppressed the other cultivators with their profound mortal realm cultivation base. The first round of the competition seemed to have become an exhibition match for Ning Fan and the other four experts. Time passed by slowly. Ning Fan had already sent more than 3,000 Eastern Skies geniuses flying. Finally, he attracted Yu Kuan's attention. Yu Kuan was an early profound mortal realm rogue cultivator with a bone age of 28,000 years. The fact that he could reach this stage without relying on any force was enough to prove that he was very powerful. Yu Kuan's eyes glowed with a kind of light. It was the light of pursuing strength. He fancied Ning Fan's strength. Therefore, he wanted to defeat Ning Fan. If Ning Fan had the Spirit Blast technique and the offensive Jade Slip, he would not dare to attack recklessly. Now, none of them could use any external means. They could only fight fairly with their own strength. It couldn't be better. He did not believe that he would lose to Ning Fan. Yu Kuan's body was surrounded by a ray of moonlight blade light. That blade light was extremely agile. The cold chi it carried was enough to freeze the land of a few li * 500 m per li. He walked towards Ning Fan step by step. Wherever Yu Kuan walked, the ground would turn into ice. When the participants saw Yu Kuan walking towards Ning Fan, they quickly retreated, not daring to get involved in the battle between the two experts. They could not wait for Ning Fan and Yu Kuan to fight for as long as possible. As long as they can drag the battle for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the grand competition would end. Then, they could hand in their badges and advance to the second round. Misty Moonblade, Yu Kuan. Yu Kuan stopped walking 10,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per li. away from Ning Fan and announced his name. Ning Fan. Ning Fan also announced his name indifferently. His entire body was on guard against Yu Kuan's attack. Although his voice was not loud, it traveled far. Countless old monsters were stunned when they heard Ning Fan's name. So, old ancestor Xianxia's mortal name is Ning Fan. Brother Ning, take my blade. Yu Kuan shouted. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed a finger at Ning Fan from afar. The moonlight blade light that was circling around his body immediately turned into a cold and sharp aurora, slashing towards Ning Fan's face. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly serious. Yu Kuan's blade was enough to severely injure an early profound mortal realm expert. With this blade technique, Yu Kuan could be considered as an early profound mortal realm expert. However, it was not enough to hurt him with this technique. Ning Fan quickly retreated. His fingers were wrapped with black flames and he lifted his finger to point at the sharp blade light. As soon as he pointed at it, the cold chi of the blade light shrunk by a lot. Ning Fan borrowed the counterforce to retreat even faster. His attacks were also faster. He pointed at the blade light 16 times. From the beginning to the end, Ning Fan had pointed at the blade light 17 times with his fingers. Under these 17 points, the cold chi on the blade light was completely incinerated. The blade light that was initially sharp suddenly shattered, turning into crystal fragments that scattered all over the ground. The misty moon blade is broken. Countless participants were shocked. They naturally knew how powerful Yu Kuan's misty moon blade was. Its sharpness was secondary, its coldness was the most frightening part. Once the misty moon blade was used, it was rare for an early profound mortal realm expert to not be frozen. Everyone stared at the black flames between Ning Fan's fingers in shock. All of them were greatly shocked. Immortal fire. A mid-grade 8th level immortal fire. Even a late profound mortal realm expert would not be able to withstand the power of a mid-grade 8th level immortal fire. It was their first time hearing that Ning Fan actually cultivated such a powerful devil fire. Yu Kuan's eyes were also filled with shock. He had never thought that his natal magic treasure, the Misty Moon Blade, would be destroyed by Ning Fan in just a single move. While he was still in shock, Ning Fan's figure flashed and appeared in front of Yu Kuan like a ghost. He said indifferently, "You've lost." Before his voice faded away, an extremely terrifying palm imprint of black flames had already been sent out by Ning Fan, hitting Yu Kuan's chest. Yu Kuan hurriedly summoned his peak divine profound realm treasure armor to defend himself. However, the armor was instantly burnt to ashes. With a loud bang, Yu Kuan's body seemed to have been burnt into charcoal. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily on the ground. He was barely breathing. Ning Fan approached him step by step and calmly took off Yu Kuan's storage pouch. He took out some useful items and returned the pouch. "Next time I won't be defeated so easily." Yu Kuan uttered those words unwillingly and fainted right away. The entire city was shocked. Those with discerning eyes could see that Ning Fan's fire palm was not a type of magic technique or ability. It was just the power of the immortal fire condensed into a fire palm. Even so, he was able to defeat Yu Kuan, who was an early profound realm expert, with just a single palm strike. If Ning Fan was proficient in a type of fire technique, he would probably be able to kill a mid-profound realm expert or even a late profound realm expert with just a single palm strike. This old devil Xianxia is really powerful. He actually defeated Yu Kuan with just a single strike. Countless participants were filled with fear. While they were still in a daze, Ning Fan's figure flashed and attacked forcefully, sending the participants flying away one after another. He seized the slaughter badges and some other items along the way. "He's a devil." Among the audience seats, a little child who was serving a true immortal realm old monster said with trembling lips, "He's a bandit." A 7 or 8-year-old little girl who was following behind the true immortal realm old monster said in a trembling voice, "If you don't sleep on time tonight, that old devil Xianxia will find you and eat you." A Duzhen female cultivator who was already a mother threatened the mischievous child in her arms. When the child heard that he would be eaten by Ning Fan if he didn't sleep, he immediately burst into tears. "Cry again. Old devil Xianxia will come and eat you immediately," the Duzhen female cultivator reprimanded. I won't cry anymore. Mother, I beg you to protect me." The child immediately wiped his tears and sobbed while trying to please his mother. The Duzhen female cultivator was overjoyed. It seemed like using Ning Fan's fierce name to scare her obedient son was a good way to educate him. Well, Ning Fan's fierce name could already be used to stop a child from crying. Ning Fan's figure was like lightning, shuttling back and forth in the inner city, sending each and every participant flying. Counting carefully, there were nearly 6,000 participants that were sent flying by him. All of a sudden, a sharp cold light slashed from behind. Without saying a word, Ning Fan moved sideways to avoid the cold light, turned around and blasted out a black flame palm with boundless killing intent. The person who attacked him with the cold light was Yao Li. The current Yao Li was already at the middle stage of the human profound realm. He sneered as he looked at the incoming black flame palm. He changed his hand seals and the ground beneath his feet suddenly split open. 9 blood dragons broke out from the ground and soared into the sky. Immortal art, 9 dragons. The 9 blood dragons fiercely collided with the black flame palm. After the collision, they were evenly matched. Black flame disperse, blood dragon annihilate. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. This Yao Li does have some tricks up his sleeves. His strength seems to be above Kuan. Yao Li, on the other hand, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Initially, he thought that he could easily crush Ning Fan after breaking through to the mid-human profound realm. However, he did not expect that after he displayed the 9 dragons technique, he was only evenly matched with Ning Fan's casual attack. That black flame palm was indeed a casual attack from Ning Fan. It was not an immortal art or ability. Oh? There's going to be a good show. Qing Yun, why don't we make a bet? Between Ning Fan and Yao Li, who will die? The Nether Sea Immortal King chuckled. He did not bet on who would win but who would die. Because everyone knew that Ning Fan would not let Yao Li go and Yao Li would not let Ning Fan go. All right. I will bet that Li Er will win and Ning Fan will die. How can Ning Fan win against Li Er? Yao Qingyun muttered the name Ning Fan. His heart was filled with disgust for no reason. He wished he could rinse his mouth to wash it clean. Then I will bet that Yao Li will die. If I lose, I will give you that innate spiritual herb to break through to the intermediate shedding void realm. If you lose. As soon as the Nether Sea Immortal King took out the innate spiritual herb as a bet, countless old monsters' eyes lit up. Many elders of the Slaughter Palace looked at Yao Qingyun with envy. As for Fei He stared at Yao Qingyun with hatred. He wished he could kill Yao Qingyun. How could he be happy to see her obtain the innate spiritual herb from the great elder to break through to the next realm? I won't lose. Yao Qingyun harumphed. If you lose, you will be responsible for sending the new disciples to the blood pool for this year's competition. You will be responsible for helping him receive the baptism of the highest level of the blood pool. All right. Yao Qingyun agreed without hesitation. She had never thought that if Ning Fan was the one who obtained the first place and joined the Slaughter Palace, she would do her best to help him receive the baptism of the blood pool. The baptism of the highest level of the blood pool was quite alluring. The corner of the Nether Sea Immortal King's mouth curled into a smile. He thought to himself, interesting. This is really interesting. After the competition, there will be a good show to watch. In the inner city, Yao Li's eyes flashed. He suppressed the negative emotions in his heart and calmed himself down. All of a sudden, he changed his hand seal and tried to kill Ning Fan again. Immortal technique, 18 dragons. Amidst the loud rumbling sounds, 18 blood dragons broke through the ground and soared into the sky. Blood mist filled the sky and they turned into a blood-red color that let out a shrill howl as they charged at Ning Fan. The impact force of the 18 blood dragons was enough to destroy a low-grade cultivation planet. Ning Fan's eyes remained unmoved from the beginning to the end. Ning Fan's eyes remained unmoved from the beginning to the end. He stomped on the ground and 18 dragons of black flames immediately rushed out from the ground. When the fire dragons and blood dragons collided with each other, the blood dragons immediately let out a sizzling sound. The blood on their bodies was burned away by the black flames. In an instant, all 18 blood dragons were burned to ashes. At the moment when the blood dragons were burned to ashes, Ning Fan made a grabbing motion with his large hand and the 18 black fire dragons rushed towards Yao Li's head. The fire power of the 18 black fire dragons was enough to burn an entire low-grade cultivation planet into ashes. Yao Li's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly retreated while taking out a small ice shield. That small shield was a mid-grade water element immortal treasure. It was the best at suppressing flames. It would probably be able to withstand the destructive force of the black flames. Yao Li changed his hand seal and raised the small shield in his hand into the sky. The small shield immediately turned into an indestructible ice barrier that blocked the black flames. Just as he was about to let out a sigh of relief, an incomparably large black hole suddenly appeared beneath his feet. The black hole gave off a boundless suction force. In just an instant, Yao Li, who was caught off guard, was sucked into the black hole. Not good. Yao Qingyun's face turned pale. She suddenly rose to her feet and stared at Ning Fan in disbelief. Her eyes met with Ning Fan's calm expression. Destroy. As soon as he uttered that word, Yao Li's miserable shriek immediately resounded from the black hole. At the next moment, he took out a storage pouch and a pool of blood from the black hole. He did not leave Yao Li's primordial spirit behind. He was not even willing to leave his broken primordial spirit behind. You've lost, Elder Qingyun. The Nether Sea Immortal King's aged laughter resounded in the inner city. Mid-grade immortal technique. Some of the participants looked at the black hole that was gradually disappearing with astonishment. Spatial immortal technique. This young man seems to be very proficient in spatial techniques. If that's the case, I can send him an invitation to the Godly Void Pavilion during the sacrificial bell. The ninth elder of the Godly Void Pavilion muttered to himself. Ning Fan defeated Yu Kun, who was an early mortal profound realm expert, and killed Yao Li, who was a mid-mortal profound realm expert, with a single move. The strength that he displayed made countless participants not dare to oppose him. Yao Qingyun looked at the pool of blood that Yao Li had turned into and sighed. She sat back on her seat and closed her eyes. Her expression was full of sorrow. The Yao clan was finally annihilated. She could not tell what kind of emotion she was feeling. At this moment, she thought that she would vent her anger on Ning Fan, but she did not. Scenes of the past emerged in her mind. For a moment, all kinds of feelings welled up in her heart. Oh? She actually did not get angry? This Yao Qingyun has become smarter. It seems like even a stupid woman will learn from failure. She failed to scheme against me twice in a row. Next time, it might be very difficult to deal with her. Ning Fan's thoughts raced. After a moment, he put away all his thoughts and crazily bombarded the geniuses of the eastern heaven. The time it takes for half an incense stick to burn was almost up. It was almost time for him to duel with Kuang San. The number of geniuses of the eastern heaven who had been defeated by Ning Fan had already reached nearly 20,000. The number of slaughter badges that he had obtained was already innumerable. On the other side, Kuang San was fighting against Qizhen's group of 4. The earth elemental force around Kuang San's body was moving unhindered. As he raised his palm, thick earth palm imprints were launched towards Qizhen and the others. Chu Yan and the others were sent flying by Kuang San one after another. Eventually, Qizhen let out a bitter smile and was sent flying by Kuang San's palm. The time it takes for half an incense stick to burn was up. The ground in the inner city was filled with people who were seriously injured and unconscious. Those who were still conscious and still had the slaughter badges were only Ning Fan and Kuang San. This scene was beyond the expectations of countless old monsters. It was as if the geniuses in the city were only here to serve as a foil to Ning Fan and Kuang San. In the first round of the competition, 1,000 people must be selected to advance to the next round. But now, only 2 people were left with the badges. Moreover, after the duel between Ning Fan and Kuang San, only one of them would win. In other words, only one of them would advance to the second round in the first round of the competition? Great Elder, if only one of them advances to the second round, are we still going to compete in the next 3 rounds? An elder of the Slaughter Palace asked with a bitter smile. Of course we have to compete. It would be a pity if there is only one round of such an interesting competition. After either Ning Fan or Kuang San wins, the others will draw lots to pick the other 999 people to advance to the second round. The Nether Sea Immortal King said disapprovingly. What? Draw lots? I assent this a little too childish? Childish? Drawing lots is a competition of their luck. If their strength is not good and they are knocked down to the ground by others, their luck is not good and they can't get the next round, who else can they blame for not being able to advance to the next level? The Nether Sea Immortal King frowned in displeasure. That elder of the slaughter palace immediately shut his mouth obediently and did not dare to say anything more. Below them, Ning Fan and Kuang San were facing each other. Their auras were getting stronger and stronger. The two of them casually flicked their sleeves and cleaned up the battlefield. They sent the heavily injured and unconscious participants flying one after another, clearing up an empty space of 100 li * 500 m per li. Ning Fan stared at Kuang San and frowned when he saw the smile in Kuang San's eyes. He still could not figure out why this woman wanted to find him. That's right. This Kuang San was a woman in disguise. She had some kind of emperor-grade secret treasure that could conceal her qi, change her appearance and disguise her gender. Even the Nether Sea Immortal King could not see through Kuang San's disguise. However, Ning Fan knew that Kuang San was a woman. No woman could pretend to be a man in front of Ning Fan who had the ancient Chaos Emperor treasure. Who exactly are you? Ning Fan asked expressionlessly. Kuang San's expression changed slightly. Then, he stared at Ning Fan deeply and sneered. If you want to know, you will have to defeat me first. As soon as Kuang San finished speaking, he waved his hand. The earth elemental power under the ground was gathered in his palm, turning into a dark yellow palm imprint. His palm descended from the sky towards Ning Fan. Kuang San's cultivation base was at the mid-human profound realm. His combat power was far beyond cultivators at the same level as him. It was enough to defeat anyone at the late human profound realm. The power of this palm was almost infinitely close to the attack of a peak human profound realm expert. Not good. My grandson is also within the attack range of this palm. My disciple is in danger. My son is in trouble. Each of the old monsters' expressions changed drastically when they saw Kuang San's boundless palm imprint. If Ning Fan could not withstand this palm imprint, it would land on the ground of the entire inner city and kill all the heavily injured and unconscious geniuses of the eastern sky. Each of the old monsters took action. However, they did not help Ning Fan to block the palm imprint. Instead, they were frantically snatching the unconscious cultivators out of the battlefield of the inner city. Qian Tuzi's expression changed slightly. He changed his hand seals and took the unconscious geniuses away. This time, the entire 10,000 li * 500 m per li of the inner city was cleared. Other than Ning Fan and Kuang San, there was no one else in the battlefield. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He did not dare to underestimate this palm imprint. As he changed his hand seals, millions of black holes suddenly appeared above Ning Fan's head. They produced a boundless suction force and forcefully sucked the palm imprint into the spatial vortex world. Fortunately, this palm imprint was just an attack that was infinitely close to the peak human profound realm. If it really had the power of a peak human profound realm attack, the spatial vortex technique would not work anymore. Spatial ability, huh? Kuang San nodded his head in satisfaction. His burly body suddenly disappeared without any warning and directly appeared behind Ning Fan. There was no time difference at all. This kind of escape technique was not teleportation but the switching of time nodes. She was standing at this place 20 breaths ago. Therefore, she could use the secret technique of time to return to where she stood before. Time escape technique. Countless old monsters suddenly stood up and stared at Kuang San in disbelief. Even the powerful beings like the Nether Sea Immortal King slightly narrowed their eyes. Kuang San appeared behind Ning Fan without any warning. It was impossible for Ning Fan not to be surprised. Without any time to react, Kuang San's massive fist had already landed on Ning Fan's back. The power of this punch was enough to easily shatter a low-grade cultivation planet. If this punch lands, Ning Fan would either be dead or injured. An immortal body realm body cultivator. The second step of the body refinement realm was divided into three great realms: immortal body realm, true body realm, and boundless realm. The eighth severance of the celestial physique, the third extremity of the true body, and the boundless 9 tribulations were the entirety of the second step of the body tempering tier. Ning Fan could sense that Kuang San was not only a body cultivator at the immortal body realm but also a third severance immortal body cultivator. The third severance of the immortal physique could defeat a late profound realm cultivator with just his physical body. This woman cultivates in both body and energy. It's no wonder that she can sweep across the late stage of the human profound realm. Ning Fan was, of course, shocked. However, he did not panic. In an instant, his white robes turned black. His body turned into a black shadow and dispersed, dodging that punch. The fist light struck empty air and tore through the ground, blasting towards one of the grandstands. The faces of the ghost-masked assassins turned solemn as they attacked in unison, extinguishing the fist aura and protecting the viewing platform, causing no casualties. The black shadow condensed again. Ning Fan was clad in black robes with an indifferent expression on his face. His black hair danced wildly in the strong wind as he appeared 300,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang away. With just a single exchange of blows, Ning Fan deeply realized how strong Kuang San was. Dual body and energy cultivation, time secret arts, this Kuang San's background was definitely not small. Not bad. You're indeed the famous great devil Lord Ning of the Eastern Heaven. It seems like I won't be able to defeat you if I don't show some of my true abilities. Immortal technique, white lightning. Kuang San's eyes were as wild as a devil's. He suddenly squatted down and both of his fists were surrounded by lightning. Then, he punched the ground. The ground within 10,000 li * 33 m per zhang of the inner city suddenly collapsed. Countless white lightning bolts shot out and surrounded Ning Fan. This technique was an immortal grade body technique and it was at the mid-grade. When Kuang San used it, this technique could instantly kill a late profound realm old monster. Ning Fan had to admit that this Kuang San was very strong. Unfortunately, he was not afraid of lightning abilities that were at the same level as him. In front of countless powerful beings of the Eastern Heaven, Ning Fan would certainly not be foolish enough to activate the Tai Su lightning diagram. Otherwise, it might cause other troubles. Without activating the Tai Su lightning diagram, Ning Fan just activated the Tai Su lightning star on his glabella and used his great five elements physique to resist the lightning with his body. As he walked out of the sea of white lightning, Ning Fan remained unscathed. Kuang San's expression changed. He quickly rose to his feet and retreated, throwing a punch at Ning Fan's face. That fist light turned into a white lightning dragon. It widened its ferocious mouth and approached Ning Fan at an extremely fast speed. Then, it swallowed Ning Fan in a single gulp. Countless void fragmentation realm and life immortal realm old monsters exclaimed. From their point of view, Ning Fan would be either dead or gravely injured after taking that punch head-on. Kuang San, on the other hand, knitted his brows tightly. All of a sudden, he was shocked and hurriedly retreated. However, it was already too late. The lightning fist light gradually dissipated. There was no one at the place where it attacked. Behind Kuang San, traces of black shadows suddenly condensed into the figure of a young man in black robes. He raised his hand and took out an imprisoning rope. Then, he tried to tie Kuang San up. Yin-Yang transformation secret technique. That old devil Xianxia is actually a cultivator of the Yin-Yang transformation. Some experienced old monsters recognized the origin of the Yin imprisoning rope and exclaimed in surprise. Kuang San was caught off guard. All of a sudden, he was tied up like a dumpling by the Yin imprisoning rope. When the Yin imprisoning force entered his body, Kuang San's delicate body went limp. He could no longer maintain his disguise. With a flash of light, his disguise disappeared. He no longer looked like a burly man but a young girl in black robes. What a powerful bewitching technique. Forbidden technique, time reversal. The young girl in black bit the tip of her tongue and forcefully activated a certain forbidden technique. Her pretty face turned slightly pale. She was clearly tied up by the Yin imprisoning rope. Suddenly, the rope loosened and she fell to the ground. As for the young girl in black robes, she mysteriously appeared tens of steps away from where she was standing just now. She looked at Ning Fan with deep fear. Then, she hurriedly moved 10,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang away from him. After that, she quickly adjusted her inner qi to eliminate the remaining Yin imprisoning force in her body. There was dead silence in the surroundings. At the next moment, countless old monsters stood up abruptly and looked at the young girl in black in disbelief. This is the forbidden technique of the Northern Lost World Palace. She's a cultivator from the Northern Heaven. She's from the Lost World Palace. It's her. Hundreds of years ago, when I was traveling around the Northern Heaven, I once participated in a grand ceremony of the Lost World Palace and saw this girl. She's the second miss of the Northern Lost World Palace, Bei Qinghan. Rumor has it that among the 4 misses of the Lost World Palace, the eldest miss, Beishir, has the highest aptitude. However, the second miss is the only one in the entire Lost World Palace who has successfully cultivated the time-forbidden technique. Now that I've seen it, it's indeed true. The time reversal technique that she just used is definitely the time-forbidden technique of the Lost World Palace. So that's how it is. I was still thinking about how the hot-tempered old man of the Thick Earth sect would not tolerate his disciple betraying the sect and not pursue the matter. It turns out that he already knew that the person who betrayed the sect was the second miss of the Northern Lost World Palace. Of course, he wouldn't dare to pursue the matter. However, this girl is a cultivator of the Northern Heaven. Why did she come to our Eastern Heaven and compete with the prodigies of our Eastern Heaven for the disciple quota of the Slaughter Palace? The cultivators in all directions were discussing like a tide. The young girl's eyes darkened and she sneered. Since when did the Slaughter Palace set a rule that cultivators outside of Eastern Heaven can't join the Slaughter Palace? Cut the crap. Those who want the quota, come down and fight me. Those who are dissatisfied with me can attack me directly. If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll kill all of you. What an arrogant woman. However, she did have the right to be arrogant. She was the only person in the Lost World Palace who had successfully cultivated the time-forbidden technique. No old monster of the Lost World Palace would be willing to let her die. Even the great elder of the Lost World Palace who had a grudge against her mother would not be willing to kill her. If someone really dared to hurt Bei Qinghan, they would certainly have to bear the endless wrath of the Lost World Palace. The immortal king of the Dark Sea revealed a thoughtful expression. He looked at the young girl in black and then at Ning Fan without saying a word. Bei Qinghan was a member of the Lost World Palace. She would never abandon the Lost World Palace and join the Slaughter Palace. So, what was her purpose of coming to the Slaughter Palace? Was she here to have some fun? Or was she here for Ning Fan again? A boy who is destined to have a peach blossom. Each peach blossom has a bigger origin than the previous one. The immortal king of the Dark Sea looked at Ning Fan's back and suddenly laughed. Ning Fan's black robes fluttered in the wind. He looked at Bei Qinghan with a hint of emotion in his eyes. So, you are Xiaoman's second elder sister. This sentence was said through telepathy. The young girl in black was wearing a tight black robe. Her figure was extremely graceful. Her snow-white arms were exposed to the air and her forearms were wrapped with black silk. She wore a pair of black embroidered shoes without any stockings. Her snow-white ankles could be seen. Her black hair reached her waist, and the ends of her hair were tied up with a black hairband. The front part of her fringe was long and covered half of her face. Her beauty was enough to topple the world, but her expression was too cold. Her eyes were also filled with a demonic intent that was as wild as a devil's. If Bei Xiaoman's personality was unruly and Bei Li's was approachable, then Bei Qinghan's personality was unapproachable and arrogant. That's right. I'm Xiaoman's second elder sister. I was traveling in the Eastern Heaven while concealing my identity. Then, I suddenly saw your bounty order. So, I'm here. Bei Qinghan's lips curved into a devilish smile. She replied through telepathy while rubbing her palms. Her knuckles creaked. She came to find Ning Fan because she was interested in him. She wanted to see if there was anything unusual about the man that Bei Xiaoman fancied. If the man that Bei Xiaoman fancied was really extraordinary, she wouldn't mind joining in and snatching him away. She was the one who resembled a devil cultivator the most among the 4 young ladies of the Northern Heaven. She was known as the little devil girl in the Northern Heaven. The 4 sisters had a good relationship and she also treated Bei Xiaoman very well. But she liked to bully Bei Xiaoman. She liked to snatch away Bei Xiaoman's things. She liked to see Bei Xiaoman panting with rage. She would only return the things that she stole after Bei Xiaoman begged her and fawned over her. One had to admit that this second elder sister's personality was a little abnormal. Today, she came here to snatch a man from Bei Xiaoman. Of course, she couldn't really snatch him away. If she really snatched away Bei Xiaoman's man by accident, it would mean that this man wasn't Bei Xiaoman's lover. He was just a scumbag. At that time, she would personally kill him. May I know why second elder sister is here? Ning Fan cupped his fists and asked politely. Bei Qinghan was slightly stunned. She didn't expect a cold-blooded devil like Ning Fan to be so polite to her. Perhaps, this politeness was just an act and not from the bottom of his heart. Which cultivator didn't have 17 or 18 masks on their face? Bei Qinghan sneered in her heart and said with a charming expression. I came here to snatch Bei Xiaoman's sweetheart. You should be Bei Xiaoman's sweetheart, right? What do you think? Think about it. Give up on Bei Xiaoman and come with me. I can give you everything that she can give you. What I love the most in my life is to snatch Bei Xiaoman's things for fun. Bei Qinghan's beautiful face suddenly revealed a charming expression. There was a kind of beauty that could move one's soul. Many low-grade male cultivators who had yet to make up their minds blushed when they saw Bei Qinghan's peerless beauty. Their breathing became rapid. Ning Fan, however, was not moved by Bei Qinghan's beauty. The politeness in his eyes gradually disappeared and turned into coldness. He would not be polite to Bei Xiaoman's enemy. Do you like to bully Bei Xiaoman? Ning Fan's voice became slightly cold. Isn't this woman Bei Xiaoman's second elder sister? Why does she always snatch Bei Xiaoman's things? Yes. What I love to do the most is to bully her ruthlessly and snatch her things. However, most of her things are given to her by me. I treat her very well. After bullying her, I will coax her mercilessly. Bei Qinghan naturally would not say the latter half of her sentence. She did not expect that the cold man in front of her would reveal such a murderous expression when she said that she liked to bully Bei Xiaoman. Interesting. This man is not afraid of my identity. He was not moved by my peerless beauty at all. Instead, he would get angry for Bei Xiaoman. He seems to be a good man. Make your move. The competition is about to end. It's time to end this quickly. Ning Fan said coldly. His killing intent had already locked onto Bei Qinghan. He never knew that Bei Xiaoman was in such a difficult situation. Even her second elder sister would bully her. When he thought of Bei Xiaoman suffering in the Northern Heaven Lost World Palace, his heart ached. He could not vent his anger. For the sake of Bei Xiaoman, he would not kill Bei Qinghan. However, he must teach her a lesson. In the Northern Heaven Lost World Palace, a certain unruly girl who had eaten her fill and slept well was lying on the chaise lounge comfortably. She was stretching her body comfortably. She did not know that her man was fighting her second elder sister. Bei Qinghan was very satisfied with Ning Fan's expression. She was even more satisfied with his killing intent. At this moment, she had already forgotten her original intention of coming here to snatch her man. Now, she just wanted to have a good fight with Ning Fan and see who is stronger. Immortal technique, white lightning. Bei Qinghan's petite body was filled with terrifying explosive power. Her soft fists danced in the air. In an instant, hundreds of lightning fist lights were shot out. Ning Fan's black hair danced wildly. His eyes flashed with cold light. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the lightning into his stomach. With a point of his finger, tens of thousands of black holes appeared in all of Bei Qinghan's paths of retreat, not giving her any chance to escape. Spatial vortex. The black holes emitted a boundless suction force, sucking Bei Qinghan into the spatial vortex realm in an instant. Bei Qinghan was shocked. Inwardly, she thought that this spatial vortex technique was really powerful. She changed her hand seals and displayed the time reversal technique again. Her figure appeared in every corner of the inner city like a ghost. Her footprints could be found in every corner of the inner city. With the time-forbidden technique, she could return to the place where she was standing at any point in time. Immortal technique, star-shattering. Bei Qinghan leaped into the air and stood in midair, avoiding the black holes one after another. Her soft fists danced in the air in a mysterious trajectory. At this moment, the Blood Sea Star, which was the Emperor Star, actually trembled. However, the star-shattering technique that Bei Qinghan displayed had the mighty power to shatter a cultivation planet. Of course, it was impossible for Bei Qinghan to shatter an Emperor Star with her current cultivation base. However, if her cultivation base reaches a certain level, it might not be impossible for her to shatter an Emperor Star with a single punch. The great momentum of the cultivation planet was disrupted by Bei Qinghan. The great momentum condensed into a fist light. Bei Qinghan stood alone in the vast sky, looking magnificent. When the great momentum almost exceeded the limit that Bei Qinghan could bear, she moved her fist. Although her palm was fair and soft, it contained a terrifying power. that fist light turned into starlight that filled the entire sky. It was impossible to catch its trace. Ning Fan's expression changed all of a sudden. The starlight that filled the entire sky was the fist light. It was unavoidable and unavoidable. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. A lead-colored lotus flower bloomed. In just an instant, the lotus flower turned into millions of lotus shadows. Each flower had 5 petals and they guarded every direction. Those unavoidable starlight fist lights were blocked by the impeccable lotus shadows in the sky. None of them could land on Bei Qinghan. Standing under the lotus shadows in the sky, Ning Fan's hand seals changed continuously. A black hole that stretched for 10,000 li * 500 m per li, suddenly appeared beneath Bei Qinghan's feet. This move again? This move is useless against me. Even if I am sucked into it, I can still easily escape. Bei Qinghan sneered disdainfully. All of a sudden, her expression changed. She wanted to escape, but it was already too late. This time, Ning Fan did not use the black hole to devour Bei Qinghan. Instead, he used the black hole to teleport and appeared behind her. All of a sudden, his body dispersed into countless black shadows and butterflies, engulfing Bei Qinghan. Black Tempest soul-splitting technique. Being trapped in the black shadows, Bei Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. This Black Tempest soul-splitting technique was not enough to kill her instantly. However, it was enough to severely injure her. Without any hesitation, Bei Qinghan wanted to form hand seals with all 10 of her fingers to perform a secret technique to escape from this place. However, she suddenly realized that her hands were restrained and tied behind her back. Moreover, there were traces of plucking fingers' power flowing through her wrists to her entire body, making it difficult for her to use her magic power. She wanted to bite the tip of her tongue and forcefully activate the time reversal technique without forming hand seals. However, she realized that her lower jaw had been dislocated by someone coldly and mercilessly. Bei Qinghan's eyes were filled with shock. She thought that she had gone too far this time. If she couldn't avoid the Black Tempest soul-splitting technique, she would definitely die. If she still had her magic power, she would at most be severely injured. However, now that her magic power was restrained, she would definitely die. Seeing that the black shadows were about to kill her, Bei Qinghan let out a soft sigh and closed her eyes, looking like she was calmly waiting for death. Ning Fan had killed many people before. However, it was his first time seeing someone who was indifferent to death like Bei Qinghan. The more cold-blooded and bloodthirsty a devil lord was, the more they would be afraid of death. The more arrogant a person was, the more they would like to beg for mercy. Even those who were stubborn would more or less show resentment, regret, helplessness, and many other expressions before they die, even though they were not afraid of death. However, Bei Qinghan did not do that. She was cold and emotionless. She was indifferent to everything. To her, life or death did not make any difference. In the end, the black shadows did not kill Bei Qinghan. Ning Fan had never thought of killing this lady in the first place. He just wanted to teach her a lesson. The black shadow condensed and turned into Ning Fan in black robes. His left hand circled around Bei Qinghan's waist and clamped her hands. His right hand pinched her smooth chin and dislocated her lower jaw, not giving her the chance to bite the tip of her tongue. This posture was rather ambiguous. However, the person involved did not feel it at all. Instead of feeling the pain that she expected, Bei Qinghan opened her eyes. What she saw was a face that was as cold as ice. If you dare to bully Xiaoman again, I will definitely make you regret it. Without hesitation, he helped Bei Qinghan reattach her lower jaw. Then, he took over her storage pouch and took out all the slaughter badges from it. He did not touch anything else. After all, she was Bei Xiaoman's elder sister. It would not be appropriate for Ning Fan to snatch her Dao crystal. He let go of Bei Qinghan's hands and returned the storage pouch to her. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn was up. As Qian Tuzi took out another spiritual arrow, the first round of the grand competition had officially ended. Ning Fan was the only one who could enter the second round of the grand competition with the slaughter badges. Of course, the immortal king of the Nether Sea would draw lots to decide the others who would advance to the next round. This was something that Ning Fan did not care about. Why didn't you kill me? Because you are Bei Xiaoman's elder sister. If I tell you that the reason why I bullied Bei Xiaoman is because I like her too much, would you believe me? No. TSK. What an arrogant fellow. However, he is quite powerful. Hiss. My chin hurts so much. My wrist hurts too. Both of them are bruised. Bei Qinghan glared at Ning Fan. Even if he wanted to help Bei Xiaoman vent her anger, he did not need to be so ruthless. Ning Fan directly turned his back to Bei Qinghan. He no longer showed any politeness towards her. He landed on the ground and walked towards the giant blood-red monument. There were many cultivators of the slaughter palace waiting for the participants to hand in their badges and register their results. The unconscious participants had already woken up one after another. Looking at the destroyed inner city, each of them was so shocked that they could not speak a word. When they saw that Ning Fan was the only one who handed in his badge, they could only smile bitterly. The first place in the first round of the grand competition is Ning Fan. A total of 79,442 silver badges and 159,820 bronze badges have been handed in. 5 points for the bronze badges and 50 points for the silver badges. Total points, 477,1200. Ning Fan's result was reflected on the giant blood-red monument. The remaining 999 places were all empty. Presumably, no one would have expected such a result. It's boring. This is just the first round of the grand competition and you've already obtained 4.77 million points. Even if you still have the chance to participate in the next 3 rounds, who can beat you? Speaking of which, these points can all be converted into killing points in the future. 4.77 million points is almost equivalent to 47.7 billion Dao crystals. Bei Qinghan stretched her body elegantly and glanced at Ning Fan with a smile. Then, she suddenly turned into a ray of light and flew away from the Blood Sea Star. She was tired of playing and wanted to leave. When the old monsters saw Bei Qinghan leaving, they all had different looks in their eyes. However, none of them dared to attack her or ask her to stay. Ning Fan suddenly raised his head and stared at the back of the lady. It was because before she left, she actually transmitted her voice to him once again. I bullied Bei Xiaoman because I like her. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Since I've lost to you today, I will definitely avenge myself in the future. I'm going back to the Northern Heaven. If you come to the Northern Heaven, remember to come and fight with me. Next time, I will certainly beat you up until you look for your teeth all over the ground. February 2nd, no more updates. Go wash up and sleep. To be continued. A month later, the second round of the competition began. During this month, Ning Fan's life was considered peaceful. Yao Qingyun didn't make things difficult for him and Fei He didn't plot against him. The other 999 people had already been selected by drawing lots, and all of them were busy recuperating. When the Slaughter Palace announced that they were going to draw lots to decide who would advance, countless old monsters expressed their opposition. Unfortunately, the Nether Sea Immortal King's cold gaze silenced all of them. Ning Fan was not concerned about whether or not there were other people who advanced to the next round. After the first round of the competition, he had already defeated all the cultivators of the same generation. These people would not be a hindrance for him to join the slaughter hall. The only troublesome person, Bei Qinghan, had already left. If nothing unexpected happened, he would join the slaughter hall. Of course, before he truly joined the massacre hall, he still had to be cautious. He could not afford to fail miserably. Ning Fan frowned as he held the latest report in his hand. The content of the second round was to challenge Tong Tian Tower. Skysplit Tower was the smelting trial for the disciples of the Slaughter Temple. In normal circumstances, the disciples of the Slaughter Temple had to spend a massive amount of slaughter points to obtain the opportunity to challenge Skysplit Tower. After all, every time he opened a floor of Tong Tian Tower, he would need to spend a large amount of Dao Crystal. The higher the floor you challenge, the more kill points you expend, and the greater the benefits you obtain. This was a treasure land to raise one's cultivation. It is greatly beneficial to Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators, Life Immortals, and True Immortals. The rules for the second round were very simple. Everyone would start from the first level, and the top 100 cultivators would advance to the third round. It was said that the second round of the competition was not to challenge the Tower of Babel, but the Nether-Sea Immortal King changed the rules at the last minute. Letting 1,000 participants challenge Tong Tian Tower would cost at least hundreds of billions of Dao crystal. It had to be said that the Nether-Sea Immortal King was very generous. Some people said that the Nether-Sea Deity King had changed the rules of the grand competition because he had taken a fancy to one of the contestants, and so he was bestowing an opportunity to that contestant. Some said that the Nether-Sea Immortal King was trying to appease the old monsters. After all, there were too many injured people in the first round of the competition. Many of the participants' elders were complaining. No one knew the exact reason why the Nether-Sea Deity King changed the rules at the last minute. The heaven-reaching tower was within the Massacre Blood Palace. It was so tall that the top could not be seen, and it had a total of 210 floors. The surface of the tower was blood red in color. It was covered with ancient and unadorned formation patterns. With Ningfan's attainments in the Tao of formations, he could not see through the profoundness of those formation patterns at all. There were trillions of Tao crystal buried under the base of the tower. Every time someone entered Tong Tian Tower, they would consume Tao crystal. The higher the level of the tower, the more Tao crystal would be consumed. When Ningfan arrived, the two tall platforms and the vast sky were already filled with old monsters. All of them were staring at the heaven-connecting tower with fiery eyes. The fact that sky-split and thought-fragmenting true immortals were so excited, it was easy to imagine how tempting the sky-split tower was. The inner city had already been rebuilt. The other 999 participants were standing behind Ningfan. All of them kept a large distance from him. Their eyes were filled with respect and fear when they looked at him. There were quite a few cultivators in the second round who were in the 7th and 8th fragmentation stages. Their strength wasn't top-notch, but their luck wasn't bad, so they were able to enter the second round. Yukuan and Xianxia also entered the second round. They were the only two remaining Life Immortal Realm participants. Their eyes were also filled with respect when they looked at Ningfan. Yukuan knew that he was no match for Ningfan. Xianxia looked at Ningfan's back and could only smile bitterly. He no longer had any intention to challenge him. Ningfan remained silent and waited for the competition to begin. Not long after that, Xianxia and a group of ghost-masked assassins led Ningfan and the other participants into the Blood Palace and walked to the bottom of the heaven-connecting tower. The heaven-connecting tower was not concealed. All the old monsters outside could use their spirit sense to check the place. The immortal king of the Nether Sea sat on the jade platform and sipped his spiritual wine. His eyes were filled with a smile as he looked at Ningfan, who was standing far away. I wonder how many floors this young man can go to. The immortal king of the Nether Sea muttered to himself. Yao Qingyun's eyes were cold. Sometimes, she would stare at Ningfan's back. There was still a hint of hostility in her eyes, but it was mostly filled with confusion. In the third round of the competition, I will also change the content. It will be about opening the ancient sacrificial altar. Do you understand? The immortal king of the Nether Sea's voice that carried a hint of reproach suddenly entered Yao Qingyun's ears. Yao Qingyun was startled. In the end, she closed her eyes and said bitterly, "Thank you, great elder." The immortal king of the Nether Sea nodded his head in satisfaction. Those who cultivate the Tao of slaughter should be able to distinguish kindness and hatred clearly. Kindness is kindness and hatred is hatred. The Yao clan did not owe Yao Qingyun anything but hatred. Ningfan massacred the Yao clan, but he did not owe Yao Qingyun anything. All along, it was Yao Qingyun's obsession. Reason could be clearly distinguished, but it was hard to tell who was right and who was wrong. From the immortal king of the Nether Sea's point of view, Yao Qingyun's affection was not wrong. However, she should not waste her affection on her former enemy. She should not forget the humiliation she suffered that day. If she could not even sort out the kindness and hatred in the past, she would not be qualified to be an elder of the Slaughter Palace. Time passed by slowly. When it was noon, Xianxia began to announce the rules of the second round of the competition. In the second round of the competition, all of you will be lucky enough to enter the heaven-connecting tower. Only one person can enter the heaven-connecting tower at a time. The order of entry will be based on the number of people who were drawn on that day. After one person completed his challenge, the next person would enter. For the first 10 floors of the heaven-connecting tower, your score will be increased by 10,000 points for each floor you pass. From the 11th to the 20th floor, your score will be increased by 20,000 points for each floor you pass. From the 21st to the 30th floor, your score will be increased by 40,000 points for each floor you pass. For every 10 floors you pass, your score will be doubled. You can stay on each floor for a maximum of 1 day. If you fail to pass the floor within a day, the challenge will end. If you are defeated by the golden man in the tower, the challenge will end. If you give up, the challenge will end. You can keep all the opportunities you obtain in the tower. The second round of the competition does not restrict any ability. Now, the second round of the competition begins. Number 1, start the challenge. Number 2, get ready. As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, a participant holding the number 1 jade lot walked out of the crowd with an excited expression. He was a 7th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator. Ning Fan watched him enter the tower with a deep frown on his face. The reason why he frowned was because he did not have a jade lot in his hand. He did not advance to the next round by drawing lots. In other words, he had to wait for the 999 participants who drew lots to complete the challenge before he could begin. As far as Ning Fan knew, every floor of the heaven-reaching tower was guarded by golden men. However, he did not know the exact cultivation level of the golden men. However, in his opinion, a participant should at least be able to pass through a few floors. One could stay on each floor for a maximum of 1 day. In other words, it would take a few days for a person to pass through the floors alone. Those who were stronger would spend more than 10 days. In that case, wouldn't the second round of the competition last for several years or even tens of years? Nuaner's body could not last that long. Ah! A miserable shriek dispelled all of Ning Fan's worries. He saw that the first genius who entered the tower was sent out by a ray of golden light as soon as he entered the tower. His entire body was bathed in blood as he coughed out blood along the way. That person was holding a jade slip of the life immortal realm attack. However, he did not have the time to use it at all. Countless gasps could be heard from the crowd. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. In the second round of the competition, Yao Qingyun seemed to have changed. She did not cause any trouble and did not add any rules to make things difficult for Ning Fan. In this round of the competition, the participants could use the jade slips given to them by their seniors. Even so, that genius who entered the life immortal realm only stayed on the first floor for a breath of time before he was sent out by the golden man on the first floor. Did that golden man have a profound cultivation base or did he have some strange abilities? He actually managed to severely injure that cultivator who entered the life immortal realm before he even had the time to use his jade slip. It seems like the difficulty of this heaven-reaching tower is far greater than what I imagined. I'm afraid it won't take much time for 1,000 people to pass through the tower. Just as Ning Fan had expected, the people who drew lots number 2, number 3, and number 4 only stayed in the tower for a breath of time before they were sent out by the golden man. The person who drew lots number 5 was a rogue immortal cultivator. He held a jade slip of the life immortal realm attack in his hand. He seemed to know some secrets of the heaven-reaching tower. With a serious expression, he entered the tower. As soon as he entered the tower, he took out his jade slip of the life immortal realm attack without any hesitation and went to the second floor as he wished. However, he was immediately sent out by the golden man on the second floor. When he passed through the first floor of the tower shone with golden light. As fortunately, this rogue immortal prodigy was sent out of the tower by the golden light. His body was covered with blood as he fell to the ground. Looking at the first floor of the tower that was shining with golden light, he actually revealed a satisfied smile. He knew how difficult it was to pass through the tower. Since he could pass through the first floor, he had a great chance to enter the top 100 and advance to the third round. Moreover, he had already obtained a lot of opportunities after passing through the first round. He was satisfied. There were more than 400 rogue immortal prodigies in this place. The rest of them were cultivators at the 7th and 8th break realm. Among the prodigies who were below the rogue immortal realm, it was rare for them to pass through the first floor even if they had the attack jade slips given by their seniors. Even among the rogue immortal prodigies, not all of them could pass through the first floor. It had only been 2 hours but 800 people had already passed through the first floor. Among these 800 people, only 47 of them passed through the first floor, 12 of them passed through the second floor and only 3 of them passed through the third floor. Isn't the difficulty of the heaven-reaching tower a little too high for these participants? In my humble opinion, there won't be more than 100 people who can pass through the first floor. An elder of the slaughter palace sighed and said, "Those who pass through the first floor are considered qualified and can advance to the third round. If there aren't enough people to advance to the next round, we'll draw lots to make up for it." The Nether-Sea Immortal King said with a smile. Drawing lots again. That elder was speechless, but he did not dare to refute the Nether-Sea Immortal King's order. Number 845 was Yukuan. Yukuan's natal magical treasure, the Misty Moon Blade, was destroyed by Ning Fan, which greatly reduced his strength. However, he was still an early human profound realm life immortal after all. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. It was impossible for him to stop at the first 3 floors like the other rogue immortals. He entered the heaven-reaching tower confidently. Soon, the first floor of the tower shone with golden light. Then, the second and third floors all lit up. Without any pause, Yukuan killed his way to the 10th floor. The first 10 floors all shone with golden light. When he reached the 11th floor, Yukuan seemed to have stopped for a long time. However, he eventually defeated the Golden Man on the 11th floor. The 11th floor shone with golden light. After a long time, the 12th floor finally shone with golden light. 2 hours later, Yukuan was sent out of the heaven-reaching tower by the golden light. His body was covered with blood. His injuries were extremely severe, but his face was filled with joy. He seemed to have obtained a great fortune in the heaven-reaching tower. His chi had become much stronger. This young man is a rogue cultivator. He doesn't have any trump cards or abilities given to him by his seniors. It's barely satisfactory for him to pass the 12th floor. If it were in the previous years, he would already be qualified to join the Slaughter Palace. Unfortunately, someone stronger has appeared this time. The Nether-Sea Immortal King looked at Ning Fan with a faint smile. From the beginning to the end, the only person who could pique his interest was Ning Fan. After Yukuan, another 100 or so participants entered the heaven-reaching tower. When it was number 977, Xianxia walked out of the crowd and entered the heaven-reaching tower. Just like Yukuan, Xianxia passed through the first 10 floors without stopping at all. Xianxia spent about 20 breaths of time to pass the 11th floor. Xianxia spent about 100 breaths of time to pass the 12th floor. Xianxia spent the time it took for an incense stick to burn to pass the 13th floor. Xianxia spent 2 hours to pass the 14th floor. On the 15th floor, Xianxia seemed to be in a tough battle. He had no choice but to use his trump card. Hence, Xianxia passed the 15th floor at an extremely fast speed and kept going all the way to the 18th floor. On the 18th floor, Xianxia was in a tough battle again. 4 hours later, he finally passed the 18th floor and made his way to the 19th floor. In the end, he was defeated on the 19th floor. When Xianxia was teleported out of the heaven-reaching tower by the golden light, many old monsters' expressions changed. Xianxia actually had 3 natal demon pets behind him. All of them were true spirit vermilion birds. This young man cultivates the demon-managing scripture of the demon-managing sect. The more natal demon pets he has, the stronger his abilities will be. In the history of the demon-managing sect, there are only a few people who could subdue a 3rd natal demon pet. This young man is an outstanding individual. The reason why the demon-managing sect sent him here is probably because they want him to join the Slaughter Palace and use him to erase the incident of him offending us. If it's in the previous years, this young man definitely has the strength to get the first place in the competition. Unfortunately, Ning Fan is here this time. The Nether-Sea Immortal King chuckled. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. His eyes gradually became serious. He just wanted to see Ning Fan pass the tower alone. Soon, it would be Ning Fan's turn. After Xianxia finished passing the floors, the remaining 22 people who drew lots quickly passed the floors. Among the 999 people who drew lots, only 75 of them passed at least one floor of the tower and were qualified to advance to the 3rd round. Ning Fan looked at the blood-red tower that towered into the sky. His heart was as calm as still water. Under the gaze of countless people, he stepped into the blood-red door of the heaven-reaching tower. Everyone in the world knew that Ning Fan's strength was unparalleled among his peers. Naturally, his result in passing the tower would be the best among 1,000 people. However, no one knew what kind of result Ning Fan would get and how many floors he would pass. As soon as he entered the door of light, he saw a golden palace. The inside of the tower had its own space. This golden palace was 1,000,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, in size and height. At the moment Ning Fan entered the golden palace, a cold killing intent locked onto him, golden light flashed. A golden armored giant whose cultivation base was comparable to a rogue immortal made a series of hand seals at a terrifying speed. In an instant, he formed incomparably profound and complicated finger shadows. In the blink of an eye, 7 layers of golden palm imprints overlapped on his palm and merged into one. The golden man slammed his palm down. The palm imprint carried a terrifying heavenly might as if it was going to pierce through heaven and earth. The golden man's attack was too fast. Non-life immortal cultivators would not be able to defend against this palm print. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. No wonder so many geniuses were blasted out of the heaven-reaching tower before they could even take out their jade slips. This golden man was indeed very powerful. Even an early-stage mystic life immortal would not be able to withstand its palm print. Burn! With a stomp of his foot, the golden floor suddenly shattered into pieces. 18 black fire dragons suddenly flew out from the ground and burned the golden palm print into nothingness. Then, the golden man was instantly incinerated. After the golden man was incinerated, a golden fruit slowly appeared where the golden man had perished. Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand and caught the golden fruit. It was a void fragmentation realm Dao fruit. However, it was different from an ordinary void fragmentation realm Dao fruit. This was extremely pure magical power that could be directly devoured without wasting time to refine. Not only that, Ning Fan remained silent for a while. Then, he suddenly swallowed the golden fruit. In an instant, his magic power that had clearly reached the limit of the first step actually increased a little. To the current Ning Fan, the amount of magic power that a void fragmentation realm Dao fruit could provide was too little. However, the mysterious thing about this golden Dao fruit was that it could continue to increase Ning Fan's magic power that had reached the limit. All of a sudden, Ning Fan seemed to have understood something. The golden Dao fruit that was cut out from the heaven-connecting tower could not only increase one's magic power but also the upper limit of a cultivator's magic power. The reason why cultivators who did not rely on immortal seeds to become immortals was because their magic power was 30% higher than immortal seeds cultivators. Among cultivators of the same level, non-immortal seeds cultivators would always have 30% more magic power than immortal seeds cultivators. Naturally, they would be much more powerful. This golden Dao fruit could increase the upper limit of one's magic power. Its value and significance were far beyond that of an ordinary Dao fruit. Now, Ning Fan was more concerned about whether this golden Dao fruit would appear every time he killed a golden man or whether it would appear with a small probability like an ordinary Dao fruit. With doubts in his heart, Ning Fan's figure flashed and flew into the teleportation formation, teleporting to the second floor. There were 2 rogue immortal realm golden men in the second floor. The moment Ning Fan appeared, the 2 golden men formed hand seals in a frenzy. 7 palm imprints combined into one and sent out a sky-covering golden palm strike at Ning Fan. What kind of strength did Ning Fan have? Of course, he was not afraid of 2 rogue immortal realm golden men. Ning Fan raised his finger and pointed at the sky. Black flames burned the 2 palm imprints and the 2 golden men to ashes. After the golden men were burned to ashes, 2 golden Dao fruits slowly emerged. Ning Fan bent his palm and waved. The 2 Dao fruits flew into his hand and he swallowed them. His eyes flashed. All the golden men in the heaven-connecting tower could produce golden Dao fruits. No wonder countless old monsters coveted the heaven-connecting tower of the Slaughter Palace. So that's why. To be continued. In the cultivation world, there were heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures that could increase the upper limit of one's magic power, but they were just too rare. This golden Dao fruit could increase the upper limit of one's magic power. It was definitely a rare item. It was no wonder that the cultivators of the Slaughter Palace were always unrivaled at the same level as them. The secret of this golden Dao fruit might be the reason. Since there was such a fortune in the heaven-reaching tower, It was necessary for him to go all out and challenge this tower. He had opened the first orifice of the ancient god realm. To him, the medicinal power of the golden Dao fruit could be doubled. With a determined look, Ning Fan stepped into the teleportation formation and went to the third floor. There were 3 loose immortal golden men on the third floor. At the moment Ning Fan appeared on the third floor, the 3 golden men moved their fingers and combined their 7 imprints into one, sending out a golden palm that blotted out the sky. That palm imprint was indescribably mysterious. The palm imprints that the 3 golden men sent out seemed to be different from each other. The 3 completely different palm imprints seemed to have something in common. However, when Ning Fan took a closer look, he found that they were vastly different. What a strange palm imprint. Burn! After killing the 3 golden men with a lift of his finger and devouring the golden Dao fruits, Ning Fan went all the way to the next floor. The 4th floor, the 5th floor, the 6th floor, there would be 1 more loose immortal golden man in each floor he ascended. There were 10 loose immortal golden men guarding the 10th floor. However, they were all turned into ashes by Ning Fan's black flame palm imprint. On his way to the 10th floor, Ning Fan consumed a total of 55 golden Dao fruits. The upper limit of his magic power had increased by about 3%. Along the way, Ning Fan realized that each of the golden men displayed the same type of ability. The hand seals were obviously the same, but the palm imprints were different from each other. It was different from the execution devil palm. The grade of the execution devil palm was very low and it was divided into countless palms by the giants. Therefore, it looked different from each other. The grade of the palm imprints displayed by the golden men far exceeded Ning Fan's cultivation base. Each of the golden men displayed a complete ability. However, the ability they displayed was different in appearance. Ning Fan stood on the 10th floor and remained silent for a long time. He was not in a hurry to go to the 11th floor. He suddenly became interested in this extremely high-grade golden palm technique. He imitated those golden men's hand seals. Gradually, layers of palm imprints condensed on his palms. When 7 layers of palm imprints appeared, Ning Fan combined them into one and sent out a palm strike. This palm transformed into a golden palm that blotted out the sky. Its momentum was vast, but its power was extremely weak. This palm strike probably wouldn't even be able to kill an ordinary loose immortal. You only have the form, but not the essence, Ning Fan shook his head helplessly. This palm imprint was not a body technique. He could not use Mo Luozai to copy or learn it secretly. If Ning Fan had not grasped the essence of this palm imprint, the destructive power of this palm imprint would be far inferior to the black flame palm imprint that Ning Fan casually threw out. Ning Fan realized that he had stayed on the 10th floor for too long. With a flash, he flew into the teleportation formation and entered the 11th floor. There was only 1 golden man guarding the 11th floor, but it was at the early stage of the human profound realm. The golden man still combined his 7 palms into one and sent out palm imprints to attack Ning Fan. Because it was an early stage human profound realm gold man, its attacks were much faster than the loose immortal gold man. The palm imprint displayed by this golden man seemed to have something more than the palm imprint of the loose immortal golden man. With a flick of his finger, the black flames that blotted out the sky engulfed the golden man and the palm imprint. The mid-grade 8th grade yin-yang devil flame was unstoppable even for late human profound realm golden men. As for early human profound realm experts, they would not be able to withstand it. After the golden man was destroyed, a golden Dao fruit was born. It was a life immortal realm Dao fruit. The energy it contained was far beyond what a void fragmentation realm Dao fruit could compare with. Ning Fan held the Dao fruit in his hand and swallowed it. Just a single Dao fruit had increased Ning Fan's magic power and the upper limit of his magic power by around 5%. Without staying on the 11th floor, Ning Fan flew to the 12th floor with a flash. After the 2 early human profound realm golden men sent out their sky-covering golden palms, Ning Fan turned his hand and sent out 2 black flaming palm imprints, killing the 2 golden men and swallowing 2 golden Dao fruits. The 13th floor, the 14th floor, the 15th floor, along the way to the 20th floor, Ning Fan's expression was still calm even when he was surrounded by 10 early human profound realm golden men. Along the way to this floor, his magic power had increased tremendously. Even though he had yet to break through to the life immortal realm, His magic power was already comparable to an early human profound realm expert. 10 early human profound realm golden men were not enough to stop him at all. As the flaming palms flew out, the 10 golden men turned into ashes. After swallowing the 10 golden Dao fruits, Ning Fan's magic power improved tremendously again. In terms of magic power alone, he was no weaker than an ordinary early human profound realm expert. Ning Fan did not rush to the next floor. He closed his eyes and replayed the scenes of the golden men displaying their palm imprints on the first 20 floors in his mind. He seemed to have understood something, but he still felt that there was a barrier that he could not break through. He stood on the 20th floor for a very, very long time. In the outside world, the first 10 floors of the heaven-reaching tower had already shone with golden light one after another. However, the 11th floor had yet to be lit up. At that time, Ning Fan was still comprehending the palm imprints on the 10th floor. Naturally, the people in the outside world would not know about it. No one thought that Ning Fan would stop at the 10th floor. Many of them guessed that Ning Fan was spending time to recover his magic power in order to enter the 11th floor in his peak state. However, after Ning Fan passed the 20th floor, he did not go to the 21st floor for a long time. Many old monsters began to discuss among themselves, thinking that Ning Fan was probably going to stop at the 20th floor. Even though Ning Fan had a lot of offensive jade slips and he also had the explosion secret technique, his cultivation base was still low after all. The golden man on the 21st floor was at the mid-human profound realm. His attacks were extremely fast. If Ning Fan was not given any time to use his trump cards, he might not necessarily lose. It seems like that old ancestor Xianxia is having a hard battle on the 21st floor. Since he still hasn't passed this floor after such a long time, the chances of him passing this floor are not high. Even if he passes this floor, the next one will certainly be difficult to pass. The 20th floor, huh? Hee hee. With his cultivation base, it's already not bad for him to pass this floor. The one who spoke was a young man in golden armor. His expression was filled with disdain. His name was Jin Guang. He had a cultivation base at the peak human profound realm. He was a cultivator of the Eastern Heaven who joined the Slaughter Palace a few years ago. In the past, he had also won the first place in the grand competition. However, the cultivators who participated in the competition were not as lucky as the cultivators of this year. In this grand competition, the immortal king of the Nether Sea did not hesitate to spend a huge sum of money to activate the heaven-reaching tower. It was really too easy for the juniors who participated in this competition. 300 years ago, Jin Guang spent all the killing points that he had accumulated for 1,000 years to challenge the heaven-reaching tower once. At that time, he passed the 33rd floor with a late human profound realm cultivation base. With the help of the golden Dao fruit that he obtained, he went into seclusion for 100 years and broke through to the peak human profound realm. Jin Guang had slaughtered for 1,000 years and completed countless killing missions before he accumulated enough killing points to enter the heaven-reaching tower once. On the other hand, the juniors of this year could enter the heaven-reaching tower for free without doing anything. In comparison, Jin Guang really could not accept it. Naturally, he did not have a good impression of Ning Fan, who had the best result in this grand competition. There was also a hint of sarcasm in his words. Brother Jin's words agree with me. Even if that old ancestor Xianxia did not stop at the 20th floor, he would definitely stop at the 21st floor. The other tall young man who was at the early ghost profound realm nodded in agreement. His name was Gao Yuan. He was also a heaven's pride of the Eastern Heaven who joined the Slaughter Palace in the past. He had painstakingly accumulated 700 years of killing points before he could enter the heaven-reaching tower once. He was really too jealous of the luck of this year's cultivators. Why did this year's cultivators get to enjoy the generous treatment of entering the heaven-reaching tower? Jealousy filled his heart with resentment towards Ning Fan, who was the champion of this year. No matter how he looked at Ning Fan, he just could not find it pleasing to his eyes. While the two of them were talking, a timid voice of a girl suddenly sounded. I don't think that old ancestor Xianxia will stop at the 21st floor. He is so powerful and has so many trump cards. At the very least, he should be able to reach the 30th floor. The one who spoke was a little girl in blue robes. Her cultivation base was at the intermediate human profound realm. She was once the daughter of the Lu family of the Eastern Heaven. Her name was Lu Xianxia. After the Lu family was annihilated, she escaped alone and won the first place in the grand competition 2,000 years ago. After that, she joined the Slaughter Palace. Her appearance was not too beautiful, but it was considered delicate and pleasant. When they saw that the one who spoke was Lu Xianxia who had no background in strength, Jin Guang and Gao Yuan snorted disdainfully. From their point of view, only a fool would think that Ning Fan could reach the 30th floor. Lu Xianxia's face was flushed. She just thought that Ning Fan could reach the 30th floor. She had completely blindly believed in Ning Fan. This little girl had already been captivated by Ning Fan's black robes and his elegant demeanor of defeating all the heaven's pride. After the Lu family was annihilated, this girl joined the Slaughter Palace. To be able to join the Slaughter Palace, it meant that this girl's talent and cultivation were not bad, but after all, she was still too inexperienced. Ning Fan's elegant demeanor of defeating all the geniuses was too dazzling. Lu Xianxia was not the only girl who was captivated by him. Of course, there were also quite a number of children who were frightened by Ning Fan's fierce name. Lu Xianxia, since you think that Ning Fan can go up to the 30th floor, why don't we make a bet? A short young man with shifty eyes walked towards them. His name was Sun Yin, and he was an Eastern sky cultivator who joined the slaughter hall tens of thousands of years ago. Now, he was already at the middle stage of the ghost profound realm. Upon seeing Sun Yin, Jin Guang and Gao Yuan cupped their fists and greeted him. Sun Yin waved his hand and chuckled. What? Lu Xianxia, don't you think he can go up to the 30th floor? Why don't you dare to bet with me? I insist on betting that he will not be able to reach the 30th floor. I will bet 500 million Dao crystal. Having said that, Sun Yin winked at Jin Guang and Gao Yuan. The two of them understood and followed suit. I also bet 500 million. Bet that Ning Fan can't reach the 30th floor. I'll also bet 500 million. I bet that Ning Fan will not be able to reach the 30th floor. Sun Yan nodded his head in satisfaction and said to Lu Xianxia. Look, the three of us have taken out 1.5 billion to bet with you. Don't you believe that Ning Fan can go up to the 30th floor? Do you dare to bet with us? If you win, 1.5 billion Dao crystal will belong to you. If you lose, hee hee. Sun Yan's shifty eyes scanned across Lu Xianxia's delicate body. She immediately hugged her body and took half a step back. Then, she said timidly. I won't bet with my body. Who wants your small body? How can your small body be worth 1.5 billion? What I want is the quicksand pearl that you obtained in the secret place of quicksand. That's a rather powerful high-grade immortal treasure. It's almost comparable to a peak-grade immortal treasure. It can at least be used up to the true crossing realm. I won't bet on the quicksand pearl. I want to sell it. It can be sold for 2 billion Dao crystal. It's not up to you whether you want to bet or not. It's up to us. Sun Yan harumphed in displeasure. The little girl was so frightened that she did not dare to speak anymore. All right. Take out the quicksand pearl and leave it with me first. You will lose sooner or later anyway. If you are lucky enough to win, I will give you the pearl and all the Dao crystal. Sun Yan glared at Lu Xianxia. She gritted her teeth and took out a purple pearl, passing it to Sun Yan. Sun Yan received the quicksand pearl. His shifty eyes turned into crescents. He chuckled and felt extremely proud of himself. He naturally did not believe that Ning Fan could reach the 30th floor. Thus, he was not the least bit interested in him challenging the heaven-reaching tower. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly stopped and turned around in disbelief. All of a sudden, golden light shone brightly on the 21st floor of the heaven-reaching tower. Then, the 22nd floor and the 23rd floor lit up one after another. Along the way up the tower, golden lights lit up one after another. Eventually, the 30th floor also shone brightly. That Ning Fan is just a void fragmentation realm cultivator. He actually managed to get to the 30th floor. Jin Guang, Gao Yuan, and Sun Yan's expressions changed. At this moment, there were many old monsters in the entire inner city who felt slightly surprised. From the 21st floor onwards, Ning Fan only had to face mid-human profound realm golden men. With Ningfan's magic power that had skyrocketed, he could instantly kill a mid-human profound realm golden man by using the black flame palm imprint with all his might. Relying on the power of the yin-yang flame, Ningfan went all the way to the 30th floor. Even when he faced 10 mid-human profound realm golden men, he could still kill all of them with a single palm strike. His current strength was no longer as weak as when he first entered the eastern sky. After eating the 55 mid-human profound realm golden Dao fruits, Ningfan's magic power skyrocketed again, almost reaching the peak of early human profound realm. Before becoming an immortal, his magic power was already close to mid-human profound realm. Once he becomes an immortal, his magic power would skyrocket again. Perhaps he could directly skip the early human profound realm and break through to the mid-human profound realm. On the 30th floor, Ningfan closed his eyes as usual. The scenes of the golden men executing their palm strikes replayed in his mind. His comprehension was getting deeper and deeper, but there was still a layer of barrier that prevented him from comprehending it. If I'm not mistaken, there are two great opportunities in this heaven-reaching tower. One is the golden Dao fruit and the other is the golden palm imprint. The Dao fruit is easy to obtain, but the palm imprint is hard to comprehend. What exactly is that barrier that I can't cross? Ningfan opened his eyes and put away his distracting thoughts. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to recover his magic power. When his magic power had fully recovered, his figure flashed and entered the 31st floor. The one guarding the 31st floor was a late human profound realm golden man. A late human profound realm expert was no longer someone Ningfan could kill with a single palm strike. In order to eliminate a late human profound realm expert, Ningfan could only rely on the spatial vortex technique and the three flowers converging prominence technique. After activating the millions of lotus shadows to defend himself, no matter how strong the late human profound realm golden man was, he could not break through Ningfan's defense. As for Ningfan, he relied on the power of the spatial vortex technique to open a black hole with his palm and forcefully take the golden man away, killing him in the spatial vortex realm. After swallowing the golden Dao fruit, Ningfan stepped into the teleportation formation and entered the 32nd floor. There were two late human profound realm golden men guarding this floor. If they joined forces, they might not be any easier to deal with than Bei Qinghan. Fortunately, Ningfan had killed his way to the 32nd floor. His magic power had increased by more than 10 times compared to before he entered the tower. Therefore, after a tough battle, he still managed to eliminate the two golden men. There were 3 golden men on the 33rd floor. It was definitely not easy for Ningfan to win this battle. It was not easy to ambush 3 golden men with the spatial vortex technique. When the 3 golden men joined forces, they would usually destroy the black hole as soon as it appeared. Unfortunately, Ningfan's 3 flowers converging prominence technique was too powerful. No late human profound realm experts could hurt him. Facing the late human profound realm golden men, Ningfan was already in an invincible position. Even though it was difficult to win using the spatial vortex technique, it was still possible. The 34th floor, the 35th floor, the 36th floor, Ningfan continuously went to higher floors. Even though the time required to break through each floor was getting longer and longer, he still passed the 40th floor in the end. After consuming the golden Dao fruits, Ningfan's magic power was already comparable to the middle level of mid-human profound realm. The palm imprints and abilities of the golden men replayed in his mind. After a long time, he opened his eyes. Looking at the teleportation formation that led to the 41st floor, Ningfan was slightly hesitant. The one guarding the 41st floor must be a peak human profound realm golden man. Even if Ningfan's magic power skyrocketed, it would still be difficult for him to defeat a golden man of this level. Although his magic power was strong, it was limited by his realm and his divine abilities were still too weak. Unless he broke through to the life immortal realm and practiced some powerful second-step divine abilities, he would not be able to defeat the peak of the human Xian realm. If I use offensive jade slips, array discs, and immortal talismans, I can clear the 41st level, or even the 42nd level. If I use the deity blast technique, I'm confident that I can reach a higher level. Ningfan's brows were tightly knitted together. He scanned the cauldron world with his spirit sense. Zili had already formed a cocoon, and her aura was getting stronger and stronger. Currently, Zili's aura was already close to the peak of the human profound realm. Presumably, when she truly awakens, even if she isn't at the peak of the human profound realm, she would still be at the early stage of the ghost profound realm. It would be great if Zili was already awake. With Zili's unrivaled strength, Ning Fan would at least be able to reach the 50th floor. Now that Zili had not woken up, he could only think of another way. Or, he could give up on his methods and stake everything on a single gamble, killing his way to a higher level and obtaining a golden Dao fruit to increase his magic power. Or, he could keep his life-saving trump card and decisively give up, giving up on the heaven-reaching tower's lucky chance. Ning Fan pondered for a while and finally made up his mind. The Deity Blast technique was currently his strongest life-saving trump card. He must not use it casually. After all, it was too difficult to gather primordial spirits of life immortal realm cultivators. As for those jade slips, immortal talismans, and array discs of the profound ghost attack and the Dujin attack, he could still use them. After all, he could always buy them again after using them. The golden Dao fruit was a great opportunity. Having more of them was better than nothing. Having made up his mind, Ning Fan stood up and stepped into the teleportation formation, appearing on the 41st level. The golden man on the 41st level was completely different from the giant he encountered before. His body was pure gold in color. His eyes, however, were made of black crystals. They were very lively, as if he was a living person. Heaven-seizing seal. With a cold shout, his golden fingers moved like shadows and formed 7 palm imprints in an instant. The 7 palms combined into one and slammed down on Ning Fan. He was the first golden man that Ning Fan encountered after entering the tower who could speak. His eyes contained an emotion that the other golden men did not have. That emotion was contempt towards the heavens. The palm imprints that he displayed were called the heaven-seizing seal. Seizing the heavens was an action that was even more rebellious than defying the heavens. Following the heavens, evading the heavens, deceiving the heavens. And deceiving the heavens. These kinds of cultivators lacked the intention of defying the heavens. Thus, their path towards the Tao was difficult. After all, cultivating the Tao was something that defied the heavens. Those who defy the heavens would go against the heavens and cultivate against the heavens. Even though they had the intention of defying the heavens and dared to defy the heavens' will, they were still in a position where the heavens were above them and humans were below them. Only when the heavens had a decree would humans be able to defy it. Defying was not the highest realm. The highest realm was heaven-seizing, the opportunity of seizing the heavens, usurping the position of the heavens and appointing oneself as the heavens. The cultivators of heaven-seizing stood at the same height as the heavens. Therefore, to display this heaven-seizing seal, one must have the intention of seizing the heavens. The heavens regarded all living beings as ants. Those who wished to seize the heavens must look down on the heavens like ants. Only then could they stand above the heavens. Traces of enlightenment emerged in his mind. He finally understood what that barrier was. Without saying anything, Ning Fan consecutively took out 2 immortal talismans of the profound ghost attack and destroyed the golden man and the palm imprints. A single profound ghost attack was not enough to kill a peak human profound realm cultivator. After swallowing the golden Dao fruit, Ning Fan remained silent for a while. Suddenly, his 10 fingers moved rapidly and formed hand seals. He finished forming the hand seals in an instant. When he opened his palm, 7 layers of golden palm imprints gradually appeared on his palm. When the 7 layers of palm imprints merged into one, Ning Fan sent out a palm strike. The golden palm that blotted out the sky immediately fell from the sky. The power of this palm strike had actually sucked away all of his magic power in an instant. The power of this palm strike was comparable to a mid-ghost profound realm attack. What level of ability is this? With my magic power that is comparable to a mid-human profound realm cultivator, I can actually exert the power of a mid-ghost profound realm attack. Heaven-seizing seal. Heaven-seizing seal. Who exactly is the person who created this palm imprint? How dare he have the intention of seizing the heavens? The current me can be considered to have comprehended the essence of the heaven-seizing seal. However, my understanding of the specific technique of the palm imprint is still far from enough. Besides, I keep feeling that the heaven-seizing seal that I have comprehended is not complete. Is it an illusion? In the outside world, on the jade platform, immortal King Nethersea's eyes suddenly flashed as if he had seen something unbelievable. Heaven-seizing seal. This kid's comprehension was really high. He could actually comprehend the heaven-seizing seal, which was a must-cultivate divine ability of the past slaying emperors. Could it be that this child actually has the aptitude to kill with a single palm and become an emperor? This kid seems to have realized that the heaven-seizing seal he comprehended is not complete. The 7 seals of seizing the heavens, refining the heavens into a palm, turning the palm into a seal. The complete cultivation method of this technique was only in the hands of the Slayer emperors. In Tongtian Tower, there was only the elementary cultivation method for this technique. Tongtian Tower, all the way to heaven, then heaven seizing. The Nethersea immortal king smiled in satisfaction and finally closed his eyes, no longer paying attention to the Tower of Babel. The fact that Ning Fan was able to comprehend this seal had already made him very satisfied. It was worth it for him to spend a huge sum of money to open the heaven-reaching tower. Half a day passed, and suddenly, the 42nd level of the pagoda shone with golden light. The expressions of countless life-immortal old monsters changed. Even many perfected immortal old monsters were slightly shocked. 42nd floor. What kind of trump card did this kid use to be able to kill 2 gold men at the peak of the human profound realm? Could it be that this kid has finally used the god-blasting technique? On the 42nd floor of the heaven-reaching tower, Ning Fan's palm shone with dazzling golden light like a golden sun. The magic power that he had replenished just now was depleted once again. No one would have guessed that he had killed 2 peak human profound realm experts with a single palm strike. His heaven-seizing intent was indeed incomparable to the gold men. The heaven-seizing seal that he displayed was extremely powerful. Heaven-seizing intent. Ning Fan swallowed 2 golden Dao fruits and sat cross-legged on the 42nd floor. After consuming a pill, he rapidly recovered his magic power. He wanted to kill his way to a higher floor with the heaven-seizing intent. The difference between the human and ghost realms is a small realm while the life-immortal realm is a huge realm. The difference between the early human profound realm and the peak ghost realm is just like the difference between the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm and the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. The human profound realm and the ghost profound realm are not 2 different levels. It is difficult for a void fragmentation realm expert to defeat a life-immortal realm expert. To be continued. It was certainly a good thing for Ning Fan's magic power to increase tremendously. However, it also brought about a new problem. If he wanted to replenish his magic power by consuming 8 revolution pills, he would need to spend a lot more time than before. After sitting cross-legged on the 42nd floor for half a day, he finally replenished his magic power and entered the 43rd floor. Guarding the 43rd floor were 3 golden armored giants at the peak of the human profound realm. At the moment Ning Fan entered this floor, the 3 golden men attacked him forcefully, sending out 3 golden palm imprints. Ning Fan's eyes were extremely indifferent. It was as if the heavens and earth were not worth mentioning in front of him and the ancient world could not withstand a single blow. His state of mind gradually merged with the will of seizing the heavens. His gaze was as resplendent as the Big Dipper. On the 41st floor, Ning Fan had just comprehended the heaven-seizing seal. On the 42nd floor, Ning Fan used the heaven-seizing seal for the 2nd time. Compared to the first time he used it, he was slightly more familiar with it. This floor was the 3rd time. He was slowly perfecting the palm print that he had comprehended with his own comprehension ability. His fingers moved like shadows, and in the blink of an eye, his palms had already condensed 7 layers of palm imprints, and the 7 imprints merged into one. The entire 43rd floor of the Golden Palace was suddenly filled with strange phenomena. The world turned into a dark night. In the dark night, 7 stars gradually rose, forming the Big Dipper. Duotian. At the moment when the 7 stars connected, Ning Fan sent out a palm imprint. All of his magic power was instantly sucked dry. A sky-blotting golden palm descended from the sky. The 3 golden armored giants and their palm imprints were all annihilated under the might of Ning Fan's palm. As for the dark night, the phenomenon of the 7 stars illuminating the world, it was slowly fading away. Where the 3 golden men perished, 3 golden fruits of the way slowly appeared. Ning Fan waved his palm and grabbed the Dao fruits. He consumed all 3 of them one by one and a few 8th revolution pills. Then, he sat down on the ground with his legs crossed and busied himself with recovering his magic power. His eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. It's only the third time I've used this technique, but I can already manifest the strange phenomenon of this technique. It seems like I'll be able to perfect this technique after a few more times. After displaying the strange phenomenon of the heaven-seizing seal, Ning Fan was already certain of two things. Firstly, the heaven-seizing seal that he had cultivated was only the initial seal formula. There were still subsequent seals that he needed to cultivate. Secondly, the level of the heaven-seizing seal's magical technique was very high. A divine ability that could manifest a phenomenon was at least an ancient realm magical technique. Half a day later, Ning Fan stepped into the 44th floor and killed 4 peak human profound realm experts with a single palm strike. After another half a day, Ning Fan passed the 45th floor. Another half a day passed, all the way to the 50th floor. Ning Fan looked at the teleportation formation leading to the 51st floor. His eyes flashed with determination and he stepped into the teleportation formation. On the 51st floor, there was a golden man at the early stage of the ghost mystic realm guarding it. Ning Fan's current magical power was comparable to a half-step late human profound realm cultivator. However, the heaven-seizing seal would still drain his mana in one fell swoop. Fortunately, the power of the palm print had increased at the same time, almost reaching the power of a late-stage ghost mystic. 51st floor, 52nd floor, 53rd floor, Ning Fan killed all the way to the 60th floor. His magic power was already comparable to a true late human profound realm cultivator. The power of the heaven-seizing seal was finally comparable to the full blow of a late ghost profound expert. The one guarding the 61st floor was a golden man at the middle stage of the ghost profound realm. With the current power of the heaven-seizing seal, it could at most kill 3 mid-ghost profound realm experts or severely injure a late ghost profound realm expert. If Ning Fan were to face 4 mid-ghost profound realm experts, he could kill 3 of them with a single palm strike. As for the last one, he would definitely not be able to defeat him with his own strength. Only by using immortal talismans, jade slips and formation discs would he have the power to fight against him. In half a day, he passed the 62nd floor. In another half a day, he passed the 63rd floor. In another half a day, Ning Fan stepped into the 64th floor after consuming quite a number of secret pills. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan raised his hand and killed 3 mid-ghost profound realm golden men with a single palm strike. Then, he immediately took out all of his immortal talismans, jade slips and formation discs. The remaining golden man was also extremely fast. He was only a moment slower than Ning Fan. His palm print had already arrived in front of Ning Fan. Fortunately, the formation discs had already been activated. Layers of formation light immediately rose and blocked most of the palm force from the golden man. The remaining golden palm prints shattered into specks of golden flowing light and pierced into Ning Fan's body like broken glass. Immediately, Ning Fan was severely injured. A mid-ghost profound realm expert was not someone Ning Fan could defeat in the first place. Even if it was just a mid-ghost profound realm palm strike, it was enough to severely injure Ning Fan. There was obviously a huge disparity between their strength, but the heaven-seizing seal gave Ning Fan the strength to kill 3 mid-ghost profound realm experts with a single palm strike. The heaven-seizing seal definitely has a great origin. Ning Fan muttered to himself. The immortal talismans and jade slips that filled the sky turned into profound mortal realm and profound ghost realm divine abilities that bombarded the golden men. In the end, the golden men perished. Ning Fan was left with the last attack jade slip in his hand. It was an early truth crossing jade slip. He would not use the divine blast technique. Even though this jade slip was precious, it could still be used. He would just need to get another one if he has the chance. After consuming the 4 golden Dao fruits, Ning Fan consumed a large number of pills to recover his magic power and heal his injuries at the same time. After just one day, Ning Fan had barely recovered to his peak state and entered the 65th floor. On the 65th floor, there were a total of 5 golden men. As soon as he entered the 65th floor, Ning Fan took out the truth-crossing jade slip without hesitation and released an early truth-crossing magic technique, killing the 5 golden men in a single strike. After consuming the 5 golden Dao fruits, Ning Fan let out a soft sigh. The 65th floor was already his limit. His current magic power was already comparable to a mid-late profound mortal realm cultivator. It was impossible for him to pass the 66th floor with just the heaven-seizing seal. If he uses the Divine Blast technique, he was confident that he could reach the 69th floor. However, that was all. There were a total of 40 mid-profound Ghost Realm experts on the 66th floor. Even if he used the Heaven-Seizing Seal and the Divine Blast technique, he would not be able to kill so many golden men. After all, there were only 146 life immortal realm primordial spirits in Ning Fan's soul pouch. If he used them together, he would be able to kill a mid-true crossing realm expert instantly. However, if he used them separately, he would not be able to kill too many profound ghost realm experts. Even if he used the Divine Blast technique, he would only be able to reach the 69th floor at most and pass 4 more floors. It was not worth it to use his strongest life-saving trump card just to pass 4 more floors. This floor is already my limit. If I continue to pass the 66th floor, I will only get injured in vain. It's impossible for me to pass it. My cultivation base is too low. Cultivators should be decisive and give up when they need to. Since I can't pass it, I don't have to force myself. Even though I don't have to continue to pass the tower, I want to know what exactly is at the top of this tower. Golden Dao fruits, 7 heaven-seizing seals. Perhaps there are some other opportunities hidden at the top of this tower. Ning Fan's eyes darkened. His people might not be able to go up to the 210th floor, but it did not mean that he could not see the scenery there. Every golden palace in the tower had the effect of isolating spirit sense. Even an ordinary immortal king would not be able to spy on the situation inside the tower from the outside. They would also not be able to see the scenery at the top of the tower from the bottom. Ning Fan gave it a try. Just when he wanted to send his spirit sense into the 66th floor, it was blocked by rays of golden light. He could not see what was inside. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. Gradually, his eyes were filled with heavenly green rain intent. He formed hand seals with all 10 of his fingers. All of a sudden, it began to rain on the 210th floor of the tower. Ning Fan's spirit sense blended into the rainwater, avoiding the rays of golden light and moving upwards, the 70th floor, the 80th floor, the 90th floor. He saw the true crossing realm golden men, the void-shedding realm golden men and the thought-shattering realm golden men. On the 210th floor, there were 10 peak thought-shattering realm golden men guarding it. Behind the 10 golden men, there was a gigantic blood jade stele. The stele was too ancient. The cultivation method of the 7 heaven-seizing seals was vaguely engraved on it. There was a great divine ability on the stele. With the level of Ning Fan's spirit sense, he could not see the specific content of the cultivation method at all. If I kill my way up to the 210th floor, I will be able to obtain the complete imprint of the 7 heaven-seizing seals, huh? Perhaps only those who have the strength to kill their way up to the 210th floor will be able to see the palm imprint cultivation method on the stele. Ning Fan sighed softly. It was impossible to secretly learn the 7 heaven-seizing seals. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's eyes flashed. Due to the age of the stele being too long ago, the protective ability of one of the inscriptions on the stele was almost gone. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, he could barely see the content of the inscriptions. The Big Dipper Dust Tribulation, the broken soldiers turned into emperors, the sacred desolate heaven, the thought of seizing the heaven was born. The immortal sovereign had 3,000 imprints, comprehended the first 7 seals, refining the heaven into palms and turning palms into imprints. Sweeping away the purple immortal realm, defeating the North Emperor and finding it hard to defeat Mo Zhong. Abandoning the thought of seizing the heaven, he established the palace to slaughter, commanding the galaxy to guard the blood-descendant world. This passage was not the cultivation method of the heaven-seizing seals. Instead, it was an introduction to the origins of the heaven-seizing seals. Ning Fan read the passage over and over again. His eyes became more and more solemn. The Big Dipper Dust Tribulation. What does the Big Dipper refer to? 3,000 imprints of the immortal sovereign. Does the immortal sovereign refer to immortal sovereign Zido? The 7 heaven-seizing seals are the 7 forms of palm imprints extracted from the 3,000 imprints. The combination of the 3,000 imprints is the offensive ability of the immortal sovereign. Sweeping away the purple immortal realm, defeating the North Emperor and finding it hard to defeat Mo Zhong. This Mo Zhong sounds very familiar. Ning Fan's eyes moved. He had met Great Emperor Mo Zhong on the Devil Conferral Summit before. Is the Mo Zhong mentioned in this passage referring to Great Emperor Mo Zhong? Abandoning the thought of seizing the heaven, he established the palace to slaughter. After the person who wrote this passage was defeated by Great Emperor Mo Zhong, he abandoned the thought of seizing the heaven and established the slaughter palace. Could it be that the person who established this stele was the first killing emperor? Ning Fan muttered to himself. After dispersing the rain technique and withdrawing his spirit sense, Ning Fan remained silent for a long time. It was very difficult to obtain too much useful information with just a fragment of the inscription. Ning Fan believed that if he had enough cultivation base, he would certainly be able to pry into the secrets of the slaughter palace in the ancient times from this gigantic stele. Now, he could only make wild guesses based on the inscription. At the very least, he had already guessed that the 7 heaven-seizing seals had a great origin. It was a divine ability that was derived from the immortal sovereign's ability. He also guessed that the first killing emperor was a heaven-shaking figure. Even though he was defeated by immortal Emperor Mo Zhong, it was still not a trivial matter. After sweeping away all the distracting thoughts in his mind, Ning Fan calmly looked forward and said to the heaven-reaching tower, "I give up on the 66th floor." As soon as he finished speaking, the heaven-reaching tower shone with a ray of golden light. It carried Ning Fan out of the tower. The moment Ning Fan appeared outside the Tong Tian Tower, all the old monsters in the area fixed their eyes on him. Putting aside those true immortal realm old monsters, those life immortal realm old monsters were looking at Ning Fan as if they were looking at a monster. The 65th floor. Ning Fan was just at the peak shattering realm, but he actually managed to reach the 65th floor. How could this be possible? Ning Fan only had 146 life immortal realm primordial spirits. If he uses them separately, these primordial spirits would not be enough for him to reach the 65th floor. From the 11th floor to the 65th floor, the number of life immortal realm primordial spirits that Ning Fan killed was more than 146. How could he possibly reach such a high floor with just the spirit blast technique? Little friend Ning, may I ask how many life immortal realm primordial spirits are left in your soul pouch? An old monster at the True Crossing realm who was sitting on the left side of the jade platform hesitated for a moment and asked with a frown. 146. Ning Fan patted his soul pouch and summoned 76,000 void fragmentation realm primordial spirits. Then, he summoned another 146 life immortal realm primordial spirits. Not a single primordial spirit was left in his hands. His spirit blast technique could still intimidate mid or even late True Crossing realm old monsters. The reason why he answered that old monster Duzhen's question and displayed countless primordial spirits in front of everyone was because he wanted to tell that old monster Duzhen, "Don't think that you can attack him just because you have used up all your primordial spirits. That kind of action is just seeking your own death." What? This young man actually passed the 65th floor without using the spirit blast technique? How is this possible? Sun Yan's eyes were filled with astonishment. He could not close his mouth no matter how hard he tried. His cultivation base was at the mid-ghost profound realm. With his current strength, he could only pass the 62nd floor even if he used all his trump cards. Ning Fan was just a cultivator at the void-shattering realm. However, he actually made it to the 65th floor without using the spirit blast technique. What did this mean? It meant that Ning Fan, who was at the peak shattering realm, was stronger than him. Sun Yan, under the same conditions, Jin Guang, Gao Yuan and the other human profound realm cultivators were even more astonished. They could feel that Ning Fan's baleful chi had become much stronger after going through the baptism of slaughter in the heaven-reaching tower. His strength was also terrifyingly strong. Facing the current Ning Fan, Jin Guang and Gao Yuan actually had a feeling that they could not win against him. It was as if Ning Fan could crush them into ashes with just a single palm strike. Lu Xianxia's cheeks, which were already red, became even redder at this moment. The way she looked at Ning Fan became even more infatuated. She had never seen such a peerless man before. When he was at the peak shattering realm, he could already pass the 65th floor of the heaven-reaching tower and was the center of attention of tens of thousands of people. By the way, senior brother Sun, I've won the bet. You should return my quicksand pearl and pay me 5 billion Dao crystals. Lu Xian'er suddenly remembered that she seemed to have made a bet with Sun Yan and the others. She bet that Ning Fan could make it to the 30th floor. Today, not only did he make it to the 30th floor, but he also made it to the 65th floor. She had won the bet completely. Lu Xianxia turned around and was about to ask Sun Yan for the quicksand pearl and the Dao crystals that she had won. Only then did she realize that Sun Yan had already escaped to somewhere unknown. Sun Yan had obviously lost the bet, but he did not plan to give Lu Xianxia the Dao crystals. He did not even plan to return her quicksand pearl. All of a sudden, Lu Xianxia's eyes turned red from being wronged. She realized that she had been deceived by Sun Yan. Sun Yan had cheated her of her quicksand pearl. Yao Qingyan looked at Ning Fan calmly. However, under that calmness, there were countless surprises hidden within. She could never imagine that Ning Fan could achieve such an outstanding result when he was only at the peak-shattering realm. Among the experts of the Slaughter Palace, none of them who could make it to the 65th floor had a cultivation base above the mid-ghost profound realm. When Ning Fan was at the peak-shattering realm, he managed to make it to the floors that only mid-ghost profound realm cultivators could reach. If he had a mid-ghost profound realm cultivation base, how many floors would he be able to reach? Fei He looked at Ning Fan with a gloomy expression. The greed in his eyes gradually became stronger. Perfect, perfect, perfect. At this moment, these two words were not the only thing that appeared in Fei He's mind. The reason why he wanted to kill Yao Qingyun was not because he had a grudge against her but because of his greed. He didn't covet Yao Qingyun's looks, but covet her cultivation. He needed a medium to take away her cultivation base. Ning Fan was the most perfect medium for that. A corpse devil body that has completed the third corpse transformation realm. It's a flawless and perfect body. Besides, this young man is also a cultivator of the yin-yang transformation realm. His yin-yang plucking technique is certainly not weak. If I use this young man as a medium to carry out my plan on Yao Qingyun. Perfect. If my plan succeeds, I can at least break through to the mid-shedding void realm in one go. I even have a chance to break through to the late shedding void realm. 76 people will advance to the next round. The rest will be decided by drawing lots. The third round of the competition will begin 10 days later. The immortal king of the Nether Sea transmitted his voice to Qiantuzi, who was standing far away. Then, he chuckled and turned into a ray of traveling light and left. Before he left, he gave Ning Fan a meaningful look and transmitted his voice to him. Not bad. Ning Fan's eyes widened. He did not expect that he would actually receive a compliment from the immortal king of the Nether Sea. Qiantuzi announced the results of the competition and decided the participants of the third round by drawing lots. Finally, he informed Ning Fan of the time and content of the third round. Ning Fan walked out of the Blood Palace and looked at the giant monument outside the palace. His score had changed from 477,1200 points to 1427,1200 points. After just 2 rounds of the competition, his score had already reached 14.27 million points, which was equivalent to 14.27 million killing points and 142.7 billion Dao crystals. The second place was Qizhen with a score of 280,000 points. This lead was really not just a little bit. It was said that the number 1 cultivator in the previous competitions of the Slaughter Palace only had a score of around 600,000 to 700,000 points. 10 days later, the Blood Sea Sacrificial Altar. Ning Fan silently recited the venue of the third round of the competition. Holding the blood-red jade slip given by Qiantuzi in his hand, his eyes showed a thoughtful expression. The content of the third round of the competition was really beyond his expectations. The third round of the competition was not dangerous nor difficult. The process was very simple, but it could easily determine the winner among the 100 participants. The third round of the competition was about the Dao Heart. To be continued. 10 days passed by in the blink of an eye. Today was the start of the third round of the competition. Today, the immortal king of the Dark Sea used his ability to make an altar that was buried under the inner city rise from the ground. It was the Huanqiu altar that was built by the first Sha Di. It had 3 floors and was paved with blood-patterned marble. At the center of the third floor of the altar, there was a huge stone tablet. It was 100,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, tall and embedded with 10 million blood-red crystals that were the size of fingernails. The jade platforms on both sides of the altar were already filled with the old monsters of the eastern heaven. Under the altar, 100 participants were standing with Ning Fan as their leader. The third round tested the Tao heart. The participants would climb up the altar and touch the stone tablet. They could use the baleful qi that they accumulated from killing to light up the blood-red crystals. During the process of lighting up the crystals, the participants would suffer from the baleful qi that was a few times more than their own. Those with weak Tao hearts would be devoured by the baleful qi. Those with strong Tao hearts could obtain different levels of baleful qi according to the number of crystals they lit up and the strength of their Tao hearts. The power of most of the abilities in the Slaughter Palace was related to the strength of their baleful qi. To the cultivators of the Slaughter Palace, the stronger their baleful qi, the stronger their abilities. The Blood Sea altar could increase their baleful qi. Generally speaking, it would only open once every 10,000 years. Those who want to use the altar to increase their baleful qi could spend a large amount of slaughter points and use the power of the altar to increase their baleful qi. Similar to the heaven-reaching tower, it would cost a lot of Tao crystals to increase the baleful qi of the altar. The more a cultivator increased their baleful qi, the more Tao crystals would be consumed. Besides, even if no one used the altar to increase their baleful qi, it would cost nearly 400 billion Tao crystals to activate the altar just once. The last time the Blood Sea altar was activated was 3,700 years ago. The other cultivators of the Slaughter Palace had to wait for another 6,300 years before they could use the power of the altar to increase their baleful qi. The immortal king of the Dark Sea is really generous. He actually activated the Blood Sea altar for a mere disciple recruitment ceremony. Last time, it was the heaven-reaching tower. This time, it's the Blood Sea altar. The immortal king of the Dark Sea seems to value the participants of this year's competition very much. It's no wonder that the immortal king of the Dark Sea values the participants of this year's competition. After all, there's a Ning Fan. While some of the old monsters of the Dark Sea altar were discussing the Blood Sea altar was Night's eyes. These old monsters looked in the direction of the voice, and their expressions changed. The one who coughed was the Dark Sea Celestial King. His brows furrowed slightly, and his gaze was slightly displeased. He didn't like being talked about behind his back. Seeing the displeasure of the immortal king of the Dark Sea, all the old monsters shut their mouths obediently, not daring to speak anymore. For a moment, the entire inner city was dead silent. One could hear a pin drop. "Thousand Slayers, announce the rules," the immortal king of the Dark Sea said calmly. "Yes." Xianxia cupped his fists respectfully towards the immortal king of the Dark Sea. Then, he ordered someone to bring over a copper box and placed it in front of him. "Inside this copper box, there are your name tags. This old man will randomly draw a name tag. Whoever gets it will ascend the altar and light up the crystal with their baleful aura. If the participant's Tao heart is unstable and is devoured by the baleful aura, the result of this round will be 0. Every time a crystal is successfully lit, 1 point will be added to the score. After this round, the top 10 will advance to the 4th round. The results of the first 2 rounds could influence the 3rd round. Except for Ning Fan, everyone's score was 0 in the first round. In the second round, only 76 people had a score. The other 24 people who advanced by drawing lots still had 0 scores. It was unlikely that these people would be able to squeeze into the top 10. Ning Fan looked at the copper box. His eyes flashed slightly. The copper box had no openings on its 6 sides. Its surface was covered with sense isolation and teleportation formation runes, which could block spirit sense. The name tags could be randomly placed and sent out. Xianxia patted the copper box. The runes on the box flashed and a name tag was sent out. The name tag floated in midair. After a breath, it turned into dust. The name tag was engraved with the words Ren Xiao. "Ren Xiao, ascend the altar." Under Xianxia's order, a white-robed burly man with the cultivation base of a rogue immortal walked out of the crowd and ascended the altar step by step. His name was Ren Xiao. He was born in a mid-grade cultivation star, the Devil Sea Star. He was considered a famous young devil in the Devil Sea Star region. He had killed many people in his life. His baleful aura was not weak at all. Ren Xiao stopped below the giant monument and took a deep breath. The baleful aura around him spread out and he slammed his palm on the monument. All of a sudden, thousands of crystals on the monument lit up one after another. 3852 points, huh? Not bad. Unfortunately, this young man's Dao heart is too weak. Even though he has killed many people, he's not a good material to cultivate the Dao of slaughter. Xianxia muttered to himself. As soon as his voice fell, a wave of baleful aura that was several times stronger than Ren Zhao's gushed out from the giant monument. It turned into a blood-red light and drowned Ren Zhao. Under the baleful aura, Ren Zhao's eyes gradually turned red. He was invaded by the baleful aura. He felt a pain in his chest. He took a few steps back and knelt on the ground, coughing out blood continuously. After his palm left the giant monument, the baleful aura disappeared as well. Ren Zhao looked at the giant monument with a bitter smile. He knew that he could not get 3,852 points. The number of points one got was related to the number of people they killed in their life. Not only did it depend on the number of people they killed, but it also depended on the difference in cultivation base between the person who killed and the person who was killed. If one often killed people who were at a higher level, their points would naturally be very high. If one slaughtered mortals with the cultivation base of a rogue immortal, they would not get any points even if they killed billions of people. Ignoring Ren Zhao, Xianxia patted the bronze box again. He looked at the name tag that flew into the sky and said loudly. Next, Wang Yu. A skinny young man with the cultivation base of a rogue immortal climbed up the altar and pressed his palm on the giant monument. This person lit up a total of 4,274 crystals. Unfortunately, he could not withstand the baleful aura that came out of the giant monument either. This round score was 0, Lu Jia. Ding Feng. Bai Hong. None of the 35 rogue immortals could withstand the baleful aura that came back from the giant monument. All of them got 0 points for this round. The 36th person who climbed up the altar was a young scholar. After he climbed up the altar, he did not release all of his baleful aura. He only released a little of it to light up 1,000 crystals. It was not that he could not light up more, but if he did, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand the baleful aura backlash. If he released less baleful aura, the baleful aura backlash would be within his tolerance range. This kid is smart. He knows how to choose. 1,000 points is not much, but it's better than 0. Xianxia nodded and patted the bronze box again. He took out the next token and asked someone to climb up the altar. With the young scholar as a precedent, many participants followed suit and did not release all of their baleful aura. As a result, some of them lit up 1,200 crystals, some lit up 800 crystals and some lit up 1,500 crystals. Most of them had obtained points. Even though the points were not much, they were much better than those who got 0 points earlier. However, this was the opposite of the purpose of the existence of the Blood Sea altar. Ning Fan looked at the participants indifferently. These people were already prepared to use tricks before they climbed up the altar. That was why they were afraid. Besides, what they were afraid of was the baleful aura that they had accumulated from the killings that they had committed. Even if they entered the slaughter palace by using tricks, what kind of future would they have if they were scared before the battle? Those who were scared before the battle would naturally not have a strong Dao heart. Those who did not dare to face their sins would naturally not have a strong Dao heart. Ning Fan opened his palm and looked at his fair and clean palm with a frown. Although his palm looked clean, it was already stained with blood and sins. Along the way, he had traversed too many seas of blood and committed too many murders. He had never run away from the sins that he had committed. He would not accuse someone of another crime after killing them so that he could feel at ease. He killed not because of evil. He did not kill not because of kindness. The helplessness in this world could not be explained by a single word. As a cultivator, once they embark on the path of cultivation, they must be prepared to kill or be killed. Next, Yu Kuan. Next, Zhao Qing. Next, Qi Zhen. Next, Ning Fan. Ning Fan looked at his palm. Scenes of blood and vengeance reverberated in his mind. He had forgotten to look at the results of the others. When he woke up, he realized that it was already his turn. Yu Kuan and Qi Zhen who were standing beside him smiled bitterly. I have lit up 12,490 crystals while Brother Yu has lit up 9,455 crystals. Qi Zhen explained as if he knew that Ning Fan was absent-minded and did not pay attention to their results. Both of them exerted their full strength and released all of their baleful qi. In the end, they withstood the backlash of their baleful qi. Their Dao hearts were not weak. They were the best of the best. Unfortunately, they encountered Ning Fan in this grand competition. In the end, they did not have the chance to join the slaughter palace. "Brother Ning, I hope you can surprise me again." Yu Kuan persuaded. "I didn't go up the altar to light up the crystals. The purpose of this altar is not to light up the crystals." Ning Fan's eyes were sometimes clear and sometimes blank. Gradually, he sensed a sorrowful atmosphere from the altar of the Blood Sea. Only a few people could feel this sadness. Only cultivators who had faced massacres for a long time and were physically and mentally exhausted but had no choice but to fight could feel this sadness. Step by step, Ning Fan walked up the altar. He stood under the giant monument and closed his eyes. He did not reach out his hand to touch the monument. He stood there for an entire day. In his mind, scenes of massacres replayed one after another. He stood on top of the altar for an entire day. It was as if he had become one with the altar. Strange. Why didn't this Ning Fan light up the crystals? What is he doing? Countless Eastern Heaven's life immortals were puzzled. Only the old monsters above the true immortal realm could faintly see that there was a natural Tao essence gradually solidifying in Ning Fan's body. Only a few of the higher-ups of the slaughter palace knew that Ning Fan was doing something that few people could do. Fei He's eyes widened like a camel's bell. He was extremely excited because he saw a more perfect Ning Fan. Yao Qingyan looked at Ning Fan in disbelief. She gritted her teeth. There was only one sentence that kept repeating in her mind. Stripping karma. He can really do it. The great elder guessed it right. Even the elders of the slaughter palace can't do it. How can he do it? The immortal king of the dark sea's eyes suddenly turned solemn. He did not hesitate to spend a huge amount of money to activate the Blood Sea altar just to see the scene of Ning Fan stripping karma. No, not only did he want to see Ning Fan stripping karma, he also wanted to see another interesting thing. Except for the past slaughter emperors and the great elder, no one knew about it. That thing was even more difficult than stripping karma. What the immortal king of the dark sea wanted to see was that scene. If he can really do it, our slaughter palace won't seal the blood world and disappear from the eastern heaven. There is still a possibility of continuation. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Ning Fan stood on top of the altar for 10 days straight. Even though he had his eyes closed, he could feel the sadness of the entire slaughter city, the entire Blood Sea Star and the entire Blood Sea Star region. That sadness was the helpless sigh of a person who could not turn back after entering the cultivation world. That sadness was the self-reflection of entering the Blood Sea and falling into the Devil Dao forever. Ning Fan could vaguely feel that there was an entrance on the Blood Sea Star that led to a medium-class world. That medium-class world was the Slaughter Blood world. There were cultivators and mortals in the Slaughter Blood world. Mortals and cultivators lived in the same world and rarely had conflicts between them. It was as if there was a voice telling Ning Fan that the existence of the Slaughter Palace was to protect the descendants of the Blood World. In order to protect the descendants of the Blood World, the Slaughter Palace was created. No one wanted to be a devil the moment they were born. No one wanted to kill the world and dye the world red with blood. No one wanted to join the Slaughter Palace and become a devil assassin who killed people like flax. In order to protect the Blood World, the cultivators of the Slaughter Palace killed people like flax. This altar was not only to increase the baleful qi of the cultivators of the Slaughter Palace, but also to help them free themselves from karma and wash away their sins. The altar was not worshipping the heavens nor the earth. It was worshipping the dead souls that the cultivators of the Slaughter Palace had killed in their lives. All grudges would end with death, vanishing like clouds and smoke. Finally, Ning Fan opened his eyes. His eyes were as clear and bright as the Big Dipper stars. At this moment, he felt as if he had become one with the altar. He spread his palms and felt that he had an indescribable mysterious ability at this moment. All of a sudden, a mighty force of a great ability spread out from the altar and supported Ning Fan. Suddenly, Ning Fan realized that he had become shorter and his appearance had become weaker. He had returned to his youthful appearance. His cultivation base also seemed to have disappeared in an instant. However, he did not panic at all. His eyes were still calm, as if he knew what was going to happen next. He looked at the giant monument quietly. After a long time, a few blood-red figures of vein-opening realm youths walked out from the monument. Most of them were at the second or third level of the vein-opening realm. The leader of the group was called Ning Feng. His cultivation base was at the fourth level of the vein-opening realm. Ning Feng and the others once wanted to peek at Ning Qingqing when she was bathing and wanted to do something to her. However, they were lured into a pack of wolves by Ning Fan and died in the mouths of those wolves. Speaking of which, that was the first time Ning Fan killed a cultivator with his mortal body. The few youths looked at the young Ning Fan with resentment in their eyes. The young Ning Fan raised his finger and pointed at them. They immediately turned into blood-red light and entered his body. You all chased after me and I caused you to die in the hands of a pack of wolves. The grudges in the past shall be written off. The old monsters in this place gradually regained their senses. They did not know that Ning Fan was stripping away karma and cleansing his sins. They could only faintly see that the scene on the altar represented the fact that Ning Fan had killed a cultivator with his mortal body. A mortal killing a cultivator. This child has not entered the path of cultivation, but he is already so ruthless. A few old monsters exclaimed. Who was not weak? Who did not cultivate step by step from a mortal body? There were countless experts in this place, but no one could kill a cultivator with their mortal body. From this point of view, Ning Fan was already very extraordinary when he started as a mortal. The light on the altar flashed. Ning Fan's body became slightly taller and his cultivation base also increased to the fifth level of the vein-opening realm. A harmonious spirit realm cultivator in a black robe walked out from the giant monument. He was the elder of the Heaven Separation sect, Wudong Nan. A fifth-level vein-opening realm cultivator killing a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. This time, many old monsters were surprised. Ning Fan used his mortal body to kill a vein-opening realm cultivator and a vein-opening realm cultivator to kill a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Could it be that he had been killing people who were at a higher level than him all this time? Wudong Nan's blood shadow looked at Ning Fan with resentment and fear in his eyes. The grudge between you and me is over. You, disperse. Ning Fan pointed his finger and the blood shadow immediately turned into flowing blood light and entered Ning Fan's body. The light on the altar flashed. Young Ning Fan's body became slightly taller. His cultivation base was now at the early harmonious spirit realm. This time, countless blood shadows of the Heaven Separation sect cultivators flew out from the giant monument. Among them, there was no lack of gold cores. These cultivators all died under the grand formation of mountains and rivers reversal. A harmonious spirit realm cultivator killed a gold core, and not just one gold core. More and more old monsters were surprised. The blood shadows of the Heaven Separation sect were not all. Ning Fan's slaughter when he was at the harmonious spirit realm was not a small number. Countless blood shadows of the ghost cultivators of the demon sinister forest flew out from the giant monument. Countless blood shadows of the demonic beasts also flew out from the giant monument. Among these blood shadows, there were countless gold cores and even nascent souls. This child actually killed a nascent soul realm cultivator when he was at the harmonious spirit realm. A few old monsters were surprised. The grudge of the past is over. As the young Ning Fan pointed his finger at them, countless blood shadows exploded into rays of blood light and entered his body. After a flash, the young Ning Fan had turned into a young man and his cultivation base was at the nascent soul realm. Countless nascent soul realm cultivators of the endless sea flew out from the giant monument. There were even divine transformation realm cultivators. There were divine transformation realm cultivators of the Black Buddha sect and the 9 divisions of the Lu clan. There were also countless blood shadows of fake wild beasts. A nascent soul realm cultivator killed a divine transformation realm cultivator and slaughtered wild beasts. Moreover, he actually killed so many of them. Gasps of astonishment could be heard from the 2 jade platforms. All of you, disperse. As the young Ning Fan pointed his finger, countless blood shadows that had died long ago shattered into blood light and entered his body. His baleful chi became denser and denser. The altar flashed again. Ning Fan's cultivation base was at the divine transformation realm. When he was at the divine transformation realm, he swept across the 9 divisions under the name of Liu Bei and massacred everyone in the endless sea under the name of Zhou Ming. Blood shadows of experts kept flying out from the giant monument, filling up the sky. The karma of the past shall be settled today. Disperse. Ning Fan suddenly flicked his sleeve. Countless blood shadows scattered into blood-red light and entered his body like specks of stars. The altar flashed again. Ningfan's cultivation base was at the Void Refinement Realm. When he was at the Void Refinement Realm, he fought a bloody battle against 100 sects, swept through the heavenly cloud realm, overturned the Vine Palace, annihilated the Puppet Emperor, killed the Rain Sovereign and the Cloud-Slaughtering Lion. When Void Fragmentation Realm blood shadows with powerful auras walked out from the giant monument, countless old monsters wore solemn expressions. Finally, the altar flashed again and Ningfan regained his peak Fragmentation Realm cultivation base. Countless Void Fragmentation Realm and Life Immortal blood shadows walked out from the giant monument. Among them, there were 146 Life Immortals from the Yao Sect Star region and even the Pill Sect Life Immortals. The expressions of some old monsters changed. They finally understood why Ningfan dared to put a bounty on the sect master of the Pill Sect. It turned out that Ningfan had long been at odds with the Pill Sect. There were too many blood shadows. No one could see everyone's appearance one by one. Yao Qingyun looked at the blood shadows of all the cultivators of the Yao family and closed her eyes bitterly. Clear tears flowed out from her eyes. Yao family, rest in peace. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Ningfan looked at each and every one of the blood shadows whose expressions were either shocked or enraged. His eyes remained as calm as water and as cold as starlight. My life is a life of slaughter. It has nothing to do with right or wrong. The people I kill may be innocent, but I can't do anything about it. There is no room for mercy in this path of cultivation. Disperse. Ningfan raised his finger and pointed at them. One by one, the experts of the Yao family turned into blood light and disappeared. The blood shadows of the other experts also dispersed. Countless traces of blood light entered Ningfan's body. All the blood shadows disappeared. Ningfan did not say anything. He just patted his storage pouch and took out a wine jar. Then, he poured the top-grade spiritual wine under the giant monument. There was no sorrow, only solemnity. At this moment, he was not paying tribute to his enemies. Instead, he was paying tribute to the fallen cultivators who had helplessly died in the cultivation world as a cultivator. Then, he smashed the wine jar with a palm strike. Ningfan suddenly took a step forward. His baleful chi soared to the sky. Blood light dyed the sky red. Then, he slammed his palm on the giant monument. All of a sudden, 790,000 crystals lit up on the monument. At the same time, more than 10 times of Ningfan's baleful chi was repelled from the monument. It turned into a giant blood-red fist and landed on Ningfan's chest. Ningfan's black hair danced wildly. His eyes were like that of a devil. He opened his mouth and swallowed the fist shadow. He did not suffer any backlash. This was his baleful chi. This was his killing intent. He did not run away nor did he avoid it. He just faced it calmly. The moment he swallowed the fist shadow, the baleful chi in Ningfan's body increased by more than 10 times. Ningfan's eyes flashed with determination. Then, he slammed his palm on the giant monument again. This time, all 10 million blood-red crystals lit up. A ray of blood-red treasure light suddenly soared to the sky and entered Ningfan's storage pouch at an extremely fast speed. That is. The immortal king of the dark sea's eyes showed surprise for the first time. To be continued. Almost everyone saw the treasure light. However, other than the Nether Sea immortal king, no one else could see what was inside the treasure light. The others could not even sense the grade of the treasure. They could only vaguely guess that Ningfan had obtained some kind of extra reward after lighting up the 10 million crystals on the monument. The item that this young man obtained is probably a treasure with a high grade. It's at least a peak immortal treasure. It might even be a low Nirvana-acquired heavenly treasure. Some old monsters guessed. Ningfan withdrew his palm and stood quietly in front of the monument. His expression was still as calm as an ancient well, but his heart was filled with turbulent waves. He walked down the altar and left it for others to use. Soon, all the participants had finished participating in the competition. Standing below the altar, Ningfan scanned his storage pouch with his spirit sense. His heart still could not calm down. The treasure light that shot into his storage pouch was actually an extraordinary item. It was a silver-colored mask with a ferocious appearance like an evil ghost. The mask contained a vast amount of power and boundless mystique. This was a spiritual equipment, a connate spiritual equipment. It was a spiritual equipment that was nurtured by heaven and earth. It was not something that could be forged by humans. Only eternal ancient realm cultivators were qualified to refine an innate spiritual equipment into their body. Each of the innate spiritual equipment possessed heaven-shaking abilities. Innate spiritual equipment was much rarer than innate magical treasures. Naturally, it was countless times rarer than the innate purple gourd in the profounding world. If this item is exposed to the old monsters of the eastern sky, Ning Fan could imagine how many eternal ancient realm old monsters would come to him for it. Compared to magical treasures, spiritual equipment had two advantages and one disadvantage. The disadvantage was that most of the spiritual equipment was used as support. Very few of them had great destructive power. As for the advantages, firstly, using a spiritual equipment did not require any magic power. Secondly, once the grade of the spiritual equipment reaches a certain level, once it recognizes its master and refines it into the body, it would be impossible to snatch it away. When the master dies, the spiritual equipment would perish along with him. It was much more loyal than magical treasures, unlike magical treasures which could change owners after their master dies. Ning Fan had mixed feelings about obtaining this innate ghost mask for free. He was happy because this treasure was listed as an innate treasure. If he could refine it, his strength would certainly increase tremendously. He was worried because he obtained this treasure in public. There were countless experts present. Many of them could tell that this ghost mask was an innate spiritual equipment. If someone sees clearly that the treasure I've obtained is an innate spirit equipment, I'm afraid it won't take long for a disaster to befall me. Ning Fan's brows were tightly knitted together. If someone else sees this item, he would rather hand it over to protect himself than offend countless old monsters at the eternal ancient realm of the eastern heaven for this innate spiritual equipment. Of course, if he could refine this spirit equipment into his body before the 10,000 ancient realm monsters came knocking on his door, he would be able to dispel the covetous thoughts of others. After all, high-grade spiritual equipment that had acknowledged its master couldn't be seized. However, this was an innate spiritual equipment. Even though Ning Fan was the ancestor of the Fu Li sect and he had a spirit inside his body, it was still very difficult for him to make such a high-grade spiritual equipment acknowledge him as its master. While Ning Fan was deep in thought, an old but kind voice suddenly entered his ears. It was the voice of the Nether Sea Immortal King. "Don't worry, little friend. I'm the only one here who can see the connate ghost mask. In fact, the moment this treasure appeared, only immortal emperors could see it clearly. Even with my cultivation base, I can barely see the outline of the connate ghost mask. Don't worry. Since you've obtained this ghost mask, it's your fate. I won't take it away from you and I won't allow anyone to do so. You can refine it without worry. The fourth round will be your chance to refine the ghost mask." Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. He looked at the Nether Sea Immortal King's direction and saw the latter's satisfied smile. This time, he could even see the Nether Sea Immortal King's appearance clearly. It was a handsome white-haired young man. Of course, that was just his appearance. It was not the Nether Sea Immortal King's real age. Since the Nether Sea Immortal King was willing to let Ning Fan see his appearance, Ning Fan was qualified to do so. With the Nether Sea Immortal King's cultivation base, if he wants to seize my innate spiritual equipment, there's no need to talk so much nonsense. He could just attack me forcefully. How can I refuse? Since he said that he won't take my ghost mask, he definitely won't. Besides, he's the great elder of the Killing Palace and has an Immortal King realm cultivation base. Perhaps he also has an innate ghost mask. That's why he doesn't like my ghost mask. Ning Fan recalled Wu Chen and the other ghost masked assassins and thought that most of the elders of the Killing Palace had their own ghost masks. For experts like the Nether Sea Immortal King, their ghost masks were mostly of the innate grade. This time, Ning Fan's guess was wrong. In the Killing Palace, every cultivator on the Shikong realm had a ghost mask. Most of the cultivators in the Duzhen realm also had a ghost mask spiritual equipment. However, other than the Slaughter Emperors of the past, no one else could have an innate ghost mask. This innate ghost mask was a secret treasure. It was also a symbol of one's identity. The Nether Sea Immortal King did not tell Ning Fan about this. Thus, Ning Fan did not know about it for the time being. The Nether Sea Immortal King did not tell Ning Fan that the last time someone obtained the recognition of the Blood Sea Altar and was given an innate spiritual equipment was more than 6 million years ago. At that time, there was an elder of the Killing Palace called Fu Linglong. She obtained the recognition of the altar by chance and obtained an innate ghost mask. Later on, Fu Linglong died. Her innate ghost mask self-destructed at the same time when she died and her elder token was lost. Fu Linglong was once the hope of the Killing Palace. However, she failed to break through to the eternal ancient realm and died. After 6 million years, another young emperor has finally appeared in this world. However, this young emperor has come too late. Venerated sovereigns don't have much time left. I wonder if we can avoid this calamity of the blood world. If the descendants of the Big Dipper race can survive. Feeling worried, the Nether Sea Immortal King stopped smiling. He slowly stood up and said with a serious expression. The third round of the grand competition has ended. Quickly record the results. The fourth round will begin in 2 hours. The venue of the grand competition has been changed to the Blood Prison. The 10 participants will choose a cell of their own in the Blood Prison and enter seclusion. For every day that they stay in the Blood Prison, their score will increase by 100,000 points. There is a limit to the number of points you can get in this round. You can only get 3 million points at most. Elders, quickly follow me to seal the Blood Sea Altar and lift the seal on the Blood Prison. As soon as he finished speaking, the Nether Sea Immortal King immediately led the other 22 elders to seal the Blood Sea Altar again. Then, they rushed to a blood valley not far away from the Killing City. The blood valley was empty. The sky was filled with blood mist. Outside the valley, there were countless experts of the Slaughter Palace guarding it. When the Nether Sea Immortal King arrived, all of them acted at the same time. Gradually, an oval-shaped blood-red light gate appeared out of nowhere in the empty blood valley. That light gate led directly to the Blood Prison. I didn't expect the fourth round of the grand competition to be held in the Blood Prison. Moreover, the interval between the fourth and the third round is only 2 hours. The Blood Prison is the place where the traitors of the Slaughter Palace are imprisoned. The intensity of the baleful chi inside is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Even some of the true Crossing Realm true immortals of the Slaughter Palace don't dare to stay in there for more than 10 days. As for the life immortals of the Slaughter Palace, they can forget about staying in there for a day. As for the Void Fragmentation Realm. I'm afraid they can't even enter the gate of the Blood Prison. Ning Fan scanned the blood steel with his spirit sense. His score had already reached 27 million points. He did not even bother to look at the remaining points. He casually sat cross-legged on the ground to calm the rising baleful chi in his body. After experiencing the massacre in the Yao Sect Star region, his baleful chi was enough to deter peak ghost profound realm cultivators. Now that his baleful chi had increased by more than 10 times, even mid and late true Crossing Realm cultivators would be slightly intimidated by his baleful chi. As for ordinary profound realm cultivators, they probably could not even withstand a single glance from Ning Fan. 2 hours passed quickly. Such a short period of time was only enough for Ning Fan to slightly stabilize his baleful chi. Xianxia and the others received the Nether Sea Immortal King's order to bring Ning Fan and the other 9 participants to the Blood Valley where the Blood Prison was located. As for the old monsters of the eastern sky who came to watch the competition, they hurried to the outside of the Blood Valley. They did not dare to enter the Blood Valley without permission and only watched the competition from the outside. The Blood Prison was an important place for the Slaughter Palace. Without the permission of the Slaughter Palace, outsiders were not allowed to step into the Blood Valley, let alone enter the Blood Prison. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. Other than Ning Fan, Qi Zhen, and Yu Kuan, the rest of the participants were all rogue immortals. Moreover, they were the kind of rogue immortals who could fight early Profound Realm experts. The rules had already been announced by the Nether Sea Immortal King himself. There was no need for Xianxia to mention it again. However, regarding the specific situation in the Blood Prison, Xianxia still had to mention it. Looking at the 10 participants, Xianxia revealed a serious expression that he had never shown before. He said, "The Blood Prison is an important place. There are 7 floors in total. Some of the cells contain the traitors of the Slaughter Palace and are tightly sealed. You can neither enter nor spy on them. Once you spy on them, you'll have to bear the consequences. As for the other empty cells, you can freely choose to use them for your secluded cultivation. Enter the blood prison. Under Qian Tuzi's order, Ning Fan and the other 9 participants stepped into the oval door of light. Inside the door was the first floor of the blood prison. The baleful qi there was terrifying. Even an early profound realm cultivator would find it hard to endure. Among the 10 participants, 5 of them were immediately invaded by the baleful qi and fainted outside the door. Carry them away. Under Qian Tuzi's order, the cultivators of the slaughter palace carried the 5 unconscious participants away. These 5 people naturally did not have any results in this round. Try to refine the ghost face in the blood prison. While Ning Fan was walking on the first floor of the blood prison, the voice of the Nether Sea Immortal King echoed in his sea of consciousness. The sound of water dripping could be heard from time to time on the dark and damp stone path. On both sides of the path were blood jade cells. Some of them were empty while some of them were tightly sealed with the prisoners of the slaughter palace. Ning Fan did not have the intention to spy on these prisoners. He did not want to cause any trouble. He just wanted to find a place with strong baleful qi to refine the ghost face spiritual equipment. The ghost face spiritual equipment was an innate spiritual equipment. Its baleful qi was extremely strong. The reason why the Nether Sea Immortal King changed the location of the 4th round to the blood prison was because he wanted to use the boundless baleful qi of the blood prison to help Ning Fan refine the ghost face. Ning Fan did not believe that the Nether Sea Immortal King would be so kind to help avoid Fragmentation Realm Jr. He believed that the Nether Sea Immortal King must have a purpose for helping him refine the ghost face. As for what the Nether Sea Immortal King's purpose was, Ning Fan did not know. To Ning Fan, it was indeed better to refine the ghost face. He had checked it repeatedly with his spirit sense. This ghost face had not been tampered with. As such, refining an innate spiritual equipment would only bring him benefits and no harm. The only thing he could do now was to take one step at a time. He would first refine the spiritual equipment and improve his strength. However, there was one thing that he still could not figure out. Why was the Nether Sea Immortal King so sure that a mere void fragmentation realm cultivator like him could refine the innate spiritual equipment? Only eternal ancient realm cultivators would be able to refine an innate spiritual equipment. Could it be that the Nether Sea Deity King has found out that I have a spirit in my body and can refine spiritual equipment beyond my cultivation level? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Well, it made sense. He was just a first-step Immortal King, whereas the Immortal King of the Nether Sea was an Immortal King who had undergone the 5th tribulation of the ancient times. In front of the Nether Sea, he had almost no secrets to hide. Fuli ancestral blood, Mo Luo ancestral blood, Rain lineage divine blood. Perhaps everything about him had been exposed to the Nether Sea Immortal King. The ghost face spirit equipment was a type of spirit equipment that concealed one's aura, shielded one's senses, and isolated the secrets of the heavens. The innate ghost mask was even more powerful. It might be able to block the divination and prying of immortal kings or even immortal emperors. With this thought in mind, Ning Fan's determination to refine the innate ghost mask became stronger. He had a lot of secrets on his body, and there were too many powerhouses in Eastern Sky. Today, the Nether Sea Immortal King saw through his secrets. In the future, who knows who will see through his secrets? If he could refine the innate ghost mask, it would be much safer for him to travel in the 4 heavens. Since he had a spirit in his body, he was qualified to refine the innate ghost mask. However, in order to truly refine it, he would need to find a place with strong baleful qi and suppress it with baleful qi to reduce the difficulty of refining it. The first level of the blood prison was used to imprison prisoners at the first step of Dao cultivation. The baleful qi here was only enough to scare ordinary profound Xian cultivators. It was not enough to help Ning Fan refine the innate ghost mask. Ning Fan walked towards the end of the blood prison. At the end of the prison, there was a staircase that led to the underground. It must be the 2nd level of the blood prison. Asterisk cough asterisk cough asterisk. Brother Ning wants to go to the 2nd level of the blood prison? Qi Zhen and the others who had been following behind Ning Fan looked at him with a bitter smile. Even though they were just standing at the entrance of the staircase, they could feel the terrifying baleful qi in the 2nd level. Even Qi Zhen did not dare to touch the baleful qi in the 2nd level. The 4 of you will stay in the 1st level. Ning Fan was not interested in the 4 participants behind him. He walked all the way down to the 2nd level of the blood prison. Even ordinary early ghost profound realm experts would find it hard to endure the baleful qi in the 2nd level of the blood prison. Qi Zhen and Yukuan glanced at each other before shaking their heads in self-ridicule. Each of them found an empty cell on the 1st floor and went into seclusion. The other 2 itinerant immortals endured the pain of being devoured by the baleful aura. They gritted their teeth and searched for an empty cell on the 1st floor. The 2 of them had only been in closed-door cultivation for 2 hours before they were unable to endure the baleful energy in this place, and they had no choice but to leave the blood prison and give up on the 4th round of the competition. Yukuan persisted in the 1st floor for a day while Qizhen persisted for 2 days. Eventually, all of them left the blood prison except for Ning Fan. Ning Fan was the only one who stayed in the blood prison for a long time. Even an ordinary Duzhen would not dare to enter the 3rd floor of the blood prison. The baleful qi in this place was still not enough to affect his body and mind. In the 4th level of the blood prison, the baleful aura was strong enough to intimidate ordinary Shi Kong. The baleful aura here was even stronger than Yao Qingyan's. Even Ning Fan found it hard to endure the baleful qi in this place. When he first entered the blood sea star, Yao Qingyan's baleful qi had easily devoured his body. Now, his baleful qi had greatly increased. Even though it was still inferior to Yao Qingyan's, the gap between them was no longer as huge as before. Traces of blood red appeared in Ning Fan's eyes. He bit the tip of his tongue and forcefully suppressed the baleful qi that was invading his body, keeping himself awake. He did not continue to go down. The baleful qi in the 4th floor was already so powerful. The baleful qi in the 5th floor was definitely not something that he could resist. He found a cell on the 4th floor and sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, he patted his storage pouch and took out the silver ghost mask. The ghost mask was cold to the touch. It was a bone-piercing cold. The moment he held the ghost mask, his palm began to freeze. Blood-red ice crystals began to form on it. What a cold baleful qi! Ning Fan tried to melt the blood-red ice crystals with his yin-yang flame. However, he realized that he could not do it at all. This blood-red ice was not ice of the water element. It could not be melted by the power of the 5 elements. So I can only resist it with baleful qi. Ning Fan closed his eyes and calmed himself. Traces of earth baleful qi flowed from his body to his right arm. Gradually, his frozen right arm began to melt. Ning Fan heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the silver ghost mask. His eyes became more and more solemn. He had to use all of his strength just to touch this spiritual equipment. The difficulty of refining this spiritual equipment was probably far beyond his expectation. The purple star in his left eye flashed. A vast and mighty ancestral demon aura spread out from his body. He had the ancestral bloodline of the Fu Li clan. His bloodline had a spirit. At the moment when the ancestral aura of the Fu Li clan spread out, the innate ghost mask trembled slightly. The coldness lessened and it seemed to have become much more docile. Ning Fan took a deep breath. He used the baleful qi in the 4th floor to suppress the ghost mask and the bloodline of the Fu Li clan to raise his hand and put the ghost mask on his face. All of a sudden, an unimaginable blood-red cold qi spread out from Ning Fan's body and spread to the entire 4th floor of the blood prison. The 4th floor of the blood prison turned into a world of ice in an instant. Every corner was sealed by blood-red ice. Those who were imprisoned in the 4th floor of the blood prison were the true immortals of the Slaughter Palace who had committed serious crimes and had their cultivation base crippled. Even though their cultivation base was crippled, their baleful qi was still present. Even though the cells were protected by various seals, they could still vaguely feel the extremely terrifying baleful qi outside the cells. It was as cold as ice and impossible to resist. What kind of baleful qi is this? How could it be so cold? It can actually penetrate the seals of the blood prison and pierce into the cells. Each of the true immortal prisoners who were restrained by the blood-red chains had a drastic change of expression. They had never seen such terrifying baleful qi in their lives, perhaps. Only Lord Shadi could possess such terrifying baleful qi. At the moment when he put on the ghost mask, his eyes turned blood-red. He stood up abruptly and his black hair danced wildly in the air. As the baleful qi spread, the dancing black hair eventually turned into a head of dazzling silver hair. To be continued. As the baleful qi spread, his black hair that was dancing wildly in the wind eventually turned into a head of bright silver hair. His clothes were as white as snow and he wore a silver ghost mask. His silver hair danced wildly and his blood-red eyes were filled with boundless baleful qi. At this moment, Ning Fan was enduring endless pain. He felt that his body and mind were about to be corroded by the baleful qi of the ghost mask and he was about to sink into oblivion. His baleful qi could not suppress the ghost mask at all. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan turned into a ray of light and flew towards the 5th level of the blood prison. Even ordinary thought-breaking old monsters would not dare to enter the 5th level of the blood prison. The baleful qi here was strong enough to suffocate Ning Fan. The stench of blood here was enough to make Ning Fan vomit. Ning Fan gritted his teeth and tried to use the baleful qi here to suppress the ghost mask. However, he helplessly realized that even the baleful qi here was not enough to suppress the ghost mask. So, I can only go to the 6th level. Ning Fan gritted his teeth and flew towards the 6th level. In the 5th level, anyone who flew out of it would be frozen and sealed in ice. The prisoners in the 5th level were shocked. Has Xiadi arrived at the blood prison? The prisoners on the 6th floor were all thought-shattering old monsters. The baleful qi in this level was something that even the ancient immortal venerables could not endure. One must at least be an immortal king in order to walk in the 6th level of the blood prison. The baleful qi in the 6th level could easily make Ning Fan lose his mind. The baleful qi of the silver ghost mask was also enough to make him lose his mind forever. The two different kinds of baleful qi suppressed each other. The pain in Ning Fan's body gradually disappeared and his eyes became clear. Even though his eyes were still blood-red, he did not lose his original mind. Without the baleful qi here to help me suppress the baleful qi of the ghost mask, I certainly wouldn't be able to successfully refine the ghost mask. In order to help me refine the ghost mask, the immortal king of the Nether Sea specially opened the blood prison. If his motive isn't to harm me, I will owe him a favor. Ning Fan found a cell in the 6th level of the blood prison and sat cross-legged on the ground. He then began to refine the ghost mask into his body bit by bit. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a month had passed and Ning Fan still had not left the blood prison. The entire 6th level of the blood prison had long been frozen by the cold baleful qi. The few prisoners in the 6th level could vaguely feel that there was a peerless expert releasing baleful qi here. They thought that it was Xiadi. 1 month later, Ning Fan finally refined the innate ghost face completely. Ning Fan slowly stood up and waved his hand to wipe the ghost mask on his face. The ghost mask immediately turned into specks of silver light and disappeared, revealing Ning Fan's handsome face. The moment he put away the ghost mask, his blood-red eyes turned back into black eyes, and his silver hair turned back into black hair. With another swipe, the silver ghost mask reappeared. His black pupils turned into blood-red pupils, and his silver hair was as white as snow. What a powerful demonic face. Originally, my cultivation base was not strong enough to resist the baleful aura in the 6th level of the blood prison. However, after refining this ghost mask, the baleful aura here could not hurt me at all. However, this ghost mask can only defend against baleful qi. It can't release baleful qi to hurt the enemy. This ghost mask can block most eternal ancient realm cultivators from probing, divining, and sensing. Even an immortal emperor might not be able to see through me. Moreover, I can vaguely feel that this ghostly face has other abilities. This feeling is like the feeling when I stood on the altar, as if I could strip away karma. Apart from that, this ghost mask actually has another divine ability. Invisibility. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's figure vanished into thin air. He did not escape into another space. He was still standing on the same spot, but his body had become one with heaven and earth, completely concealed. Concealing himself in heaven and earth, under the state of concealment, he could move. This ghost mask came with an invisibility divine ability. If it is used, even ordinary immortal emperors might not be able to detect Ning Fan's invisibility. However, because Ning Fan's cultivation base was far from enough to activate the full power of the innate spiritual equipment, there were a lot of limitations when he used this ability. 2 hours later, the invisibility effect was automatically removed. Ning Fan, who had the ghost mask, blood-red eyes, and silver hair, reappeared in the cell of the 6th level. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, the invisibility effect could only last for 2 hours at most. Ning Fan tried activating the ghost mask, wanting to activate the invisibility ability again. However, he realized that he could not activate it again within a short period of time after being invisible once. He was not in a hurry. He stayed in the 6th level of the blood prison for 10 days. 10 days later, he finally successfully activated the invisibility ability again. It seemed like he could only use it once every 10 days due to the limitation of his cultivation base. Even so, Ning Fan was already extremely satisfied. With this ghost mask, if Ning Fan was ambushed by others, he could use the invisibility ability to blend with heaven and earth and escape quietly. This ghost mask was definitely a life-saving treasure. Ning Fan stood up and wiped his face, keeping the ghost mask. Even if the ghost mask entered his body, it could still resist the suppression of others' baleful qi and divine divination. However, after the ghost mask entered his body, the effect of resisting baleful qi and divine divination would be reduced by half. Moreover, if he did not summon the ghost mask, he would not be able to activate the invisibility ability and display the other ability of the ghost mask. An ability that Ning Fan did not know yet. I have already stayed in the blood prison for more than 40 days. According to the calculation of 100,000 points per day, I have already exceeded the upper limit of 3 million points. There's no point in staying any longer. I can leave now. Ning Fan walked out of the cell and turned to return to the 5th level. All of a sudden, the 5 little girls who had been silent for a long time inside the sword pouch started to chatter. Little Fan, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Big sister will bring you to search for treasures. Little Fan, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Second sister will bring you to search for treasures. Little Fan, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Third sister will bring you to search for treasures. Little Fan, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Fourth sister will bring you to search for treasures. Little, Ning Fan halted his footsteps and said with a smile after hearing the 5 little girls' words. Search for treasures? Where is the treasure? What treasure is it? The treasure is right below. It's right below. It's a sword. A sword. That sword is very ancient. Very powerful. Very scary. The 5 little girls said in unison. Below? The 7th level? There's a sword in the 7th level? Ning Fan's eyes flickered. He thought for a while and waved his hand to summon the ghost mask. Then, he walked towards the 7th level. Even if there was really a treasure in the 7th level of the blood prison, he would not dare to take it. After all, it was a treasure of the Slaughter Palace. The fact that it could be stored in the 7th level was enough to prove how precious it was. Taking it would mean certain death. Even though he would not take it, he did not mind looking at it from afar. He wanted to see what kind of treasured sword could make the 5 little sword spirits so excited. He stood at the staircase leading to the 7th level, but he did not enter it. It was because the baleful qi in the 7th level was so strong that even an immortal emperor would not be able to enter it. His eyes were filled with horror as he looked at the 7th level. It was completely red and he could not see anything. The 7th level was not a prison cell. The 7th level was a place where treasures were kept. Even immortal emperors could not enter this place. Little Fan, can't you see it? It's empty below the staircase. There's only a blood-red sword. It's very tall and huge. It's embedded with 7 blood crystals and is sealed by many runes and chains. Huh? Little Fan, you really can't see it? It's really strange. You're so powerful. How could you not see it? We can all see it. Could it be that we're already stronger than you unknowingly? Wow. Are we really that powerful? The 5 little girls were extremely proud of themselves. They turned into 5 rays of sword light and flew out of the sword pouch, heading towards the 7th level. All of a sudden, layers of extremely terrifying baleful qi spread out from the 7th level. All of a sudden, the 5 little girls were dumbfounded. Even though they could see the appearance of the 7th level clearly, they did not have the strength to enter it at all. The layers of baleful qi were enough to freeze them for eternity. Come back. Ning Fan's expression changed greatly. He waved his hand and kept the 5 silly little girls back into the sword pouch. Without saying a word, he desperately ran out of the blood prison. behind Ning Fan, layers of baleful qi were chasing after him crazily. All the baleful aura in the blood prison originated from the 7th level. There was no need for anyone to guard the blood prison, because anyone who tried to break into the prison would be killed by the sea of fiendish qi in the 7th level. Little Fan Fan. It was Sword. It's the baleful aura emitted by the big sword. It wants to kill us. It doesn't like us trespassing on its territory. Big sister is so scared. Woo woo woo. So scary, so scary. It had only released the tip of the iceberg, how could it be so terrifying? Second sister is scared too, boo-hoo. Little Fan Fan, run. Don't let them catch up. Otherwise, we will all die. Third sister is so scared, what should I do, woo-woo? Little Fan Fan, you can't run away. It's over, sob sob sob. Woo woo woo, the 5 little girls were so scared that they started to cry. They kept crying inside the sword bags. They knew that they had created a great disaster by trespassing into the 7th floor without permission. They had angered the blood sword of the 7th floor, and it was very likely that Ning Fan would be killed. Just as he reached the 4th level of the blood prison, the sea of baleful qi behind him had already caught up to him and drowned him in the sea of blood. The baleful qi was too strong. It was enough to make immortal emperors fall into oblivion and lose themselves. According to the 5 little girls, such a strong baleful qi was emitted by a single blood sword, and it was just the tip of the iceberg of all the baleful qi in the sword. What exactly is that sword? How could it have such a terrifying baleful qi? Seeing that he was about to sink into the sea of blood, Ning Fan gritted his teeth and activated the yin-yang locket, entering the profounding world. The profounding world was a medium-sized world after all. Even though the baleful qi in the outside world was strong, it was not enough to cross the boundary of the profounding world and hurt him. After seeing Ning Fan disappear, the baleful qi gradually receded and returned to the giant blood-red sword in the 7th floor. It was an ancient giant sword made of stone. It was bound by countless chains, runes, and formation lights. The aura force on the body of the sword was enough to crush an ordinary immortal emperor to death. This sword was extraordinary. It was not something that a second-step cultivator could use. No second-step cultivator could touch this sword, not even the current Sha Di. Ning Fan stayed in the profounding world for 10 days. He released a low-grade spiritual puppet to check out the situation outside. With the help of the spiritual puppet, Ning Fan found out that the terrifying baleful qi in the 7th floor had already subsided. Only then did he feel relieved and left the profounding world. He kept the spiritual puppet, removed the ghost mask and headed out of the blood prison. There must be a great secret in the 7th floor. Unfortunately, such a great secret was not something that he could find out. The moment Ning Fan walked out of the blood prison, the immortal king of the Nether Sea nodded his head in satisfaction. Now, the 4 rounds of the competition had officially ended. Needless to say, Ning Fan was undoubtedly the first place. His score of 27 million points was something that no one in the past could surpass. There was no one in the past and no one in the future who could surpass him. From today onwards, Ning Fan is a disciple of my slaughter palace. The immortal king of the Nether Sea's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by every old monster at the scene. The slaughter palace did not restrict their disciples from killing each other. However, they were very protective of their disciples. They did not allow outsiders to harm their disciples. At least, no one below the eternal ancient realm would dare to kill a disciple of the slaughter palace in public. Even if they want to kill someone, they would do it secretly without leaving any traces. The curtains of the competition fell on this day. Many Life Immortal Realm experts and old monster Du Jin who were hostile to Ning Fan just now ran towards him to express their goodwill. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ning Fan was favored by the immortal king of the Nether Sea. Besides, he was also the best among his peers. His future would certainly be boundless. Even though Ning Fan was just a void fragmentation realm expert, no one dared to underestimate him. The Slaughter Palace has accepted an incredible disciple in this disciple recruitment ceremony. Some Shikong and Xianxia old monsters thought to themselves. Ning Fan was not a person who did not know what was good for him. Since others were willing to express their goodwill, whether it was sincere or not, he would respond to them one by one. As the competition ended, some old monsters left with their juniors. There were also some old monsters who temporarily stayed on the Blood Sea planet to cultivate. Yao Qingyan looked at Ning Fan with a frown. She already knew that Ning Fan would get the first place. Thus, she was already mentally prepared for it. However, when she saw Ning Fan ascending the high platform, dripping his blood essence and leaving behind his disciple's life token, she still felt extremely displeased. In the end, Ning Fan still joined the Slaughter Palace. This detestable brat actually managed to get the first place. This is really infuriating. What was even more infuriating was that she had once made a bet with the immortal king of the Nether Sea, saying that she would help the champion of this batch to undergo the baptism of the blood pool of the highest level. The baptism of the blood pool of the highest level required her to personally guide Ning Fan into the blood pool and help him complete the baptism step by step. Moreover, during this process, both of them could not wear any clothes. They had to complete the baptism naked. Very few people were qualified to undergo the baptism of the blood pool of the highest level. Even Yao Qingyan was not qualified to do so when she was young. She had also never helped anyone undergo the baptism of the blood pool of this level. In the past, whenever the Yao clan came, she would just randomly send one of her subordinates to help them undergo the baptism. To be honest, after the immortal king of the Nether Sea's painstaking guidance, she no longer hated Ning Fan like she did in the past. After all, the immortal king of the Nether Sea was her savior. What he said was not without reason. However, even though she no longer hated Ning Fan, she still disliked him. It was really torturous for her to face Ning Fan in the nude. Yao Qingyun was a person who would never go back on her words. She could afford to lose the bet. Yan Hong, go and inform the master of the blood pool pavilion. Tell him that he must prepare a blood pool of the highest level within 3 months. If he asks about it, just tell him that it's the Great Elder's request. Lu Lan, after Ning Fan finds a disciple's residence, you go and tell him that I will personally host the baptism of the blood pool for him 3 months later. Even though Yao Qingyun was giving an order, her tone carried a rare hint of gentleness. The Yan Hong and Lu Lan that she mentioned were the 2 female ghost-masked cultivators standing behind her. Both of them were at the early crossing truth realm. Both of them looked like old women. When they were young, they used to be Yao Qingyun's maids and joined the Slaughter Palace together with her. Both of them had extremely poor innate talents. They only succeeded in becoming immortals when they were 80 to 90,000 years old. Then, with Yao Qingyun's help, they cultivated all the way to the early crossing truth realm. Unfortunately, due to their limited innate talents, they could not break through to the mid-crossing truth realm no matter what. If Yao Qingyun still cared about anyone in this world, it would probably be these 2 maids. Yes. As soon as they heard Yao Qingyun's order, the 2 ghost-masked old women immediately responded respectfully and left in a rainbow. Yao Qingyun's eyes were filled with reminiscence as she watched the 2 women leaving. Once upon a time, she was also the little princess of the Yao clan who didn't stain her hands with blood. Unfortunately, after her parents passed away, the Yao clan was surrounded by enemies at every step. In the end, the shameless old women of the Yao clan were so shameless that, Elder Yao's hostility towards that Ning Fan seems to have lessened a lot. Fei He's gloomy laughter came from behind Yao Qingyun. Yao Qingyun frowned, turned around and said coldly, "There's no need for Elder Fei to worry about my matters. It's me who's being a busybody." Fei He smiled coldly and slowly left. Yao Qingyun looked at Fei He's back and frowned even more. She always knew that Fei He wanted to kill her. It wasn't strange at all. The cultivators of the Slaughter Palace had a competitive relationship. Killing each other wouldn't violate the rules. According to the rules of the Slaughter Hall, apart from special times and special occasions where disciples were forbidden from killing each other, killing was not allowed at other times. For example, during the disciple recruitment ceremony, disciples were forbidden to kill each other. For example, in the bloody slaughtering world, disciples of the Slaughter Palace were forbidden to kill each other. Therefore, some disciples of the Slaughter Palace would swear a great hard oath to form an alliance in order to resist the slaughter of the disciples of the Slaughter Palace. As a disciple of the Slaughter Palace, it was very common to be hacked to death by other disciples while they were sleeping. It was also very common to be ambushed when they were in seclusion. In order to survive in the Slaughter Palace, one had to either join a small group or possess extremely strong strength and self-protection methods to survive alone. Yao Qingyun didn't find it strange that Fei He wanted to kill her. In the slaughter palace, there were many people who wanted to kill her. As long as they couldn't kill her and take away her elder token, she would still be an elder with great power. However, Ningfan was quite dissatisfied with the tradition of the slaughter palace. After a series of ceremonies, he left his life token in the slaughter palace and officially joined the slaughter palace. Two mid-human profound realm disciples of the slaughter palace led Ningfan to a disciple's residence and chose an address. There were many disciples' residences in the slaughter city, but most of them were empty. Very few cultivators of the slaughter palace would be foolish enough to stay in a disciple's residence. Most of them would look for a secluded abode to hide from others. Ningfan randomly chose a disciple's residence. He did not decide to stay there for a long time. He just wanted to take a rest here first and then open up a secluded abode in another part of the Blood Sea Star to stay there. Just as he chose a disciple's residence, one of the two disciples who were leading the way suddenly attacked and killed the other disciple beside him. This was the tradition of the slaughter palace. Disciples must be alert at all times to guard against assassinations and sneak attacks from all directions. The disciple who killed his companion naturally did not dare to attack Ningfan. Firstly, he knew how strong Ningfan was. Attacking him would only be courting death. Secondly, he knew that Ningfan had the death exemption token. Thus, he did not dare to attack Ningfan. After smiling apologetically at Ningfan, he cleaned up his companion's corpse and took his storage pouch. Then, he left with a radiant smile on his face. Killing each other, huh? Ningfan's brows were tightly knitted together. He did not like a sect that even his fellow disciples had to be wary of. If he didn't have the death exemption token, there would be many experts from the kill hall who would be more than happy to assassinate him. Fortunately, he had already refined the innate ghost mask. Even if he really encounters an ambush from the experts of the killing palace, he would not be afraid. He was confident that he could escape unscathed. Not long after that, other disciples came to deliver Ningfan's portion. After a while, another disciple of the killing palace brought Ningfan's jade of slaughter to him. The slaughter jade was a jade pendant used to record the killing points of the killing palace's disciples. The number of killing points shown on the jade was 27. 27 million. Ningfan directly ignored the remaining points. With so many slaughter points, one could go to the slaughter pavilion's main pavilion to exchange for what they needed. The main pavilion was in Slaughter City. Ningfan did not have the intention to spend his killing points for the time being. At this moment, all he could think about was the longevity jade. He had successfully joined the massacre hall. If he had the chance to meet the Shadi and present the Elder Order to him, he would have the chance to obtain the longevity jade. The Shadi's palace was built in the slaughtering blood world, not in the outside world. It was not easy to meet the Shadi. If he claimed that he had the Elder's token, he would be qualified to enter the blood realm to present the token. However, he did not want to expose the fact that he had an Elder's Order before meeting Shadi. He had the death exemption token. The other kill hall experts could not kill him, but it did not mean that they could not snatch his Elder token. If the Elder token was taken away in advance, he would be in big trouble. At that time, he would have no bargaining chips to ask for the longevity jade from the Shadi. A streak of light suddenly landed outside the disciple's residence. Ningfan's eyes turned cold. The person who came was an early crossing truth expert. After knowing the bad tradition of the slaughter palace, Ningfan needed to maintain 120% vigilance when facing anyone. The newcomer was an old woman in blue. Her face was covered by a scarlet gold ghost mask. Her expression was cold, but there was no killing intent. She didn't come here to deal with Ningfan. She was only here to convey the order of her mistress. Your baptism in the blood pool will be presided over by Elder Azure Cloud, and it will take place in 3 months. 3 months later, remember to head to the blood pool pavilion. Do not miss your baptism in the blood pool. Your baptism is of the highest grade. It can at least increase your chances of becoming an immortal by 15%. Don't underestimate it. Even though the old woman's tone was cold, Ningfan could sense some kindness from her tone. This lady used to be a maid of the Yao family. Her name was Lu Lan. She served Yao Qingyun and was loyal to her to the death. Yao Qingyun was almost humiliated. Lu Lan hated the Yao family to the core. Ning Fan had annihilated the Yao family. She had a good impression of Ning Fan. Even though she always treated people coldly, her tone was still polite. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. This junior naturally wouldn't dare to underestimate the baptism in the blood pool this time. Ning Fan said with a clear voice. After conveying Yao Qingyun's order, Lu Lan no longer had the intention to stay. She turned around and left. Ning Fan, on the other hand, pondered with a frown after the lady left. Sure enough, before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. He had yet to think of a way to enter the blood world and meet the Shadi. Now, he would have to face the baptism of the blood pool that Yao Qingyun would be presiding over. In Ning Fan's impression, Yao Qingyun had already become smart and was thinking of ways to kill him. Perhaps, that foolish woman will use the opportunity of the baptism to eliminate me. I need to be more careful. He had really misunderstood Yao Qingyun. Yao Qingyun had lost a bet to the immortal king of the Nether Sea. Since she was willing to accept her loss, she would certainly do her best to preside over the baptism of the blood pool for Ning Fan. She still had that bit of tolerance. Hee. Little friend, you have to be careful during the baptism of the blood pool this time. In my opinion, that Yao Qingyun doesn't have any good intentions. A hoarse and gloomy laughter suddenly came from outside the house. It was cold and forbidding. It was Fei Fei again. To be continued. A hoarse and gloomy laughter suddenly came from outside the house. It was Fei He. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Then, he stood up without batting an eyelid. At the same time, Fei He pushed open the door and walked in. Disciple Ning Fan greets Elder Fei. Ning Fan's disliked Fei He in his heart, but he did not show any emotion on his face. He cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. This old man and you feel like old friends. Little friend, you don't have to be so polite. Fei He waved his hand and found a chair to sit on. He then smiled and said. Little friend, you're really impressive. With your cultivation base at the peak of the void fragmentation realm, you managed to defeat all your peers and obtain the first place in this year's Grand Massacre competition. Impressive. Thank you for your praise, Elder. Ning Fan said respectfully. This old man has seen countless people, but this is the first time I've seen such an outstanding junior like you. I see that little friend is on the verge of becoming an immortal, but your comprehension of life and death is still lacking, so I want to help little friend. Haha, what do you think, little friend? One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Ning Fan's heart shuddered. He became even more vigilant. However, he did not show it on his face and asked respectfully. How would I dare to reject Senior's kind intention? However, I wonder how Senior is going to help me. Hee, I can see that little friend's innate talent in the Tao of Corpse isn't weak. It seems like you have already completed the third corpse transformation. Little friend, do you know that Shadi has an ancient 8-revolution pill called Corpse Liberation Pill? It is said that after a third corpse transformation cultivator consumes it, it can greatly increase the comprehension of life and death and increase the chance of becoming an immortal by 10%. At the same time, the time needed to stabilize the realm after becoming an immortal would also be greatly reduced. To you, this pill is a good thing that is hard to come by. Hee, I happen to have some matters to attend to in the Bloody Realm. Why don't you follow me into the Bloody Realm to see the Shadi? How about this? You can come with me to the Bloody Realm and see the Shadi. You can ask for the undead elixir's formula yourself. How about that? Shadi sees that you are talented and will most likely be willing to give you the elixir formula. As soon as he finished speaking, Fei He stared at Ning Fan with a cold smile on his face. He had already decided to bring Ning Fan into the blood world. Whether Ning Fan agreed or not, there was no way he could refuse. The corpse liberation elixir was the most important item in his plan. He had to obtain it no matter what. Senior wants me to go to the blood slaughtering realm with you to meet Shadi? Ning Fan's face remained expressionless, but his heart was filled with joy. It was really like meeting a pillow when he was sleepy. As he was thinking about how to enter the blood world and meet the Sha Emperor, Fei He came to help him. What? You don't want to follow me into the blood world? Fei He's eyes turned cold. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. His expression seemed to be hesitating, but in fact, he had already agreed to enter the blood world. After a long while, Ning Fan feigned a bitter smile and said, "I will follow Senior's arrangements." "Hee, this is very good." Fei He nodded with satisfaction and looked at Ning Fan's eyes with a hint of disdain. He thought to himself, so what if this kid's aptitude is high? At the end of the day, he has yet to grow up. His cultivation base is only at the void fragmentation realm. It's impossible for him to disobey my orders and escape from my plan. The first step was to help Ning Fan become an immortal and continuously improve his strength. For the second step, he wanted to use Ning Fan as his vessel and plot against Yao Qingyun. After that, he would devour and assimilate Ning Fan. The prerequisite for this plan was that Fei He must at least have the cultivation base of a life immortal realm expert. Besides, the higher his cultivation base, the greater the benefits he could obtain. That was why Fei He would go through so much trouble to help Ning Fan become an immortal. In order to kill a chicken and eat its meat, one must first fatten up the chicken bit by bit, right? Since you have agreed to this matter, I will come and find you 3 days later. Let's enter the blood world. Fei He smiled sinisterly. He stood up and was about to leave. Ning Fan's eyes slightly moved and asked, "This junior is willing to follow Senior into the blood world and have an audience with Shadi. However, I am a little worried that I might not be able to make it in time for the baptism in the blood pool 3 months later." "Hee. You don't have to worry about this. 2 months is enough for you and me to return to the blood world. I will never let you miss the baptism in the blood pool. How can I be willing to lower your chances of becoming an immortal?" Fei He gave a strange smile and licked his lips. Then, he ordered, "After 4 rounds of competition, you must be exhausted. Take a good rest. 3 days later, I will find you and bring you to the blood world. During these 3 days, you can go to the slaughter pavilion and see if there is anything that can increase your strength. Try to buy as much as you can to increase your strength. Don't feel bad about killing points. There are still 100 billion Dao crystals here. They are a gift from me. Consider them as a token of my appreciation. If you don't have enough killing points, you can use these Dao crystals to buy the things you need. Hee. Just buy whatever you want. Don't feel bad about spending money. You should know that only the money that you use is yours. If a person dies, all of his assets will change owners." As soon as he finished speaking, Fei He gave a strange smile. His body swayed and turned into a faint blood shadow. After Fei He left, Ning Fan looked at the storage pouch on the table and remained silent for a long time. His brows gradually knitted together. This Fei He is really generous. He is actually willing to give me 100 billion Dao crystals. He even went to great lengths to bring me to the blood world just to obtain the corpse liberation pill and help me become an immortal. If I say that this person has good intentions towards me, I'm afraid no one will believe it. What is this person planning to do to me? At first, I thought that he just wanted to use me to get rid of Yao Qingyun. Now, it seems like things are not as I thought. This person not only has his eyes on Yao Qingyun but also me. Besides, I always feel that the way he looked at me was like. It was like the way a mortal looked at a livestock in a pen. He was waiting for those livestock to grow up bit by bit and then, he would slaughter them. Ning Fan, that Fei He doesn't have good intentions. You better not go to the blood world of slaughter. I'm afraid that you will fall into his trap bit by bit. In the Yuanyao world, Ouyang Yuan said worriedly. What nonsense are you talking about? It wasn't easy for me to enter the slaughter palace and get the chance to meet Shadi in the blood world. How can I miss it? Don't worry. You should have seen the innate ghost face that I have refined, right? With this treasure in hand, even if Fei He really wants to kill me, I'm confident that I can escape unscathed. Besides, I can see that even though Fei He has bad intentions towards me, he will never attack me before I become an immortal. It seems like his plan can only be carried out after I attain the life immortal realm. Before I become an immortal, I can make use of this person to obtain some benefits. Fei He was a wolf and a tiger. Without a doubt, Ning Fan was dancing with a wolf and asking a tiger for its skin. Even though he understood that it was extremely dangerous to confront Fei He could no longer avoid it. Since the first time Fei He came to him, he had no way to retreat. He could only follow Fei He's plan and make Fei He's efforts go to waste at the crucial moment. Nuan Air, the longevity jade is almost in my hands. Ning Fan said with a smile. Oh. Ouyang Nuan's worries could not be dispelled. The longevity jade was indeed just one step away from his hands. However, this step was the most dangerous one. For this step, Ning Fan needed to meet Sha Di and ask for the jade from him. Whether to give him the jade or not, it was all in Sha Di's hands, not Ning Fan. Even though Ning Fan had the death exemption token and the worst-case scenario would be that he would not die, Ouyang Nuan was still worried about his safety. Do you still remember our bet? Ning Fan suddenly changed the topic. In the Yuanya world, Ouyang Nuan seemed to have thought of something. Her ears turned hot and her face turned red like fire. Once in a lifetime. Ning Fan teased. Perverted. Ouyang Nuan said angrily. While she was worrying half to death here, he was thinking about all sorts of nonsense. Sure enough, his head is filled with sh*t. After 4 rounds of competitions, Ning Fan was indeed very tired. After making Ouyang Nuan angry, he sat cross-legged on the bed alone and closed his eyes to rest. As soon as he entered the slaughter palace, Ning Fan naturally did not dare to sleep in the disciples' quarters. That would only be seeking his own death. To cultivators, resting with their eyes closed was already considered a good rest. On the first day, the disciples of the slaughter palace came to visit him one after another. However, all of them were rejected by Ning Fan. On the second day, Ning Fan felt refreshed. He walked out of the door and exchanged some pleasantries with the senior and junior brothers of the slaughter palace who came to visit him. Then, he went to the main pavilion of the slaughter pavilion in the slaughter city. The slaughter palace was different from the ordinary sects in the eastern sky. They had very few restrictions on their disciples. As a disciple of the slaughter palace, they could leave the sect whenever they want. Even if they did not return for hundreds or thousands of years, nothing would happen to them. Every cultivator of the slaughter palace was an assassin. Normally, they did not have a fixed position. Other than the mandatory summons such as the Elder Order and the Kill Emperor Order, they would not be given any tasks. Each of the assassins of the slaughter palace had a slaughter jade which recorded their own kill points. There were 3 sources of kill points: purchasing them with Dao crystals, obtaining them by completing tasks or killing other cultivators of the same palace to obtain their kill points. If one uses Dao crystals to purchase the kill points, one would need to spend 10,000 Dao crystals to purchase 1 kill point. If one completes a task, he or she would have to choose from 2 types of tasks. One of them was the task of guarding the slaughter pavilion. There were countless slaughter pavilions in the eastern sky. This task was relatively leisurely and the amount of kill points one could obtain was lesser. However, one did not need to travel around. It was suitable for cultivators who were busy comprehending the Tao or in seclusion. The other type was the red reward task. There were assassination tasks and occasionally, there were treasure hunting tasks. If one completes a task, not only would he or she obtain Dao crystals, but he or she would also obtain a kill point that was equivalent to the value of the Dao crystals. As a cultivator of the slaughter palace, he or she would not be deducted 20% of the intermediary fee for completing the red reward task. Killing other cultivators of the same palace could also obtain kill points. The kill points of the killed cultivators would automatically be transferred to the slaughter jade of the killer. The slaughter palace would not force its disciples to complete the task. He had plenty of ways to make these assassins complete the task on their own. There were 2 uses for the kill points. One was to exchange for items that one needed in the slaughter pavilion. The other was to save one's life. The kill points were the lives of the cultivators of the slaughter palace. If the kill points were depleted, they would be hunted down by the group of ghost-masked assassins of the slaughter palace. Only when they had the kill points again would the hunt stop. Every year, the slaughter palace would deduct the kill points of the cultivators in the palace according to different standards. Void Fragmentation Realm disciples would have 5 kill points deducted every year, which was equivalent to 50,000 Dao crystals. Life Immortal Realm cultivators would have 100 kill points deducted every year, which was equivalent to 1 million Dao crystals. True Immortal Realm cultivators would have 5,000 kill points deducted every year, which was equivalent to 50 million Dao crystals. When one's cultivation base reached the second step, a casual seclusion would last for several years, tens of years or even hundreds of years. One could imagine how many kill points would be deducted during the seclusion. The slaughter palace would not ask its disciples to protect themselves well. If they do not protect themselves well, they might be killed by their fellow disciples. The slaughter palace would not ask its disciples to complete the task. If they do not complete the task, they could only wait for death once their kill points are deducted. Ningfan liked the freedom and unrestrained nature of the slaughter palace. However, he disliked the merciless atmosphere of the slaughter palace. The friendship between the disciples was rare, and there was also friendship between the sections. However, such a cold and indifferent sect was actually protecting the blood world of slaughter behind it. Ningfan could still remember the sorrow he felt when he stood on the blood world. He could feel that the existence of the slaughter palace, the Blood Sea Star and even the Blood Sea Star region were all for the sake of the blood world of slaughter. After getting rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind, Ningfan stopped in front of a magnificent blood-red pavilion. His eyes flickered. The top of this blood-red pavilion was covered with majestic formation marks. Crystal light flickered faintly and its baleful chi was overwhelming. This place was the main pavilion of the slaughter pavilion. Greetings, junior brother Ning. On the long street outside the main pavilion, a group of profound man-realm cultivators who were patrolling the area cupped their fists at Ningfan respectfully. Their expressions were filled with respect. Currently, everyone in the slaughter palace knew who Ningfan was. Which cultivator below the profound ghost realm would dare to underestimate Ningfan? The strength that Ningfan had displayed when he fought his way up to the 65th floor of the heaven-reaching tower without using the spirit blast technique had made some profound ghost realm cultivators respect him. Moreover, Ningfan still had the spirit blast technique as his trump card, which was enough to instantly kill a mid-true crossing realm cultivator. Besides, with the death exemption token in his hand, none of the cultivators of the slaughter palace would dare to attack him. The attitude of this group of cultivators towards Ningfan was quite respectful. They did not dare to show any neglect at all. Ningfan greets my senior brothers and sisters. Ningfan cupped his fists slightly and returned the greeting to the patrolling cultivators. Then, he strode towards the pavilion of the main pavilion. Outside the light gate of the main pavilion, there were two cold-faced old men who were guarding it. Both of them had early true crossing realm cultivation bases. With their true immortal realm cultivation bases, they would not even bother to talk to life immortal realm cultivators. However, as soon as they saw Ningfan, they actually squeezed out a smile and smiled politely. Ningfan also squeezed out a smile and returned the smile to the two of them. After stepping into the light gate, they discovered that it was actually a medium kiliacosm broken world which had its own heaven and earth. It was not spacious and seemed to be incomplete. However, the level of the world was so high that even a true immortal realm cultivator at the thought fragmentation realm would find it hard to break through. In this medium kiliacosm broken world, the sky was decorated with 7 gigantic silver stars. They were connected to each other like the Big Dipper, illuminating the entire space. There were 12 gigantic pavilions on the ground: Divine Weapon Pavilion, Immortal Technique Pavilion, Pilgrade Pavilion, Immortal Talisman Pavilion, Puppet Pavilion, Immortal Formation Pavilion, Cauldron Pavilion, Crimson Suspending Pavilion, Spiritual Beast Pavilion, 100 Treasure Pavilion, Technique Inheritance Pavilion and Teleportation Pavilion. The Divine Weapon Pavilion sold a dazzling array of magic treasures, spiritual equipment and all kinds of spiritual ores of heaven and earth that could be used to forge magic treasures and spiritual equipment. The Immortal Technique Pavilion sold abilities and cultivation methods of various grades. The Pilgrade Pavilion sold pills, pill recipes, and spiritual herbs of various grades. The Immortal Talisman Pavilion, Puppet Pavilion, Immortal Formation Pavilion and Spiritual Beast Pavilion sold all kinds of immortal talismans, puppets, formation discs, and demon pets. In the Crimson Suspending Pavilion, customers could submit tasks, hire bodyguards, and also purchase killing points by spending Dao crystals. The Cauldron Pavilion sold all kinds of male and female cauldrons. The 100 Treasures Pavilion sold all kinds of spiritual items and miscellaneous items such as star discs and immortal flames. In the Technique Teaching Pavilion, customers could ask seniors to guide them in their cultivation methods and cultivation. Of course, they would need to spend money. In the Teleportation Pavilion, there were countless teleportation formations of star regions. Those that were close could teleport them across several star regions, while those that were far away could teleport them to places that were hundreds or even thousands of star regions away. In this place, customers could spend Dao crystals and also kill points to shop. If they have completed pills, magic treasures and other items, they could also sell them to the 12 pavilions in exchange for a certain amount of kill points. Among the 12 pavilions, each of them was guarded by old monster Shikong. The pavilion masters of the 12 pavilions were extremely respected in the slaughter palace. Shadi was above them. Below him were the 24 elders, the 12 pavilion masters and the 800 ghost-faced cultivators. Below the ghost-faced cultivators were the ordinary cultivators of the slaughter palace. All of them were senior and junior brothers. In the medium Kiliacosm broken world, there were many cultivators of the slaughter palace coming and going. When they saw Ning Fan, most of them would greet him with a smile. However, no one knew how sincere their smiles were. Ning Fan also had a fake smile on his face while replying to the greetings of his senior and junior brothers. Meanwhile, his eyes were lingering on the 12 pavilions. He had a total of 27 million kill points and 120 billion Dao crystals. His net worth was comparable to Shikong. Presumably, he would be able to buy a lot of good items in the 12 pavilions. If it was before, Ning Fan would probably spend most of his money on life-saving methods. Now that he had refined the innate ghost face, his ability to protect himself had greatly increased. Thus, he could spend most of his money on improving his cultivation base and strength. Ning Fan did not go to the floating pavilion. Instead, he went to the divine weapon pavilion first. This pavilion sold many powerful magic treasures. It even sold the method to refine Dao weapons as well as the materials needed for refining Dao weapons. Ning Fan was not interested in magic treasures, but he was very interested in the method to refine Dao weapons. He only spent 10,000 kill points to purchase a jade slip for refining sword-shaped Dao weapons. The jade slip contained thousands of methods to refine sword-shaped Dao weapons. The reason why he bought this jade slip was because he wanted to learn more about the method to refine Dao weapons. Now that he had yet to attain the immortal ascension realm, he had yet to decide on the direction of refining the memory-severing Dao sword. Naturally, he would not be in a hurry to purchase the various types of spiritual ores required for the refinement. After keeping the jade slip, Ning Fan went to look at the spiritual equipment. He had the Black Star technique for healing, the Three Flowers technique for defense and the innate ghost face for concealment. Currently, what Ning Fan lacked the most was still speed. He had the intention to buy a flying-type spiritual equipment like Wu Chen's Blood Lotus spiritual equipment. It was very good. Its speed was comparable to the Duzhen spirit equipment and it did not consume any magic power. A Blood Lotus spiritual equipment was priced at 4 million kill points. Its speed could reach the early Duzhen spirit equipment. A White Lotus spiritual equipment was priced at 40 million kill points. Its speed could reach the early Shedding Void realm. A Black Lotus spiritual equipment was priced at 400 million kill points. Its speed could reach the early Thought Fragmentation realm. Ning Fan looked at the White and Black Lotuses with excitement. If he could buy one of them, he could use the White and Black Lotuses to escape. Even an early Shedding Void realm old monster like Fei he might not be able to catch up to him. Unfortunately, the White and Black Lotuses were too expensive. They were not something he could afford. What a pity. Money is never enough to spend. Ning Fan sighed. One half, to be continued, since he could not afford the Black Lotus and White Lotus, Ning Fan could only settle for the next best thing, which was the cheaper Blood Lotus spirit equipment. The method of payment was very simple. One just had to shine the slaughter jade at the counter where the Blood Lotus spirit artifact was placed. The formation light on the counter disappeared, allowing the buyer to take the item in the formation light. 4 million kill points were deducted from the slaughter jade. Remaining kill points, 26 million. With the Blood Lotus in hand, he could easily escape from cultivators below the true immortal realm in the future even if he was outnumbered. In addition to the concealment ability of the Ghost Face spiritual equipment, Ning Fan thought for a moment and felt that there was no need to spend money to buy offensive jade slips and offensive immortal talismans for the time being. The jade slips and immortal talismans of the Duzhen strike were worth around 1 million slaughter points, which was equivalent to 10 billion Dao crystals. Since he had a life-saving method, there was no need for him to buy a life-saving method like an attack jade slip. He could spend the money elsewhere. In the puppet pavilion, a human profound puppet was worth around 500,000 kill points, while a ghost profound puppet was worth around 1,000,000 kill points. The Duzhen puppet was expensive. An early-stage puppet cost 20 million, which was equivalent to 200 billion Dao crystals. Ning Fan pondered for a while. In the end, he still could not make up his mind to buy the Duzhen puppet. Initial stage Duzhen puppet's help was too little, but its price was frighteningly high. The price of a Duzhen puppet was enough for Ning Fan to hire an early shedding Void Realm assassin from the Red Suspending Pavilion to kill him twice. It was not worth it. The price of demonic beasts was slightly higher than puppets of the same level. A life immortal demon pet was usually worth more than 500,000 slaughter points, which was equivalent to 5 billion Dao crystals. Ning Fan could not help but recall the past on the Xiaoxia star in the past. In the past, he cut off the divine chests of the life immortal realm demon pets and sold all of them for 100 million. It seems like I've lost quite a lot. After all, Ning Fan already had Zili. To Ning Fan, he could not find a demon pet that was more loyal and protective than Zili. Except for Blackie. There were many spiritual items of the 5 elements in the 100 Treasure Pavilion. If Ning Fan had enough money, he could buy enough spiritual items of the 5 elements to cultivate his great 5 elements physique to the peak. Unfortunately, a low-grade level 8 immortal fire seed was worth 100,000 slaughter points, which was equivalent to 1 billion Dao crystals. If he wanted to cultivate the great 5 elements body to the 5 elements perfection, he would need to spend at least 500 billion Dao crystals. He did not have enough money to burn the great 5 elements physique for the time being. There were countless cauldrons in the cauldron pavilion. A profound cauldron furnace had 100,000 kill points, and a profound ghost had 200,000 kill points. There were also crossing truth cauldrons, each worth 5 million points. In the entire cauldron pavilion, there were only 6 of them, 2 men and 4 women. As for the empty cauldron, there was none. Ning Fan's magic power was still at its limit. The cauldron was temporarily useless to him. Even though he was tempted, he did not buy it. After breaking through to the life immortal realm, he could buy a cauldron to cultivate. As he passed by the inheritance pavilion, Ning Fan suddenly halted his steps. Today, the technique imparting pavilion master was giving a lecture on the Tao. He was talking about the Tao of true void. Entering the pavilion to listen to the lecture required 10,000 slaughter points, which was not expensive. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. He paid the killing points and stepped into the technique inheritance pavilion. He was very interested in the Tao of true void, even though it was still too early for him to listen to the Tao of true void. A golden-robed Shura was sitting on a high platform. Below him were more than 100 cultivators of the kill hall, all of whom were life immortals. The golden-robed Shikong was expressionless as he calmly explained the Tao. Around his body, there was an aura of vicissitudes of life. This aura would only appear on cultivators at the eternal ancient realm. However, it appeared on him who was a Shura void cultivator. Ning Fan arrived late. He stood under a Bodhi tree that was further away from the group and listened to the lecture quietly. Pavilion Master, may I ask what is false and what is true? A middle-aged life immortal realm cultivator asked respectfully. What is false? What is true? When a first-step cultivator stretches out his palm, what he can touch is true. What he can't touch is false. Pavilion Master, may I ask what is false and what is true? The middle-aged life immortal realm cultivator continued to ask. What is false? What is true? What you can touch might not be true. What you can't touch might not be false. Zhuangzhou dreams of a butterfly and the butterfly dreams of Zhuangzhou. Which is true and which is false? Are they both illusions, or are they both real? For example, there are 1 billion flames in this wisp of flame. Each of the flames has its own Tao. Which Tao is the true Tao of this flame? The golden-robed Shura Kong opened his palm and a wisp of flame shot out from his palm. When he raised his hand, the golden flame turned into 1 billion weak golden flames and soared into the sky. 1 billion wisps of flame had 1 billion different Tao of flames. Which one of them was the true Tao? What is a true immortal? Those who cultivate the true Tao are true immortals. What is the true Tao? There are 1 billion great Taos in a single wisp of flame. How many Tao of flames are there in 1 billion wisps of flame? There are 1 billion flames in a world. How many flames are there in 1 billion worlds? How many Tao of flames are there? There are countless Tao of flames in the world, but there is only one Tao of true fire. In your eyes, any of these 1 billion Tao of flames could be the true Tao, and none of them could be the true Tao. To me, all of these 1 billion Tao of flames are not the true Tao. Do you understand what is true? Do you understand how to find the true Tao? As soon as the golden-robed Shura Kong finished speaking, he did not say another word. His eyes swept across the crowd and observed the expressions of the people who were listening to the lecture. Each of the life immortal realm cultivators wore a blank expression. None of them could understand what he meant. The golden-robed Shura Kong shook his head in disappointment. He had already explained it so bluntly, but these people still did not understand what he meant. Their aptitudes were really lacking. Suddenly, the golden-robed Shura Kong's eyes moved and he looked at Ning Fan's direction. He clearly saw that Ning Fan's eyes were only blank for a moment. Then, his eyes became clear and he seemed to be deep in thought. Oh? This young man has yet to attain the second step, but he can actually understand my words? The golden-robed Shura Kong revealed a satisfied smile and asked Ning Fan. Your aptitude is not bad. What's your name? When did you enter the palace? Why have I never heard of you before? Ning Fan was stunned. He cupped his fists and answered. I am Ning Fan. I have just joined the Slaughter Palace. It's not surprising that you don't know me. His voice was neither humble nor arrogant. His expression was not one of trying to curry favor, nor was it one of arrogance, humility, or fear. What he had was just thinking about the Tao. The golden-robed Shura Kong's eyes lit up. It had been a long time since he saw a junior who was so persistent about the Tao. Ning Fan, huh? All right. I will remember you. The golden-robed Shura Kong nodded his head in satisfaction. He had been staying in seclusion in the Technique Inheritance Pavilion all day long. All he wanted was to comprehend the Tao, and he did not care about worldly affairs. It was not surprising that he had not heard of Ning Fan's impressive achievements. However, there were more than 100 life immortal realm cultivators present who did not recognize Ning Fan. Ning Fan had arrived in the middle of his Tao lecture. These people were listening attentively and they did not notice Ning Fan's arrival. As soon as they saw Ning Fan, each of the human profound life immortal realm cultivators' expressions changed, while the ghost profound life immortal realm cultivators' faces were filled with dread and seriousness. The golden-robed Shura Kong was stunned again when he saw Ning Fan. He thought to himself that this junior at the first step was really impressive. He could actually make so many immortal cultivators' expressions change when he was only at the void fragmentation realm. Your aptitude is not bad and your perception is also not bad. If you encounter any problems in your cultivation in the future, you can come to the Technique Inheritance Pavilion to consult me at any time. I will answer your questions for free. Today's Tao lecture is over. All of you can leave now. You, stay. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden-robed Shura Kong stood up. His body gradually turned into golden light spots and disappeared. The golden light condensed and the golden-robed Shura Kong appeared beside Ning Fan. All of a sudden, everyone present looked at Ning Fan with envy. The name of the Technique Inheritance Pavilion's master was Xianxia. He had been stuck at the peak Shura Kong realm for 100,000 years and he was only a step away from the broken thought realm. This person's cultivation base might not be the highest in the Slaughter Palace. However, his Tao comprehension was slightly stronger than the immortal king of the Nether Sea. Even some elders who broke their silence would often consult Xianxia when they encounter problems in their cultivation. Of course, they would have to pay for the consultation. In the entire Slaughter Palace, there were only 4 people who could gain Xianxia's favor and could ask him questions for free. Ning Fan was the 5th person. This young man must have extraordinary aptitude and shocking perception. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to gain Pavilion Lord Jin's favor. Each of the life immortal realm cultivators looked at Ning Fan enviously and left the Technique Inheritance Pavilion with a sigh. Very soon, only Ning Fan and Xianxia were left in the Technique Inheritance Pavilion. Ning Fan turned a deaf ear to all of them. His mind was still replaying the scene where a wisp of flame turned into a billion sparks. After a long time, Ning Fan let out a long sigh. He cupped his fists at Xianxia, who was standing in front of him, and said with admiration. Senior's words directly pointed at the Tao truth. This junior is impressed. Not bad. You have a proud character and a humble Tao heart. You are a good candidate for the Tao truth. Tell me about the method of seeking the truth that I just told you. How exactly do I have to seek the truth? Xianxia asked with a smile. Ning Fan did not dare to be negligent. After pondering for a while, he said solemnly. There are countless Taos of fire in the world, but only those that are compatible with one's own Tao are true. The rest are all fabricated. There is no strongest great Tao in this world. There is only the great Tao that suits you the most. That is the truth. If Junior didn't understand wrongly, the method of seeking truth that Senior talked about today is, if you want to seek the true path, you must first seek your own path. After hearing Ning Fan's answer, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. That's right. If you want to pursue the true Tao, you must first pursue your own Tao. Everyone's Tao was different, so everyone's true Tao was also different. Your Tao heart is very firm because you have the Tao. Although you have found your own Tao, you have yet to verify your Tao, and you have yet to cultivate the Tao image. The great Tao is formless and formless because it is not your Tao. If you want to prove your Tao, you will naturally have a Tao image. Xianxia's Tao confirmation was a threshold that peak ghost profound cultivators had to face. If he had not proven his own Tao, he would naturally not be qualified to seek for the true Tao, enter the crossing reality state, and become a true immortal. Strictly speaking, Ning Fan had yet to become an immortal. Thus, there was no need for him to prove his Tao. However, Xianxia felt that Ning Fan's innate talent and comprehension ability were extremely high. Now, he already had the qualifications to prove his Tao. Tao confirmation. Tao image. Ning Fan's eyes were sometimes blank and sometimes clear. He had already roughly understood that his Tao was to protect the people behind him. However, it was too difficult to prove his Tao. How do I prove my Tao? Ning Fan asked blankly. Xianxia did not answer Ning Fan's question. Instead, he casually tossed a pine seed to him. A ray of golden light sent the pine seed into the soil at the side. Under the acceleration of the golden light, the pine seed grew little by little and sprouted. Then, it gradually grew bigger. In just 10 breaths' time, it had already grown into a luohan pine that was several tens of zhang tall. What is the Tao of this luohan pine? Xianxia asked with a smile. If it was an ordinary person, he would certainly answer that it would break out of the soil and grow into a gigantic tree to become a pillar. Unfortunately, that was just the Tao that Xianxia had given to the luohan pine. It was not the correct answer. Ning Fan, however, pondered for a long time. Eventually, he shook his head and sighed. I don't know. Xianxia smiled satisfactorily. Of course, you don't know because you are not it. Only it knows its Tao. Now, let me ask you. How should this luohan pine attain its Tao? Ning Fan's eyes lit up. He cupped his fists and said, Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Only the luohan pine itself knew its Tao. Only it could ponder and ponder on how to attain its Tao. No one else could help it. Since Ning Fan was not a pine, he naturally did not know the Tao of a pine. I didn't give you any guidance. With your comprehension ability, it's just a matter of time for you to understand these things. Even though I can't help you attain your Tao, I can give you a method to comprehend life and death. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia's finger shone with golden light. He drew a golden circle of light on the soil around Ning Fan. If you jump out of this circle, you will face death. Ning Fan looked at the golden circle of light beneath his feet. His eyes were sometimes blank and sometimes clear. The circle of light turned into light spots and disappeared. Ning Fan, however, stood still for a long time with his eyes closed, pondering hard. After a long time, he opened his eyes and cupped his fists at Xianxia. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Go. You no longer have any doubts in your heart. This is good. After you become an immortal, you can always come to the Technique Inheritance Pavilion to look for me if you have any more questions. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, his body dispersed into rays of golden light and disappeared without a trace. Comprehending life and death, becoming an immortal and attaining the Tao. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He took a deep look at the Luohan pine and strode out of the Technique Inheritance Pavilion. If he needed 100 years to complete his comprehension of the Tao of life and death, after Jin Xianzu's guidance, he would only need 40 years at most to complete his comprehension of the Tao of life and death, breaking through to the immortal realm and advancing to the second step. After leaving the Technique Inheritance Pavilion, Ning Fan went to the Immortal Technique Pavilion. This pavilion sold cultivation methods and jade slips of various grades. In this place, Ning Fan found the cultivation jade slip of the second flower of the 3 flowers at once prominence. Its price was 1 million killing points. After thinking for a while, Ning Fan decided to buy this jade slip. After all, this jade slip was not too expensive. Even if he could not use it for the time being, he could just buy it and keep it for himself. Other than that, Ning Fan also spent 100,000 killing points to purchase a high-grade immortal technique, Flame Dragon's Breath. Even though this technique was just a high-grade immortal technique, if the cultivator's flames were strong enough, the destructive power of this technique would be comparable to a peak-grade immortal technique. If the cultivator happens to have a powerful demon blood, the destructive power of this technique would be comparable to a low-grade true technique. With the strength of Ning Fan's demon blood, as long as he did not increase the intensity of his flames, he could at least use this technique all the way to the early true crossing realm. Therefore, Ning Fan was not in a hurry to cultivate this technique even though he bought it. The remaining killing points were 22.06 million. Eventually, Ning Fan stepped into the pill ranking pavilion. After spending 100,000 killing points, Ning Fan bought enough body refinement pills which were enough to raise his ancient devil cultivation realm to the peak of the supreme devil realm. After spending 1 million killing points, Ning Fan bought a mid-grade 8th revolution pill, Immortal Bestowment Pill. This pill could increase the chances of becoming an immortal by 5%. It was useless to consume more than one pill. Ning Fan, of course, would not mind having a higher chance of becoming an immortal. Even though 1 million killing points were expensive, he could still afford it. After that, Ning Fan spent nearly 20 million killing points and 100 billion Tao crystals to purchase more than 1,700 tufts of 1 million years old spiritual herbs. He had already bought enough pills which were enough to raise his magic power, body, and spirit sense to the peak of the first step. It was enough for him to become an immortal. As for the remaining money, he spent almost all of it on pills to cultivate the 3 flowers at once prominence. He still had 1 million killing points and 20 billion Tao crystals. Since he could not spend all of his killing points, he might keep some Tao crystals as a precaution. He did not need to buy a formation plate to transcend the immortal tribulation. With his current strength, he was not afraid of the immortal tribulation at all. Even if the tribulation was 10 times stronger, he would still not be afraid. After walking around the 12 pavilions, Ning Fan finally returned to his disciple's residence. There was still one more day before the trip to the Blood Realm. One day was too short. It was not enough to refine the Blood Lotus spirit equipment, the spiritual herbs and the 3 flowers. According to Ning Fan's plan, he would cultivate for another day in his disciple's residence and then follow Fei He to the Blood Realm to meet Sha Di and ask for the Longevity Jade. Unfortunately, as soon as he returned to his disciple's residence, he heard a sobbing sound coming from his own room. All of a sudden, Ning Fan frowned. He did not like others to intrude into his territory, even if it was his temporary residence. He pushed the door open and saw a blue-robed little girl weeping on his bed. As soon as she saw Ning Fan return, the blue-robed little girl raised her head and looked at Ning Fan with tears in her eyes. She was not very beautiful, but she was delicate and lovely. She looked rather pitiful when she cried like that. Unfortunately, her pitifulness could not move Ning Fan's cold heart at all. "Who are you?" Ning Fan frowned and asked impatiently. I am Lu Xian. Junior brother Ning, didn't we meet in the morning? Don't you remember me? Lu Xian felt disappointed when she saw Ning Fan's cold eyes. During the grand competition, this little girl was already captivated by Ning Fan's elegant demeanor. This morning, she followed a group of disciples of the Slaughter Palace to express their goodwill to Ning Fan. As she was too nervous, she only had the time to introduce her name and did not have the courage to speak to Ning Fan again. However, she still exchanged glances with Ning Fan. She thought that Ning Fan would remember her name. The cruel reality was that Ning Fan had completely ignored her. Lu Xianxia? Ning Fan recalled that there was a little girl who called herself Lu Xianxia early in the morning. However, Ning Fan was not interested in these cultivators of the slaughter palace at that time. He did not pay attention to this little girl and did not even look at her face carefully. Yes, junior brother Ning, you remember me, right? Lu Xianxia smiled through her tears. Her face was filled with joy. Liking someone and just being looked at by him was a blessing. Yes, I remember. Do you need something from me? Ning Fan asked indifferently. Yes. I want to ask a favor of junior brother Ning. Lu Xianxia's face was red. She twined her fingers and lowered her head while stuttering. I don't have time. Ning Fan directly refused. You haven't heard what I want to ask you for. Lu Xianxia bit her lips. Not interested. Ning Fan said coldly. He and Lu Xianxia did not know each other. If this girl was in trouble, it had nothing to do with him. He had always been cold. He would only be gentle to special people. I'm sorry. You have just joined the slaughter palace. There are so many things that you need to do. It's my fault. Lu Xianxia bit her lips to stop her tears from falling down. Then, she walked out of the house in a lonely manner. By the way, junior brother Ning, this jade slip might be helpful to you in becoming an immortal. It might not be helpful at all. Lu Xianxia suddenly thought of something. She took out a blue jade slip and put it on the table. She sighed and walked out of the room. She didn't come here to trouble Ning Fan in the first place. She wanted to help Ning Fan become an immortal and leave a good impression on him. However, when she saw Ning Fan, her heart was in a mess. She only wanted to pour out all her grievances to the person she liked. She had forgotten her original purpose of coming here. This time, I am completely hated. Lu Xianxia, you are really useless. This is the first time you like someone and the first time you were rejected by someone coldly. After Lu Xianxia left, Ning Fan picked up the jade slip on the table and scanned it with his spirit sense. His expression changed instantly. Quicksand secret place, ancient god's cave of light. Lu Xianxia had once stumbled into a secret place in the quicksand star sea. She even found a cave residence left behind by an ancient god. The cave residence had a terrifying power of time. Lu Xianxia was only an intermediate human profound realm expert, so she couldn't break into it. She only needed to search around the periphery of the cave residence and found a quicksand pearl. She believed that there must be an even greater fortune in the cave residence. She knew that she didn't have the ability to obtain the fortune inside. Therefore, she told Ning Fan about the fortune, hoping that it could help him. She had never told anyone about this secret cave residence. If she didn't meet Ning Fan, perhaps she would never tell anyone about it. Ning Fan kept the jade slip and sighed softly. He could naturally understand Lu Xianxia's infatuation. He knew that Lu Xianxia's feelings for him were just a momentary longing of a little girl. Longing was the furthest distance from understanding. There were too many girls who longed for him. Did he have to respond to them one by one? However, this girl had left him a jade slip. It was a jade slip that was rather helpful. For the sake of this jade slip, Ning Fan didn't mind helping her. After receiving a favor, he should return the favor. Thinking of this, Ning Fan's figure flashed and left the disciple's residence. Lu Xianxia seemed to have lost her soul. She walked on the stone path, stepping on the pebbles desolately. She was heartbroken. She didn't understand this feeling. Her unrequited love had just taken root and died before it could sprout. She thought of her family and the day when the Lu clan was annihilated. She suddenly felt wronged. Ever since the Lu clan was annihilated, she had never fallen in love with anyone. She finally fell in love with Ning Fan, but it ended up like this. He hates me. Even he hates me. Lu Xianxia, you're a failure in life. Lu Xianxia sighed faintly. Her heart ached. Suddenly, she felt her waist go soft. Someone was actually hugging her. Who? Who is it? Lu Xianxia turned her head in shame and anger. She found out that the person who hugged her was Ning Fan. She followed Ning Fan and flew up to the sky. I'll keep the jade slip. I never owe anyone a favor. Today, I'll return it to you. Who provoked you? I'll help you vent your anger. February 2nd, no more updates. Go wash up and sleep. To be continued. Lu Xianxia stared at Ning Fan in a daze. She only regained her senses after a long time. She was actually held in the arms of the person she secretly loved, and that person even wanted to avenge her. Aye. Ning Fan's masculine scent blew against her face. Lu Xianxia's small face was burning hot. She stuttered and could not utter a complete sentence. I already know what happened to you. How do you want to avenge me? Ning Fan possessed the mind-reading technique. The moment he held Lu Xianxia's waist, he had already seen through her thoughts. He also knew the ins and outs of how she was deceived. Sun Yan and the others had cheated Lu Xianxia of her quicksand pearl. Sun Yan and the others were Lu Xianxia's allies. They had sworn a great heart devil oath that they would not kill each other. That was why Sun Yan spent so much effort to cheat Lu Xianxia of her belongings instead of killing her and snatching her treasures. Similarly, Ning Fan was found by Lu Xianxia. If he kills Sun Yan and the others, Lu Xianxia's Dao heart would be damaged. For Lu Xianxia's sake, Ning Fan would at most punish Sun Yan and the others. He would not kill them. As for how he would avenge Lu Xianxia, it would still depend on her decision. I just want my quicksand pearl back. Lu Xianxia whispered timidly. Understood. Green rain intent flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. The entire Blood Sea Star was suddenly rained. In the drizzling rain, Ning Fan chose a direction and flew out of the slaughter city, heading towards an ordinary-looking barren mountain. With the heaven-peaking rain technique, Ning Fan easily found the location of Sun Yan and the others. Lu Xianxia was so surprised that she could not close her mouth. She did not tell Ning Fan what she had suffered and where Sun Yan and the others were. However, Ning Fan already knew what happened to her and even knew where Sun Yan and the others were. He really is omnipotent. Lu Xianxia thought in a daze. This barren mountain seemed ordinary, but there was actually a grand concealment formation which hid a cave dwelling. It was one of Sun Yan's cave dwellings. The disciples of the Slaughter Palace who were led by Sun Yan had sworn a great heart devil oath to each other and became allies. They would not kill each other and would often gather in Sun Yan's cave dwelling. Lu Xianxia was also one of Sun Yan's allies. At this moment, in the cave, Sun Yan was holding a spiritual feast to entertain his allies. He had been in a good mood recently, and the reason was naturally because he had tricked Lu Xianxia out of her quicksand pearl. Sun Yan was a middle-stage ghost profound realm cultivator. To him, 2 billion Dao crystals was a windfall. The quicksand bead was worth 2 billion Dao crystal, and it itself was a rare and powerful magic treasure. It was a peak-grade celestial artifact, the quicksand pearl. After obtaining this pearl, Sun Yan was shocked to discover that it actually contained a trace of weak time energy. If this bead was fully activated, its power would be comparable to some low nirvana-acquired celestial treasures. Sun Yan proudly took out the quicksand pearl and showed it to everyone. The jewel emitted a bright purple light. Its powerful power caused many life immortals to exclaim. Congratulations, senior brother Sun, for obtaining a rare treasure. Jing Guang, Gao Yuan, and the other mysterious life immortals gazed at the quicksand pearl with a burning desire in their eyes. They clicked their tongues in admiration and repeatedly urged Sun Yan to drink. The occasional words of flattery made Sun Yan even happier. Sun Yan's eyes were hazy from intoxication as he looked around at everyone, laughing heartily. For this banquet, he invited all of his fellow sect members who swore an oath, but he didn't invite Lu Xianxia. After all, he held a banquet to celebrate obtaining the quicksand pearl, so how could he invite the victim's family? Haha. Before I obtained the pearl, I only wanted to sell it in exchange for some Dao crystals. I didn't expect this pearl to be so mysterious. If my cultivation goes one step further and reaches the late stage of Ghost Profound Realm, with the power of this pearl, I'm afraid I can even fight a peak Ghost Profound Realm cultivator. It's very likely that I will enter the ranks of the ghost profound realm in this life. Sun Yan stood up with a flushed face and raised the wine cup high, his heroic spirit reaching the clouds. Everyone saw that Sun Yan was in high spirits, so they naturally wouldn't spoil his mood. They all spoke words of flattery. Suddenly, the barren mountain flashed, and a beautiful figure in blue walked into the cave. When everyone saw the identity of the newcomer, they all had strange looks in their eyes. Sun Yan narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Junior Sister Lu, why are you here? I'm here to get my quicksand pearl back. Lu Xianxia said in a tough tone. This was the first time she used such a tough tone to speak to a ghost profound realm cultivator. All the experts present were stunned. Sun Yan's face darkened. He was a little displeased. Lu Xianxia was only in the middle stage of the human profound realm, but she dared to speak to him in such a tone. She was really courting death. If it wasn't because they had sworn a great heart demon oath not to kill each other, Sun Yan would definitely teach Lu Xianxia a lesson. What is a quicksand pearl? You lost the pearl, why did you come to me for it? Sun Yan sneered and pretended to be at a loss. You have the quicksand pearl in your hand. You and I made a bet. If I lose, I must give you the quicksand pearl. If you lose, you must join senior brother Jean and senior brother Gao and give me 500 million Dao crystals each. Obviously you lost, how can you take away my quicksand pearl? Lu Xianxia said angrily. Oh? Junior brother Jean, junior brother Gao? Is there such a thing? We made a bet with junior sister Lu? How come I don't remember? Sun Yan pretended to be surprised and looked at Jin Guang and Gao Yuan. Jean and Gao also had a puzzled look on their faces. What bet? The two of us don't know. Hee, I spent a lot of money to buy this pearl, and its ability is astonishing. No matter how much junior sister Lu is jealous of this pearl, you can't lie with your eyes open and try to swindle my pearl. If junior martial sister Lu really wants this bead, this son will give it up for the sake of our friendship. How about this, as long as junior sister Lu is willing to take out 5 billion Dao crystals, I will give this pearl to you, how about it? Sun Yan chuckled and calmly looked at the angry Lu Xianxia. He naturally knew that Lu Xianxia couldn't take out 5 billion Dao crystals. A middle-stage profound cultivator would be considered rich if he could have 1 billion Dao crystals. 5 billion, even Sun Yan himself couldn't take it out. Lu Xianxia pointed at Sun Yan with her soft finger. She was so angry that she couldn't say anything. It was clearly Sun Yan who swindled her quicksand pearl, but now it was her who plotted against Sun Yan's pearl. She had long known that there was no reason in the cultivation world. She only thought that Sun Yan and the others had sworn an oath with her and were friends. They were different from others and could be trusted. Now, it seemed like Sun Yan and the others were also untrustworthy. They had never treated her as a friend at all. After seeing this clearly, Lu Xianxia gradually calmed down. After all, she was just a middle-stage profound cultivator. She couldn't defeat Sun Yan, who was a middle-stage profound ghost cultivator. Without Ning Fan's help, she could only swallow her anger. Luckily, she didn't come alone. While Sun Yan was sneering, the formation light outside the cave flashed again and a young man in white robes walked in. It was Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not enter the cave together with Lu Xianxia. Instead, he hid outside the cave. He wanted to let Lu Xianxia see clearly that Sun Yan and the others couldn't be trusted. He wanted to let Lu Xianxia learn from her mistakes. Lu Xianxia's aptitude was not bad, but she was still inexperienced. This time, she was deceived and Ning Fan could help her vent her anger. If she gets deceived again next time, who would be kind enough to help her? And Ning Fan. Why is he here? The moment Ning Fan stepped into the cave, the expressions of the 14 human profound life immortals who were watching the show changed greatly. Sun Yan, who was at the mid-ghost profound realm, was already drunk. However, at this moment, he sobered up from the shock. Is he the helper that you invited? Sun Yan looked at Lu Xianxia in fear and asked. He no longer had the calmness he had before. Without waiting for Lu Xianxia to answer, Ning Fan said indifferently, that's right. I have some friendship with junior sister Lu. I heard that her precious pearl was deceived, so I came here today to seek an explanation for her. I wonder if senior brother Sun can give me a satisfactory explanation. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with blood-red light. A wave of baleful qi that even ordinary Duzhen could not withstand immediately swept towards Sun Yin and the others. With just a glance, Jing Guang, Gao Yuan and the rest of the human profound life immortals were devoured by the baleful qi. They suddenly coughed out blood. Their eyes turned blood-red and their qi became chaotic. Sun Yan's eyes gradually turned blood-red. His qi also began to become chaotic, his heart trembled violently. He could not remain calm under this baleful qi at all, he stared at Ning Fan in fear. He knew how terrifying Ning Fan was. Judging from the results he obtained in the heaven-reaching tower, Ning Fan's strength was not something that Sun Yin could compare with. In addition to the deity blast technique, Ning Fan would probably only need a few breaths to slaughter everyone in this cave dwelling. In the slaughter palace, killing fellow disciples was not allowed. If Ning Fan wants to kill someone, no one could stop him. As for him, he had the death exemption token. No one could kill him. Sun Yin knew that the reason why Ning Fan did not take action until now was not because he was afraid of him but because he was afraid of Lu Xianxia. All of them had sworn the great oath of Heart Devil with Lu Xianxia. If they are killed by Ning Fan whom Lu Xianxia invited, Lu Xianxia would certainly suffer the backlash of the oath. However, it was not Lu Xianxia who did it herself after all. Even if she suffers the backlash would not be too severe. If they really anger Ning Fan, blood would certainly flow like a river in this cave dwelling. Junior sister Lu, it's my fault. I'll return the quicksand pearl to you. These 500 million Dao crystals are what I lost to you. I'll return them to you as well. Sun Yan gritted his teeth and flicked the quicksand pearl and a storage pouch back to Lu Xianxia. At the same time, he glared at Jing Guang and Gao Yuan. There was a total of 500 million Dao crystals in that storage pouch. It was the money he lost to Lu Xianxia. Jing Guang and Gao Yuan had also made a bet. They also needed to return 500 million Dao crystals to Lu Xianxia. After being glared at by Sun Yin, Jing Guang and Gao Yuan immediately cursed him in their hearts. When they turned their heads and saw Ning Fan's cold expression, fear filled their hearts. They gritted their teeth and each took out 500 million Dao crystals and gave them to Lu Xianxia. Lu Xianxia carefully kept the quicksand pearl. Her heart was filled with sweetness. This was the quicksand pearl that Ning Fan had helped her get back. She must take good care of it. Looking at the 3 storage pouches in her hands, Lu Xianxia pondered for a moment. Then, her face turned red and she passed the storage pouch to Ning Fan. Thank you for helping me get the quicksand pearl. Without your help, I certainly wouldn't be able to get it back. These 1.5 billion Dao crystals are for you. There's no need for that. You won the bet yourself. Keep it for your own use. Ning Fan shook his head and pushed the storage pouch back. To Lu Xianxia, 1.5 billion Dao crystals was an unimaginable amount of wealth. To Ning Fan, 1.5 billion Dao crystals were dispensable. I wonder if my explanation can satisfy junior brother Ning. Sun Yan asked with a flattering smile. In the future, when I'm not around and Lu Xianxia is bullied again, what should I do? Ning Fan did not answer his question but asked another question instead. Junior brother Ning, don't worry. I, Sun Yan, promise you today that from today onwards, none of the 15 of us will bully junior sister Lu. If there are outsiders who intend to harm junior sister Lu, we will certainly do our best to protect her. Sun Yan vowed. Empty words. Empty words, I don't believe you. Sun Yan was stunned. Then, he let out a dry laugh and said. If that's the case, I'm willing to make a great vow of Heart Devil. From today onwards, I will never bully junior sister Lu again. If she is in trouble, I will certainly do my best to protect her. As soon as Sun Yan expressed his stance, each of the human profound realm cultivators gritted their teeth and made the vow. There were also a few human profound realm female cultivators who took out some small gifts and gave them to Lu Xianxia with a flattering attitude. In the face of everyone's vow and flattery, Lu Xianxia remained silent. She understood that these people were only showing goodwill to her because of Ning Fan's strength. These goodwill were all fake, like the epiphyllum and duckweed that could not be trusted. Thank you, junior brother Ning. Lu Xianxia thanked Ning Fan with a flushed face. She only thanked Ning Fan and believed that Ning Fan was really good to her. Not only did Ning Fan help her get back the things that belonged to her, but he also recruited 15 free bodyguards for her. Sun Yan and the rest of them made a great vow of Heart Devil today to take care of her wholeheartedly in the future. If she is in trouble, they will also do their best to help her. From today onwards, her life in the Slaughter Palace would be much easier and safer. She only gave Ning Fan a jade slip, but Ning Fan helped her to this extent. She really did not know how to repay him. To you, I'm just a stranger. I can help you for a while, but I can't help you forever. I can only help you this much. Any more help won't do you any good. Now that Ning Fan was targeted by Fei He and he had a grudge against Jiao Qingyun, if he gets too close to Lu Xianxia, it would only bring harm to her. I'm already very grateful that you're willing to help me once. How can I ask you to help me forever? Next time I will learn to be smarter and won't be deceived by others. Lu Xianxia said in a low voice. That's good. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Ning Fan gave Sun Yan and the others a sharp look, then his figure flashed and drifted away. Lu Xianxia looked at Ning Fan's traveling light and was lost in thought for a long time. As for Sun Yan and the others, all of them heaved a sigh of relief as if they were granted amnesty. When they looked at Lu Xianxia again, their faces were filled with envy. Especially the few other female cultivators, they were almost jealous of Lu Xianxia's good life. The few female cultivators questioned themselves. Their figures and appearance were several times better than Lu Xianxia. Why could Lu Xianxia get Ning Fan's care and protection, but they could only get Ning Fan's cold eyes? Fortunately, they had already made the great vow of Heart Devil and were afraid of Ning Fan's strength. Even if they were jealous of Lu Xianxia, they would not dare to do anything to her. On the contrary, if Lu Xianxia was in trouble, they would have to follow the vow to protect her even if they were unwilling. Could it be that Ning Fan is used to eating meat and fish, so he likes to eat Lu Xianxia's vegetable porridge? The few female cultivators looked at Lu Xianxia's small body seriously and made random guesses. After all, Sun Yan and the others were Lu Xianxia's allies. If he killed all of them or threatened them too harshly, it would only make Lu Xianxa's situation in the Slaughter Palace more difficult. Dealing with it this way was already the best result. Ning Fan returned to his disciples' dormitory and rested for another day. On the third day, when the sky was dark, Fei He's figure appeared in front of Ning Fan without any warning. With a flick of his sleeve, he brought Ning Fan out of the disciples' dormitory and soared into the sky. As Fei He took out a small silver boat, an oval-shaped blood-red door of light suddenly appeared beside him. Inside the door of light, there was a long blood-red river that stretched on endlessly. On the bank of the blood-red river stood a giant monument. There were 2 ancient inscriptions engraved on the monument: "Water can carry a boat but it can also capsize it." Looking at the giant monument, Fei He explained to Ning Fan with a solemn and gloomy expression. This door of light is the entrance to the blood world of slaughter. Once you take out the 7 stars boat within the territory of the Blood Sea planet, the entrance will appear. In my Slaughter Palace, any cultivator who is above the Shifu Void Realm or cultivators who have made great contributions will be given a 7 stars boat. They can enter the blood world at any time and have the right to meet the killing emperor. This river is called the Blood River. It was formed by the divine ability of the first killing emperor. Even ordinary immortal emperors can't fly across the river by relying on their high cultivation base. If they try to fly by force, they will sink into the Blood River and die. With my early Shifu Void Realm cultivation base, it will take me 1 month to cross the river with the help of the 7 stars boat. During this month, you can cultivate in the cabin of the 7 stars boat and refine all the heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures that you bought from the main pavilion of the Slaughter Palace. I will personally steer the boat to cross the river. During the process, you must not be distracted at all. You must not disturb me. Otherwise, if the boat sinks into the Blood River, none of us will survive. Seeing how serious Fei He was, Ning Fan naturally agreed and promised not to disturb Fei He's steering of the boat. He did not plan to die on the Blood River together with Fei He. With a flash, the 2 of them boarded the 7 stars boat. Following Fei He's instructions, Ning Fan entered the cabin and found a room to enter secluded cultivation. He first entered the Yuanya world and then the Profounding world. As such, even Fei He only knew that Ning Fan had entered a small Kiliacosm cosmos treasure to cultivate. He did not know that Ning Fan had entered a medium Kiliacosm cosmos treasure. It's also a good thing that this young man has entered a small Kiliacosm. It saves me from having to divert my attention to guard against his sneak attacks. There is no room for carelessness on the Blood River. Once an accident happens, I will die in the Blood River. Fei He stood at the bow of the Seven Stars boat. His finger seals were constantly changing as he steered the boat across the Blood River. It would take 1 month to cross the river. This month was just enough for Ning Fan to refine the Blood Lotus and devour the 1 million years old spiritual herbs. After devouring the 1,700 tufts of 1 million years old spiritual herbs, Ning Fan's body was shrouded in immortal mist. The 6th and 7th petals of the natal lead lotus bloomed. When the 7 petals bloomed, the defense of the 1 million lotus shadows was enough to defend against all attacks below the ghost profound realm. The blood lotus spirit equipment was refined into his body. Ning Fan had also studied the flame dragon breath technique for a while. This technique was a high-grade immortal technique. The difficulty of learning it was much higher than the spatial vortex technique. Ning Fan had just learned the basics of this technique. He did not know how long he would need to study this technique in order to unleash its full power. To a cultivator who painstakingly cultivates, 1 month was just too short. 1 month later, Ning Fan walked out of the cabin of the star boat. The realm gate of the bloody slaughtering world could already be seen from afar. When Fei He saw Ning Fan coming out, he did not say anything. He changed his hand seals and the star boat turned into a ray of silver light. It flew up from the Blood River and dashed into the realm gate. What came into his sight was a medium Kiliacosm that was shrouded in eternal darkness. Beneath his feet was a boundless continent where countless mortals and cultivators lived. In the night sky, there were 7 stars that were connected to each other. In the eyes of mortals, they were 7 stars. In Ning Fan's eyes, they were 7 enormous star palaces that floated in the night sky. Fei He kept the 7-star boat and stood in the starry sky with Ning Fan. He pointed at the head of the 7 stars, Tianshu, and said, "In this Tianshu star position, there is the greedy wolf star palace. It was the temporary imperial residence of the first-generation killing emperor. Since his death, this palace has been abandoned." Then, Fei He pointed at the 2nd star of the Big Dipper and said, "In this Tianxian star position, there is the Ju-Men star palace. It was the temporary imperial residence of the 2nd-generation killing emperor. Since his death, this palace has been abandoned. Up until now, the killing palace has had 7 generations of killing emperors. All of them were named after the Big Dipper. The name of the 3rd-generation killing emperor is Lu Ciyuan. The name of the 4th-generation killing emperor is Wen Chu. The name of the 5th-generation killing emperor is Lian Jin. The name of the 6th-generation killing emperor is Wu Chu. The current killing emperor is the 7th-generation killing emperor of the Killing Palace. His name is Pajun Shadi. He lives in the Pajun Star Palace on the 7th star of the Big Dipper." After a brief introduction, Fei He stepped in the starry sky. A white lotus appeared under his feet and carried Ning Fan to the 7th star palace. Ning Fan remained silent. Looking at the 7 stars of the Big Dipper in the sky, he suddenly recalled a sentence on the giant stele of the Heaven Tower. "Big Dipper, Big Dipper, Big Dipper, Big Dipper." The Killing Palace seemed to be very obsessed with the 2 words Big Dipper. The strange phenomenon of the heaven-seizing seal also seemed to be connected with the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The blood sword in the 7th floor of the blood prison also seemed to have 7 pieces of crystals embedded in it. They were connected with the position of the Big Dipper. All the previous killing emperors were named after the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. What exactly was the meaning behind this? The White Lotus flew at full speed and gradually approached the Broken Army Star Palace. All of a sudden, 2 rays of cold and boundless qi descended from the sky and locked onto Fei He and Ning Fan. That qi had obviously reached the 4th level of the eternal immortal realm, the immortal king realm. "Who are you?" Just as the cold voice fell, 2 figures, one black and one white, appeared in front of the White Lotus. All of a sudden, Fei He's expression became extremely nervous. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "I'm Fei He, an elder of the Killing Palace. I have something to ask the Killing Emperor. Please help me pass the message." How could he not be terrified? It was because the two immortal kings in black and white were not living beings, both of them did not have high spiritual intelligence. If he says anything wrong, he would be instantly killed by the two of them. An immortal king realm corpse puppet. Ning Fan was shocked. What kind of expert could actually refine a dignified immortal king into a puppet? Could it be the killing emperor? 1/2, to be continued, Fei. The two immortal king puppets carefully observed Fei He and seemed to have some impression of him. Their gazes swept past Fei He and landed on Ning Fan. Killing intent surged in their eyes. People who aren't of the Big Dipper clan, kill. The moment the two puppets showed their killing intent, a sense of impending doom rose in Ning Fan's heart. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan waved his hand, wanting to summon the ghost face and escape. He was no match for an immortal king who had undergone the fourth tribulation. The only thing he could do was to escape. Just as he was about to summon the ghost face, an old but dignified voice descended from the sky. Stop. The voice instantly turned into two blood-red shackles that shackled the Black King and White King, preventing them from attacking Ning Fan. This was the ability to summon the law with words. As soon as Fei He heard the voice, his face immediately filled with reverence. He cupped his fists at the Destroyer Star Palace and said, "Subordinate Fei He greets the venerable sovereign." Ning Fan did not dare to be negligent. He cupped his fists and said, "Disciple Ning Fan greets the venerable sovereign." At ease. Another dignified voice resounded. It carried a powerful divine ability, causing Fei He and Ning Fan to unclench their fists on their own accord. It was still the same ability to summon the law with words. "Fei He, why did you bring this young man into the blood world? This young man is the champion of this year's grand competition. His aptitude is the best among his peers. He has a request that he would like to ask the venerable sovereign personally." Fei He replied respectfully. Then, he transmitted his voice to Ning Fan. "Go and meet the venerable sovereign yourself and ask for the pill formula of the corpse extermination pill. Don't make any mistakes." Fei He naturally did not need to be polite to Ning Fan. His tone carried a hint of threat. The first step of his plan required the corpse extermination pill. However, the pill formula was in the venerable sovereign's hands. Fei He was not stupid enough to ask for it personally. To obtain the reward from the venerable sovereign, one would either succeed or fail. If he succeeds, he would be rewarded. If he fails, he would infuriate the venerable sovereign and he would not be able to escape death. Fei He did not have the courage to take the risk. That was why he wanted Ning Fan to meet the venerable sovereign personally to ask for the pill formula. If he infuriated the venerable sovereign, the one who would suffer would be Ning Fan instead of him. Besides, Ning Fan had the death exemption order. Even if he could not obtain the pill formula of the corpse extermination pill. With Ning Fan's presence, Fei He would never ask the venerable sovereign. "Oh? Does he want to see me?" The Shadi's voice was emotionless. After that, there was a long silence. After a long time, he said, "Ning Fan? You can enter the palace alone." "Yes." Ning Fan clenched his fists tightly, feeling slightly nervous. He could finally meet the Shadi. Fei He stared at Ning Fan with a meaningful look. Then, he transmitted his voice to Ning Fan, reminding him to remember the reward for obtaining the pill formula of the corpse elixir. Of course, Ning Fan would not forget to ask for the reward. However, what he wanted was not the corpse elixir formula, but the longevity jade. With a sway of his body, Ning Fan turned into a ray of traveling light and flew down from the White Lotus. He passed by the Black and White Kings and flew towards the army-vanquishing Star Palace. As soon as he entered the Star Palace, an ancient restrictive force violently pressed down on him, erasing his escaping light. When Ning Fan landed on the ground, he had no choice but to walk on foot. When he stepped on the floor of the Star Palace, a bone-chilling coldness spread from his feet to his entire body, nearly freezing him. "This is the coldness of the baleful aura." Ning Fan gritted his teeth. His eyes flashed with red light, slightly blocking the coldness of the baleful aura under his feet. Along with the coldness of the baleful aura, there was also a world-sealing force that sealed both the Cauldron world and the Yuanya world. Even Ouyang Yuan could no longer sense the situation in the outside world. As for the Profounding world, it was not sealed because it was a medium-class world. World sealing. Ning Fan's eyes turned serious. After walking for about 2 hours, Ning Fan finally arrived at the outer palace. He stepped on the heavenly staircase and walked towards the inner palace. After a few more hours, he finally arrived at the inner palace. Outside the inner palace, there were 14 puppets. The weakest of them was at the immortal venerable realm of the first tribulation of eternity. The strongest one was even at the immortal king realm of the fifth tribulation of eternity. Including the 2 immortal king puppets outside the star palace, there were 16 immortal king puppets guarding this small star palace. The 14 puppets outside the inner palace looked at Ning Fan with blank expressions. They did not make things difficult for him. Ning Fan walked past the 14 puppets and entered the inner palace. The inner palace was very quiet. There were 49 palace lanterns with purple flames. A blood-red figure was sitting on the throne above. His body was wrapped in 7-colored light. Ning Fan could not see his true appearance. Ning Fan could only roughly see that the other party was a white-haired old man in blood-red robes. This person's chi was ferocious and cold. Ning Fan could not get within 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, of him at all. Disciple Ning Fan greets the venerable sovereign. Ning Fan cupped his fists and bowed again. All of a sudden, a spirit sense that was filled with the smell of blood swept towards Ning Fan. When he sensed that there was a force in Ning Fan's body that was resisting his senses, the blood-robed old man nodded with satisfaction. Ming Hai didn't lie to me. You have indeed obtained the recognition of the altar and inherited this innate ghost face. After inheriting this ghost face, you will be the 8th generation young emperor of the Slaughter Palace. His tone was still dignified, but it was less cold and indifferent than before. It was more kind. When the 7-colored light dispersed, the blood-robed old man took the initiative to reveal his true appearance and said to Ning Fan with a smile. You don't have to be so restrained. Since you have obtained the recognition of the altar, even I will be courteous to you. I have heard about your achievements from Ming Hai. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I definitely wouldn't believe that a mere first-step cultivator could actually cultivate the Fu Li ancestral blood and refine the young emperor ghost face at the void fragmentation realm. Fu Li. Many demon ancestors and demon saints of the Northern Dipper immortal domain were conferred the title of Fu Li after they died. Those who can obtain the Fu Li ancestral blood are definitely not mediocre. The one who obtains the ghost face will be the 8th generation young emperor. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Then, he looked at the Shadi in disbelief. Even though he did not know what a young emperor was, he could hear that this young emperor had an extraordinary status in the Slaughter Palace. He had already imagined countless situations where he would exchange words with the Shadi, but he had never thought that the Shadi would talk to him so amiably. Is this white-haired old man really the Shadi in front of me? Young Emperor Ghostface, Fu Li ancestral blood, Northern Dipper immortal domain. The Shadi's words contained a lot of information which made Ning Fan unable to comprehend all of it in a short time. I heard that you have mastered the first form of the heaven-seizing seal? The Shadi asked with a smile. Yes. Summon the ghost face and show me the heaven-seizing seal. Yes. Since the Shadi had given him an order, Ning Fan naturally did not dare to neglect it. Even though displaying the heaven-seizing seal would consume all of his magic power, what difference would it make in front of the Shadi? He turned his palm over and the silver ghost face appeared all of a sudden. All of a sudden, his black hair turned into silver strands that fluttered without wind. He changed his hand seals continuously and completed them in an instant. 7 layers of golden palm imprints stacked on top of each other and merged into one. Ning Fan did not release the palm imprints because he was still a little cautious. He knew that this shattering army star palace was not a place where he could behave atrociously. In this star palace, he would not display the complete palm imprints in order to avoid breaking the tables and chairs and provoking the Shadi. Innate ghost face, heaven-seizing seal. Hee hee. Finally, another young emperor has arrived. The Shadi nodded satisfyingly. He ordered Ning Fan to disperse the palm imprints and keep the ghost face. Then, he asked. According to Fei He, you came to see me because you want to ask for something. I know what Fei He has always wanted. Besides, your cultivation base in the Tao of Corpse is indeed not weak. The pill formula of the corpse extermination pill will benefit you greatly. I can give it to you as a reward. However, whether it's a blessing or a curse, you will have to bear it yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadi waved his hand. Traces of blood light condensed into a jade slip and fell on his palm. What was recorded in the jade slip was the pill formula of the corpse extermination pill. Ning Fan raised his head. Without looking at the jade slip, he took a deep breath. That pill formula was what Fei he wanted, but it wasn't what he wanted. From the very beginning, there was only one thing he wanted. Only this thing could prolong Ouyang Yuan's life. If it wasn't for this thing, he would not have risked his life to come here. What this disciple wants is not the pill formula of the corpse extermination pill but the longevity jade. As soon as Ning Fan said that, the smile in the Shadi's eyes turned into a fierce expression. You said you want the longevity jade? His tone was as cold as ice. A feeling of certain death rose in Ning Fan's heart. Ning Fan knew that he had successfully angered the Shadi. However, he did not understand why the Shadi who had always been kind to him would become so cold after he asked for the longevity jade. Are you sure you want the longevity jade? The Shadi asked coldly. Yes. Please give me the jade. Ning Fan lowered his head and clenched his teeth. It's impossible for me to give you this jade. In exchange for a reward, no matter what you want, this old man will satisfy you for the sake of you being a young emperor. An aura force that felt like the collapse of the heavens descended on Ning Fan. That was the aura force of the Shadi under his rage. It was not something he could withstand at all. His muscles and bones were crushed bit by bit. Soon, his white robe was dyed red with blood again. It was as if 10,000 sharp blades were cutting his body. The pain was unimaginable. It was as if the Shadi only needed to release his killing intent to crush him into a bloody pulp. Ning Fan's body could no longer withstand the heavy aura force and was on the verge of collapsing. However, his eyes were as firm as before. This disciple only wants the longevity jade. I'm willing to exchange it for the jade with my token. Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his chest and coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, he gritted his teeth and waved his hand, taking out Fu Linglong's elder token from the profounding world. At the same time, he patted his storage pouch and took out the death exemption order. Then, he raised his eyes and looked at the Shadi in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. The death exemption order of the Wu family and Fu Linglong's elder token. The Shadi's expression suddenly changed. He closed his eyes and lifted his hand to disperse the aura force that was suppressing Ning Fan. Then, he pointed his finger at Ning Fan and a ray of blood light entered his body. In just an instant, all of his injuries were healed. After that, there was a long silence. Ning Fan was extremely nervous. He did not know if he could get the longevity jade by taking out the elder token. He was not sure. He had 10,000 uncertainties. He could not imagine what would happen if he did not get the longevity jade. Without the longevity jade, Ouyang Yuan's death would be 10 years later. Wait. He was waiting for the Shadi's answer. He knew that the Shadi was certainly considering whether to give him the jade or not. The Shadi's answer was related to Ouyang Yuan's life. Thus, Ning Fan could not help but feel nervous and attach great importance to it. I still can't give you the longevity jade. In the end, the Shadi opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. An unprecedented sense of helplessness lingered in Ning Fan's heart. He had already used up his last bargaining chip, but the Shadi still could not give him the jade. At this moment, there was only one thought in Ning Fan's mind: Ouyang Yuan would die. At this moment, he had almost forgotten the difference in cultivation base between him and the Shadi. His eyes were filled with madness. He took a big step forward and clasped his fists. Venerable Sovereign, please give me the jade. I can't give you the longevity jade. Since you have contributed the token, I will give you a fortune and help you reach the thought fragmentation realm in 10,000 years. I don't want the thought fragmentation realm. I only want the longevity jade. Since you don't want to improve your cultivation base, I will give you 10 trillion Dao crystals. It's enough for all your cultivation expenses before the ancient times. I don't want Dao crystals. I only want the longevity jade. The Shadi heaved a long sigh and said, the first disciple of the medicine sect, Ouyang Yuan, has an innate medicine body. Her lifespan is less than 10,000 years. She used up the rest of her lifespan to save you. You want to save her by asking for the jade, right? Yes. Ning Fan gritted his teeth. The longevity jade was secretly made by the longevity emperor. There are only 3 pieces in this world. One of them has been destroyed. The other 2 pieces are actually in my hands. Ouyang Yuan's master has searched the entire eastern heaven, but he could never find the longevity jade. What? 2 pieces of longevity jade? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with astonishment. He had never thought that the 2 pieces of longevity jade were in the Shadi's hands. How could he not be surprised? If the Shadi only had 1 piece of longevity jade, it could be explained that the jade meant something to him. That was why he was reluctant to give it to others. If the Shadi had 2 pieces of longevity jade at the same time, he must have spent a lot of effort to find them. The jade must be very useful to the Shadi, therefore, no matter how Ning Fan begged, the Shadi was not willing to give him the jade. As you expected, this longevity jade is of great use to this old man. The longevity jade is my life-saving treasure. The Shadi said with a sigh. What? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with astonishment. He felt a sharp pain in his heart. If the longevity jade was the life-saving treasure of the Shadi would not give it to him even if he had made a great contribution. The only 2 pieces of longevity jade in this world were in the Shadi's hands. Since the Shadi would not give him the jade, wouldn't Ouyang Yuan die for sure? The longevity jade is the ancient jade secretly made by the longevity emperor. Refining 1 piece of jade can guarantee immortality for first-step cultivators. Refining 2 pieces of jade can guarantee the Tao of second-step cultivators. Refining 3 pieces of jade can guarantee the saint's samsara. The 3rd piece of jade has been destroyed. I have 2 pieces of jade with me. My Tao has yet to disappear. As a matter of fact, 6 million years ago, a strong enemy invaded the blood world. I was severely injured and died. At that time, the young emperor, Fu Linglong, was eager to break through to the eternal ancient realm to replace the Shadi's position. However, she failed because of her impatience. Therefore, I found the longevity jade and survived until today, waiting for the next young emperor to appear. However, even with the longevity jade, my Tao is already close to disappearing. If you don't appear, I will die in another 10,000 years. The slaughter palace will seal itself off from the blood world and live and die with the people of Big Dipper. If I give you a piece of jade, my Tao will certainly disappear within 2,000 years. As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadi closed his eyes tiredly. When he opened them again, he was wearing the same kind smile as before. Young man, if you promise me one thing, I will give you a piece of longevity jade. What do you think? What is it? Ning Fan's heart, which was close to despair, suddenly tightened. You must promise me that after my Tao disappears, you will help me protect the people of the blood world. Don't let anyone invade the blood world. Kill all invaders without mercy. You can do it. The Shadi's smile disappeared. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. This was his last concession. If he gave Ning Fan a piece of jade, his Tao would disappear 8,000 years earlier. He was not afraid of death. He should have died 6 million years ago. The reason why he was still alive was to protect the blood world, be it 2,000 years or 10,000 years. Before his Tao disappears, there would most likely not be another young emperor. He had waited 6 million years for Ning Fan's arrival. If he does not give Ning Fan a piece of longevity jade, he was afraid that it would be difficult to convince him to protect the blood world. If a venerable sovereign loses a piece of jade, his Tao will disappear within 2,000 years. I don't know how far I can cultivate in 2,000 years. I also don't know if I have the ability to protect the blood world. However, if the venerable sovereign really gives me a piece of longevity jade, I can swear that I will protect the blood world with my life when the venerable sovereign disappears 2,000 years later. If the blood world falls, I will certainly die in front of the people of the blood world. Ning Fan's expression was extremely solemn. In 2,000 years, he might be able to cultivate to a level stronger than the Shadi and become the 8th generation Shadi to protect the blood world from destruction. 2,000 years might only be enough for him to reach crossing truth and shedding emptiness. He might not even be able to reach crossing truth. He could not guarantee that he would be able to protect the blood world. The only thing he could do was to agree to the Shadi's request and use his life to exchange for Ouyang Yuan's life. His eyes were filled with determination and no hesitation. There was a kind of Tao rhyme that said that he would not regret even if he had to die 100 times. It was slowly solidifying. Vaguely, Ningfan somewhat understood what his Tao was. There was only one word for his Tao: stubbornness. Because of stubbornness, he was impulsive. Because of stubbornness, he was resolute. Because of reluctance to lose, he had to hold everything that he cared about tightly in his palm and hold on to it in his heart. For the sake of protecting the warmth behind him, he could follow the heavens, go against it and even seize it. For the sake of the stubbornness in his heart, he could be a god, a demon or even a devil. As long as Ouyang Yuan can break free from this tribulation, he was willing to protect her with his own body. The Sha Di looked at Ningfan, whose eyes were filled with determination. His expression was solemn. Then, he suddenly punched his chest and coughed out a ray of blood light. That blood light slowly turned into a piece of crystal clear white jade that floated in front of Ningfan. The moment the Sha Di removed the jade, his appearance became even older and his chi began to become lifeless. You can take the longevity jade. Remember the oath you made today. Since I've already given you the jade, I won't give you anything else. This is the rule of my slaughter palace. Rules can't be broken. I can give you the pill formula of the corpse liberation pill. It's not valuable. Since you killed the young emperor of my slaughter palace for me, it's not too much to give it to you. After giving him the longevity jade, the Sha Di raised his hand and gave Ningfan the jade slip containing the pill formula of the corpse liberation pill. Ningfan casually kept the pill formula of the corpse liberation pill and kept the longevity jade. After taking the jade, the date of the Sha Di's Tao dissipation was brought forward by 8,000 years. The Tao dissipation had nothing to do with one's bone age or heavenly tribulation. Apart from saints, no one could stop the Tao dissipation of a second-step cultivator. Even the 2 pieces of longevity jade could only delay the Tao dissipation. The Sha Di's Tao dissipation was brought forward in exchange for Ningfan's oath. Ningfan, on the other hand, obtained the longevity jade by sacrificing his life and death with the blood world. Ningfan did not have a bad impression of the Sha Di. Instead, he had a good impression of him. A person who was willing to sacrifice his life to protect others, even if he was a villain, he could not be that bad. Venerable Sovereign, may I ask what kind of existence the young emperor is in the Slaughter Palace? What is the relationship between the Slaughter Palace and the Northern Dipper Immortal Domain and the Northern Dipper Immortal Sovereign? Who was the one who invaded the Blood World 6 million years ago? Ningfan asked several questions that were in his mind. After obtaining the longevity jade, he felt slightly relieved. There were some questions that he had to clear up. Since he had decided to guard the Blood World, he had to figure out the origin and enemies of the Blood World. At the same time, he had to figure out what a young emperor was. He had to know how many benefits and troubles this identity could bring him. The young emperor of the Slaughter Palace was probably the same as the crown prince of the Eastern Palace in the mortal world. On the surface, he seemed to be glorious, but in the dark, there were countless people who wanted to kill him. 2 halves, I'm done, wash up and go to sleep. To be continued. Oh? Have you heard of the Big Dipper Immortal Domain and the Big Dipper Immortal Emperor? Sha Di was slightly stunned. When he looked at Ningfan again, the way he looked at him was completely different. Even though he had mentioned the Northern Dipper Immortal Domain several times, he did not think that Ningfan understood the profound meaning of those 4 words. After all, within the past 4 days, there were only a few people who knew about the Purple Dipper Immortal Domain, let alone the Purple Dipper Immortal Domain's predecessor, the North Dipper Immortal Domain. Now, it seemed like he had underestimated Ningfan. Ningfan actually knew such a secret. I once encountered a life and death tribulation. During the tribulation, I heard people talking about the Big Dipper Immortal Domain and the Big Dipper Immortal Sovereign. Ningfan answered honestly. Lying in front of an old monster like the Sha Di would be seen through at a glance. Oh? You were lucky enough to enter the life and death tribulation? No wonder you know these secrets. You must have borrowed the power of the life and death tribulation to dream back to ancient times. The 3 tribulations of the mortal tribulation are life and death tribulation, boundless tribulation, and awakening dream. Your luck isn't bad. Experiencing the life and death tribulation is very beneficial to you. The Sha Di sighed as he recalled the past. May I ask, venerated sovereign, what is the relationship between my Slaughter Palace and the Northern Dipper Immortal region? Ning Fan inquired. We'll talk about this later. First, let me tell you about your identity as the 8th young emperor. The position of young emperor is extremely respected in the slaughter hall. If I die, and you've already broken through to the eternal ancient realm, you can temporarily take over the position of young emperor and lead the slaughter hall. If you reach the 6th tribulation and become an immortal emperor, you will be able to inherit the position of Emperor Xia. If I were still alive, the young emperor would not have any special privileges. If this old man falls, the young emperor who has yet to break through to the eternal ancient realm will not have any special privileges. In that case, my identity as a young emperor is temporarily useless? Ning Fan was speechless. The dignified young emperor of Killing Palace, the crown prince of Eastern Sky, turned out to be just an empty title. He didn't have the status of an elder to use, and an elder had the power to summon 100 true immortals, that's right. If I hadn't perished and you hadn't broken through to the primordial realm, then the title of young emperor would have been useless. On the contrary, it will bring you endless death. As a young emperor, even if you have the death exemption order, there is no guarantee of your safety. The massacre hall's laws allow the hall's cultivators to assassinate a young emperor under any circumstances. You don't have to bear any responsibility and will even be rewarded handsomely. If an outsider were to kill the young emperor, the massacre hall would not help the young emperor. After all, if the young emperor can't even defend against an attack of this level, he wouldn't be qualified to be the emperor of death and protect the bloodline realm. The young emperor doesn't have any special rights. How can he be killed so easily? You can kill your own people, but you can also kill outsiders? Ning Fan was even more speechless. If his identity as a young emperor were to be exposed, the death exemption order would no longer be able to protect him. Who knew how many Shishi would try to kill him in the slaughter hall for the reward? In order to prevent the next slayer from growing up, the old monsters in the outside world would send many people to kill him. This identity was a huge trouble for Ning Fan. Ning Fan could not help but admire the previous generations of Xia emperors. He really wondered what kind of dangerous environment these Xia emperors grew up step by step. He suddenly understood why Fu Linglong was so anxious to break through to the eternal ancient realm. Without entering the eternal ancient realm, Fu Linglong was just a young empress in name. Without any real benefits, she could only be hunted down and assassinated. As soon as she entered the 10,000 ancient realm, Fu Linglong would be able to temporarily take the position of the slaughter emperor. She would be in charge of the life and death of a palace's experts. Not even the immortal emperor would dare to underestimate her. Unfortunately, Fu Linglong was too impatient. In the end, she failed to break through to the eternal ancient realm. If Ning Fan had a choice, he really did not want to be a young emperor who would only bring harm to himself. However, from the moment he refined the innate ghost mask, it seemed like there was no turning back. He was already a young emperor. From the looks of it, the only thing he could do now was to not reveal his identity as a young emperor to avoid attracting other troubles. Hee. The rules of the slaughter hall are a little too harsh for a young emperor. According to the rules, as the Xia emperor, I can't provide any help to this generation's young emperor. You must live and die on your own. However, the current situation is special. You, the 8th generation young emperor, are the last hope of the blood world. How can I let you live and die on your own? I have to give you some means to protect yourself. What you need to do is to use the heaven-seizing seal as little as possible to avoid exposing your identity as a young emperor. There's no harm in using the innate ghost mask. Other than the previous Xia emperors and the great elder of the slaughter hall, no one knows the significance of the innate ghost mask. Use the heaven-seizing seal as little as possible, huh? Ning Fan murmured. The heaven-seizing seal is the divine ability that every Xia emperor must cultivate. It is the symbol of his identity and its power is limitless. If you don't have the confidence to protect yourself, don't use this technique in public. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome if your identity as a young emperor is exposed. Once you use this technique, you must take the enemy's life and leave no survivors. It can be a disaster. As soon as he finished speaking, the Xia emperor stood up from his throne. His body flashed and appeared in front of Ning Fan. He lifted his finger and pointed it at Ning Fan's glabella. Ning Fan's heart skipped a beat, but he did not dodge. This finger was not meant to harm him but to give him an opportunity. The 7 heaven-seizing seals can only be cultivated by someone who has the thought fragment realm. With your current cultivation base, you can only cultivate the first form of the palm imprint. I can't teach you the cultivation method of the 7 seals for the time being. However, I can teach you the Tao of slaughter that I have comprehended in my lifetime. Among them, there are also insights on the cultivation of seals. If you carefully comprehend them, you will surely gain something. The blood light went through the Xia Emperor's finger and went into Ning Fan's head, seeping into his sea of consciousness. Ning Fan closed his eyes and the scenes of a bloody massacre appeared in front of him. That was a blood-haired youth's path of slaughter. That blood-haired young man was born in the bloody slaughtering world. He was a descendant of the Northern Dipper clan. He started cultivating at the age of 6, reached the harmonious spirit realm at the age of 10, formed his gold core at the age of 16, formed his nascent soul at 100 years, reached the void fragmentation realm at 1,000 years, the crossing truth realm at 1,000 years and the fragmenting thought realm at 10,000 years. He became the 7th young emperor of the Slaughter Palace. 1,000,000 years later, the blood-haired youth was already a white-haired old man. He had inherited the title of the 7th Slayer with the cultivation of the eternal 7th Tribulation. On the day he became a sovereign, 10,000 ancient realm cultivators came looking for trouble. The white-haired old man attacked, killing them all and refining them into companion slaughter puppets. The scenes of that battle replayed in Ning Fan's mind. Amidst the galaxy, the white-haired old man's eyes shone like the Big Dipper. His expression changed, and the 100,000 galaxies sank into eternal night. He raised his palm and the Big Dipper appeared in the sky. The 7 stars connected and the phenomenon was shocking. 7 palms merged, a golden palm appearing. When this palm struck out, millions and millions of creatures were wiped out. 16 ancient immortal kings and immortal kings all died. The 4 celestial thearchs provoked him, but the white-haired old man heavily injured the 4 thearchs with another palm strike. The 4 thearchs were so frightened that they fled. 4,000,000 years later, the white-haired old man broke through the 8th tribulation of the eternal 8th tribulation. He could even put up a fight against a 9 tribulation immortal emperor. Another 10,000,000 years later, the white-haired old man reached the peak of the 9th tribulation. Within the eastern heaven, no celestial thearchs dared to provoke the Slaughter Palace anymore. Gradually, the scenes disappeared. Ning Fan slowly opened his eyes and saw Shadi looking at him with a satisfied smile. What you saw just now was the massacre of my entire life. It contained the enlightenment of the heaven-seizing seal and the entire process of my cultivation of the Big Dipper heavenly scripture. The Big Dipper heavenly scripture is a cultivation method that every Shadi must cultivate. Your luck isn't weak. If you cultivate this technique and encounter some opportunities, you can at least attain the 5th color of your immortal luck within 2,000 years. Thank you for imparting the Tao to me, venerated sovereign. Ning Fan cupped his fists to express his gratitude. He had once witnessed the massacre of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's lifetime when the Yin Yang locket recognized him as its master. However, the Tao enlightenment gained from the massacre was only limited to the first step of Tao cultivation. Shadi, on the other hand, was different. He showed Ning Fan the massacre of his lifetime and also showed him the Tao enlightenment of his lifetime. To Ning Fan, being able to witness the lifetime's enlightenment of an immortal emperor was extremely beneficial. Moreover, he even obtained a cultivation method to cultivate luck. To Ning Fan, this cultivation method was extremely meaningful. What are you thanking me for? You are the hope of the blood world. The reason why I help you is just to help my family. Shadi said with a smile. Family. Ning Fan's heart shuddered for no reason. Family was such a strange word to cultivators. So, to Shadi, the mortals and cultivators of the blood world are all his family? That's why he has to protect them with his life. It seems like you haven't triggered the strongest ability of the innate ghost face. Shadi changed the topic and pointed out something. The strongest ability of the innate ghost face? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He had already vaguely noticed that the innate ghost face had another powerful ability other than isolating himself from detection, concealing himself from heaven's will and concealing himself. However, he had yet to figure out what that ability was until now. After hearing Shadi's words, Ning Fan's expression turned solemn. The strongest point of the innate ghost face isn't concealment but killing without karma. Without karma, there will be no sin. Without karma, even if you kill someone who consumes the death-chasing pill, no one will know who the killer is. When you are killing someone, if you summon the ghost face, you can remove all karma. Killing without karma. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. If killing without karma, the old would not come to seek revenge after killing the young. This innate ghost face was definitely a must-have item for those who liked to kill and rob. Fei He has bad intentions towards you. You have to be careful. As the Shadi, I can't be partial to you and help you kill Fei He. However, I can give you 3 methods to protect yourself. Even if you really expose your identity as the young emperor one day and get yourself killed, you don't have to be afraid. I will protect you for the rest of my life. As soon as he finished speaking, Shadi made a grabbing motion with his hand. Traces of golden light spread out from his palm and condensed into a golden jade slip. This golden jade slip seemed ordinary, but it contained boundless abilities. After condensing this golden jade slip, Shadi's chi immediately became weaker. The first method I'm going to give you is this offensive jade slip. It contains one of my abilities. Its power is barely comparable to the attack of an immortal venerable, the first tribulation of all eternity. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm on the verge of death and can't condense a stronger jade slip, I would definitely condense an attack of an immortal emperor to protect you. Fortunately, even though the power of this jade slip is only at the level of an immortal venerable, it's enough to kill thought fragmentation realm experts. With this jade slip, you don't have to be afraid of Fei He. After letting out a long sigh, Shadi gave the golden jade slip to Ning Fan. Ning Fan received the jade slip and felt the immense power of the ability. His heart trembled and he could not stay calm at all. The ability in this jade slip was too powerful. The attack of an ancient immortal venerable was enough to instantly kill a peak thought fragmentation realm expert. Thank you for your gift, venerable sovereign. Ning Fan kept the jade slip and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. The second method I'm going to give you is a jade slip of the heavenly gate. You should know that I have 16 eternal ancient realm spiritual puppets with me. Initially, I wanted to give them to you. However, your cultivation base is too low and you can't control puppets of such a level. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just break the jade slip of the heavenly gate. As long as you're still within the eastern heaven, I can send the 16 puppets to your side through the heavenly gate to help you in battle once. With my current physical condition, I can only use this method once at most. You must make good use of this opportunity. Shadi waved his palm and took out a silver jade slip out of thin air, passing it to Ning Fan. When Ning Fan received the jade slip, he felt even more astonished. With this jade slip of the heavenly gate, Ning Fan could summon 16 eternal ancient realm spiritual puppets to help him once in the eastern heaven. 16 eternal ancient realm spiritual puppets were enough to wipe out all forces below the immortal emperor realm. Without waiting for Ning Fan to keep the silver jade slip, Shadi took out a blood-red jade slip and passed it to him. This is the third life-saving method that I'm going to give you. This jade slip is a descending jade slip. As long as you're still within the 4 heavens, once you break this jade slip, I will use my teleportation ability and descend to your side. With my peak 9 tribulation realm cultivation base, I will help you in battle. My Tao is on the verge of dissipating. I can only leave the blood world once in my life. I'm giving you this chance. You must use this jade slip carefully. Since Shadi spoke in a serious tone, Ning Fan agreed to it seriously. These 3 jade slips were the life-saving methods that Shadi gave to Ning Fan. These 3 methods could ensure that Ning Fan's life would not be in danger when he travels the eastern heaven. Ning Fan held the jade slips in his hand and felt that they were heavy as if they weighed 10,000 kilograms. Today, he had received benefits from Shadi. In the future, he would fulfill his promise to protect the blood world for Shadi. You already know my identity as young emperor. There's no need for me to explain anymore. Next, I will bring you to the blood world to have a look. At the same time, I will tell you about the history of my slaughter palace. As soon as he finished speaking, Shadi flicked his sleeves. In a flash of blood-red light, both of them disappeared from the broken army star palace. At the next moment, they appeared in the night sky in a faraway place. Standing in the night sky, Shadi looked down at the living beings below. His cold eyes gradually turned gentle. He raised his hand and locked Ning Fan's Yuanyao jade with a finger. He did not want Ouyang Wan to hear his words. After that, he said to Ning Fan. I was born in the blood world. I don't know much about the ancient secrets. I only know that the people of my blood world are the descendants of immortal sovereign Beidou. They are not allowed to exist in this world and are feared by everyone. Ever since the fall of the Big Dipper realm, countless immortal sovereigns and saints of the Big Dipper realm had fallen. Later on, the first generation Sha Di appeared. He had a close relationship with immortal sovereign Beidou. He had comprehended 7 of the 3,000 seals of the immortal sovereign's secret technique Big Dipper 3,000 seals. In his entire life, he worked hard to revive the Big Dipper realm. He fought against Purple Dipper and other experts with the intention of seizing the heavens. Later on, the first Sha Di was defeated in the hands of an expert. After being enlightened by that expert, the knot in his heart was gradually untied when he saw the flourishing Purple Dipper era. From then on, he gave up on seizing the heavens will and established the Slaughter Palace to protect the descendants of immortal sovereign Beidou. Since then, he has never stirred up trouble. The purpose of my Slaughter Palace's existence is not to destroy the Purple Dipper immortal domain but to protect the descendants of Big Dipper. Killing is just a means. Protecting is the root. Because this is the last homeland of the cultivators of Big Dipper. You are not a descendant of Big Dipper. I don't expect you to be like me and have a longing for this place. I just hope that you will remember the oath that you have made. After I die, you will help me protect the blood world. The bloodline of Big Dipper must not be destroyed by my hands. Otherwise, I won't have the face to face the former venerated sovereign. Sha Di looked at the living beings below his feet with a sad expression. He could only protect the blood world for another 2,000 years. After 2,000 years, I wonder if the blood world will still exist. It was not that he did not have confidence in Ning Fan. It was just that 2,000 years was too short for Ning Fan to grow fully and protect the blood world on his behalf. Unfortunately, he had no other choice. He could only bet all his hopes on Ning Fan. He bet that Ning Fan could continue to protect the blood world after 2,000 years. Or he bet that the enemy would not immediately notice his death and attack the blood world. Who was the enemy that attacked the blood world 6 million years ago? Ning Fan suddenly asked. I don't know. Perhaps it was one of the 10 great secret races. After all, among the 4 heavens, only the 10 great forces could dispatch 6 immortal emperors at once to besiege the blood world. 10 great secret races. 6 immortal emperors? Ning Fan's expression changed. Kunlun Jade Pool, Purple Mansion Academy, Godly Void Pavilion and Lost World Palace are the strongest forces in the 4 heavens on the surface. However, these 4 forces are still under the control of the 4 Profound Sect. The 4 Profound Sect is the maker and executor of the laws of the 4 heavens. Their foundation is even stronger than the Godly Void Pavilion and the other forces. On the other hand, the 4 Profound Sect is under the control of the 10 great secret races. In the future, when your cultivation base improves a little, you will have a better understanding of the 10 great secret races. You must not provoke such a colossus. Otherwise. Even Sha Di's expression became extremely solemn at this moment. Any one of the 10 great secret races had the foundation to dispatch 6 immortal emperors. Sha Di was unwilling to admit it, but he had no choice but to admit that the Slaughter Palace was definitely not a match for such great secret races. If you really can't defend the blood world 2,000 years later, bring a few of your descendants and escape secretly. At least, you can't let the Big Dipper bloodline go extinct. At least, you must let the Big Dipper bloodline continue to exist. Sha Di closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Ning Fan did not answer him. His eyes became more and more solemn. It turned out that even someone like Sha Di who had ascended to the peak of the 2nd step also had times where he was powerless to turn the situation around. You are about to become an immortal. After going through the baptism of the blood pool, you should comprehend the Tao in the blood world and become an immortal. If there are any accidents, I can also take care of you. This boat is for you. It allows you to enter the blood world at any time. After standing in the night sky for an unknown period of time, Sha Di suddenly took out a palm-sized silver boat and gave it to Ning Fan. It was the 7-star boat that could allow him to enter the blood world. Ning Fan's 7-star boat accompanied Sha Di and stood in the night sky for a long time. After a long time, Sha Di finally put away all of his expressions. With a flick of his sleeve, he brought Ning Fan back to the broken army star palace. When he returned to his throne, Shadi's aged figure and the cold and cheerless main hall reflected each other's brilliance. You may leave now. Understood. Ning Fan cupped his fists at Shadi and walked out of the star palace. As a young emperor, don't die in the hands of mediocre people. Just as Ning Fan was about to walk out of the star palace, Shadi's faint voice entered Ning Fan's ears. Ning Fan was stunned. He turned around and cupped his fists. Understood. Then, he turned around and left. Looking at Ning Fan's departing figure, Shadi's aged eyes were filled with nostalgia. Many years ago, when he was still the 7th-generation young emperor, he seemed to have done something similar to Ning Fan. I, Yao Guang, beg Venerable Sovereign to grant me the Ocean of Sin Pearl. It's impossible for me to grant you this item. Step down. I beg Venerable Sovereign to grant me the pearl. Yao Guang. Even though you are the 7th-generation young emperor, you don't have the right to ask me for a reward. If you cause any trouble again, I don't mind granting you death. If Venerable Sovereign doesn't grant me the Sea of Sin Pearl, Yao Guang won't regret death. Yao Guang, why are you doing this? Your Dao companion is already dead. If an immortal dies and the Dao disappears, not even a sage can save her. Even the Sea of Sin Pearl won't be able to save her life. I beg Venerable Sovereign to grant me the Sea of Sin Pearl. Yao Guang is willing to exchange her life for the Sea of Sin Pearl. Fine. I don't want your life. I just want you to swear an oath that you will protect the blood world for the rest of your life and ensure that the bloodline of my Big Dipper clan will never be destroyed. You can do it. Yao Guang is willing to make a blood oath. If the blood world is destroyed, Yao Guang will definitely die in front of it. As long as Yao Guang is still alive, I will never allow anyone to harm the blood world. If that's the case, you can have the Sea of Sin Pearl. Consider it as a reward for your infatuation. You're really an infatuated child. When Ning Fan walked out of the broken army star palace, Ouyang could finally sense the situation in the outside world and she could talk to him again. Ning Fan, are you alright? That's great. This is really great. I'm so worried that you will. Ouyang voice trembled uncontrollably. When Ning Fan was confronting the 7th-generation killing emperor, Ouyang did not know what was happening in the outside world. The unknown made her feel terrified. She was afraid that Ning Fan would anger the killing emperor. She was afraid that the death exemption token would not be able to protect Ning Fan's life. She was afraid that Ning Fan would do something foolish due to his impulsiveness. Fortunately, Ning Fan was safe and sound. Otherwise, she would certainly regret it for the rest of her life. She did not ask Ning Fan whether he had obtained the longevity jade or not. Even if Ning Fan did not obtain the longevity jade, this favor alone was enough for her to repay him with everything she had. The longevity jade is in my hands. Nuan, you can live on now. Ning Fan smiled faintly. With a flick of his sleeve, a white jade pendant flew into the Yuanyao world and landed on Ouyang palm. When the white jade landed on her palm, Ouyang was stunned on the spot. Her mind went blank. Then, she covered her mouth to suppress her sobs. Unknowingly, her face was already covered with tears. Were they rejoicing? Were they happy? Were they touched? Were they ashamed? Were they apologetic? She could not tell what kind of emotion she was feeling, but she could not hold back her tears. Did Shadi make things difficult for you? Ouyang asked carefully. She was afraid that Ning Fan would do something stupid in order to obtain this jade. Shadi did not make things difficult for me. Don't worry. I was the one who willingly took the oath in exchange for this jade. It's not that Shadi made things difficult for me. Everything was voluntary. Refine this jade well. Don't use your medicine soul power recklessly during this period of time. Don't worry. I'm fine outside and there's no danger. You just need to refine this longevity jade well. After you have completely refined this jade, you can fulfill your promise with me. What promise? Ouyang cheeks were burning. What do you think? Ning Fan teased. Es despicable. Is that so? Ning Fan smiled disapprovingly and gradually left the broken army star palace. Then, with a flash of light, he flew towards Feihe's direction. Seeing Ning Fan finally return, Fei He asked nervously. Did you get the recipe for the Liberation Corpse pill? Yes. I got it. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the jade slip containing the pill recipe for the Liberation Corpse pill. He then handed it to Fei He. Fei He received the jade slip and scanned the contents with his spirit sense. Then, he was overjoyed. Good. 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 As long as I have this pill recipe. As long as I have this pill recipe. He smiled sinisterly and licked his lips at Ning Fan. After we return to the Blood Sea Star, I will find someone to help you refine the Liberation Corpse pill. You don't have to worry about this. There's only one thing you need to do, and that is to prepare for the baptism in the blood pool. Let's go back to the Blood Sea Star. Fei He patted his storage pouch and took out the 7-star boat. Then, he leaped onto the boat together with Ning Fan and returned to the Realm Gate. During this 1 month, Ning Fan stayed in the Yuanyao world to help Ouyangwan refine the longevity jade. With his help, Ouyangwan had already refined 2/3 of the jade. As for the remaining 1/3, she had to rely on herself to refine it. She reckoned that she would be able to successfully refine it after 2 to 3 months. At that time, the problem of her lifespan would be completely solved. She could finally officially cultivate and advance to the immortal realm. 1 month later, Fei He and Ning Fan returned to the Blood Sea Star. Fei He left on his own. He was busy searching for the medicinal ingredients for the Liberation Corpse pill and also looking for someone to concoct the pill for him. As for Ning Fan, he went into seclusion in his disciple's residence. While comprehending the Tao comprehension that was imparted to him by the Grim Slayer, he was also waiting for the arrival of the baptism in the blood pool. Time passed day by day. 3 days later, it would be the day for him to receive the baptism in the blood pool. At this crucial moment, Zili woke up. An obedient cry was transmitted into Ning Fan's mind through the cauldron world. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's face lit up with joy. Early Ghost Profound Realm. After Zili woke up, her cultivation base was already at the Early Ghost Profound Realm. The flesh and blood of the immortals in the Yao Sect Star region were not eaten in vain. 1/2. To be continued, Zili was already at the early stage of the Ghost Profound Realm, so she could be considered a great help. With the strength of Zili's spirit wheel, she might even be able to fight against a mid-stage Ghost Profound expert. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Ning Fan transmitted his voice to Zili and comforted her. Then, he continued to study Shadi's Tao comprehension. The Tao comprehension of Shadi's lifetime was certainly not something he could comprehend in a short period of time. With the help of Shadi's Tao comprehension, Ning Fan had already comprehended the first style of the heaven-seizing seal to the perfect level. Then, he began to practice the Big Dipper Heavenly Scripture. The Big Dipper Heavenly Tome had a great origin. It was a cultivation method created by the Big Dipper Immortal Sovereign. The first-generation Slayer Emperor had learned this technique from the Northern Dipper Immortal Sovereign, but it was incomplete, and the cultivation technique he passed down was also incomplete. If he cultivated according to the Big Dipper Heavenly Book, he could at most cultivate his immortal luck to the 6th color. If he wanted to cultivate an immortal Emperor 7-colored providence, he would have to find another method. Although the Big Dipper Heavenly Scripture was incomplete, it could not conceal the power of this cultivation technique. The Heavenly Book was divided into 2 volumes. The first volume talked about the cultivation method of luck, while the second volume talked about the technique of luck plundering. The Big Dipper Heavenly Scripture's main method of cultivating destiny was to refine the starry sky's power into destiny. It was very difficult to achieve success in cultivating it in a short time. The true power of this cultivation technique lay in the plundering of fate. Generally speaking, cultivating one's chi and fate was connected to one's fate. One could cultivate it, but could not plunder it. It just so happened that the Big Dipper Immortal Emperor was extremely talented and created the Big Dipper Reversal Technique, which could reverse the luck of others. The Big Dipper Reversal Technique was recorded in the second half of the Tomes of Heaven. The Big Dipper Reversal Technique could only be used on those with higher providence than the user, as the efficiency of plundering providence was relatively low. Furthermore, during the casting process, the opponent was not allowed to resist, or the technique would be interrupted. The grade of Ning Fan's immortal luck was already at the first colored immortal luck. If he can plunder the luck of 100 cultivators with the second colored immortal luck, he would be able to break through to the second colored immortal luck. For an ordinary immortal cultivator, even if they cultivated to the crossing truth realm, they might not be able to cultivate a one-colored immortal fate, much less a two-colored immortal fate. Finding 100 perfected immortals with two-colored immortal luck and plundering their luck was easier said than done. A cultivator with three-colored immortal luck had 10 times the luck of a cultivator with two-colored immortal luck. A cultivator with four-colored immortal luck had 10 times the luck of a cultivator with three-colored immortal luck. If Ning Fan could plunder the luck of 10 cultivators with three-colored immortal luck or one cultivator with four-colored immortal luck, it would be enough for him to attain the second color of his immortal luck. I have the enlightenment of the Slayer Emperor. It is not difficult for me to learn the Big Dipper reversal art. If there is a chance, I can steal the luck of others to improve my own luck. With this thought in mind, Ning Fan continued to comprehend the Big Dipper heavenly scripture and gradually gained some insights. 3 days later, Ning Fan pushed open the door and walked out of the disciple house. Outside the house, there were already 2 ghost-faced old women waiting. They were Yao Qingyan's 2 Duzhen maids, Lu Lan and Yan Hong. As soon as they saw Ning Fan walking out, the 2 ladies immediately said politely, "Today is the day you are going to receive the baptism of the blood pool. Elder Qingyan ordered us to bring you to the blood pool pavilion. Seniors, please lead the way." Ning Fan's eyes flickered slightly. Without saying much, he followed the 2 of them to the blood pool pavilion. Along with the increase in his life-saving methods, he was no longer afraid of Yao Qingyan's provocations, nor was he afraid of Fei He's schemes. The 3 jade slips that Sha Di gave him were all stored in the profounding world by Ning Fan. Ning Fan knew that the baptism of the blood pool that he was going to receive was of the highest grade. During the entire process, he could not wear any clothes. Therefore, he naturally could not bring them into his storage pouch. Therefore, he had already moved his strongest life-saving methods to the profounding world. Outside the blood pool pavilion, the 2 ladies stopped in their tracks and said, "Little friend, your baptism is of the highest grade. Other than you and Elder Qingyan who is in charge of the baptism, no one is allowed to enter the blood pool pavilion to avoid disturbing the baptism. The 2 of us are not allowed to enter the pavilion. Little friend, you can enter on your own." Understood. Ning Fan nodded his head and walked into the blood pool pavilion alone. The moment he entered the pavilion, countless powerful formation lights rose outside the pavilion. They could stop anyone from entering the pavilion and disturb the baptism. From the outside, the blood pool pavilion was just a pavilion. However, the interior of the pavilion had its own space. There were hundreds of palaces inside the pavilion. At this moment, there was not a single person in the area. In each of the palaces, there was an empty blood pool. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood. It was the smell of the blood of demonic beasts. Ning Fan scanned the area with his spirit sense. After confirming the direction, he walked towards the largest palace. Outside the palace, there was a lady in green robes with a frosty face. Her fine black hair fluttered slightly in the wind. As soon as she saw Ning Fan approaching her, she said coldly, "As a disciple of the Killing Palace, why didn't you greet me when you saw me?" This lady was none other than Yao Qingyun, who was in charge of Ning Fan's baptism. Today, Yao Qingyun was in a rather bad mood. As for the reason, it was naturally because she had no choice but to face Ning Fan naked and help him complete his baptism. Ning Fan frowned slightly. He still cupped his fists at Yao Qingyun and said, "Disciple Ning Fan greets Elder Qingyun. Dispense with the formalities. Follow me into the blood pool." Seeing Ning Fan frown, Yao Qingyun's mood became much better. She was unhappy here. If Ning Fan is happy, wouldn't it be too unfair? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He did not expect that Yao Qingyun would lead him into the blood pool after making things difficult for him. Previously, Ning Fan guessed that Yao Qingyun hated him to the core. She would probably take action against him during this baptism. However, looking at Yao Qingyun's expression now, even though there was still disgust towards him, it did not seem to be as resentful as before. Could it be that this lady no longer hates me? Or is she just hiding her hatred and wants to harm me when I'm careless? Ning Fan's frown deepened. He became extremely vigilant and followed behind Yao Qingyun into the palace. If Yao Qingyun really wants to harm him, he would not mind teaching her a painful lesson. The jade slip of an immortal venerate's attack was totally enough to blast Yao Qingyun into pieces. Killing intent? Yao Qingyun was slightly stunned. She turned her head and looked at Ning Fan doubtfully. She was Elder Shi Kong after all. Although Ning Fan's killing intent only flashed for a moment, she still managed to catch it. At the moment when Ning Fan's killing intent flashed, Yao Qingyun felt an extreme sense of danger from him for the first time. She did not believe that Ning Fan could give her such a sharp sense of danger. As far as she knew, Ning Fan's strongest trump card was the Spirit Blast technique of the Yao clan. Moreover, the number of primordial spirits that Ning Fan possessed was not enough to give her a sense of danger. Was it just my imagination? Yao Qingyun shook her head and continued walking forward. Of course, she did not know that Ning Fan's trip to the blood world had given him a few more trump cards. The level of danger he would be in was already immeasurable. The palace occupied an area of 10,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang. The ground was filled with countless blood grooves that formed circles of mysterious and indescribable formation marks. At the center of the countless blood grooves was a gigantic blood pool that was 1,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang in size. The pool was 2 qi deep and it was filled with the sticky, dark red blood of demon beasts. Judging from the energy of the blood of these demon beasts was at least at the rogue immortal realm. There were even quite a number of immortal life realm demon beasts. Yao Qingyun stood outside the blood groove grand formation at the outermost layer. She puffed out her chest proudly and said to Ning Fan coldly, "Take off your clothes and enter the blood pool. I will help you concoct spiritual herbs to harmonize the demon blood and help you absorb the energy of the blood pool." "Take off my clothes, huh?" Ning Fan walked to the edge of the pool. With a flick of his sleeve, he kept his clothes, storage pouch and other items into his cauldron world. Then, he leaped into the blood pool and sat inside. He did not take off his clothes and put them aside. After all, Yao Qingyun was not Ouyang Yuan. She was not worthy of his trust. "Humph. Are you afraid that I will steal your things? Who do you think I am? Why would I steal something from a void fragmentation realm junior like you?" Yao Qingyun let out a disdainful snort. Her eyes accidentally fell on Ning Fan's naked body and she immediately showed a look of disgust. Yao Qingyun shifted her gaze away. She felt extremely displeased. Damn it. I just saw something that I shouldn't have seen. I wonder if I will get eye sores or not, damn it. I still have to go into the water myself later and have physical contact with that stinky brat, damn it. I really shouldn't have made that bet in the first place. Unfortunately, I have already made the bet and lost it. I can't go back on my words. The only thing Yao Qingyun could do was to accept her loss. Yao Qingyun patted her storage pouch and took out tens of thousands of tufts of spiritual herbs that were above 100,000 years old. She chanted an incantation and her 10 fingers moved rapidly. All of a sudden, the blood groove grand formations in the palace lit up one after another. The tens of thousands of tufts of spiritual herbs flew into the pool and fused with the demon blood in the pool. Gradually, the dark red and sticky demon blood turned green and then golden. Eventually, it turned colorless and crystal clear like ordinary water. It was just that this seemingly ordinary pool water contained a vast amount of energy. Sitting in the pool, Ning Fan felt his body getting hotter and hotter. His face turned red and traces of black substance were being forced out of his body by the heat. All of a sudden, Ning Fan understood the principle behind how the blood pool could increase his chances of becoming an immortal. This blood pool had an effect similar to cleansing one's meridians and marrow. However, the black substance that was cleansed out did not come from his meridians and marrow. Instead, it came from his Dao heart and Dao sense. By sweeping away the distracting thoughts and negative emotions in his Dao heart, it would increase his chances of becoming an immortal. After understanding the key, Ning Fan calmed himself down and used the power of the blood pool to clear his Dao heart bit by bit. The purpose of baptism was to cleanse his Dao heart thoroughly. Humph. I haven't even explained the key to him but he already understood it on his own. Yao Qingyun let out a dissatisfied snort. However, she had to admit that Ning Fan's comprehension ability was very high. He even understood the usage of the blood pool on his own. The blood groove grand formation had been activated and the spiritual herbs in the pool had also been prepared. The next step was extremely important. Yao Qingyun needed to use her profound cultivation base to help Ning Fan cleanse his Dao heart. At the thought of facing Ning Fan naked, Yao Qingyun felt gloomy. She silently chanted an incantation to suppress all the negative emotions in her heart. Then, she walked towards the pool with light steps. When she arrived at the edge of the pool, she hesitated for a moment. In the end, she gritted her teeth and undid the buttons on her outer robe with her bare hands. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with vigilance. He stared at Yao Qingyun without blinking and focused all his attention on her. He had already carefully checked the water in the pool. There was nothing wrong with it. Until now, Yao Qingyun had yet to make a move on him. He did not feel relaxed at all. Instead, he became even more vigilant. He did not believe that Yao Qingyun could easily cast aside the blood feud of the Yao clan and become friends with him. Perhaps, the moment Yao Qingyun takes off her clothes would be the moment when her killing intent arrives. Being stared at by Ning Fan as if he was guarding against a wolf, Yao Qingyun's heart throbbed and countless flames of anger were ignited. Dissatisfied. Extremely dissatisfied. What kind of eyes does Ning Fan have? So distrustful. So vigilant. Who was she, Yao Qingyun? She was a dignified elder of the Slaughter Palace. If she wanted to deal with Ning Fan, she would have plenty of opportunities. Why would she need to sacrifice her body to do so? If it wasn't because of the bet she made with the Nethersea Immortal King, would she be so kind as to host the blood pool baptism for him? She had always been a woman of her word. Since she had promised the Nethersea Immortal King that she would help Ning Fan complete his baptism, she would never go back on her word. Even if she wants to deal with Ning Fan, she would do it after the baptism in the blood pool and not now. Put down your guard. This baptism, this palace won't do anything to you. Yao Qingyun said indignantly. I don't believe it. Ning Fan answered without hesitation. You. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Yao Qingyun clenched her teeth in anger. She explained to Ning Fan out of goodwill, but he still did not believe her. All right. If he doesn't believe me, then so be it. She did not care whether Ning Fan believed her or not. Most importantly, Ning Fan's eyes were fixed on her, paying close attention to every single one of her actions. Under such a scorching gaze, how could she have the nerve to take off her clothes? Elder Qingyun, you still haven't entered the pool. Could it be that you are thinking of some scheme? Ning Fan's tone was cold as he examined Yao Qingyun. If I want to deal with you, do I still need to use schemes? Yao Qingyun was so angry that she laughed. For a moment, she cast aside all her shyness and undid the buttons on her clothes one by one. She took off her outer robe and then untied her silk belt. After taking off her embroidered shoes, socks and undergarments, she placed all her clothes and her storage pouch at the side of the pool. Then, she proudly raised her fair neck and looked at Ning Fan with disdain. She crossed her arms across her chest to cover her breasts and stepped into the pool naked. She did not bring anything with her. She was open and aboveboard, unlike Ning Fan who was so vigilant. He even thought that an old monster like Shi Kong too would need to plot against a Void Fragmentation Realm Jr., sneak attack and scheme. Ning Fan frowned. Yao Qingyun's current expression was proud and upright. It did not seem like she was plotting anything. Could it be that he had misunderstood Yao Qingyun? Yao Qingyun did not plan to deal with him during the baptism in the blood pool. Amidst the faint mist, Yao Qingyun's fair body was faintly discernible. She actually looked a little beautiful. Every inch of her delicate skin seemed to contain boundless magic power. It actually messed up Ning Fan's Dao heart in an instant. His blood vessels surged and his heart was filled with lust. It was as if there was a bewitching voice persuading Ning Fan to rush forward, pounce on Yao Qingyun and tear her apart. Ning Fan was startled. He quickly activated the Yin-Yang transformation heart mantra to suppress his lust. The way he looked at Yao Qingyun secretly carried a hint of surprise. This lady has the charming bone in her body. Even though it has been sealed, it still emits bewitching power uncontrollably. If I'm not wrong, this lady probably has a type of 17 physique. As Yao Qingyun approached him step by step, Ning Fan lost his composure. He was not the only one who lost his composure. Yao Qingyun also lost her composure. She never had any lust towards Ning Fan. All she felt was disgust. However, just as she was 5 steps away from Ning Fan, her delicate body suddenly went limp. Her heart felt numb. It was actually the green pity physique that almost broke out. The green pity physique was a type of 17 physique. Because of this physique of hers, the life immortal realm experts of the Yao clan had once tried to keep her as a human cauldron. As her cultivation base gradually grew, this physique was sealed by her bit by bit. Unexpectedly, when she faced Ning Fan naked this time, the seal on her physique was actually broken a little. That was close. Luckily, it's just a little bit. With my cultivation base, I can still suppress it. If the seal on my physique is completely broken in front of Ning Fan and my seductive body is exposed, I'd rather die. Yao Qingyun heaved a sigh of relief. She walked to Ning Fan and sat cross-legged in the pond. The pond water could barely reach half of her chest. Besides, the water was very clear and it could not cover the fair skin on her body at all. The seal on her physique had been broken a little, but the numbness in her body had yet to subside. Facing Ning Fan in such a state, Yao Qingyun could not remain as calm as she was before. When she looked at Ning Fan's handsome face again, Yao Qingyun actually took a second look at him. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly and her black eyes became a little blurred. At the next moment, she was shocked by her own action. She should hate Ning Fan, but the 17 physique made her want to get close to this man in front of her uncontrollably. Damn it. Damn it. Why is this damned physique acting up now? Yao Qingyun bit her lips hard. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her lips. She used the pain to slightly calm the desire brought by her physique. Then, without looking at Ning Fan, she said coldly, "Raise your hands and face my palms. I'll help you clear the distracting thoughts in your Tao heart." It was not that she was too lazy to look at Ning Fan, but she did not dare to. There was no need to talk about Ning Fan's appearance. His body had long become perfect because of all kinds of physiques. Even Yao Qingyun, who had the 17 physique, instinctively regarded Ning Fan as a peerless human cauldron and wanted to get close to him. Yao Qingyun naturally did not dare to look at Ning Fan anymore, as she was afraid that her 17 physique would act up again. "Are you in trouble?" Ning Fan looked at the trace of blood at the corner of Yao Qingyun's lips. He frowned slightly and asked for some reason. "What does my matter have to do with you? Quickly face my palms and don't talk nonsense." Yao Qingyun made a cold smile, wanting to express the contempt in her heart to Ning Fan. It was obviously a cold smile, but because of the 17 physique, that smile was dyed red with intoxicating charm. It was sweet and moving. She was obviously scolding Ning Fan, but because of the 17 physique, that voice sounded like a whisper from a lover. Is the 17 physique acting up? Ning Fan could vaguely see some clues. If it was possible, he did not mind being a shameless villain and taking advantage of Yao Qingyun's situation to push down this 17 physique that came to him. Unfortunately, Yao Qingyun's cultivation base was too high. She was at the void renunciation realm and was not someone he could pluck. If Yao Qingyun did not take the initiative to dual cultivate with him, he would at least need to cultivate to the crossing truth realm in order to be strong. After thinking for a while, Ning Fan temporarily dismissed the idea of dealing with Yao Qingyun. Today was the day of his baptism in the blood pool. If he wanted to borrow the power of the blood pool to increase his chances of becoming an immortal by 15%, he would need Yao Qingyun's help. If Yao Qingyun's condition was not good, it would also be very disadvantageous to him. "What are you still standing there for? Raise your hands." Yao Qingyun impatiently grabbed Ning Fan's hands and put them in a position where their palms were facing each other. Her soft palms were weak and the qi in her body was already in a mess. As soon as her palms touched Ning Fan's skin, Yao Qingyun's body became even more numb. She felt that there was a ball of fire in her chest that was about to burn her to death. Yao Qingyun bit the tip of her tongue and suppressed her desire once again. She felt that she was about to collapse. This damned physique. Why would it break the seal and act up at this moment? All of a sudden, a trace of cool magical power was transmitted from Ning Fan's palm into Yao Qingyun's body. In an instant, the numbness in Yao Qingyun's body immediately disappeared. With Ning Fan's help, her desire was easily suppressed. Yao Qingyun looked at Ning Fan in disbelief. She could not believe that the man in front of her would be so kind as to help her suppress her desire. "What is your purpose? Do you think that I will forgive you for all the offenses you have committed in the past just because you showed me some goodwill?" Yao Qingyun sneered. "So it's Ning Fan's unnecessary action. Ning Fan frowned and stopped transferring his magical power into her body. He no longer helped Yao Qingyun suppress her desire. All of a sudden, the cool feeling in Yao Qingyun's body disappeared and the numbness spread all over her body. She did not expect that Ning Fan would suddenly withdraw his magical power. Due to a moment of carelessness, she was completely lost in her desire. Her pretty face instantly flushed red. Her fair skin glowed with a pink luster. Under her long eyelashes, her eyes looked as if they were about to drip water. Her palms that were originally facing Ning Fan suddenly intertwined with each other. Quick! Help me quickly! Yao Qingyun bit the tip of her tongue fiercely. However, she realized that the pain was no longer enough to suppress her desire. Why should I help you? Of course, Ning Fan knew that Yao Qingyun's ambiguous words were not referring to helping her once in a while but helping her suppress her desire. If you help me this time, all the previous offenses will be written off. Yao Qingyun gasped, her body involuntarily leaning towards Ning Fan. She knew that if Ning Fan still refuses to help her, she would be controlled by her lust and push him down. That was a scene she did not want to see even if she died. Write it off? Then what about the matter of you offending me? Ning Fan said coldly. You, don't, go overboard, this is the first time I'm giving in to a man, quickly, help me. Yao Qingyun's smooth tongue licked Ning Fan's neck. Her heart was filled with shame and indignation as she fiercely bit him. His expression was fierce, but his bite was too weak. Ning Fan knitted his brows. He had never thought that he would have to resolve the grudge between him and Yao Qingyun in this way. He naturally didn't want Yao Qingyun to lose control. If Yao Qingyun lost control and pushed him down, he would be killed by Yao Qingyun if he didn't resist. If he used the attack jade scroll given by the Slayer to fight back, he could kill Yao Qingyun instantly, but it would be a waste of a jade scroll. Since Yao Qingyun was willing to write off all the grudges in the past, Ning Fan did not mind saving a jade scroll and having one less enemy. Elder Qingyun, please swear that all the grudges in the past will be written off. Ning Fan said coldly. I swear. I feel terrible. Yao Qingyun was completely bewildered. In order to stop Yao Qingyun from making a fool of herself, Ning Fan held her smooth little hand tightly and transferred the power of the yin-yang transformation into her body bit by bit to help her suppress her lust. Yao Qingyun's entire body leaned against Ning Fan's chest. Her head leaned weakly on Ning Fan's shoulder and her breath smelled like orchids. Gradually, her eyes regained their clarity. When she noticed her current posture, she really wished she could find a piece of tofu and knock her head against it to kill herself. Without any hesitation, Yao Qingyun quickly distanced herself from Ning Fan. When she recalled her embarrassing behavior and how she begged Ning Fan, she could not help but feel ashamed and indignant. She was a dignified person. Elder Qingyun, please help me cleanse my Dao heart. Ning Fan's calm voice brought Yao Qingyun back to her senses. Yao Qingyun was originally extremely ashamed and indignant. When she met Ning Fan's eyes, which were as calm as still water, she was suddenly stunned. There was no mockery, hostility, or sarcasm in Ning Fan's eyes. In fact, there was even less vigilance compared to the past. There was only calmness. It was as if nothing had happened. If you dare to tell anyone about what happened just now, nothing happened just now. Ning Fan said calmly. Yes. Nothing happened just now. Don't worry. Since I promised you, I will write off all the grudges in the past. In the future, I won't look for trouble with you anymore. Yao Qingyun finally calmed down and faced Ning Fan's palm again. This time, she transferred her magic power into Ning Fan's body to help him cleanse his Dao heart. Even though she had already suppressed her lust, she still felt her delicate body tremble when she touched Ning Fan's palm again. Then, her ears turned hot. Damn it. Could it be that my lust hasn't been completely suppressed? Yao Qingyun's brows knitted together. She felt uneasy no matter how she looked at Ning Fan naked again after the small incident. The cleansing lasted for 3 days and it went rather smoothly. If the previous incident is ignored, it could almost be considered as a perfect cleansing. Ning Fan could clearly feel that his Dao heart had become clearer after this cleansing. It was definitely not a lie that his chances of becoming an immortal had increased by 15%. Is it time for me to become an immortal? 2 out of 2, there are no more updates. Let's wash up and sleep. To be continued. After that bloody baptism in the blood pool, Yao Qingyun kept her promise and no longer sought trouble for Ning Fan in the future. After resting for 3 days in the disciples' residence, he went to the 12 pavilions. He spent 1 million Dao crystals in the teleportation pavilion and sent a voice transmission to the medicine sect. Then, he found a barren mountain on the Blood Sea Star and opened up a cave residence. Ouyang and Harry Ball no longer stayed in the Yuanyao world. Instead, they accompanied Ning Fan and stayed in the cave dwelling. In another month, Ouyang would be able to completely refine the longevity jade. At this moment, her white hair had turned back into a glossy jet black hair. Her smile did not diminish at all and it was as warm as the morning sun. She truly lived up to her reputation as the medicine sect's #1 beauty. For the entire month, Ning Fan stayed in the cave residence to accompany Ouyang in refining the longevity jade. After a month, Ouyang had completely refined the longevity jade. From then on, the problem of her natural medicinal body's lifespan was completely solved. A few days later, a wretched old man came to the Blood Sea Star nervously. When he saw that Ouyang had really refined the longevity jade, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Then, he was overjoyed. "You really got the immortal jade from Shadi. Amazing, amazing." Wei Wuji was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Ning Fan had obtained the longevity jade for Ouyang. At this moment, Wei Wuji felt that Ning Fan was pleasing to his eyes no matter how he looked at him. He already knew that Ning Fan would need a large amount of 1 million years old spiritual herbs to cultivate the 3 condensing flowers. As he was delighted, he directly gave Ning Fan 1,100 tufts of 1 million years old spiritual herbs and 40 life immortal Dao fruits. 100 million year old elixirs were worth close to 200 billion Dao crystals. 40 life immortal Dao fruits were also worth 70 to 80 billion Dao crystals. This was almost a third of the medicine sect's storage. Wei Wuji wanted to bring Ouyang back to the medicine sect, but Ouyang refused. "Ning Fan is about to become an immortal. I want to accompany him to become an immortal first before returning to the medicine sect." Ouyang had just regained her new life. How could she bear to part with Ning Fan at this moment? With the power of the 7 stars boat, Ning Fan opened the passage and crossed the Blood River, returning to the bloody slaughter world. The baptism had ended perfectly. Ouyang hidden ailment had been resolved and the seed of the immortal soul grass was already in his hands. At this moment, Ning Fan could finally become an immortal with peace of mind. With Shadi taking care of the blood world, it was the most suitable place for Ning Fan to attain immortality. Ning Fan and Ouyang entered the blood world while Wei Wuji stayed in the Blood Sea Star for the time being. After Ning Fan becomes an immortal, he would bring Ouyang back to the sect. It was not that he had a vicious nature and wanted to separate Ning Fan and Ouyang no matter what. It was just that Ouyang's body had been weak for too long. She needed to return to the medicine sect and use the sect's resources to nourish herself. Moreover, the Extreme Dan sacred region would open in 80 years. Now that Ouyang had obtained the longevity jade, she had the qualifications to become an immortal and ascend to the Tao of alchemy. For her, the Extreme Dan sacred region was a great opportunity that could not be missed. As Ouyang's master, Wei Wuji also wanted to bring Ouyang back to the sect as soon as possible to prepare for the trip to the Extreme Dan sacred region. In a secret cave residence on the Blood Sea Star, Wei Wuji sighed with emotion. "Let's wait in the Blood Sea Star. That Ning Fan will most likely become an immortal within 80 years. After little girl Nguyen is done sticking to him, I will bring her back to the medicine sect." *** Old Man Han, oh old man Han. I didn't expect that you would get such a good disciple after descending to the lower world despite having bad luck for your whole life. In the past, you and I made a bet on whether you could get a disciple and cure little girl Nguyen. I didn't expect that you would win the bet. As the ancient saying goes, a fool will gain something out of 1,000 losses. No matter how unlucky a person is, there will still be times when he or she gets lucky. The old devil who was happily planting a small Dao fruit in the lower world sneezed unexpectedly. Little May said that sneezing means that someone is thinking about me. Hee. I wonder who is the one who is thinking about me. Could it be little Ning? Speaking of which, little Ning has already left the lower world for tens of years. Now, he should be about to become an immortal. The bloody slaughtering world was a medium-sized world. It had a vast area with more than 100,000 countries. There were mortal countries and cultivation countries. The descendants of the bloody world, be it cultivators or mortals, were all the descendants of the Big Dipper. They didn't know their identity as the descendants of the Big Dipper. They also didn't know that there was another world outside the bloody slaughtering world called the Eastern Heaven Immortal World. Only cultivators who had cultivated to the void fragmentation realm would have the chance to know about the existence of the Eastern Heaven Immortal World and leave the bloody world to join the Slaughter Palace and become a killer of the Slaughter Palace. Among the 100,000 countries, there were only 40,000 cultivation countries and the rest were mortal countries. Among the 40,000 cultivation countries, there were only 2,000 void refinement realm cultivators and less than 100 void fragmentation realm cultivators. There were only 3 cultivation countries with life immortals. Among the 100,000 countries, there were only 7 life immortals and 1 ghost profound realm cultivator. These life immortals were the cultivators of the Slaughter Palace. They were responsible for mediating the conflicts between the 100,000 countries and maintaining the stability of the bloody world. What Shadi protected was the entire bloody world, not the people of a country or a city. Naturally, he didn't care about the disputes between the cultivation countries. The spiritual martial country was a low-level cultivation country located in the north of the bloody world. The strongest sect in the country was the spiritual martial sect. The sect master was a late gold core realm cultivator. The spiritual martial country was a cultivation country near the sea. There was a cultivation city in the country named Ji Willow City which was located at the border of the Jade Sea. Ji Willow City was a picturesque cultivation country. The city was brightly lit and the night was never lost. There was no day in the bloody world of slaughter. The time of a day was calculated according to the brightness of the Big Dipper constellation. This city was located near the sea. The soil was fertile and suitable for spiritual plants. The cultivators who lived in this city often built their own herb gardens to plant spiritual herbs. The quality of the spiritual herbs that grew up was quite high. The name of Ji Willow City came from an illusion. It was said that countless years ago, there was a young man who called himself Ju Men. He went into seclusion in this city to comprehend the Tao. He planted a willow tree seed in this city and comprehended the Tao in front of the tree seed. He dreamt for 10,000 years. When he cleared the confusion in his heart and opened his eyes, he suddenly realized that the willow tree seed that he planted in the past had already grown into a huge tree that covered the sky. As for him, he was no longer a young man. After he woke up from the dream, he was already an old man with white hair that reached the ground. How can humans endure such a thing? That person let out a long sigh and ascended to the sky. No one knew where he went. The cultivation base that he revealed when he ascended to the sky had shocked all the cultivators in the 100,000 countries. No one knew how strong that cultivator named Ju Men was. Ju Men. Could it be that the one who planted the willow tree in this city was the second-generation killing emperor, Ju Men killing emperor? Outside Ji Willow City, a young man in white robes was looking at the picturesque cultivation city. His eyes fell on the towering willow tree in the city. His expression was filled with nostalgia. Beside the young man in white robes was a beautiful woman in green robes. She always had a warm smile on her face. In front of the young man and the woman, there were 2 cute little girls with red lips and white teeth. One of the little girls had a pure face and bright eyes. Her hair was black and shiny. She was wearing a pink little jacket. She seemed to be around 6 or 7 years old. However, her body carried a sense of dignity that could not be disrespected. Although she did not seem to have a trace of cultivation base, every move she made had the brute force to tear a void fragmentation realm cultivator into pieces. The other little girl was around 8 or 9 years old. She was wearing a black little dress. The style of the dress was very ancient and strange. It was the dress that only the priestesses of the ancient demon race would wear. Her long black hair reached her waist. Her eyes were purple. There was a mysterious purple-black rune on her glabella. It was only the size of a fingernail and it could seal her sea of consciousness. This group of people was none other than Ning Fan and his group who had just returned to the blood world, the young man in white robes was naturally Ning Fan. The woman in green robes was Ouyang Wan. The little girl with brute force was Mu Weiliang. As for the purple-eyed girl in black robes who was dressed like a young priestess, she was Zili. Her appearance was exactly what Zili looked like after she transformed. At first, Ning Fan did not know that Zili had gained the ability to transform after breaking through to the early ghost profound realm. When he entered the blood world and let Mu Weiliang out, he realized that Zili could already transform. At that time, Mu Weiliang held Zili's hand and appeared in front of Ning Fan together. Ning Fan was stunned. When Zili timidly called out Master, Ning Fan was shocked to realize that this little girl was actually Zili. The rune on Zili's glabella was the Sin Seal of the Fuli clan. This Sin Seal had the ability to seal things. Besides, it was also sealed by words. The seal prevented Zili from revealing any information about the Fuli clan. Zili, who was in her human form, could speak and communicate with Ning Fan. However, as long as Ning Fan asked about the Fuli clan, the Sin Seal on Zili's glabella would light up, preventing her from revealing any secrets about the Fuli clan. Even though Ning Fan possessed the ancestral blood of the Fuli clan, he did not have the method to remove the Sin Seal. He could not help Zili remove the Sin Seal and he could not get any information about the Fuli clan from Zili. All information was sealed by the Sin Seal. Zili's personality was like a blank piece of paper. She did not have any common sense in life and she only knew how to fight and kill. This made Ning Fan very curious. What kind of grave mistake did this little girl commit in the past that she was actually stripped of her Fuli bloodline and was demoted to a Sinli clan? Mu Weiliang was reborn and her memories were all gone. Her originally innocent personality was also like a blank piece of paper. Thus, when Zili completed her transformation in the Cauldron world and met Mu Weiliang by chance, the two of them instantly became companions. Thus, when Mu Weiliang was summoned out of the Cauldron world by Ning Fan, Zili also followed her. Let's comprehend the Tao and become an immortal in this planting willow city. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he brought the three ladies into the city. Thus, on this day, a small house that had been abandoned for a long time in the south of the city was bought by a cultivator with the surname Ning for 100 immortal jade. Ning Fan, Ouyang Wan, Mu Weiliang, and Zili officially moved into the planting willow city. Ouyang Wan brought the two little girls to have fun in the city. As for Ning Fan, he stayed in the backyard for the entire morning and was busy cultivating the medicinal garden. With Ouyang Wan, Mu Weiliang, and Zili's strength, they would not face any danger when they travel across 100,000 countries. Thus, Ning Fan naturally did not need to worry about their safety. The reason why he opened up the medicinal garden was to plant the immortal soul grass in this place and use it to nourish Mu Weiliang's soul. This was the reason why he first came to the Eastern Heaven. He had never forgotten it. After cultivating the first medicinal garden, Ning Fan planted the immortal soul grass using the secret technique recorded in the spiritual plants scripture. After that, he casually opened up another large nursery beside the medicinal garden. With a thought in his mind, he casually scattered handfuls of the 5 grain seeds in the nursery. Planting the 5 grains in the mortal world was just to brew wine with the 5 grains. Ning Fan liked wine, especially mortal wine. He preferred the mortal wine that he brewed himself. Spiritual wine could improve one's cultivation base and magic power while mortal wine could not. However, in comparison, Ning Fan felt that mortal wine was closer to the Tao. Dong 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 *. The sound of knocking was mixed with magic power, spreading across the entire courtyard. Ning Fan was squatting down to pull out the weeds in the nursery. When he heard the knocking on the door, his eyes flashed with surprise. When he opened the door, he saw 17 to 18 young men standing outside the house. Most of them were 11 or 12 years old. The leader was a 15-year-old young man in black robes. These young men were all descendants of the Northern Dipper realm. Each of their eyes was as bright as the stars. These young men were at least at the first or second level of the vein-opening realm. The young man in black robes who was the leader had the highest cultivation base at the 9th level of the vein-opening realm. What's the matter? Ning Fan asked indifferently. Little brother, is this your first day in planting Willow City? Don't you know who we are? What are we here for? The voice of the young man in black robes was still immature but his tone was fierce like a hooligan. I don't know. If there's nothing else, you guys can leave now. Ning Fan's tone was still indifferent. Leave? You want us to leave without paying the protection fee? The black-robed youth snorted coldly and drew his saber. Then, with a swoosh sound, the rest of the youths drew out their blades at the same time. It seemed like they were going to attack Ning Fan without saying a word. Ning Fan shook his head. These blades were all magic treasures. Unfortunately, their grades were too low. Even if he just stood there and let them slash at him, they would not be able to hurt him at all. Little brother, although you're a few years older than me, your cultivation doesn't seem to be as high as mine. If we were to fight, I'm afraid you'll be at a disadvantage. I advise you to take out some immortal jades to save your life. Otherwise. The black-robed youngster was organizing his words to threaten Ning Fan. Suddenly, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He did not exude any pressure, and he did not even use any baleful aura. With just one look, the black-clothed youth, who had been in the underworld for a long time, had a bad feeling. It was as if he wasn't facing a human, but a primordial beast. The black-robed youngster couldn't see through Ning Fan's cultivation. He thought that Ning Fan's buying such a shabby house was most likely a vein-opening cultivator. Who would have thought that Ning Fan actually had such a terrifying look in his eyes? Ning Fan's cultivation base was definitely much more terrifying than what he had imagined. Hurry up and leave. I'll stay and stop him. The black-robed youngster's heart was filled with fear, but he gritted his teeth and endured the fear. He waved his hand at his underlings behind him, ordering them to retreat. He strode forward, withstood the fear, and held the saber with both hands. He pretended to be calm while looking at Ning Fan's. The one who offended you is me, let them go. He knew that he had collected protection fees from the wrong person. Today's matter wouldn't end well. The only thing he could do was to use his own life to exchange for the escape of his underlings. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. He actually saw the shadow of his younger self in this black-robed youngster. That year, as the elder brother, he also stood in front of Ninggu time and time again, shielding him from danger, allowing Ninggu to escape thinking about it. He found it funny. He was a famous devil lord in the eastern sky, but he was actually being collected protection fees by a group of brats who hadn't even grown up yet. When he killed people and robbed their belongings, he didn't even know where these brats were. You guys go. This is the only time, there won't be a next time. Bang Ning Fan's closed the door. He really didn't have the mood to care about this group of juniors. After Ning Fan's closed the door, the black-robed youngster's knees suddenly went soft. He fell to the ground and said while shivering. This person's eyes are so scary. Even the demonic beasts in the blue sea don't have such scary eyes. The group of underlings were quite loyal and didn't leave the black-robed youngster alone. Seeing their big brother fall, they immediately came over to support him. All of them had an expression of lingering fear. Big brother, what is that person's cultivation? Why are his eyes so fierce? A little brother asked. At least harmonious spirit. No. At least gold core. The black-robed youngster said with certainty. What? Gold core old devil. Could this person be the legendary gold core old devil? Oh my god. We actually collected protection fees from a gold core old devil. This is simply courting death. The group of youngsters were shocked. The group of youngsters finally left with their tails between their legs. The sky gradually darkened. Ouyang came back with the two little girls. Mu Weiliang and Zili both looked like they had eaten and drank to their heart's content. According to Ouyang, these two little girls got bored of playing in the city, so they went to the depths of the blue sea and hunted many demonic beasts to fill their stomachs. Sister Nguyen, I'm sleepy. Mu Weiliang rubbed her eyes and yawned. Mistress, sleepy. Zili was so tired that she couldn't even open her eyes. Ouyang shook her head helplessly. She hugged little Furball and coaxed the two little girls to sleep. The three girls had already gone to bed. Ning Fan sat alone in the courtyard, on the grass in the courtyard. Looking at the eternal darkness of the blood world, looking at the Big Dipper stars in the night sky, looking at the cattail grass in the courtyard, his heart had never felt so peaceful before. For the next few decades, he would spend his time in this night world. My Tao of life and death hasn't reached perfection. Life and death can't be comprehended in a day. Ning Fan's mind moved. He suddenly plucked some cattail grass from the ground and recalled the grass hoop that Zido weaved during the life and death tribulation. Let's comprehend the grand Tao from this grass hoop. The first grass hoop suddenly burned to ashes when it was about to be weaved successfully. The second grass hoop also burned to ashes when it was almost finished. The third grass hoop, the fourth grass hoop, the fifth grass hoop. The first half of the night passed in a flash. Ning Fan had plucked all the cattail grass in the courtyard. He had tried countless times, but failed to weave the grass hoop. All that was left was ashes on the ground. There seems to be something missing in this grass hoop. That's why I can't weave it. In the latter half of the night, Ning Fan gradually fell into a long period of silence. End of chapter 736. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.